Chapter 1 Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yunsheng? December 27th. I will definitely eat chicken next time. There was silence in the LGD training room. As an Asian club giant, the 4 professional players of LGD's PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds division actually lost head-on to a full 4-man team in the 4th row of the TPP ladder. LGD captain Joku shook his head and looked at the 4 unfamiliar IDs. In the 4v4 in the woods just now, they were defeated head-on by their opponents when they knew their opponent's positions. They were not beaten sideways, but the opponent used smoke and the last 2 framers. The gunner's superb marksmanship ate them alive. This is the first time they have encountered this situation in the ladder besides being in the professional league. Check it out! Meng Qing, the leader of LGD, looked a little uncomfortable and said in a low voice to LGD's data analyst. LGD_Zen8's hands were a little stiff, and he made a mistake with his gun in the wave just now. As a result, he didn't kill the first person on the opponent's gun line in seconds, which was also a major reason for the collapse. Here we come! The LGD analyst turned to look at everyone. Say! Meng Qing glanced at the embarrassed LGD crowd and said, there are 4 people on the opposite side, and the 4 rows are all about the same. It should be a small black shop. First shock_V. DA 1.99. The second shot 07. DA 2.12. The third cockcarrot has a DA of 3.55. The 4th LGD analyst frowned when he saw this. Meng Qing didn't rush him and waited for him to continue. The 4th ID is called King. His KDA is 4.8 and his headshot rate is 51%. He is definitely at a professional level. Master. After hearing the analyst's words, Shoka secretly thought, if 2 teammates with average skill can achieve this data, this person is definitely a master. I won't complain about losing this time. Practice extra today. Hurry up. Hurry up. We're late. Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun ran wildly. On the first day of college, they reported that they slept together because they ate chicken last night. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is one of the hottest games at the moment. It is an FPS shooting game that can be played in either first or third-person perspective. It is a battle royale type game. Each game will involve 100 players. They will be dropped on the Jedi Island and then collect supplies and fight. After being represented by Tencent, the original situation of fairies flying all over the sky has been completely improved. This game can be said to have reached its true peak period. Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun had started playing this game when it first came out, but they were at the most intense time of high school studies and didn't have much time to play. But since the holidays in the past few months, these 2 people have been thriving in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds with their rich experience in FPS games. 302. Mao Xiaomo thought silently. Why did the shabby university have such a big teaching building? It took the 2 of them a long time to find a classroom. Over there! Mu Yun pointed with his right hand, and sure enough, the classroom had 302 on the sign. The 2 people looked around in fear, and happened to see a beautiful woman speaking on the podium about the start of school. The movements of the 2 people naturally attracted the attention of everyone in the class. Teacher Luya is an intern, 22 years old, and can be regarded as an intern class teacher. She has long heard that these little guys in the university are difficult to deal with, but she did not expect that on the first day of reporting, 2 people would be late for her fun. What's most important? Class meeting starts at 10 o'clock. Can she be late? If she had slept at 7 or 8 o'clock, she could still bear it. But at 10:30, how could she use the excuse of sleeping at 10:30? What's going on with you 2? Teacher Luya tried her best not to be so irritable and asked with a smile. Wow. Beauty. Height 172 centimeters. Thin waist. Long legs and good face. Mao Xiaomo said secretly in his heart. Mu Yun looked embarrassed and said, I've slept. As soon as these words came out, countless bursts of laughter broke out in the class. But seeing that Teacher Luya looked uncomfortable, the students did not dare to laugh too loudly. It won't happen again. Luya took a deep breath, suppressed her violent emotions, and whispered. As soon as the 2 of them heard this, they quickly ran away and found a seat to sit down. They were applying for the accounting major. Almost all the students in the class were girls, and there were only a few boys. Everyone in the class has introduced themselves just now. You 2 should also introduce yourselves. As for the other students, you can get to know each other gradually after class. Luya looked at the list of students and said. Mao Xiaomo stood up generously and said to everyone, Hello everyone. My name is Mao Xiaomo. I am a native of Changzhou. My hobbies are playing basketball and video games. Please take care of me in the future. Mao Xiuma? Most of the girls in the class wanted to laugh unconsciously. This tall, handsome and sunny man actually had this name. Mao Xiaomo also shrugged. This was also what he could expect. His 182 centimeters big man was actually called this name. He was also helpless. My name is Mu Yun. I am also a local. Mu Yun has a delicate appearance and immediately attracted the attention of most girls in the class. He is so handsome. Absolutely handsome guy. Compared with Mu Yun, Mao Xiaomo's appearance is really nothing. The stars in the eyes of the girls in the class are almost flying to the sky. And the name Mu Yun is much easier to hear than Mao Xiaomo. Okay, Mu Yun-sheng, please sit down, Luya said, holding her forehead. Deathly silence. Mu Yun? Sheng? Ha 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 ha. The whole class burst into laughter. And no one was holding back this time. Among them, Mao Xiaomo laughed the craziest. Many people almost laughed to the point of tears. Luya and Mu Yun were both embarrassed. They looked at each other before Luya apologized and said, I'm sorry. I've been watching too much of Mu Yun on the sea recently. Another round of laughter. Jiuzhou Si Mu Yun Ji was a drama that came out not long ago. Luya had never had time to watch it before. And she only recently took the time to catch up on the TV series. But who would have thought that the character Mu Yun-sheng is so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people? Mu Yun-sheng ha ha ha. Mao Xiaomo patted Mu Yun hard and smiled without caring about his image. Okay. I've laughed enough. That's it for today. There will be military training tomorrow. You guys will get your military training uniforms and your dormitory keys later. Luya pretended that nothing had happened. Same, he said calmly. After the class meeting, the boys will spontaneously carry the clothes, quilts and other daily necessities issued by the school to the girls. After a trip, I can't say that everyone remembers them clearly. In short, almost all the good-looking ones have been remembered. 302. 302 again. Must be poisonous, Mao Xiaomo complained. There are a total of 8 boys in their class, and they are divided into 2 dormitories. 301 has 4 people, and 302 has 4 people. But this is good news. After all, their room is for 6 people, and it will be quite spacious for 4 people. Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun were at 302 again, which made them ashamed. Brother Sun Zheng, when will the internet in our dormitory be connected? Mao Xiaomo asked while lying on the bed that had been made. In addition to Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun, there are 2 other people in their dormitory. One is Sun Zheng, a fat man weighing more than 200 pounds. But he is a popular person in society. It is said that his target is the president of the student union or something like that. There is also a slightly shorter fat man named Jiang Xinxin. After preliminary understanding, it seems that his family is very rich. Net! At least wait until the military training is over. Sun Zheng came several days earlier than Mao Xiaomo and the others. And he also knows more about the school situation than they do. Okay, I'll take a nap first. Remember to call me when we have dinner tonight. Mao Xiaomo fell down and went to sleep. He played with his friends from high school until 4 o'clock last night. Chapter 2 Dinner Party. After being dragged out of bed by Mu Yun in a daze, 8 people from the boys' dormitory went to a small restaurant called Tongxiang Club outside the school to get a private room. Even though they had known each other before, they were still a little nervous because they had just met. Not to mention a brainless person like Mao Xiaomo. Except for the 2 people in their dormitory, Sun Zheng and Jiang Xinxin. He couldn't remember any of the other names. It's fate that we get together. Let's have a drink together. If you don't want to drink white wine, just drink beer. Brother Sun Zheng raised his glass first, and his small cup was full of white wine. Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun looked at each other. Each poured themselves a glass of beer, and silently raised their glasses. They had never drank liquor since they were young. And now that they were new here, they didn't dare to pretend to be fat. Ha! You guys from 302 are not good enough. A boy with glasses and a gentle look said. No one would have thought that 3 of the 4 people in 301 actually poured themselves liquor. On the other hand, in 302, only Brother Sun Zheng drank white. Brother Sun Zheng rolled up his sleeves and said to Jiang Xinxin next to him, Xinxin, what's the matter with you? Didn't you say you can drink white wine? Jiang Xinxin said with a smile, I am not in good condition today. I am not in good condition today. Don't talk anymore. It's all done. Another tall guy in dormitory 301 said. He also looked very powerful. Everyone gulped down the drink amidst laughter, and then started chatting about daily life. such as where is your home? Is it fun there? And so on. The people in dormitory 302 are all Changzhou locals. But the 4 in 301 are from all over the world. One from Jiangxi. One from Sichuan. One from Anhui. And one from a small county in Jiangsu province. Among them, the guy from Jiangxi is a tall guy named Wei Jiqiang. The guy who wore glasses and was polite is named Qi Yang. There are 2 others. One is from Jiangsu and is named Wang Chen. This guy looks okay, but he is a bit talkative. Impressed Mao Xiaomao deeply, because he kept pulling Mao Xiaomao to babble, even if he wanted to remember it. The last guy from Sichuan is called Wan Dongfang. He is a physical education student. He is a bit short, but his muscles are strong. When everyone got excited after drinking, Mao Xiaomao stopped everyone. Although this was a bit disappointing. There was military training tomorrow. So what if they couldn't get up to drink tomorrow? Brother Sun Zheng was dismissive. And he was about to say that this little amount of alcohol can overwhelm me. But thinking about it, we have just met each other. So there is really no need. We can only make an appointment to drink another day. And we will not come back until we are drunk. Looking at Brother Sun Zheng's posture, he has the intention of knocking down all the other 7 people. Hey, what are we going to do tonight? There is no internet in the dormitory. How about singing karaoke? Wei Jiqiang suggested. He was a good karaoke singer and wanted to show off his singing voice. In fact, this was indeed a good suggestion, but it was rejected by several people. No, I have something to do tonight. Zhao Jian asked me to play cards. Sun Junxian said. Everyone has heard of Zhao Jian. He is the president of the student union of their Department of Economics and Trade Management. Unexpectedly, Sun Zheng had already hooked up with him just a few days ago. This is the relationship. Jiang Xinxin also shook his head and said, I can't do it either. I want to go with Sun Zheng. When he first entered the school, he also wanted to find an official position in the student union. Brother Sun Zheng happened to be leading the way. He just wanted to meet people and expand his network. It seems that they are all people with pursuits. Mao Xiaomao said secretly. Hey, I can't either. I have to go on a date. Wang Chen gently lifted his bangs and said proudly. Holy shit. So fast? Are you from our class? Mao Xiaomao said in disbelief. Wang Chen had already finished before he made a move. Loki and Loki. Wang Chen laughed. In this way, the plan of singing karaoke has been passed. There are only a few people. And singing karaoke is meaningless. How about eating chicken? Do you know how? Wei Jiqiang asked again. Okay. You have to lead me when I'm a bit bad. Wan Dongfang agreed. Although he has been playing for a long time, he knows his own level. In 2 words, he can be described as a bad guy. Mao Xiaomao and Mu Yun looked at each other and nodded. They didn't care. Besides, this is their old profession. The only one left, Qi Yang, said awkwardly. I've never played before. You haven't played it before? Everyone was a little surprised. Even Sun Zheng and Jiang Xinxin, 2 people who don't play online games very much, have played it. But Qi Yang has never played it. It's okay. I'll teach you. The 4 of you have fun, Mao Xiaomao said enthusiastically. We are all classmates. If the 4 of them go to play without Qi Yang will have to stay alone in the dormitory. And no one will be angry if he leaves him alone. Ah. Okay then. Qi Yang couldn't stand up to everyone and could only agree to this plan. Brother Sun Zheng settled the bill boldly, which also attracted everyone's praise. Then the meal was dispersed. After eating for more than an hour, there was nothing we could do. Wang Chen and Sun Zheng were so good at boasting. The sky blows from the south to the north. Remember to come back before 11 p.m. Auntie will lock the door. No. After saying that, Sun Zheng and Jiang Xinxin went back to the dormitory directly, while Wang Chen naturally went to find his little sister. The remaining 5 people went straight to the internet cafe and signed up for 4 members. After all, Mao Xiaomao is not going online this time, so he will just wait until next time to do it together. Damn! There seems to be no seats. We can only go to the private room, Wei Jiqiang said. He turned around and found that although there were seats in the hall, there were not 4 in a row. He could only find expensive private rooms. But they didn't, no matter how long you play. It's just a small amount of money. Each large box has 5 machines, which were used by students for hacking when LOL was popular. Now the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is very popular. Although the boxes are a bit expensive, there are still many people who come here specifically to surf the internet. It is now the time when freshmen are arriving. and there are almost no people in the several boxes. Holy shit! Beauty! Mao Xiaomao suddenly whispered. Everyone followed his gaze, and saw a solitary beauty sitting in the corner of box 2. Her refreshing bangs, clear eyes, and graceful facial features instantly attracted the attention of several people. Mu Yun shook his head. He was a second-generation rich man. He had seen many beauties since he was a child. He was not as unworldly as this group of people. But from his perspective, this girl was still extremely beautiful. Just there. OGK. I'm afraid I won't be stunned. Wei Jiqiang and Wan Dongfang are both better at English than the other. And their English is perfect sentence by sentence. These two people. Mao Xiaomao thought to himself. In fact, what he originally thought was why these two people have never seen the world before me. But thinking about it, it seemed like he was scolding himself. But the four of them are playing together. And I'm trying to flirt with them. Isn't that a pleasure? The little calculation in Mao Xiaomao's heart has begun to work out. Chapter 3 Chungyao. Yo. 98K. Mao Xiaomao stood behind Qi Yang and looked at the computer screen of the beautiful woman next to him. He was also surprised. Are girls starting to play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds these days? While Qi Yang was familiar with the operation, Mao Xiaomao watched the girl's first-person perspective with relish. After watching it for only 20 seconds, Mao Xiaomao's eyes widened. It wasn't because of how pretty this girl was, although she was indeed very pretty. But this girl is a master. Let me go! Although the girl's 98K has never fired a single shot, Mao Xiaomao's experience is so rich. This girl's movement skills are that of a top player, and even he is inferior to him. The girl is holding a 98K with a 4x lens mounted on the pole, shuttling through the streets of Picado. A desert map. This picture has been out for a while. Picado is the most dangerous place in the desert map. Not just because there are so many people here, rich in resources, but because there are too many LYBS in this place, which are the so-called players who use eating people as their main method of killing. Because there are many houses in Picado, and they are ups and downs. As long as those players take advantage of the perspective of the TPP card to stay in one house, and look at it from a third-person perspective, it can be used as a detective. There are basically no bunkers on the road. Basically, if you run on the road for 3 seconds, you will definitely be attacked by people from all directions. Careful! Mao Xiaomao's heart trembled. He had just seen a man appear on the 4th floor of the red building from the girl's perspective. Next moment, Mao Xiaomao was stunned. The girl's reaction is so fast that she opens the camera, aims, and shoots. Then there was a bang, and the man's second stage was instantly blown away, and he died in the red building. 0_0 used car 98K to kill Daejo with a headshot. 3 kills. The beauty's ID sounds interesting, but Mao Xiaomao has completely ignored it at this moment. With high DPI, precise preview, and perfect body skills, Mao Xiaomao couldn't believe it. This level was at least as good as him. You know, he has also been in the top 10 of the Asian server. Before Mao Xiaomao could take a breath, another green head appeared from another red building. He was a first-level player. He must have been a player attracted by the gunfire just now. The beauty's sniper was still pulling the bolt, but she had already been shot twice, and the blood on her body was falling one by one. But Mao Xiaomao couldn't hear the sound of the beauty's game, and he didn't know how many people were shooting in several directions. Faced with this sudden crisis, the beauty took out a red dot AKM and fired 2 shots calmly. 0_0 used AKM to kill Palm 199703220 with a headshot. 4 kills. After killing this man, Mao Xiaomao no longer had any doubts. He was a super master. The girl didn't have much blood, so she didn't dare to waste any more. So she ran into the red building where she had just killed the 2 people, and licked her skin as she regained her blood. A fully equipped red dot Scarl plus a 4x scope car 98K. But the armor is not very good. It only has level 1 head and level 1 armor. However, in the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, marksmanship and terrain are greater than equipment. No matter how good the equipment is, it's useless if the gun isn't strong. Just when the beauty killed 6 people and walked out of Picado with great pride, the detonated vehicle in the bombing zone killed 0_0. Mao Xiaomao couldn't hold it back for a while and burst out laughing. The girl was obviously a little dull. Although she had no expression, Mao Xiaomao could clearly see the corner of the girl's mouth twitching. It's no wonder. The bombing zones in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds are very mysterious and won't kill anyone, but they will still die when they deserve it. Mu Yun was about to ask Mao Xiaomao to guide Qi Yang in playing, But who knew that this boy was staring at the screen of the beautiful woman next to him without moving, and had completely forgotten the heroic words he had said before coming to the internet cafe. However, he also knew the virtues of Mao Xiaoma, so he did not criticize him and continued to explain the gameplay of this game to Qi Yang. As soon as the girl died, a new map was played again. This time it was an old map, and she was born in the Quality Square. Why is it called the Quality Square? In this square, almost all the people who opened the game were unqualified people. As soon as the game started, the girl's phone, which was charging on the computer, suddenly lit up. Mao Xiaoma's eyes have experienced the baptism of countless games, and he has long developed a pair of fiery eyes. Procedure. Yao. I. Them. Complex. Combine. Bar. Although the girl, Cheng Yao, received the WeChat news very quickly, Mao Xiaoma still saw the news. See no evil, see no evil. Mao Xiaoma moved his head. After all, it was other people's privacy. He still had some morals. But in Mao Xiaoma's heart, for some reason, he really didn't want Cheng Yao to agree. He didn't see Cheng Yao's expression. But Mao Xiaoma still heard a cold sentence. Roll. There was a coldness in Cheng Yao's pleasant voice, which made Mao Xiaoma tremble. This girl seemed to have a personality that was not consistent with her appearance. After saying this, Cheng Yao turned off the computer, put away her mobile phone and charger, and got up and left her seat. It looks like we are about to get off the plane. When leaving, Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaoma looked at each other. They knew the man behind them, Cheng Yao, but he was just a passerby. There were many people watching her when she was surfing the internet in the internet cafe. However, Mao Xiaoma could still clearly see Cheng Yao's appearance, which was very beautiful. Mao Xiaoma didn't know what adjectives to use to describe her, but she was the kind of beauty who couldn't forget her appearance after seeing her once. Cheng Yao's eyes were a little red, and she looked quite sad, which made Mao Xiaoma, a normal man, feel a little distressed. After Cheng Yao left, Mao Xiaoma became a little absent-minded. I'm telling you, Mr. Mao, you've fallen in love with me. Right, Mu Yun said with a smile. After Cheng Yao left, everyone no longer felt that restrained, and they could say what they needed to say with confidence and boldness. So what if I fall in love with her? Mao Xiaoma did not deny it. Everyone loves beauty, especially for such a beautiful woman. Hey, Brother Imo, you promised to teach me how to play the game. I just saw you so fascinated, and I never had the nerve to call you. Now that I'm gone, and the tea has gone cold, can you give me some guidance? Qi Yang, he shook his head pretendingly. Okay, I'll teach you this. Mao Xiaoma was also a little embarrassed. He did leave Qi Yang aside just now, but there was nothing he could do about it. King. Qi Yang used Mao Xiaoma's account because he had just played it, and he didn't know if Qi Yang was interested in this game. He didn't spend 98 yuan. Anyway, Mao Xiaoma didn't value the record very much, so he simply lent it to Qi Yang to play with. Let me go! This number has such a high score. Is this your number? Wan Dongfang next to him looked at Mu Yun's number and said in disbelief. Kakarot. The Asian server is 2,500 for single row, 2,700 for group Q, and 2,400 for 4 rows. Wan Dongfang is not a newbie, so he naturally knows what this segment represents. Yes, my account. You haven't looked at the Big Brother's account yet. Mu Yun nodded and randomly glanced at Qi Yang's computer. The MKing on it was Mao Xiaoma's account. Holy shit! Oh my god! Do I rely on you for my career? Mao Xiaoma was very satisfied with the reactions of Wan Dongfang and Wei Jiqiang. This was right. This was the reaction they should have when meeting a great god. It's not that professional. I can barely be considered a master. Mao Xiaoma was a little distracted and pretended to be calm. Come on! Come on! Stop talking and drive! Open! 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 So began a one-night trip into boxes. After fighting for a full 4 hours, I only ate a handful of chickens. I had to rely on the Mu Yun M4 to kill 4 people in a row to eat the chickens. For no other reason than that. It was so good. Chapter 4 Military Training. Anyway, when he got up for military training the next day, Mu Yun was still frightened. He swore that he would never play with the 3 of them alone again, and that he would at least bring Mao Xiaoma along with him. You said you and Qi Yang are just newbies. You two have played for more than 600 hours each. How can the gun be like this? Mao Xiaoma was still scolding Wan Dongfang and Wei Jiqiang while eating breakfast. Personally, after last night, The relationship between several people has become familiar. And I can joke when it's time to joke. We had chicken last night. Wei Jiqiang was still thinking about the chicken Mu Yun took them to eat last night. Yes. Yes. I haven't eaten chicken in a month. Wan Donfan agreed deeply, leaving Mu Yun and Mao Xiaomo speechless. Eat chicken. Happy, Mao Xiaomo said. I guess these 4 words are all they have in mind. However, Chong Da's breakfast was quite good, and the soy milk, fried dough sticks and steamed buns all tasted good. 8 of us sat together and ate for a long time before rushing to the playground. I am your instructor. You don't need to know my name. Just call me Instructor Wang. In the next half month, I will polish everyone. Although it is hard. Although it is tiring. You will find in the end, all the efforts are worth it. Listen to my command next. Stand at attention. It was August, and although it was not very hot in the morning, it was very stuffy. Standing on the playground wearing a thick military uniform, I was already sweating after not standing for long. We really have to stand for an hour. The girl in front of Mao Xiaomo muttered. Who knew the instructor's ears were so sharp? Although he didn't hear anything clearly, he shouted loudly in an instant. Who said that just now? Stand up. The girl in front suddenly broke into cold sweat and remained silent. Stand up! If you don't stand up, everyone will circle around 10 times. Thousands of grass and mud horses passed by in his heart. Mao Xiaomo suddenly shouted. Report! It's me! Mao Xiaomo's heart is very soft. She is a girl after all. If the whole class is punished because of the girl's words, how will the girl live in the class in the future? This move shocked everyone. This guy probably wanted to die. How dare he admit such a thing? Although the instructor didn't hear it clearly, everyone around him heard it clearly. It was a girl's voice. Instructor Wang was ready to punish accounting class 333. But at this moment someone stood up. And Instructor Wang still vaguely heard the voice of a girl. As if glaring at Mao Xiaomo. Instructor Wang said coldly. 10 laps. Yes. Mao Xiaomo's move also attracted the favor of many girls in the class. Although it was just a small thing, it could still reveal a man's character. As soon as Mao Xiaomo ran out, he saw Teacher Liu walking towards him, accompanied by many sophomores and juniors, carrying large and small bags of things, all tightly wrapped in red plastic bags. Instructor Wang knew before he came that Changda held such an event every year, mainly for seniors from the student union to express their condolences to the juniors who had just entered school. Okay, let's take a rest first. Instructor Wang gave the order, and everyone sat down on the ground with uniform movements, accompanied by screams and complaints. Teacher Liu looked at Mao Xiaomo walking away and thought that she had indeed thought correctly. This Mao Xiaomo was a thorn in the side and might cause him a lot of trouble in the future. Okay. Everyone has been standing for so long. Today, the seniors and sisters are here to give you benefits. I am Lin Ting, the vice president of the student union. I have prepared some fruits or drinks for you. Don't be polite. Come and get them all. The girl who spoke wore glasses, but she looked very calm, which made Wei Jiqiang, Wan Dongfang, Wang Chun and others widen their eyes. This time, the student union of the Department of Economics and Management not only bought apples, oranges, grapes and other fruits, but also brought mung bean soup and sour plum soup to help everyone cool down. Such thoughtful service was naturally praised by everyone in the Accounting 333 class. It's a pity that our classmate Mao Xiaomo is still running freely on the playground. Among the crowd in the class, there was a girl who kept her eyes locked on Mao Xiaomo. The can of ice sour plum soup she held in her hand was not opened, and she was holding it tightly. This girl was the one Mao Xiaomo took the blame for just now. That one. Her name is Wang Xiuya. She is tall and wearing a military hat. Even the boys can't see clearly what she looks like. In fact, that's how it is in college. During military training, you didn't know who was good-looking and who wasn't good-looking. Nowadays, everyone is black and white. And there is basically no difference between wearing a military hat and a military uniform. People from other departments saw that the Economics and Management Department Student Union was distributing free drinks, and their eyes were filled with jealousy. However, apart from secretly cursing the old guys in their own department, it seemed that there was no other effect. Even Mao Xiaomo, who exercises regularly, couldn't stand running 10 laps, or 4,000 meters, under the scorching sun. After completing the 10 laps, his legs became a little weak. Thirsty! Mao Xiaomo returned to the class panting heavily. His throat felt like smoke was coming out. and his head was a little fuzzy. God is unfair. Mao Xiaomo looked at the classmates in his class. Everyone had something like orange peels on their hands. And he couldn't help but wailed. Here! Drink some water first. Just as Mao Xiaomo was wailing, a can of ice sour plum soup was handed to him. Mao Xiaomo didn't care about the 3721. He opened the can of sour plum soup and drank it in one go. Ahem. After drinking so hard, Mao Xiaomo also started coughing. Only now he looked up and saw that she was a very pretty girl. But she was quite tall. A full 170 centimeters tall. Thank you. Mao Xiaomo showed a sunny smile and thanked the girl. Unexpectedly, on the first day of military training, a girl brought water. The pinnacle of life. Wang Xiaoya originally wanted to thank Mao Xiaomo. But when the words came to her lips, she suddenly couldn't say them out and could only turn around and leave. Let's wait until we have a chance to thank him next time. Wang Xiaoya thought to herself. The 15 days of military training was neither short nor long. Except for a few girls who fainted from heat stroke in the past few days. Nothing earth-shattering happened. However, the first day Mao Xiaomo joined the class WeChat group, he received a message of thanks from Wang Xiaoya, which also made him sigh that good people are rewarded. In the past 15 days, he has recognized all the classmates in the class. And the 8 buddies in 2 dormitories are also very tough. Every night, Wei Jiqiang and Wan Dongfang always pestered Mao Xiao and Mo Muyun, asking them to take them to play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. From then on, Wei Jiqiang and Wan Dongfang could sleep happily every day. Why? You can eat chicken every day. Happy! Chapter 5 PUBG School Team Selection Competition. After military training is over, university life really begins. The greetings and condolences from the seniors, the exchange of knowledge among the new classmates, plus the accounting class, 44 girls and 8 boys, are enough to make Mao Xiaomo look up to the sky and scream, Heaven! Mu Yun looked at Mao Xiaomo's pig-like face and shook his head helplessly. By the way, it's tonight's game. Mao Xiaomo turned to Mu Yun and received an affirmative answer from Mu Yun. The game they participated in was naturally the PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds game. Speaking of this game, Mao Xiaomo was also very excited. After all, although he has been playing games for so long, he has never played a formal game. It's not a formal competition. It's just a trial. The participants are all students like us, with varying levels of skills. Mu Yun said. Yes, Brother Xiao Mo. With your level, is it not a matter of passing this competition? Wan Dongfang said with a flattering smile. Ever since he saw the level of Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun, he had to please them almost every day. Individuals. Otherwise, who would take them to eat chicken at night? Mao Xiaomo nodded vigorously and patted Wan Dongfang on the shoulder. He felt so comfortable hearing these words. Ha ha ha. In fact, this competition is held every year. It is mainly a selection within the school. This is the second time it is held. After all, this game has only been popular for such a long time. Changzhou University's PUBG team selection competition was broadcast in real time on the campus network by OBs. Although there was no commentary, it would be too much to have commentary for a university's on-campus selection competition. It would be nice to have an OB perspective. This competition is mainly about selecting a few players with outstanding personal abilities to form a school team to compete in the next National College PUBG League. This competition is more formal. But this is a topic for another time. This time, like last year, the 6 people with the most outstanding personal abilities were selected to form the Changzhou University PUBG team, with 4 main players and 2 substitutes, to avoid special circumstances and disharmony within the team. Because this is almost a spontaneous competition of the club. There are no professional coaches to select the players. The main thing is the final personal points. The top 6 can enter the school team. The rules are also very simple. There are 3 TPP games with 100 people. The first to 10th place in each game will get 10 ranking points of 100, 90, 80, and each kill will get 10 personal kill points. In short, this game is a killing game to show personal ability. And it is also very good. To a large extent, it prevents weak players from getting into the top 6. Whether you call it fair or unfair, the rules are the same for everyone. Whether you can make it to the top 6 depends on your own strength. There is no falsehood. After all, it is just a selection competition. After screening, the number of applicants this time was controlled by the PUBG community to 92 people. Naturally, our brothers Wei Jiqiang and Wan Dongfang were rejected. As long as it is controlled within 100 people, it doesn't matter how many people there are. And the distribution of the teams is also there are no rules. You can be on a team with whoever you want. No one will stop you. Even if you want to play alone in 4 rows. You can do it. As long as you have the strength. At 7 o'clock in the evening. The room number and password created by Chengda have been announced in the players' WeChat group. There will be 1 game at 8 o'clock. 1 game at 9 o'clock. And 1 game at 10 o'clock. There are 3 games in total. It will not affect students' normal routine. Needless to say, the popularity of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a game. Because it is a competition for their own school. Most boys, and a small number of girls in Changzhou still open the campus network and prepare to watch the qualifying match in real time. The host was established at 7 o'clock. Mao Xiaomo entered at 7:10. He was so excited. This was the first online game he had played in so many years. But Mu Yun was not as active as him. He turned on his computer and watched anime. No one knew that Mu Yun, a guy with such an appearance, actually loves watching anime. And his favorite is Dragon Ball. And his ID Kakarot is also derived from Sun Wukong in Dragon Ball. But speaking of it, Mao Xiaomo's ID is also related to Sun Wukong. MKing looks like the abbreviation of Mao plus a king. This is not the case. Because Mao Xiaomo has admired Monkey King, the Monkey King, since he was a child, and likes his unruly character. Look! Monkey King. Monkey King. However, only Mu Yun knows the origin of this name for the time being. As soon as Mao Xiaomo entered the host, he saw that more than 30 people had already entered the host and jumped into their suitable positions. Among these people were not only freshmen, but also sophomores and juniors. Many of them had already entered the host. Players who have already formed a team, and those who have formed a team in advance naturally want to get a good ranking. After all, it is better to play with people you are familiar with than with strangers. These people usually enter the main event early to avoid being occupied by other unsuspecting players. Mao Xiaomo hummed a little song and called to Mu Yun. Mu Yun Sheng. Enter the Lord. Enter the Lord. Dance to an auspicious number. Ever since teacher Luya called Mu Yun Sheng that day, Mao Xiaomo has called him that. Don't say it. It's so smooth. Mu Yun nodded. To be honest, neither he nor Mao Xiaomo took this game to heart. As long as there were no Wan Dongfang and Wei Jiqiang, he and Mao Xiaomo could win in a casual fight. But the game is just a game. Mu Yun also joined the host machine and was waiting in Group 7 with Mao Xiaomo. MKing. Kakarot. 2 IDs had already appeared in Group 7. But the next moment, Mao Xiaomo's eyes popped out because he saw a familiar ID, 0_0. This is the beautiful woman Cheng Yao whom I met at the internet cafe last time. Seeing Cheng Yao jump to an empty Group 23, Mao Xiaomo suppressed his inner excitement, pretended to be calm, and jumped to Group 23, and then said to Mu Yun, Mu Yun Sheng, change the group. That group has feng shui not too good. Mu Yun thought to himself, what kind of song did this boy sing? He also had bad feng shui. He had no choice but to follow Mao Xiaomo to Group 23. There was a teammate named 0_0 in this group. Mu Yun didn't know who he was. After all, only Mao Xiaomo saw Cheng Yao's ID last time. Just when Mao Xiaomo was kicking his legs and preparing to compete with the beautiful girl Cheng Yao, an accident happened. 0_0. That is, Cheng Yao jumped to Group 24. Looking dull. Mu Yun Sheng, let me do some calculations. Today's Group 23 is not good in feng shui. Why not go to 24? Do you think it is? 24 is so auspicious. Mao Xiaomo explained to Mu Yun with a smile. It's just like the real thing. Mu Yun was not a fool. Although he couldn't guess what Mao Xiaomo had in mind. It must have something to do with this 0_0. Bear with him one last time. Mu Yun silently followed Mao Xiaomo to jump to Group 24. Did you think that was the end of it? Impossible. After Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun appeared in Group 24, Cheng Yao jumped to Group 25. Mu Yun Sheng, I just made another fortune. Mao Xiaomo was roughly interrupted by Mu Yun just halfway through his words. My mother-in-law. My 4th uncle. Mao Xiaomo. You are so hacking crazy. Mu Yun was angry and funny. He didn't know what was wrong with this lunatic. So he had to be in the same group as this 0_0. Seeing Mao Xiaomo's pitiful look, Mu Yun said helplessly, Be honest. Say it. Don't tell me. Mu Yun looked at the pitiful and silent Mao Xiaomo, and had no time to dance around with him. She is the girl we met at the internet cafe. Mao Xiaomo's answer made Mu Yun suddenly realize. Chapter 6, the first game begins. As soon as Mao Xiaomo said this, Mu Yun understood everything. But he was actually quite curious about that girl. After all, Mao Xiaomo spoke highly of her. Okay. Okay. You two hide and seek for now. And call me in 20 minutes. After Mu Yun said that, he jumped to an unoccupied group and washed up first. There were still 40 minutes left. Mao Xiaomo raised his eyebrows and shamelessly followed the 25th group. On the other side of the girls' dormitory, Cheng Yao's roommate looked at Cheng Yao jumping up and down and said speechlessly, "What are you doing? Does he know you?" Cheng Yao's handsome face also had a hint of doubt. Does he know the king opposite? After thinking about it carefully, there seems to be no answer. She has been here for a month and has not met a few boys, let alone played games with them. So no one should know her ID. But Cheng Yao didn't expect that Mao Xiaomo was the only person in the school who knew his ID. Maybe he just thinks my ID is fun and wants to team up with me. Cheng Yao secretly thought. No wonder. This is the most reasonable explanation she can think of. You're still playing? Cheng Yao's roommates saw Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo jumping to groups 24 and 25 for a full 10 minutes. It's boring anyway. Cheng Yao smiled slightly. This king was quite interesting. Okay. Are you bored? Call me when the game starts. There is a 5-minute delay on the campus network. Why not watch our beautiful Cheng Yao's first-person view? Cheng Yao's roommate Zhang Xiaohua was originally after playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for so long. She naturally knew that Cheng Yao was a master. Anyway, she was impressed by Cheng Yao's skills. In her impression, she had never seen a girl who played so well. The two IDs 0_0 and MK kept moving around. And the players who saw this scene were speechless. Boredom is not that boring. Wow! Mu Yun, come to my group! 20 minutes later, Mao Xiaomo's excited voice appeared in dormitory 302. Looking at Mu Yun's indifferent eyes, Mao Xiaomo also raised his eyebrows, looking very proud. Mao Xiaomo, I haven't convinced you much since I was a child. But this time I really convinced you. Mu Yun looked at the computer to confirm. And after making sure that Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo were no longer bored, he jumped to their side. A group. The game will start in a while. Where will we end up? Mu Yun asked. Mao Xiaomo used to be the commander and assaulter in their little black shop, while Mu Yun should be considered more of a free agent. In fact, in the ordinary ladder, he was mainly responsible for pulling the gun line. Who would have thought that this idiot Mao Xiaomo replied with a pig spirit look on his face. Wherever she falls, I will fall. Mu Yun was speechless as he tried not to smoke this idiot. In fact, he didn't know what the level of this qualifier was until now. If the level was not very high, he and Mao Xiaomo could do it at his level. It's no problem for a single person to sit in 4 rows. 78/100. 82/100. 87/100. The competition is about to begin. And the contestants have entered the competition server one after another. Mao Xiaomo's team has another person named Godric. And the 25 groups have also arrived at this time. King. 0_0. Kakarot. Godric. I'm in. Mao Xiaomo suppressed his inner excitement. This is the first competition. So don't fall into a box. It's not surprising that he prayed. After all, no matter how strong a person is, there will be times when he falls to the ground without a gun and is killed. The place where he was born this time was in a big pit outside a large power plant. As soon as the character popped out, Mao Xiaomo said to the team with a trembling voice, H-low! H-low! Mu Yun sat next to him and naturally ignored him. But Cheng Yao and the teammate named Godric didn't ignore him either. 5 seconds of dead silence. Hello? Ani? Seo? Ali A Duo? Sawadika? Mao Xiaomo's sick behavior also made Cheng Yao, who was far away in the girls' dormitory, laugh. This teammate was quite interesting. Before she could react, the man named MK had already ran in front of her. Sister, can you speak? Mao Xiaomo's voice came from the team language again. Girl? She knows who I am. Cheng Yao was also a little surprised. Logically speaking, no one except a few people in the dormitory would know her ID, let alone a boy. How do you know I'm a woman? Cheng Yao asked. Mao Xiaomo's sweat dropped instantly, and his sluggish look made Mu Yun feel funny. This idiot reported himself to the family before he was beaten. Amount? I saw it in the internet cafe that day. Mao Xiaomo's head was spinning rapidly, and he realized that there was no suitable reason to excuse him. So he could only answer truthfully. Hearing Mao Xiaomo's answer, Cheng Yao also had an impression. After all, He had only been to that internet cafe once. He also had an impression of the man standing behind him, although he couldn't remember what he looked like. Oh! Cheng Yao snorted, and had no intention of continuing the conversation with Mao Xiaomo. At this time, the teammate named Godric heard Cheng Yao's voice and shouted, "Miss! Sister! I will take you to eat chicken!" The non-standard Mandarin made these three people know that they were not from Xia country. Maybe he's an exchange student from Europe, Mu Yun guessed. Although this person's Mandarin was fairly fluent, it was obviously foreign-style Chinese that could be heard at a glance. Little sister! Little sister! This Godric keeps surrounding Cheng Yao, making Mao Xiaomo gnash his teeth with hatred. Okay. Okay. Keep pretending here. You will know who the real Thai is in the game later. Godric seemed to be in an internet cafe. The noisy sound made Cheng Yao frown. You must know that listening is a very important part of this game. With this internet cafe microphone, the game is really impossible to play. Can you turn off your microphone? Brother? We can't play with you like this. Mao Xiaomo already had a lot of objections to Godric, and his internet cafe microphone really affected them, so his tone of voice was not very good. Unexpectedly, this Godric became even more aggressive. He walked around Cheng Yao and said provocatively, "I will lock you up if you ask me. Get lost." Cheng Yao's cold voice came from the team's language, and the scene fell silent for an instant. Godric's internet cafe microphone was turned off instantly, and Mao Xiaomo did not dare to continue talking. Ahem. Cough. Cough. Mao Xiaomo, as a good boy in the new era, decided to break this embarrassment. Where will we jump later? It's only right to ask something related to the game first. No one answered. How about we skip school? No one answered. Just say something. Hey. 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 If you don't say anything, I'll take it as if you agreed. Mao Xiaomo was also a little angry when he saw the team's language that no one spoke and Mu Yun, who was smiling but not smiling next to him. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The countdown ends, and the screens of all contestants turn around. A flying plane appeared in front of everyone. The first game of the Chengda PUBG School Team Trials has officially begun. Chapter 7 Life-Saving S686. On the other side, the PUBG Club has gathered a lot of people. There are also several computers here, mainly used for the school team's daily training. The 4 people sitting on it are the main players of the current school team, in order to protect their school team. As official members of the team, they will also participate in this competition. Coach Huang is here! I don't know who among the crowd shouted first. Everyone moved out of the way, and a middle-aged man with glasses slowly walked up to the 4 people. Coach Huang's original name is Huang Xing. He is a former professional player of CSGO. He is a graduate of Chengda University. After retiring, he came to Chengda as an amateur coach. Now PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is so popular. As a senior of FPS, the school specializes and I hired him because after all, the esports college league is so popular. Improving the results will also be of great benefit to the school's reputation and recruitment. As soon as Coach Huang arrived, the 4 members of the school team, who had not yet entered the game, looked at him with a wry smile. I don't know much about the others. He has been away from Chengda for the past few days, and just came back today. These 4 people have also trained him for a year. He should be safe in the school team trials. Coach Huang, you don't know. There are several super players with KDA over 3 who signed up this year. A member of the PUBG Club said next to Coach Huang. Oh! Coach Huang was also a little surprised. KDA was over 3. And the strongest of his 4 children was at this level. Because you need to provide personal information when registering for the competition. The people in the school team and the PUBG community still know a little about the players this time. However, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is a team game. No matter how strong an individual is, there is no telling how much he or she can perform in group matches. The 4 strongest people are together. Show me the registration information, Coach Huang said thoughtfully. The people next to me were already prepared. This was compiled by the club and arranged from top to bottom according to DA. Don't think too much and play hard. Coach Huang comforted the 4 players. After all, they stayed for a year and were timid before fighting. This is a taboo. After taking the piece of paper, the first thing Coach Huang saw was the people above. 1:0_0 DA 5.11. 2. King DA 4.75. 3. Kokoro DA 3.73. 4. Godric DA 3.51. 5. SKR_WDXT DA 3.10. 6. CD_UU 3.01. Only then did Huang Xing realize where the sense of crisis in the team members came from. Especially the first two. Looking at the registration information, it was Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo. The level of these two people was almost a level higher than everyone else. There was no time to comment. The game officially started. Huang Xing glanced at the four members of the Chengda University team and quickly left the team training room. He didn't want to see the first-person perspective of these players. He wanted to do the OB perspective. After driving down the students who were originally in the OB seats, the game has just begun. At this moment, almost everyone opened the map and looked at the route first. It is a relatively fat route. From the lower right to the upper left, the starting point is Port Inn, and the end point is probably at the top of Shangqing district. In short, it is a route that can take into account most places. 91 survived. It seems that not all 92 people have entered the game. I don't know if one person is disconnected or has not entered the console. All teams are now starting to communicate frantically. Some teams have already decided in advance. And some teams want to see the people on the plane before talking about it. They are all discussing the landing point. Except Mao Xiaomo's team. For people didn't say a word. Damn! This guy must be crazy! Mao Xiaomo cursed secretly. When the plane passed by the airport, a person had already jumped out. Godric. It is indeed this guy. The airport can be said to be one of the places with the most abundant resources on the map. And it is almost the place with the most people in the usual ladder game. Mao Xiaomo didn't know how good this guy was. But he didn't mean to jump at the airport. It wasn't that he didn't dare to jump, but who wanted to jump with Godric. It's okay. Let's skip school. Boom. Before Mao Xiaomo finished speaking, there was another sound of parachuting. This time it was Cheng Yao. She landed directly in P City. P City is the most central city on the map. It is almost always included in the first poison circle. It is a town with a geographical advantage and naturally has a lot of people. Boom. This time it was Mao Xiaomo. The school is leaving you. The school is a holy place for PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. It's as brutal as the airport. And it's also one of Mao Xiaomo's favorite places. They don't want to have fun anyway. And with the level of Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun Cheng Yao already known, there's no need to worry about them. Mu Yun looked blankly at his three parachuting teammates, not knowing what to say. Fine. G-Port. Let's go! They are almost the four most brutal places in the whole map. Each of these four people jumped one. At this time, there was one person who was stunned. And that was our coach Huang. He had an OB perspective and could naturally see the movements of each team clearly. There should be no other word to describe it other than dumbfounded. Airport Team 2, including Godric, has a total of 9 people. Team P City 2, including Cheng Yao, has a total of 9 people. There is a team of 1 in the school. If you add Mao Xiaomo, there will be 5 people. However, there is also a team in the school district room, which is the staff dormitory, with almost 9 people. The G-Port side is more lively, with 2 teams in G-Port and 3 to 4 teams in Xiqing district. Xiaqing district next to G-Port. Everyone in a single row of 4? So naughty? It's a shame that there is a 5-minute delay on the campus network. Otherwise more people would be shocked at this moment. Mao Xiaomo's umbrella-pulling skills were pretty good, and he landed on the roof of the school almost immediately. There was also a team of 4 who landed almost at the same time as him. Mao Xiaomo raised his eyebrows. In a place like school, without chaos, it is still a bit difficult to play a team of 4. It just depends on the level of the 4 people. Damn! No gun! Mao Xiaomo has a top-end computer. As soon as he lands, he can see clearly whether there is a gun under his feet. There is an M16 not far away, with 30 rounds of bullets brushed next to it. Mao Xiaomo looks at it, it's clear. But it's useless. The man opposite is already picking up the M16 from the ground. It's not going to be a box on the ground. Right? Mao Xiaomo didn't have time to think too much and jumped from the roof of the building next to him. This was an extremely skillful operation. There's nothing you can do about it. If you don't have a gun on the roof of the school, you're just waiting to die. Entering a room, Mao Xiaomo felt a little desperate for a moment. Level 2 head. Level 2 package. Gone! Mao Xiaomo didn't dare to pick it up because he heard the sound of 2 people jumping down from the roof. It must be the M16 on the roof and his teammates, who were chasing him with guns. There was really not much time left for Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo went up the stairs to the 2nd floor and entered a long room. At the end of the room was a gun that was invincible in school. S686. Holy shit! God bless the disabled. Mao Xiaomao didn't have time to be happy. So he dragged the S686 and 12 caliber bullets into his backpack at a convulsive speed, and instantly pressed the R key to change the bullets. The two enemies who were chasing Mao Xiaomao on the opposite side also followed the sound of Mao Xiaomao's footsteps and rushed towards the room where Mao Xiaomao was. The S686 is a double-barreled shotgun. This gun basically only has the function of 2 shots. If you miss 2 shots, you will be dead, and the reloading time is too long. 2 enemies. Mao Xiaomao made a judgment in his mind that he only had S686, and the opponent would not be so stupid to send them one by one. In other words, he only had 1 chance, and even if he missed a shot, he would be dead. In FPS games, 1 plus 1 is much greater than 2, because 1 more person means 1 more gun. Everyone knows the truth. When you deal damage to the first person, the second person will definitely hit you again and try to kill you again. It's too difficult. In TPP mode, the best way is from Carmen's perspective. But Mao Xiaomao has no time to move to the door. Almost at the same time when the enemy enters the room, Mao Xiaomao flicks the S686 in his hand and closes the bullet. Boom! Boom! Chapter 8 School Showtime. King used S686 to knock down Liu. King used S686 to knock down Huangdichu. Mao Xiaomao's reaction was unimaginably fast. When S686 knocked down one enemy with the first spray, he instantly pressed the C button to throw S686 towards the second enemy. The precise operation instantly brought down the 2 enemies who were chasing Mao Xiaomao. Hack! That's awesome! At this time, several people shouted out instantly. Among them, Wei Jiqiang and Wan Dongfang, who were sitting next to Mao Xiaomao, shouted the loudest. There was another person in the distance, and that was Coach Huang Xing. When Mao Xiaomao knocked down the 2 people, he couldn't help but scream out, "These 2 sprays will kill you if you miss them." Mao Xiaomao was able to defeat these 2 people not only with his amazing reactions and skills, but also with a very strong psychological quality, because the school was the first place where the fight started, and Mao Xiaomao's god-level operations. Coach Huang Xing's OB perspective was always locked on Mao Xiaomao. Mao Xiaomao put down a stone in his heart, and finally it didn't fall into a box. Only 2 fell. He should have 2 teammates. Mao Xiaomao picked up 20 rounds of spray bullets and took them away one by one without saving. King used S686 to kill Liu. King used S686 to kill Huangdichu. 2 kills. I licked the bags of these 2 at a very fast speed. One of them only had an M16 and 30 rounds of ammunition, and the other only had an S1897 in his bag. It was also a shotgun, but not as powerful as the S686. After climbing down from the 2nd floor window, Mao Xiaomao sneered in his heart. "It's me who will hunt you down this time!" The 2nd level head still had to be picked up. Mao Xiaomao quickly came to the previous room and picked up the 2nd level head to prevent accidents. In this game, no head is more terrifying than no armor. AK will kill you with 1 shot, and Mao Xiaomao will not dare to be careless. For expert players of this game, as long as there is sound, you can basically determine his general direction, unless his position is still some distance away from you. All on the roof. Mao Xiaomao didn't hesitate and went straight up the stairs to the roof. There was a constant thumping sound upstairs. It was obvious that these 2 people were not blocking him at the stairs, but were searching for guns. The battle just happened between Lightning and Flint. It would be wrong if the 2 people upstairs did not have guns. What a strange thing. As soon as he reached the 3rd floor, Mao Xiaomao instantly turned on the M16 sight, and the 3-shot mode was already on. Ta-ta-ta-ta. 9 bullets. He hit an enemy directly on the back. That person probably didn't expect Mao Xiaomao to move so fast. He was knocked to the ground just after he picked up a handful of P92. King used M16A4 to knock down Shirquan. "Coming! Coming! Stairs!" The person who was knocked down shouted loudly in the team language. In an instant, there was only 1 person left in the 4-man team. Mao Xiaomao looked at the defeated enemy and did not replace him immediately. His M16 only had 21 rounds of ammunition. In order to avoid other changes, not replacing him at this time was the best choice. Calm. Coach Huang Xing suddenly came up with this word in his mind. What impressed him most about Mao Xiaomao was not his spraying and shooting skills, but his calmness when he landed without a gun. His calmness when facing 2 people rushing into the room. And the calmness when facing the last person at this moment. There is no feeling of having everything under control, but more of a feeling of being able to choose the best solution under any circumstances. The remaining enemy saw his teammate being knocked down and heard his teammate's report. He instantly knew Mao Xiaomo's location and got stuck behind another door on the roof of the school. Behind him, facing school district room, the two people were locked in a stalemate at the two doors on the roof of the school, which was the so-called mutual jam in TPP mode. There was no bunker between the two people. It can be said that as long as they are not stupid, whoever gets out of the bunker first will die. Mao Xiaomo instantly pressed the Q key and tilted his head to hold the last enemy. Huh? The last enemy was also a little confused. The person opposite was obviously a master. But what did this move mean? TPP is not FPP. This method of pre-aiming and attacking people is not so easy to use in TPP. SKR_WDXD. This was the 5th best player in KDA when he signed up. He didn't know who the player on the opposite side was. But 3 of his teammates died in an instant. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that this person was a master. After playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds for such a long time, with a KDA of over 3, it is not a problem to shoot a dodge gun. Not to mention that the opponent's head is almost exposed for him to aim at. The dodge gun in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, as the name suggests, uses a third-person perspective to observe the target, and then aims at the target point the moment it is pulled out from behind the bunker. This technique requires a lot of practice to be able to do it. When you meet Mao Xiaomo considering his own situation, SKR sneered, and instantly pulled M16 out and shot twice before taking it back. Not a single shot was greedy. The advantage of the sidestepping gun is your own initiative. You have the gun in your own hands, and you can clearly grasp when to lean in and hit yourself. On the contrary, the opponent is more passive. However, Mao Xiaomo reacted faster and pulled his head back the moment SKR probed his head, successfully avoiding the damage from the 2 shots. 9. Mao Xiaomo smiled slightly. His goal was achieved. His rookie flaw allowed him to understand the guns held by his opponents, which was crucial. Continuing to get stuck with each other was not an option. Mao Xiaomo kept selling his status to SKR. SKR also knew in his heart that the person opposite him was going to have to fight with his marksmanship. If this person was not a MP9 but a rifle, maybe Mao Xiaomo wouldn't be so aggressive. After all, it was his first game. But his opponent just got the MP9, a submachine gun with low damage, and Mao Xiaomo was absolutely sure to win. Oh shit. Seeing that Mao Xiaomo was getting bigger and bigger, SKR, who only had a first-level head and a first-level armor, finally couldn't help it. So he still dodged the gun. But this time, Mao Xiaomo didn't give him the chance to put his gun away and go back. This was the opportunity he was waiting for. The M16 only fired 3 rounds. 1 shot in the body and 1 in the head killed him instantly. Mao Xiaomo remembers the damage done by the M16 very clearly. As long as a person with a level 1 armor does not hit his arm, he will definitely die with 1 shot to the body and 1 shot to the head. On the contrary, even if his opponent's MP9 hits him with 2 shots to the head, he will not die. King knocked down SKR_WDXD with M16A4. King used M16A4 to kill SKR_WDXD. King used M16A4 to kill Shirquan. 4 kills. The school overlord destroys the team alone. Wan Dongfang and Wei Jiqiang, who were too shy to breathe next to Mao Xiaomo before, started screaming even more at this time. Awesome. It feels like watching a live broadcast. When I played with Mao Xiaomo before, I didn't think that Mao Xiaomo would be so strong. Sure enough, the first-person perspective gave people the biggest impact. Coach Huang Xing reluctantly moved the OB perspective away from the school. Those shots he just took were really beautiful. But the battle on the school side was over. Mao Xiaomo became the final winner. As a qualified OB naturally needs to pay attention to the situation at other points. But what shocked Coach Huang Xing even more was what was behind. The airport and Port Inn were the earliest resource points to jump to. The battle happened earlier than the school. But because the airport was a relatively big place, the battle had just ended. Godric 8 kills. What the heck? Here, Mao Xiaomo wiped out the first team, leaving Coach Huang stunned. This Godric killed both teams at the airport by himself? Chapter 9 Godric's waist shot 98k. At this moment, in the Orange Internet Cafe at Changda Gate, a handsome foreign guy with blonde hair and blue eyes was humming a tune. He is a genuine foreigner, coupled with his seemingly noble temperament, which makes the girls around him frequently dissatisfied with him. The handsome blonde foreign guy's fingers were flying up and down under his gorgeous body in marksmanship. He was the only one left at the airport. How lonely it is to be invincible. How empty it is to be invincible. This time, someone finally heard what the foreigner was singing. But no one who saw the wave of operations he just performed thought there was any problem with the foreigner singing this song. Single-handedly, he became the only person alive at the airport. And this foreigner's game style was simply too rough. He would just jump in your face and shoot at you, leaving you no room to think at all. Hello! Easy game! Easy game! The handsome foreign guy with blonde hair laughed loudly in the internet cafe when he saw that the situation at the airport was decided. Is this the Changda University team trial? Someone around finally recognized the game, because it was an internet cafe in front of Changda University. And most of the people who came online were students from Changda University. There were also people watching on the campus online in this internet cafe. This game, because there was a 5-minute delay. The campus website showed that the players had just entered the preparation interface. As soon as I heard that there was a first-person view available, several Changshan students who were surfing the internet ran to Godric's side. This person just gathered more and more. This is common to all places. In 2 minutes, Godric's, there was no room for anyone else to squeeze in next to me. Godric laughed even louder. No one doesn't like the feeling of being in the spotlight. And these people are all attracted by his skills. At least that's what he thinks. Coming out of the airport alive. Godric also took a look at the survival status of his teammates in the lower left corner, and the team's kill information in the upper right corner. 0_0 knocked down 123,777 with Scarl. 0_0 knocked down 520 Hanmai using Scarl. Kakarot uses M416 to knock down a Muse. Kakarot used M416 to kill a Muse. 0_0 used Scarl to kill 520 Hanmai. Yo! Godric was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his seemingly unreliable teammates had some strength. None of them died. And judging from the kill information in the upper right corner, it seemed that they were all doing well. The first safe zone is placed in the center of the map. The center point is City P where Chungyao is located. In this way, the airport and port in the south, P port in the southwest, G port in the northwest, the upper and lower urban areas, and the east, all ports in China must run away from drugs. Everyone at the airport has been cleared. And Godric doesn't want to stay any longer. The time for the first lap is about to come. And he has to transfer. There are actually limited vehicles next to the airport. But now there is only one person left at the airport. So you can drive whatever you want. Godric picked a cool motorcycle and whizzed past the bridge on the left. My darn thing! Godric was still singing about how lonely it is to be invincible, when suddenly 4 dark green heads appeared on the bridge on the left, with what Uzi in his hand. UMP9 went crazy and swiped at the motorcycle running on the bridge. Someone is blocking the bridge. Even with a motorcycle, it was unrealistic to rush into the faces of 4 people on the opposite side. At this time, Godric had already lost half of his health on the motorcycle. If this person were a normal player at this moment, most of them would choose to park the car on the yellow slope in the center of the bridge and jump into the sea to escape. But in full view of everyone, how could Godric do such a cowardly thing? Obviously not. Not to mention, he is a European and American hunk. Godric drifted directly into the team's face. There was a huge scrap car as a cover. And the firepower of this team could not be poured on Godric immediately. The drifting and getting out of the car was done in one go. However, because the speed of the car was too fast, Godric still lost a little blood when he got out of the car. At this time, the blood volume is only about 40%. The 4 people on the opposite side were not fools. They pounced on him immediately. And the synchronization was very good. 2 people were on the left. 2 people were on the right. And they directly outflanked Godric. This huge scrap car gave Godric no choice. The bunker was too big. And people on the left and right were covering it at the same time. He had no way to use his dodge shot. So he had to clear one side first, taking out the AKM in his hand. Godric leaned out from the left and bumped into the 2 people on the left. The melee power of AKM ranks in the top 3 of all rifles. Godric didn't open the camera at all. And there was no time for him to open the camera in the flash of lightning. He just shot from the waist and swept wildly at the 2 of them. Godric used AKM to knock out BK_just. Godric used AKM to knock out BK_98K. The armor of these 2 people is terrible. One of them doesn't even have armor. He was directly knocked down by Godric. After seeing this scene, everyone understood that this team is probably the jungler team of Zodiac and Quoto. There is only one rifle in the team, and the rest of the people have guns such as UZI and UMP9. No wonder they want to choose to block the bridge. After killing these 2 people, There was no time to make up for it. Godric dodged to the other side of the scrap car, so that he could block the sight of the two people on the other side. At this time, he had only a trace of blood left. They didn't dare to reload the AKM in their hands, because the two people on the opposite side were very afraid that he would kill their teammates. So they were very decisive and pounced on him together. No! The AKM in Godric's hand only has 7 bullets left, since there is no expanded magazine. The 30-round AKM consumes bullets at an alarming rate in close combat. With a gorgeous operation, Godric fired the dodge gun, and his dodge gun was simply not on the same level as the previous SKR. It was so fast that the two people in front of him had no room to fight back. But he only had 7 bullets. Godric used AKM to knock out BK_Lin. Even Godric himself didn't know where he hit the man and knocked him to the ground. But at this time, the AKM in his hand had already used up all the bullets in the magazine. Seeing that he still had 299 rounds of ammunition in reserve, Godric just wanted to curse. The entire airport, let alone the extended magazine, didn't even use a quick magazine. On the other side, the defeated BK_Lin screamed in the team language. He has no bullets! He wants to reload! Rush over! Rush over! The last player did not hesitate. He only had an S686 in his hand. There was no way. The jungle this time was too poor. Their entire team only had an M16A4, which was still on the fallen BK_Lin, and he only had 1 point. He got an S686. But facing an almost defenseless opponent, he still charged forward resolutely. Godric didn't give up and took out another Kar 98K with an 8x lens. What does he want to do? People around him exclaimed. But there was no other way. In this situation where there was no time to reload Godric, this was the only way. Godric took 2 steps back, and the last one jumped out. Hip shot 98K. Boom. Bang bang. Godric's 98K is 1 step faster than the enemy's S686. And Godric can clearly see that this shot is a hit. Chapter 10 Is This in a Box? BK_LL used S686 to knock out Godric. Before Godric could get excited, the character he controlled knelt on the ground, and the health bar turned red. The constant bleeding also told Godric that he was hopeless. Ah! Godric's scream echoed throughout the internet cafe. But at this time no one thought he was noisy. There was no way. And everyone felt sorry for him. This shot hit the enemy with 98K. On the body. But only on the body. There was no headshot. This is why Godric did not kill the enemy with a 98K shot. But Godric's wonderful operation has already attracted a burst of applause from the students in the internet cafe. Damn! Brothers are so awesome! If you can't learn, you can't learn. It's almost a show. Just a little bit. Damn! This first-person perspective is even more beautiful than those big anchors. Brother, don't be sad. Your teammate is shabby, and he won't dance with you. He doesn't hug you. Well, now that his thigh is dead, what are they going to do with it? The admiration around him did not make Godric's sad mood disappear. Seeing that he was mercilessly killed by the last enemy, Godric's heart ached extremely. BK_LL used S686 to kill Godric. The death interface appeared, and Godric also stayed at 8 kills. After hesitating for a while, he chose to watch the perspective of his teammates. These teammates still made him quite curious. And at least, they had some strength. Clicking to watch the battle, I happened to see King Mao Xiaomo's perspective. Mao Xiaomo had already run away from school at this time, and got into a jeep heading towards Peace City. Originally, Mao Xiaomo was going to find someone from the school district room to work for him. But who knew that the group of people in the school district room moved around very quickly. While Mao Xiaomo was still searching the school, he heard the group of people looking for a car and driving away in advance. There was no battle happening for the time being. And Godric also shifted his perspective to Chungyao. Quack! 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 This shabby is finally dead. He who dared to tease me deserves to die. After hearing the news that Godric was killed in battle, Mao Xiaomo smiled so happily in dormitory 302. Mu Yun! Let's gather in Peace City and find a car. Mao Xiaomo said to Mu Yun. I know. A team will hold me down later. And I'll find you later. Mu Yun said expressionlessly. One person was held up by 4 people. It was originally a situation where one mistake would lead to death. But in Mu Yun's words, it was insignificant. Can you help me? Mao Xiaomo said. He had just left school. If Mu Yun needed help, he would not hesitate to turn to G-Port. No, I can handle it. Since Mu Yun said this, Mao Xiaomon naturally didn't say anything more. He also knew his brother's skills. Although it was difficult to fight an ordinary 4-man team, it was nothing special. The school is still very close to P-City. On the map, you can see Cheng Yao hiding in the only garage in P-City motionless. She doesn't know if she is squatting or doing something. After rushing into P-City, Mao Xiaomon jumped into the garage and saw Cheng Yao hiding in the car behind the garage shivering. Ta. Teammate accidentally injured. 0_0 knocked out King with Scar L. Mao Xiaomon was stunned. Just as he was about to burst out, he heard the voice of Cheng Yao on the other end. I'm sorry. She went to the bathroom. I'm her roommate. Zhang Xiao's face turned red. She had only played this game for a short time. But when she saw the red letter on her teammate's accidental injury, she understood that she had knocked down her teammates. Rescue in progress. 7. 6. When Mao Xiaomon heard the girl's apology, he understood that she did not mean anything wrong. More importantly, it was not Cheng Yao who hit him, which also made him feel much better. Woo. Damn, there's a car! Mao Xiaomon yelled. But Zhang Xiaohua was frightened and cancelled the rescue. Seeing this scene, Mao Xiaomon collapsed instantly. The car he just parked was parked next to the garage. These people must check this area carefully when they see Mao Xiaomon's car. When the time comes, he and Zhang Xiaohua can say it's the turtle in urn. It's okay. You save him first. Mao Xiaomon comforted Zhang Xiaohua. He could hear several people getting off the car next to him, who were already searching the house next to him. But he didn't know whether Zhang Xiaohua could save her in time. Zhang Xiaohua was secretly relieved when she heard that Mao Xiaomon didn't mean to blame her. She had done so many bad things. But her teammates didn't criticize her. It's just that the house leaks and it rains all night. I miss my loved ones even more during the holidays, Mao Xiaomon muttered. But Wei Jiqiang and Wan Dongfang beside him had already been laughing non-stop. But Mao Xiaomon's devout prayers did not receive God's blessing. Come on! Don't save me! Mao Xiaomon heard the footsteps getting closer and closer. But he still had 5 seconds to rescue him. It was obvious that it was too late. Now he could only resign himself to fate. Where is it? Zhang Xiaohua also heard the sound of dong, and was so panicked that she almost dropped the mouse. I'll teach you the back door. Just aim at the back door. Once the door opens, sweep through it and that's it. Mao Xiaomon also knew that this girl wasn't very good at playing. His life must be decided here, but you still have to struggle. Just in case a miracle happens. Mao Xiaomon's calm voice also relieved Zhang Xiaohua's nervousness a little, and he silently pointed the holographic Scarl in his hand at the back door. Crunch. Sure enough, the back door was opened. But the opponent was no ordinary team. It was the Changzhou University team. CD, Chengda team. They are the ones sitting in the PUBG school team training room right now. After practicing for a year, the 4 members of the CD team. Let's not talk about their technical skills. But they still have basic tactical qualities. When the door opens, the perspective will be blocked first. And they will not rush in stupidly. But the moment the door opens, countless bullets poured out of the garage. The 4 members of the CD team were stunned. Newbies? Zhang Xiaohua closed her eyes and fired wildly, shooting all 40 bullets in the magazine. Although she didn't hit a single shot, there was still no one outside the door. Captain, there are 2 people in the garage. One is down, and the other seems to be a novice. Do you want to blame them? PP, the assaulter of the CD team, said. But PP's team language setting is for everyone. Not only Mao Xiaomon, but also Zhang Xiaohua. Mao Xiaomon shook his head, obviously helpless. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't reverse the situation. CD's Captain Yu shook his head and said, "This is a competition. Just throw mines." Yes. After hearing the captain's command, 1 person blocked the door, and the remaining 3 people each threw a thunderbolt in. Boom, boom, boom. There were no surprises in the ending, and Mao Xiaomon's screen also turned gray. CDI used the frag grenade to knock down 0_0. CDI used a frag grenade to kill King. CDI used frag grenade D to kill 0_0. Seeing that he was the only one left in the team, Mu Yun also asked curiously, "How did you die?" With the skills of Mao Xiaomon and that girl, they were actually destroyed by the CD team? Mao Xiaomon almost burst into tears and said, "It's a long story. Let's discuss it later. You can play first. Give me some points for eating a chicken, and I will kill 4 of them." Now Muyun has truly become a solo player with 4 rows. Chapter 11 points from the first game.
I'm sorry,
Zhang Xiaohua said pitifully. She also knew what this school team trial meant to these players. There were only 3 games in total, and she had actually ruined 1/3 of them just now. Although Mao Xiaomo was excited about playing this game, it was not to the point where he had to win. Besides, there were still 2 games to come, so he just needed to get more points.
It's okay. Don't take it to heart.
Just as Mao Xiaomo was comforting Zhang Xiaohua, Cheng Yao's voice finally came from the voice.
What's wrong?
Zhang Xiaohua cried and closed the microphone, and explained to Cheng Yao while chattering, which made Cheng Yao feel a little funny.
Did you beat him to death?
Cheng Yao also had a smile on her lips.
Yes,
Zhang Xiaohua said melancholy.
What should I do? If I prevent him from joining the school team, will he come over and kill me?
Cheng Yao leaned back on the chair and said leisurely.
It's okay. That man is also a master. I checked his record out of curiosity before playing the game. It's easy to join the school team. Besides, even if you don't make it, that's not your fault. It's his own fault.
After hearing Cheng Yao's words, Zhang Xiaohua felt relieved and opened the campus network of her computer, which happened to be the scene of Mao Xiaomo massacring the school.
Whoa! It's that man.
Zhang Xiaohua's words also attracted Cheng Yao's attention. The S686 knocked down 2 of them with 2 sprays, and the M16 hit from behind, exploiting its flaws, and fired accurately. It finally ended with Zhang Xiaohua's wailing cry. It's a bit powerful. Cheng Yao didn't say anything, but this kid did have the strength to match his record. And watching this king play the game felt very calm, which is a trait that many PUBG players don't have. Looking at Zhang Xiaohua again, she has become Mao Xiaomo's little fangirl. So skilled and yet so gentle. Cheng Yao shook her head secretly and continued to look at Kakarot, the only lone wolf in the team. Muyun drove a jeep, occupied a hilltop outside P-City, and took out his evil 8X mirror silence mini. For a whole 15 minutes, Muyun never moved his feet, using his 8X scope to silence the mini for crazy target shooting. Since P-City was in the center of the circle, half of the team directly entered P-City, and the other half chose sliding around or occupying other defense areas. During this period, cars kept passing by the wheat fields of P-City. But Muyun, who had 400 rounds of ammunition in reserve, had no worries at all. He clicked one after another, and when they came within 100 meters of him, he switched to M4 and fired, and he managed to kill one away. Another team.
It's comfortable. It's so comfortable.
Mao Xiaomo looked at Muyun's screen. Target shooting in this amateur competition was really exciting. In 15 minutes, Muyun fired more than 200 rounds of bullets, and the number of kills reached 14. Individual, of course. Among these 14 teams, there were also fights between other teams, and Muyun took the heads from them. Godric and Mao Xiaomo only had one word in their minds. Damn. We worked hard to get a few heads, but this guy stood up high and started shooting. But no one chose to hit him. In fact, this is not difficult to understand. There were only 3 games in total. No one wanted to die, so they all adopted a conservative style of play. Of course, except for the pair blocking the bridge. They were really desperate. After watching too many professional competitions, there will always be a person driving a car to explore the spot. After being violently attacked by Muyun, he will report to the team that someone on the mountain cannot go. Besides, it is not the finals, so there is no need to take such big risks. Take the risk to climb this mountain.
It's the 5th circle.
Muyun secretly calculated. Once this circle is cleared, it will basically be the final round. But unfortunately, this circle has been going to P-City from the beginning to the end. Once the safe zone is updated, even Muyun will go to P-City. If one person has good skills, he can do more than 12 operations in the wild, because the space for movement is relatively large and there are many bunkers. However, if it is a street fight, no matter how skilled one person is, the disadvantage is huge. There are only so many exits in a room, and it is easy for others to block the exits. Moreover, there is the most important part, which is thunder. If you hide in the room during street fighting, and others feed you thunder through the window, you simply can't stand it. This was also what Muyun hesitated on the top of the mountain.
You can only dig in, but there seems to be no space,
Mao Xiaomo analyzed. Indeed, Muyun has been shooting at the outside of the circle and has gained a lot of kills. But he has missed the best time to enter the center of the circle. Now that most teams have entered P-City, It is not easy for Mu Yun to enter. Although Mu Yun had a jeep coming, with so many eyes staring at him, it was almost impossible to let him drive into the city.
I can only choose an angle with fewer people to charge at, and let fate take its course.
Mu Yun filled up the medicine and got into the seat of the jeep. But as soon as he got on the bus, he heard a bang. Mu Yun's second stage exploded, and Mao Xiaomao and the 4 men officially declared that the entire army was annihilated. CD_MM used Car 98K to kill Kakarot. This is a shot of 98K at 400 meters. July 23rd. 14 kills. I will definitely eat chicken next time.
He's just waiting for you to get in the car.
Mao Xiaomao was a little helpless about this situation. But 3 people in their team were killed by this CD team, so they had a grudge. At this time in the school team training room, many club members were cheering, not only for MM's beautiful 98K shot just now, but also for the killing of these 4 people.
That's all.
MM laughed loudly after killing Kakarot.
I'll call you later. Let's play in the finals first.
Captain Yu Yu also had a smile on his lips. Although he didn't know what happened to the 4 people on the opposite side, he was not invincible. In the last game, the CD team's skillful cooperation led to a successful chicken game. Everyone in the club was blown away by this chicken game. Could it be that this year's school team is still composed of these 4 people? After finishing this set, there was a rest time of more than 20 minutes. But the host for the second set was also turned on, and the players all chose to enter the host before taking a rest. Coach Huang Xing didn't know how he felt now. Of course he was very happy to see the players he had trained for a year eating chicken. But after seeing King's School show and Chung Yao 0_0's P-City show, he felt that the current CD players were still a lot worse. But these 4 people are too much to rely on in this game. At least that's what Coach Huang Xing thinks. The points for the first game were tallied up instantly. But Coach Huang Xing was still shocked when he saw the points after the first game. The first one turned out to be Kakarot, ranked 7th. Got 40 ranking points. 10 points for each head. 14 heads. 140 points. Totaling 180 points. Even if the CD team had a chicken game, MM, the one with the most kills, only killed 5 people. The chicken points were 100 and the head points were 50, which was only 150 points. What's even more terrifying is that Chung Yao and Godric, who were already in the box, had 7 kills and 8 kills respectively, with 110 and 120 points respectively, ranking in the top 10 among all players. Mao Xiaomao is even more miserable. He only killed 4 people in the school and now only has 80 points. There are many players who ranked higher than him in the first team. Chapter 12. The battle ends in 10 seconds.
Brother Yu Yu, the points for the first game are out.
After the first game, something even more incomprehensible to everyone happened. The one who ranked first in points was actually Kakarot, who only took the 7th place.
What? Impossible. Holy shit. I killed 14 of them. Is it so fierce?
MM looked unhappy and said,
Is there something wrong with the point system? The 7th team can still rank first in points. Our chicken team doesn't have as many points as him.
MM's words were echoed by the members of the club next to him. But as the captain, Yu Yu was no more thoughtful than the other team members. He subconsciously looked at the data of the other 3 members of the team and was stunned for a moment. King killed 4. Kakarot killed 14. Godric killed 8. And 0_0 killed 7. The whole team killed 33 people? Taking a breath of cold air. They also killed 12 people. Not even half of others.
This is the rule of competing for personal strength. Without personal strength, everything is in vain. If our personal strength is not as good as others, we can only compete for the best and rely on ranking points to gain rankings.
Captain Yu Yu reassured the players.
Personal strength?
2 laughed contemptuously. Whose personal strength is it? Are they 0_0 and King, the 2 top 2 KDA players who were hit by him? Or Kakarot, who was shot in the head by MM?
A team of 4 people killed 33 people.
Yu Yu stated a fact that made the other 3 people instantly speechless. In a 91-man game, 1 team killed 33 people.
This game is not only about ranking points, but also head points. Let's jump to the airport next time. Apart from that team, almost no team can pose a threat to us. We have to get enough head points in the early stage. Yes.
Team CD's tactics have just been decided here, and Mao Xiaomao and Mu Yun are discussing how to play the second round.
You can't waste any more, or you'll really overturn,
Mu Yun said seriously. Although he currently ranks first in points, Mao Xiaomao is still relatively behind. If there are more boxes, he might really be successful.
Matter. I know. Let's dance together later. As for the two people, it's up to them.
Mao Xiaomao and Mu Yun also discussed the location of the second one, which is the airport. 20 minutes passed quickly. This time, the game was full of 92 people, and no one dropped out. The screen flashed and entered the 60-second preparation interface. These 60 seconds are also critical for Mao Xiaomao's team, because unlike others, they have their own YY or sit together, and communication still relies on the team's voice. After 10 seconds of silence, Mao Xiaomao said in the queue,
"Let's dance together. Is the airport okay?"
Who knew that Cheng Yao this time agreed simply,
"Yes."
Although there was only one word, it made Mao Xiaomao smile slightly. This one was destined to be a massacre.
Okay.
Godric, who had been silent for a long time, also spoke. He himself is an avid airport enthusiast. Moreover, from the perspective of Kakarot after he died in the last game, he found that this kid's skills are not bad, and he is at least a good teammate. Mao Xiaomao didn't know how strong this Godric was. After all, he was the first one to die. But judging from the final statistics, he killed 8 people. No matter how skilled he was, his skills weren't too bad. This time, no one expected that the 2 strongest teams in this trial would gather at the airport.
"Let's go!"
Mao Xiaomao took a look at the route, which was from south to north. And the route was very straight. It was a route from the airport to City S. The airport was the first stop on the route. Bang, 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 bang. 4 umbrellas fell at the same time. This time Mao Xiaomao and the 4 of them did not have any accidents. The 4 of them flew directly to the C-shaped building. This is the busiest part of the airport. There is no reason for the 4 of them not to grab it.
One team.
Mu Yun opened his umbrella and found that there were only 4 people above him. Only one team at the airport? Little did they know. The 2 teams that jumped into the airport had already fully understood how powerful Godric was, and they had already run as far as they could. All 4 of us know how to play, and we can save some basic communication.
That team fell to KA.
Cheng Yao's voice also came from the earphones. Some basic information still had to be reported in case anyone missed it. Building K and Building A are also 2 relatively fat spots in the airport, but they are relatively small and have not so many resources. The team saw that they had landed in Building C and did not fight with them, so they turned around and flew to K.
Search first. Find a gun and kill them.
Mao Xiaomao searched the roof of Building 2 and found only one S-1897. But this was not a school after all, and only one S-1897 was not enough. The 4 people who are KA here are naturally the CD team. They are not in a hurry. After all, they don't know who their opponent is.
After searching, exterminate them,
and treat them as if they are searching for me.
Captain Yu commanded, picking up a DP-28 at his feet, which is also commonly known as
Big Pan Chicken.
It is not that easy to use. Machine gun.
They didn't search the C building as fast as we did. Give him the one with a high-power scope and ask him to mount a gun on an elevated position.
Yu said calmly. In a 4v4 situation, if there is a sniper with a high-power scope on an elevated mount, is definitely a huge advantage. 2 had just left Building A and entered Elementary School 5, only to find 4 vicious opponents rushing towards KA.
Holy shit. They're coming. In the 5th child.
2 took one look at it from 100 meters away and was knocked down instantly. He had no time to hide behind the bunker. Godric used SKS to knock out CD_I.
It's them.
Seeing this ID, the CD team instantly understood the identity of their opponent. It was the terrifying team that killed 33 people.
Are they crazy?
MM shouted in panic. Come and fight them so soon? Captain Yu said.
They came over after searching for a gun. If they had guns, they went out to fight. Can 2 be saved in that position?
2 glanced at the 4 people rushing over from the opposite side and shook his head. He must not survive. However, the position of the 4 people opposite was too bad. They almost came out from the middle of the 5 small warehouses without any cover.
It can't be saved, but it can be dragged out to fight. After killing everyone, it can be saved.
2 judged. At this time, he would naturally not do anything that would affect the team's judgment. Pete. Captain Yu gave the order, and Yu and MM came out from Building A to shoot at the 4 people who had no cover. Even if there was only one DP-28, it was still enough to deal with such a situation. But what these 2 people didn't expect was that they had just exposed their hair and were shot in the head before even a shot was fired. 0_0 knocked down CD_UU with CAR 98K. Godric uses SKS to knock out CD_MM. Powerless. At this time, UU and MM gradually felt panic in their hearts. Would they die if they showed their scalp?
Run. If you can keep your ranking, just keep it.
UU took his hands off the keyboard and said to the last surviving team member. Seeing that there was nothing he could do, the last contestant drove his jeep and prepared to sneak out of the airport.
Snort.
Mao Xiaoma also saw the opponent's ID clearly, and the leader also said that he wanted to ruin their team. The four people said nothing and had no communication at all. But they all raised their guns at the same time. Da-da-da. Boom. Da-da. Boom. 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 The four men all found an angle that could reach the jeep and aimed at the jeep. Even after running 200 meters, they were still shot down. You must know that these men's guns did not have sights on them. Godric used SKS to kill CD_I. 0_0 used CAR 98K to kill CD_UU. Godric used SKS to kill CD_MM. Godric used SKS to kill CD_977. In just 10 seconds, the battle was resolved. Chapter 13. If you want to block it, block 2 bridges. The Chengda varsity training room was silent. Everyone looked at Team CD's computer in silence, with the results of 23/23 clearly displayed on it. They can understand if they can't eat chicken. They can understand if they can't beat strong teams. They really can't understand this battle process that takes less than 10 seconds from beginning to end. The other 3 people in the entire team were silent. They were obviously a little upset. Only their captain UU had a normal mentality. But at this time, he could only smile bitterly. He couldn't even comfort his teammates. He came to comfort the team members. Who would comfort him?
Okay. Let's warm up your hands and prepare for the next one. Don't let your hands get cold.
UU still fulfilled the duties of a captain and asked the players to play a passerby before starting the third game. It happened that if the boss dies quickly, there is more than enough time. The 4 people stumbled into the latter game under the attention of countless club members. But their performance was a bit abnormal. This is a story for later. Let's not talk about it for now.
There is not a single head. You guys are too good at robbing it.
Mao Xiaomo went crazy, and the opponent couldn't help but hit him. He only fired 14 bullets.
It's a matter of marksmanship,
Godric said arrogantly in the internet cafe. Mao Xiaomo could imagine Godric's sullen face across the 2 screens. The corner of Mao Xiaomo's mouth twitched. Why did this kid deserve a beating? But he really didn't snatch him away.
Damn it. You little brat. Your skills are not that good. But you can lick your bag very quickly.
Watching the things in the bag disappear quickly, Godric shouted loudly in the internet cafe. What Mao Xiaomo didn't know was that Godric's complaint also received unanimous approval from countless onlookers in the internet cafe. At this time, the first safe zone happened to be cleared, and everyone opened the mini-map at this time. Airport circles. This is a formal airport circle, and it is very formal. The entire airport is covered in a safe zone. There is also 40% of the sea area in the south. It can be said that there are not particularly many areas where you can move.
Huh?
Mao Xiaomo glanced at the circle. To be honest, the quality of the circle brush really didn't have much impact on their team. But brushing the Destiny Circle still made Mao Xiaomo unexpected. If this island circle were an ordinary team, they would definitely occupy a small room area after searching the airport or drive to the beach to avoid fighting. But Mao Xiaomo and the others are different. They want to kill people.
Hey.
The other 3 people couldn't help but tremble when they heard Mao Xiaomo's sinister laughter. What idea did this kid have in mind?
After searching Building C, we will block the bridge.
The other 3 of them didn't say much. And Mao Xiaomo seemed to be the temporary commander of this team.
Okay. Block the bridge.
Godric's eyes lit up, and he said through gritted teeth. He took a shot and fought his way out of the airport alone. Unexpectedly, he died on the bridge. Thinking about it now makes my teeth itch. That's it? Mu Yun didn't believe that Mao Xiaomo's sinister laughter was just to block the bridge. Based on his understanding of Mao Xiaomo, there must be more than that. Looking at the safe area again, Mu Yun seemed to understand what Mao Xiaomo's laughter meant.
Which bridge should we block?
Mu Yun asked slowly in the language of the team.
Of course. The 2 of them will block it together. Ha.
Mao Xiaomo laughed sinisterly. This circle. There are only 2 ways into the airport besides water. One is the bridge on the left side of the map. The other bridge is the one in my city on the right side of the map. The 2 bridges are blocked together. Mao Xiaomo is going to do this. As soon as the safe zone came out, Mao Xiaomo had this idea. This safe zone was tailor-made for blocking bridges. Whether it was the left bridge or the right bridge, half of it was in the safe zone. In other words, Mao Xiaomo, the four of them can safely get stuck in the safe zone and kill the people without a boat. Cheng Yao also smiled when she heard Mao Xiaomo's words. She didn't know how to describe Mao Xiaomo's plan. It was just fun anyway. Ha ha ha. Godric also laughed loudly. This kid MKing is so interesting. He can't even think of blocking two bridges. But I like it. Godric thought to himself. After searching Building C, leave. Don't search the police station and boiler room. Mao Xiaomo said in the team. Searching there is such a waste of time. The security zone has just been cleared. I estimate that the team near the airport will cross the bridge within 2 minutes. After searching Building C, a group of me and the first floor, Cheng Yao, went to the left bridge. And the third floor, Muyun, and fourth floor, Godric, went to the right bridge. When we block the bridge, one is at the end of the bridge on our side, and the other is in the middle of the bridge to prevent anyone from jumping into the sea to steal our bags. Well, let me think about it. Let's fight the team coming by boat if we can. Since they choose to come by boat, they won't cause too much trouble on the bridge. Anyway, I estimate that I can block a lot of people. Let's try to take some poison to block the people on the other side of the bridge who don't have boats. We'll enter on the third lap. Mao Xiaomo's series of arrangements made both Godric and Cheng Yao look at him with admiration. The idea of blocking the two bridges was indeed Mao Xiaomo's inspiration. But as the leader of a team, he must make decisions for his own idea. Plan. This is also Mao Xiaomo's experience in playing FPS for so many years. Okay. Cheng Yao gave Mao Xiaomo a rare compliment, which also made Mao Xiaomo feel a little elated. Then what else can we say? Search quickly and go to Quoto after searching. Godric also became excited. It was such an interesting thing. He even wanted to know how many people they could kill in this set. The atmosphere in the team was instantly aroused. Mao Xiaomo told these people that it would take 2 minutes. Unexpectedly, the three people started running outside the airport in less than a minute after searching. This, Mao Xiaomo. Hey, beauty. You are still a level 1 person. Cheng Yao. There is my level 3 head on the bridge. Mao Xiaomo. Wuyun, you don't have your first armor yet. And the safe zone has only been cleared for 1 minute. This is not a professional game. Muyun. You can't let anyone go. Mao Xiaomo. This big foreign brother. If I read correctly, you are still a Scarl in SKS. Are you searching for anything? Godric. Block the bridge, there are no guns or cannons. The enemy made them for us, we are all sharpshooters. Every bullet destroys an enemy. This team is crazy. But I like it. Mao Xiaomo put away the M16 sight in his hand. Set off. A team of people did a simple search. No. Is that called a search? They just took a look at it from the C building. Just march towards the two bridgeheads in a mighty manner. If you want to block it, block both bridges. Chapter 14 Two Bridges of Death. Although this is just a school team tryout, the contestants are not just strangers. Many players refer to the playing methods of professional competitions and enter the circle early to gain points. This way you can not only avoid combat, but also put yourself in an advantageous position during combat. But the first team to come to the bridge was not the team that wanted to cross the bridge, but the team that wanted to block the bridge. This team is the team that blocked Godric last time. Their tactical arrangement is that one person will be Jungle at the bridge, one person will go to the Zodiac, and 2 people will search Port F. If the circle is strong, they will block a wave of bridges after searching. Because they arrived quite early, although they were a little poorer. Under the TPP model, there was still no problem in blocking the bridge. This brings us to the great cause of blocking bridges. Why did Mao Xiaomo dare to block 2 bridges at the same time? Not only because their personal strength is outstanding, but also because blocking bridges occupies a geographical advantage. It is impossible to cross the bridge injured. With this destiny safe zone, Mao Xiaomo is confident that no one on the other side of the bridge will survive. When Mao Xiaomo first watched the Master's live broadcast, he became obsessed with an anchor. The anchor's name was Thomas. This anchor's lifelong mission was to block the bridge. As long as the conditions were met, many people would die on the bridge every time. Even if it is a 4-person platoon, as long as one person is skilled enough, it may not be impossible to kill all 4 of them. Besides, Mao Xiaomo and the others are in the second team, which also prevents someone from using swimming to steal their butts. Fight or not,
Cheng Yao was in the middle of the bridge here, looking at the four defenseless enemies less than 200 meters ahead, and asked Mao Xiaomo. At this time, Mao Xiaomo was their commander. Mao Xiaomoka glanced at the four people in the middle of the bridge, who were trying to block the bridge, and said in his voice,
"The four on the opposite side didn't find us. I'll count 321 and fight them together later. I'll fight the two on the left, and you fight on the right.
Those two. Kill them immediately. If they don't fall, you drive forward and I will help you fight."
Cheng Yao said okay, and heard Mao Xiaomo counting down in his voice.
3, 2, 1.
Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao opened fire at the same time, and the four enemies in the middle of the bridge were bleeding. The first time they were beaten.
These four people heard the sound from the other side of the bridge. Miscalculation. The four people jumped up and down trying to hide on the other side. But Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao's first move caught them off guard. Their teammates in the team were knocked down one by one, and the four people were helpless. 0_0 knocked out BK_ just with Scar L. King used M16A4 to knock out BK_Lin. 0_0 knocked out BK_98K with Scar L. 3 fell down in an instant. Damn it. Damn the sights. Mao Xiaomo didn't have a magnifying glass, or even a basic scope. Being able to knock down one with a machine sight from such a long distance was actually quite impressive. But Mao Xiaomo was still a little annoyed. Cheng Yao didn't hesitate, jumped directly into the jeep they drove and rushed towards the enemy.
"Don't save! Don't save! Fight first!"
In the BK team, the fallen player Lin heard the sound of the car and instantly understood Mao Xiaomo's intention. The opponent didn't want to give them a chance to save, so he rushed over. The last one, BK_LL, pulled out and tried to sweep the jeep, but was instantly hit in the head and shrank back, with only a trace of blood left.
"It's over. Hemorrhage,"
BK_LL said helplessly. Someone was holding a gun, but he didn't dare to show his head and shoot. The jeep on the other side rushed in front of their abandoned car. The angle of the car on the opposite side didn't give him a chance to shoot. If you want to defeat the enemy charging at you with this trace of blood, only the shotgun can complete this important task. But he didn't, thinking of S686, which he had thrown away in a minute. This LLL wanted to slap himself.
"One shot. Very damaging."
Mao Xiaomo reported information to Cheng Yao. This kind of information is extremely important during the battle. It will let those who are closer know the opponent's health volume clearly. There was no surprise. After Cheng Yao killed the last person, Mao Xiaomo also jumped to get the first kill of the game.
"Your place is open,"
Godric said in his voice, with a hint of Indie in his tone.
"Coming. Coming. There's work coming. We are here too."
Godric and Muyun's eyes were shining, and they looked at the 3 cars on the opposite side as if they were seeing 3 big pieces of fat. As his confidence in the knockdown in the upper right corner continued to increase, Mao Xiaomo didn't even look at that side and began to pick up the bags of these 4 people with peace of mind.
"How can you touch a level 3 head?"
Mao Xiaomo looked at the beautiful helmet on Cheng Yao's head and was a little puzzled. This group of people are terribly poor. They have no guns and no ammunition, but they have everything 4 times and 8 times. What a qualified express delivery. Cheng Yao didn't say a word like in the first game. She gradually became familiar with Mao Xiaomo and replied,
"Didn't I just say that my level 3 head is on the bridge?"
With the 4 of them in a car, Mao Xiaomo returned to the bridge at the airport, quietly waiting for the next wave of business to come. At the same time, the battle between Mu Yun and Godric also ended. But the process was not simple.
"Let me go! Are these people so good at driving 3 cars?"
Godric wiped the sweat from his head and said in his voice, "That's what happens when a bridge is blocked. If all the people on the opposite side are on the same car, it can be blocked. But if there are more cars on the opposite side, it will be more difficult. This is also the reason why the tactic of blocking bridges often appears in the pub game, but rarely appears in professional games, unless it is in the middle and late stages. The professional team will first control many cars to facilitate circle entry and tactical use. And then, there will be a pathfinder rushing in front. If the pathfinder is attacked, then the other 3 people will know that there is someone in this place, and they will naturally choose not to. The road for people is in a circle, but the people on the bridge are a little uncomfortable. After spending so many bullets but only shooting down 1 person, the investment and reward are really not proportional. Unexpectedly, this team drove so many cars, which also gave Mu Yun and Godric a headache. They were not afraid of anything else, but they were worried that this team and then would be on top of each other on the bridge. In addition, the bridge was relatively empty, and they would not be able to rush. Good rush. Fortunately, Mu Yun killed 2 people right away and used his superior marksmanship to kill the team. This team was from my city. They entered the circle so early because they were afraid that someone would block the bridge. So they didn't no matter how I searched. I basically searched for basic equipment and left the city. Who would have thought that someone would block the bridge at this time?
Drive all the cars back and prepare to welcome the next wave of customers,
Mao Xiaomo reminded. There was also a yellow car parked next to him. As if it was his record. There were 3 cars parked next to Mu Yun. As time went by, their bridgehead was destined to turn into a graveyard and a parking lot.
It's fun. I don't know how many guests will come to this bridge of death.
Godric's laughter was full of irritation. Chapter 15. Even if you eat 4 poisons, you will get stuck.
Nice. Another team. We have people here too. Nice. Get 2 jeeps. Get an A86. Motorcycle +1.
Since it was relatively early, and most of the teams in the school team trials had little tactical literacy, almost all the teams that chose to cross the bridge died on the bridge. The number of kills among Mao Xiaomo's 4 people has been rising steadily. The bridge was littered with boxes and corpse marks.
The first circle is about to be completed. The team crossing the bridge below may be more defensive. Please be careful,
Mao Xiaomo reminded. But facing this situation, they didn't have to worry at all. He already had 12 medical kits and 11 cans of drinks on him. The other 3 people were also fat and oily, and Mao Xiaomo specifically asked them to bring more medicine, because there are likely to be many stalemates in the future. Okay, if you don't make it past the bridge, I'll kill you. The second circle is still very accurate, but the sea area in the southern part of the map has been wiped out. The entire airport in this circle is covered, and there is a high probability that the final round will be at the airport. However, with Mao Xiaomo's previous plan, they are not in a hurry to enter the circle. Although the poison is still a bit painful after being resisted for a long time, they have enough medicine, and they can get a good ranking even if they pack it in place. But did they come to quota for ranking? Obviously not. There were 6 large bags at Mao Xiaomo's feet. His level 3 bag could no longer fit in them. He had no choice but to throw the extra medical bags at his feet, and pick them up one by one. Suddenly he heard a burst of crackling gunfire, and Mao Xiaomo's heart was secretly bleeding. There was a fight on the opposite bridge, which meant that they lost a lot of people. All statuses are full and continue to wait for the next wave to arrive. Sure enough, 20 seconds later, a rickety jeep that was about to smoke came to the bridge, and was ready to cross the bridge. This was the team from Port G. But because there were relatively few cars, the 3 people in the team were all squeezed into one jeep. On the bridge, the 2 teams were fighting just now. They took advantage of the chaos and rushed over. But one of them was still swept down. Looking at the countless boxes in the middle of the bridge, and then looking at the seemingly calm bridge, the commander of the team did not hesitate and ordered, "Charge!" There was no choice. The people behind him kept beating him. Now he could only pray that no one would block the bridge. If someone blocked the bridge, they would be destroyed. It was that simple.
"Why don't you go swimming in the sea?"
someone in the team suggested.
"No. We will be poisoned before we can swim to the shore with this amount of health. There are still people behind us who are beating us. So we have no choice but to rush across the bridge. Now there are still people blocking us. So let's admit defeat."
After saying that, a jeep brought to his face was blown up by Cheng Yao. Successfully sent 3 heads. These 3 people have 2 level 3 heads, and they are probably very fat. However, Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo have no urge to go for supplies. They are already in their strongest form. Apart from M24, AWM has nothing to ask for. Yes, the duel at the bridge also had a winner, because it was the second poison. Although the winning side lost 3 people, they could all be saved. They also heard the sound of a jeep that had just rushed across the bridge and been blown up. At least, there are 2 people on this bridge. Although they have cars now, they don't dare to cross. They have already been blocked by others if they want to find a boat. Unless they drive to Port P to find a boat to make a wave of Pirate King and go around in a big circle. Enter the safe zone. However, there is not much sea area in the safe zone, which also made them give up this idea.
Pick up all their medicine and bandages. When we leave on the other side, they will no longer be in the safe zone, and they will move,
the team leader said to the others as soon as he was rescued. This is what a normal person thinks. Level 2 poison is coming soon. Level 3 poison is still a bit painful. He doesn't believe that the other side won't leave. They had just killed a team, and the supplies they had with them were enough to last them a long time. A few of them hid in the gas station and put on bandages silently.
It seems they can't come over.
Zheng Yao also knew that there was another team at the bridge opposite. But there was no movement for a long time. Mao Xiaomon lay peacefully on the ground without moving. The team on the opposite side was stuck. If they had the ability, they would be poisoned to death. They couldn't defeat the bridge.
It's okay. We have plenty of medicine.
The third poison is refreshed. And at this time, there are only 28 people left. Half of the other 64 people who died on the two bridges.
The third one is poisoned. There seems to be no one on our side. Do you want to leave?
Mu Yun asked. No one has come to the bridge between him and Godric for 2 minutes. And the third one is poisonous. No accident. If so, everyone who should enter the circle should sail into the circle.
If you don't leave, I guess there are still 1 or 2 teams that choose to eat drugs and search for supplies and enter the circle late.
Mao Xiaomon said firmly.
How do you know?
Zheng Yao asked curiously. This king is so sure. He doesn't know where the confidence comes from. Mao Xiaomon shrugged and replied.
That's what I would do if I were in charge. The 2 options in this airport area are not very good. Whether it's crossing the bridge or taking a boat, the bridge will be blocked by people. And you will encounter a lot of people on the way. Because there are only 2 ways to enter the airport. The left and right. Taking a boat is not a good choice. Because after landing by boat, there will be no cars. Unless you are on the mountain in the finals. Otherwise you will be shot to death sooner or later without a car. Anyway, if it were me, I would take 3 poisons and cross the bridge. There should be someone who thinks the same as me.
Mao Xiaomo's explanation also made Zheng Yao and Mu Yun understand. Although they don't know if any team is really what Mao Xiaomo said, they can take poison if they can. Anyway, it doesn't matter if they have more medicine. Bang bang bang. Duh. Mao Xiaomo was counting how many cars were around him when he heard crackling gunfire again from the bridge across the way. But there were no dead people. And the sounds of several cars were gradually fading away.
I told you there are people. Mu Yun. There is a team passing towards you. This team takes big poison and makes a big circle.
Mao Xiaomo's prediction became a reality. Sure enough, a team of people chose to cross the bridge at this time, and were killed by the people who were originally there. The team at the bridge opposite Mao Xiaomo ran away. They have only one choice. And that is to cross the bridge between Mu Yun and Godric.
It should be the last 2 teams.
Mao Xiaomo said secretly. The time for the third poisonous circle has also come. And the poisonous circle is shrinking. Once this poisonous circle arrives, it will be a level 4 poison. And it can still be eaten. All players who play PlayerUnknown's Battleground should know that the mechanism of this poison circle is constantly being updated. But no matter which version it is, level 4 poison is not particularly powerful. There is only level 5 poison. Unless you have dozens of medicine packs on you. Go make a package in 2 steps. Otherwise you will never be able to carry it. Zheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo were lying on the ground with no intention of leaving. With level 4 poison, how could those on the other side resist it? Chapter 16, the last full team of 4. Regardless of whether the team on the opposite side can resist or not, they are definitely more anxious than Mao Xiaomo and the others.
Level 4 is about to poison the captain. Can we leave?
The words of the team were also very confused now. They had no idea whether the people blocking the bridge on the other side had left or not. If they didn't leave, they would be killed if they went on the bridge.
Wait a moment. Just in case. We can't handle this poison. And they can't handle it. Everyone, spread out the bags. We will leave when there are 2 bags left.
The captain of this team also has a clear mind. They always have to keep 2 packs on them. If no one is blocking the bridge on the other side, they can take 1 pack to replenish their blood when they enter the circle. And then, they can keep 1 pack on themselves. As for Mao Xiaomo, it can be said that he is not panic at all. There are still 11 bags left. Take your time.
Do you still have bags?
Mao Xiaomo asked. He didn't know how many bags Zheng Yao still had.
There are 7 left. Are you gone?
Zheng Yao asked. If they don't have medicine, they have to leave even if they don't want to.
It's okay. I still have 11. I'm afraid you'll be gone. Kindness.
Although level 4 poison does not drop blood one by one, the panic of level 5 poison hangs over the hearts of the Quoto team.
Let's go! There are still a few cars. 1 for each person,
the captain ordered. Because there were a lot of fights here, and there were still a lot of cars left at the bridge.
Ahua! You go first on your motorcycle.
a motorcycle, 3 cars, and a 3-point push are also basic tactics often used by professional teams.
Let's go after we kill the first person. The poison will come out soon. And we can't afford the 5th poison. There's no point in continuing to waste it. Go into the circle and see if you can get rid of them.
Mao Xiaomao looked at the circle time and said to Cheng Yao.
Understood.
For some reason, Cheng Yao was still very convinced of Mao Xiaomao's command. Maybe she had already recognized Mao Xiaomao's strength. An enemy with half health rushed over on a motorcycle, naturally looking for death. After Cheng Yao defeated the enemy, he got on the motorcycle parked next to him and prepared to run away.
Some people are blocking. Others are blocking. These shabby gang haven't left yet.
The brother who was knocked off the motorcycle said with a look of grief and anger. The other 3 people immediately got off the car and started to pick up people on the opposite bridge. But when they saw 2 motorcycles roaring away from the opposite side, they also shouted to the sky.
How can these people be so mean?
At this time, Muyun also blocked the 4 people who were behind in the circle. And Godric and a motorcycle roared into the circle. 4 people. 4 motorcycles. So chic. Driving into the safe zone, Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao found a back slope and started spraying the medicine. As soon as they sprayed the medicine, the level 5 poison had just shrunk, and the sound of 3 cars moving at full speed could be heard in their ears. It was the 3 people who were delayed by Mao Xiaomao and the others for 20 seconds at the bridge. But just because of these 20 seconds, they were killed. Rush in. They only had this idea at this time, and they stepped on the accelerator one by one. But there are Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao around the circle. A wave of brutal shooting. These 3 people died miserably. King uses M16A for headshot to knock down Aduha. The safe zone poisoned Didi. The safe zone poisoned AHS. Of the 3 people, 1 was shot by Mao Xiaomao, and the remaining 2 were hit by Cheng Yao, but were poisoned to death. The time between death of these 2 people was very short, and their heads were not taken. The bridge blocking plan was executed perfectly. This video is destined to be remembered by Chengda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds fans. It is simply too classic. The final safe zone is located in the wild area next to the airport. There is only one housing area in the final safe area, which is the fake garage and yellow-roofed low building on the left side of the airport. Naturally, this housing area is occupied by people, and it is also at a high altitude. Point. A full formation in the housing area is wildly shooting targets. Even if they are knocked down by counterattacks, they can still be saved. Almost no one can get close to their housing area. At this time, there are only 16 people alive on the field, but most of them are not in the final safe zone. This room area has a destiny circle. As long as someone shows his head, he will be set on fire by the team in the room area.
What are we going to do? Should we leave?
Godric asked. Their position is not good, but if they don't leave, they can still kill all the people running poison in front of them. But this kind of killing 1,000 enemies, there is really nothing they can do about the self-destructive behavior. If they really can't leave, they can only play like this. Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao were on a small slope next to the drug circle. In fact, their position was a position where they could kill people. But Mao Xiaomao did not dare to shoot. If they did, the team in the housing area would notice them. It would be almost impossible for them to leave again. The safe zone will be refreshed in 30 seconds. The last circle didn't leave much time for everyone. The dozen or so people left on the field who were supposed to spread out their cigarettes all started spreading out their cigarettes, preparing to follow the poison into the circle. In this situation, no one dared to move first. To move first would mean that they would be beaten. The other teams gathered fire, but no one could afford such firepower.
If you have cigarettes over there, spread them out first. No cigarettes. It's all thunder.
Muyun was also a little embarrassed. In fact, he would usually bring a few cigarettes with him. But these few cigarettes were so fat that he couldn't pick them up. So he didn't pick them up. As for Godric, that idiot Mao Xiaomao didn't even think about it. He only thought about the gun monster rushing around.
When the gunfire rings out, we will all ride motorcycles to the housing area. Whether you can leave depends on luck.
Mao Xiaomao had no choice. Without cigarettes, they would most likely die in that position. Even if there were motorcycles are not easy either. If it were a formal competition, one person would definitely have to stand outside the circle to hold a gun so that another person could enter the circle. But since everyone doesn't know each other, it would be inappropriate to leave anyone outside the circle to hold the gun. The safe zone begins to refresh. At this time, all the teams that could move started to move. Some were smoking and some were driving.
But there were still 16 people in such a small circle. So it was destined to be a big fight. Thunder and smoke were constantly being thrown. And flames were flying outside the airport. The information in the upper right corner is constantly refreshing. People are constantly being knocked down. And a team of people from the Destiny Circle in the fake garage are also shooting wildly. Boom boom. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Boom. It was at this time that 4 motorcycles rushed straight into the housing area. Because of the brutality of the frontal battlefield. Few people noticed Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo. During the fast driving, only Mao Xiaomo was shot once. And he successfully reached the low building with a yellow roof. Who knew he would be hit as soon as he got off the car? I'm going! There's someone! Mao Xiaomo exclaimed. There is a LYB hiding in this low building. Let me go! Mao Xiaomo didn't expect that there was another person in this small house. He was knocked down instantly. Cheng Yao's reaction was also very fast. He didn't give this person the slightest chance to fight back and killed him immediately. The moment he was swept to death, he jumped directly to kill him. 0_0 used Scarl to kill LYB 666. He's a lone wolf. Let me go! Mao Xiaomo was also a little depressed. He knew that there were 4 people in the fake garage. But who would have thought that there was another one in this yellow-roofed house? These people don't even clean the house next to them. After killing the lone wolf, Cheng Yao quickly pressed the rescue button. No one has time to care about them at this time. Mu Yun was swept down by people from other teams on the way. Godric reached the room area with residual health, but was instantly knocked down and replaced by someone who had not yet entered the circle. At this time, everyone outside the circle also fell down and died. The last person who survived was killed by the people in the fake garage as soon as he entered the circle. At this time, there were only 6 people left alive on the field. Cheng Yao and Xiao Mo. There is also a full team of 4 in the fake garage. Chapter 17: The Terrifying Gun Pull. The last two should be in the yellow-roofed house. I just saw 2 motorcycles driving into this house. Watch the last circle. The last full formation was very excited for versus 2. And it was a circle of destiny. The last circle was painted on the fake garage again. And the yellow-roofed house was painted out. But this actually didn't matter. Whether it was Mao Xiao, Mo Cheng Yao, or the last full formation, they all knew that staying in the house meant death. The fake garage is a not very complicated house. Basically, 3 people can attack the house 100% of the time, as long as one person holds the stairs. The remaining 2 people throw mines, and then hold the person who climbs through the window. It is impossible. If you can't attack it, even in a professional game, the whole team will not attack the fake garage. Because if you enter, you will most likely be wiped out by the team. You have a few mines. Give them to me. After Mao Xiaomo was pulled up, he was healed and his status was all full. And he said to Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao did not hesitate to throw the 4 thunders on her body to Mao Xiaomo. The first floor of the fake garage where she posted them was unoccupied. After Mao Xiaomo picked up the thunders, he pinched them at the door of the yellow-roofed room. A thunderbolt. So far? Godric and Mu Yun instantly understood Mao Xiaomo's intention. He wanted to create an instant blast thunder that would not give the enemy any reaction time. However, if they were close to the fake garage, the enemy would hear the sound of him pulling the bolt. He was still holding thunder in his hand, so he definitely couldn't handle the swarm of enemies. At the same time that Mao Xiaomo was pinching Lei, the captain of the full 4-man team was also formulating a battle plan. They had to go down this building. But when and how to go downstairs was a matter of knowledge. We will take action the moment the first thunder is thrown in. Xiao Ai rushed down the stairs on the 2nd floor. There is someone holding her downstairs. All you need to do is attract her attention. Then I jumped from the balcony on the 2nd floor and hit the one holding the gun on his back. And the other 2 jumped together from the window of another small room. Try to synchronize them as much as possible to win. Learn! Okay. Both sides were completely prepared. Faced with the gap in numbers, Mao Xiaomo did not panic at all, silently counting the time to pinch the thunder in his heart. 4s. Even now, Mao Xiaomo doesn't dare to pinch the kind of thunder that explodes in seconds, because the distance is relatively far and the thunder will fly in the air for a while. But this is completely enough. After throwing away the instant blast thunder, Mao Xiaomo randomly threw 2 more, with the purpose of driving all the enemies down. This instant blast mine was thrown directly into the small room of the fake garage. But it gave the enemy a few tenths of a second to react. Do it! The battle is about to break out.
But the window of the small room in the fake garage can only be rolled down by one person. The other person was blown to the ground directly. King used the frag grenade Dan to knock down BGHUI.
Jumping out of the window is not seeking death.
Mao Xiaomao's gun was placed under the window of the small room. As soon as the enemy jumped down, Mao Xiaomao was confident that he would kill him before he landed. There was really no other way. This fake garage was really easy to attack. If no one puts them outside the building, this building will be easy to attack and difficult to defend. Mao Xiaomao knew that there would definitely be a double team on the other side. Cheng Yao, who was setting up the stairs, would be under great pressure. But the person who rushed down the stairs was bound to die. The only person who was a threat was the person who jumped from the second floor. If Cheng Yao, his butt was stolen, and it was him and Mao Xiaomao 1v1. This was the worst result that Mao Xiaomao could think of. At this moment, everything that Mao Xiaomao was thinking actually happened. An enemy fell directly from the small window on the second floor and was killed by Mao Xiaomao as soon as he landed. He had no chance to react at all. If there are two people, Mao Xiaomao will be more troublesome. But if there is only one person, it is simply giving away his life. In the final analysis, it was the instantaneous thunder that disrupted the opponent's plan and directly reduced the opponent's number by one person. In this case, losing one person can turn the tide of the battle. After Mao Xiaomao killed this man, he turned around and wanted to help Cheng Yao. But he only heard a burst of Scarl fire in Cheng Yao's hand. And the red letter, "Good luck to eat chicken tonight," appeared in front of everyone. Pretty! Mu Yun gave a rare shout, which made Mao Xiaomao a little confused. He was just eating chicken. Is it necessary to be so excited? Seemingly seeing the confusion in Mao Xiaomao's eyes, Mu Yun explained,
"That girl just pulled a gun so well. She's much better than me."
But as he spoke, his eyes were still shining.
"Well, open replay and let me take a look."
Mao Xiaomao was also curious about what kind of operation could make Mu Yun so excited.
"I can't watch replay now. If you watch the campus internet cafe, I guess there will be the final scenes later."
It seems to be the case. With the current national server system and the replay of this custom game, you have to wait for several minutes to watch it. It is better to just watch the OB perspective on the campus network. Wan Dongfang took out his mobile phone and called up the campus network and opened the live broadcast of the school team trials. There were more than 2,000 people watching online, which happened to be the scene where they were rushing to the top floor. After stretching, Mao Xiaomao also entered the next server, waiting for the operation that amazed Mu Yun. After waiting for 2 minutes, the OB's perspective was indeed locked on Cheng Yao, because she was the most critical person in the battle to attack the building. The synchronization of the two people on the opposite side was very good. One person rushed down from upstairs, and the other person fell from the balcony on the second floor. If the synchronization was perfect, Cheng Yao downstairs would be doomed. The progress of the game is very fast. I only saw Cheng Yao knocking down the man coming down the stairs, and instantly pulling the gun behind him. He fought with the enemy who jumped from the balcony, and then got the chicken with the remaining health. Too fast. Mao Xiaomao didn't even see the gun pull clearly, let alone coach Huang Xing from the OB perspective. He shouted out directly, and then replayed this last perspective over and over again. Mao Xiaomao's eyes widened, and he didn't miss any detail. He couldn't beat Cheng Yao's operation. The reason was because Cheng Yao's DPI was too high. But generally players with high DPI would have less stable guns. But this did not happen to Cheng Yao at all. Coach Huang Xing also slowed down to watch Cheng Yao's last move. He only saw Cheng Yao firing 5 bullets at the enemy on the stairs, and then instantly moved to the player behind him. If this is not available in the national server, it will be 100% reported to the opponent. If the speed is doubled, you will not be able to see clearly the process of drawing the gun. Mao Xiaomao also noticed a detail. Cheng Yao's Scarl fired 5 bullets before starting to pull the gun. In other words, Cheng Yao was confident that these 5 bullets could take away the people on the stairs. Is this girl so sensitive to guns and bullets? Chapter 18 Q Girl Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, exclamations came from every corner of Changda, all questioning and shocked by this operation.
Unbelievable!
Unbelievable! Even Godric murmured and shook his head, unable to believe his eyes. He used to see this kind of operation in the highlights of professional players when he was in CSGO. His eldest brother could also pull the gun like this. But it was done by a girl in a university in Xia State. There is no intention to look down on girls. But there is still a certain gap between girls and men in this aspect. But the reality makes Godric say that there are people outside the world Mao Xiaomo watched this gun puller a full 30 times. Because the pull is so beautiful. But to be honest, it is not to the point of being flawless. At least when it is pulled on the last person. It is not the head, but the body. If it is pulled directly to the head, Cheng Yao will definitely be taken away, and studied is so inhuman. Mao Xiaomo had tried before, and he could only pull the gun stably within 90 degrees. But Cheng Yao showed a full 180-degree draw in front of his eyes. No wonder he had seen it so many times.
Hey, I'm convinced.
Mao Xiaomo became more and more helpless as he watched. He really couldn't learn this. Everyone says that FPS games are a competition for talent. From this point of view, Cheng Yao's talent is beyond imagination. At this time, the points for the second game also came out. 0_0 ranking points are 100. 15 kills. Kill points are 150 points. Single game points are 250 points. Total score is 360 points. Currently ranked first, Kakarot has a ranking score of 100. 7 kills. 70 kill points. 170 points in a single game. And a total score of 350 points. Ranking second, Godric has a ranking score of 100. 12 kills. A kill score of 120. A single game score of 220. And a total score of 340. Ranking third, King has a ranking score of 100. 13 kills. 130 kill points. 230 points in a single game. And a total score of 310 points. He is currently ranked fourth. The scores of these four people were so high that the players behind him could not match them. The fifth place player only scored 170 points, which was still 140 points away from Mao Xiaomo. If nothing unexpected happens, it can be said that after 2 games, the results of the school team selection competition have come out. Feel free to play with the third one. Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun were very laid back. Although this game was easy, it was still quite interesting.
Brother Xiao Mo, let me play for a while.
Wan Dongfang poked Mao Xiaomo and said flatteringly. Mao Xiaomo has basically won the game. The most important thing is that he is itching to watch from the side. This is the school team tryout. Mao Xiaomo was stunned for a moment, looking at Wan Dongfang's expectant eyes, and couldn't bear to refuse, and said,
Okay, I'll tell my teammates after I enter the game. Holy shit. I love you so much. Brother Mo.
Wan Dongfang got excited and hugged Mao Xiaomo. But the latter pushed him away in disgust. Mu Yun looked at Wei Jiqiang's resentful eyes, and consciously gave up his seat. Wei Jiqiang naturally sat on him without any courtesy. His excitement palpable. At the beginning of the third set, it was still the 4 of them. But the moment he entered the game, Mao Xiaomo said to the team,
I won't play this game anymore. It will be played by my classmates. Just leave them alone.
Mu Yun then said,
Me too. You two can play your own game.
Ah? Cheng Yao ate a piece of chocolate and asked the classmate Zhang Xiaohua next to her.
Do you want to play?
Zhang Xiaohua was caught off guard by the question. What does she mean by whether she can play or not?
Anyway, I'm already on the school team. Do you want to play in the third set? Have fun.
Zhang Xiaohua's eyes exuded a dazzling light and occupied Cheng Yao's position. The first set just now was an accident. You must have a lot of fun with this game. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua's eagerness to try, Cheng Yao also said to the remaining Godric,
I also played with my roommate. You can take care of her.
Mao Xiaomo couldn't help but said,
That beauty in the first set?
Cheng Yao almost laughed out loud. But she still suppressed her smile and smiled in gratitude.
Hey, I feel sorry for the foreigner.
Mao Xiaomo said secretly in his heart, and then gave up his seat. If they could see Godric's expression at this time, they would definitely laugh. His face was completely frozen. Grandma's 3 teammates who knew how to play turned into 3 noobs in an instant. Referee. Referee. I want to change teams.
I want to change teams. Change teams.
Godric shouted in his voice. People around me don't quite understand. Why do you want to change teams when you have 3 such powerful teammates? Each of these 3 people is stronger than the imagination of the onlookers.
I'm very strong. Okay.
Wan Dongfang said indifferently.
Change team. Change team. I'm not weak either.
Wei Jiqiang looked excited.
I want to change teams. Brother, take me with you. Do I want to exchange favors?
Suddenly a sweet voice made Godric perk up instantly. After swallowing a sip of saliva, Godric regained his expert demeanor.
What's your name? Little sister?
In an instant, He changed from complaining mode to flirting mode. Let both Wan Dongfang and Wei Jiqiang feel ashamed.
My name is Zhang Xiaohua.
Zhang Xiaohua is really a very simple girl and a very weak girl. Otherwise, there would not have been so many accidents in the first set.
Sister Xiaohua, let me take you to eat chicken,
Godric said with high spirits.
Okay.
Although Zhang Xiaohua was a little skeptical, she still happily agreed. She also knew that this king and cockroach are no longer the previous king and cockroach. If one brings 3, they can also have chicken. Godric.
Let's make a bet. Little flower sister.
Zhang Xiaohua.
What kind of bet?
Godric.
Bet on whether I can take you to eat chicken.
Zhang Xiaohua.
Okay. What are you betting on?
Godric.
If you eat chicken, treat me to dinner.
Zhang Xiaohua.
What if I can't eat chicken?
Godric.
Then I'll treat you to dinner.
Zhang Xiaohua.
Okay.
I go. This is too deceptive. Wan Dongfang and Wei Jiqiang were stunned and listened to the conversation between these two people in disbelief. This Zhang Xiaohua is really cute. Girl. You have been deceived. I beat my chest and stamped my feet. But then I didn't tell Zhang Xiaohua sooner. And now I'm on the pirate ship. The third set of the game officially started. In fact, this game is just an entertainment game for many people. Because there is no hope of becoming the top 4. Just have fun, and don't take it so seriously. The 4 members of Changda's original CD team also gave up chasing points. In fact, the gap between them and Mao Xiaomo was only more than 100 points. Killing a few people and eating a chicken would get the points back. But it is meaningless. Even if the 4 of them are still in the CD team again. What does it mean? They are also a part of Changda and hope that Changda can achieve good results in the following college league competitions. Now that these 4 people have appeared, there is no need for them to occupy the position of the school team. After all, they are not only playing games, but also the glory of the school. There is no doubt that the next game will be played by these 4 people. They just need to cheer for them silently and
that's it.
Chapter 19, The Dust Has Settled. What surprised all the uninformed viewers was that the last chicken-eating team that killed a total of 47 people chose Jungle this time. And the strange thing is that except for Godric, the remaining 3 players have become very stiff in operation. And they can't see the charm of the previous one at all. They are just following Godric to make up for their guns. Eating and drinking. Under the leadership of Godric, these people made it all the way to the finals. But were inexplicably beaten to death in the end. Godric managed to reach 5th place alone. Which was also a very good result. Anyway, at the end of the day, Godric said he didn't want to touch the game again within 3 days. There is no doubt that Godric's points surpassed Cheng Yao in this game and ranked first. After that, Cheng Yao, Mu Yun, and Mao Xiam were ranked 2 to 4 respectively. And they deserved to become members of the school team. At the end of the 3 games, Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun's WeChat messages lit up at the same time. It was a message from Huang Xing, the head and coach of Changda PUBG, which meant congratulations to them for becoming members of the Changda PUBG school team. And then, there will be a meeting with all members of the school team at 7 o'clock tomorrow night. And everyone is required to be present tomorrow. As soon as they turned off their mobile phones and computers, Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun climbed into bed. But Wei Jiqiang and Wan Dongfang, who had just experienced a fierce battle, were still unfinished. Especially Wan Dongfang, who had secretly mixed up with 2 people in the game just now. Mao Xiaomo stared at the ceiling blankly. His mind was filled with Cheng Yao's operation of the bala gun and Cheng Yao's face. Even if a month had passed, Mao Xiaomo could still think of Cheng Yao's appearance. There was nothing to say all night. But when the 4 people from dormitory 302 entered the class the next day, many girls whispered, "Huh?" Mao Xiaomo found that the way they looked at him was wrong. Could it be that they all fell in love with me? He threw the book on the table, and as soon as he sat down, Wang Xiaoya in the front row turned around and said,
"Mao Xiaomo, I didn't realize you were so good at playing games." Yes. When you entered the class, you said you liked video games. I thought you were the same as Wan Dongfang and the others.
Another girl in Wang Xiaoya's dormitory said.
Don't mention it. Wan Dongfang's technology is not good at all.
Wan Dongfang, who was sitting in the front, heard several girls talking about him, and immediately turned around and said unconvinced,
"Do you know that I helped Brother Imo in the 3rd set yesterday and killed 2 of them?"
The girl who had previously said that Wan Dongfang's skills were not good suddenly realized.
Why did M King change his appearance in the 3rd set yesterday? This makes it understandable.
You?
Ha 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 ha.
Ha ha. Everyone's ridicule towards Wan Dongfang was not malicious. And within a month everyone had become familiar with him.
Hey, how do you know about yesterday's game? I remember you said before that you don't play games.
Mao Xiaomo poked Wang Xiaoya and asked. Wang Xiaoya handed her mobile phone to Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo picked it up and looked at Changda's campus network.
News from the PUBG club. I heard Xiaoyi yelling there yesterday, saying that these people are so awesome. Xiaoyi just showed me this morning. You are famous.
Wang Xiaoya smiled very cutely, and it could be seen that she was really happy for Mao Xiaomo. The home page of the campus website has news about the PUBG community. It is the largest section and has been made into a special topic. The first video is the highlights of yesterday's game, which also contains many exciting operations. The second section is about the new school team. Members introduced. King. Mao Xiaomo. Male. 18 years old. Accounting class 333. Good at firearms. M16A4. S686. Assaulter. Command. 0_0. Chung Yao. Female. 18 years old. Tourism class 331. Good at firearms. Scar L. Car 98K. All-rounder. Cockroach. Mu Yun. Male. 18 years old. Accounting class 333. Good at firearms. M416. Scar L. Assaulter. The last thing worth mentioning is this Godric. A Ukrainian exchange student. 18 years old. Very handsome. With a traditional European charm and domineering look. His real name is Godric, which translates into Chinese as Godric. He is good at guns, AKM, M416, SKS, Raiders. It turns out that this yellow hair is that Godric. Mao Xiaomo looked at Godric's head full of yellow hair and had already given him a nickname. There were 2 substitutes, and Mao Xiaomo didn't look at them carefully. Anyway, there were 6 of them, and each of them had a kill shot from yesterday's game under their profile. They were very professional. Mao Xiaomo couldn't help but click on Chung Yao's collection, and then asked Wang Xiaoya.
Xiaoya, is there any traffic?
When Wang Xiaoya heard Mao Xiaomo call her Xiaoya, her face turned slightly red, and she expressed her gratitude. Who knew that this idiot Mao Xiaomo didn't pay attention at all, and just watched the video. Chung Yao killed more than 20 people in 2 games. But Mao Xiaomo looked at things in more detail because his level was also very high. Kindness. Mao Xiaomo didn't marvel after reading it. Instead, he started to think about it. Chung Yao's operation was very good, but the stability of the gun was still not perfect. There were a few waves of sweeps and a few shots. Looking at another player, Godric, Mao Xiaomo could only be amazed after watching his video. Very accurate. There are only these 3 words. Especially Godric's 4x scope burst shooting, which is the rhythm of Europeans and Americans. Fast and accurate. Mao Xiaomo feels that only real professional players can compare with this 4x scope shooting. But the big problem is actually his physical skills and his consciousness. Godric never considers whether there are enemies around him. He attacks people when he sees them without considering the consequences. He is a reckless man. Although he was defeated by him many times in this competition. If it had been him, Godric would have died long ago. 1,800 times.
Mu Yun, look at this.
Mao Xiaomo pulled Mu Yun out of the crowd of women and showed him Godric's collection. Mu Yun didn't know what was going on at first. But then he became more and more surprised as he read it. After reading it, he only said 3 words.
It's really accurate.
Interesting. As the accounting teacher entered the classroom became quiet. In fact, Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun wanted to apply for other majors, but they were not admitted. So they were assigned to the accounting major. Anyway, there will be an opportunity to change majors in the freshman year. So they will continue to consider whether to change majors at that time.
Okay, let's turn the book to page 18-inch.
The dust of the school team's games has settled. Although there were only 3 games, it still caused a lot of repercussions in the school. The most direct impact was that Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun met 2 young female fans when they were eating in the cafeteria at noon, and recognized them. But yes, these 2 sunny boys who are over 180 are so easy to recognize. The 2 girls chattered next to them, making the remaining 6 people in the boys' dormitory look envious.
Stop talking. I want to become stronger.
Wan Dongfang wailed on the side.
I want a little fangirl too.
This was Wei Jiqiang's voice.
Damn, this game has such charm. Should I learn a skill?
The person who was thinking was naturally Wang Chen. who was flying freely among the flowers. Chapter 20 Teammates. At 7 o'clock in the evening. In the training room of the PUBG club and school team.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Huang Xing, and I am now the coach of the PUBG club of Changzhou University.
Huang Xing introduced himself. A young man in his 30s with an ordinary face. But he was still well known in the CSGO circle before.
Coach?
Mao Xiaomo was a little surprised. He had never heard of a coach in a university club before.
Yes, because esports is getting more and more attention now. In order to achieve good results and gain popularity in college leagues, Changda specially hired me to be this coach. I have been doing this for more than a year.
Coach Huang Xing nodded and turned to introduce Lu Elegant.
This is Teacher Luya, the temporary leader of our PUBG club.
Teacher Luya. Principal. Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun almost collapsed when they first entered the club and saw Teacher Luya. Isn't Teacher Luya a trainee teacher? Aren't you only 22 years old? Could it be that she is the principal's mistress? Is it so relevant?
Hello everyone. My name is Luya. I am the person in charge of the PUBG club for the time being. Although I don't play this game, I sincerely hope that everyone can get along well in the coming days and bring glory to the school. Well, that's it. I'll see you in the future. We won't be there many times, so I'll treat you all to a meal later.
Teacher Luya ignored Mao Xiaomo's resentful look. You know, she had just severely repaired Mao Xiaomo.
Ha! Then Teacher Luya is going to spend a lot of money today.
Coach Huang Xing naturally agreed. Now is the perfect time for these future teammates to get in touch. The two substitute teammates first introduced themselves. One of them is called Pan Liming, and the other is Han Zitong. They are both very capable players. But they may not have the chance to play in the future. They just need to be prepared to prevent the other four from unexpected events. As long as the situation ensures that they can go up.
Next, you should also introduce yourselves and get to know each other.
Coach Huang Xing asked everyone to sit down on the sofa and said,
My name is Mao Xiaomo.
Mao Xiaomo then patted Mu Yun. And Mu Yun continued,
My name is Mu Yun, a freshman. My name is Cheng Yao, a freshman.
Cheng Yao was already generous in the face of so many men. But she just had no expression. But Mao Xiaomo was still stunned. Godric looked at Cheng Yao and smiled maliciously.
You are so beautiful. Ukrainian. You can just call me Good.
Good's malicious expression made Mao Xiaomo feel unhappy and quickly squeezed him away.
Squeeze your uncle. You stinky monkey.
Good stared.
What's wrong with just squeezing you? Huang Mao.
Mao Xiaomo sneered.
I don't care about you. Stinky monkey. Damn it. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Okay.
Teacher Luya pulled Mao Xiaomo over and said,
We will all be teammates from now on. So we must get along well.
Just when Mao Xiaomo was about to make a fuss about who wanted to get along with him, Lu Ya's hand grabbed his ear, and it hurt.
Ah. It hurts. It hurts. Let's get along with each other. We must get along.
Hearing Mao Xiaomo's assurance, Teacher Luya nodded with satisfaction and said,
That's about it.
Good looked at Mao Xiaomo's tragic situation and shuddered subconsciously. Teacher Luya looked at her watch and said,
It's getting late. Let's go have a meal. It's right at the school gate. It's already 8 o'clock now. There shouldn't be many people there. Okay. Let's go.
Everyone responded in unison. In the Xianglu restaurant at the west gate of the school, 8 people gathered around a table and ate the freshly served side dishes.
Damn Huang Mao. Your marksmanship was practiced there. It's quite accurate.
Mao Xiaomo shouted the nickname that had been assigned to Good, which was quite smooth.
Uncle Huang. You damn monkey. You don't believe it even if I say it?
Good said while drinking.
I believe it if you say it.
Mao Xiaomo was very curious.
Shroud taught me.
Good drank wine and was about to enjoy the exclamations from everyone, but found that no one seemed to pay attention to him, thinking that he was joking.
Damn Huang Mao. I really believe your evil deeds.
Mao Xiaomo was too lazy to pay attention to him, and opened his mouth to say Shroud. That is the #1 breakthrough player in CSGO in North America. And he is also a famous assault player in North America after switching to PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. How could he, a Ukrainian, have anything to do with Shroud? Good was helpless.
You don't believe me.
But after a while, Mao Xiaomo also asked quietly,
Really or not? Don't lie to me, Huang Mao.
After receiving Good's affirmative reply, Mao Xiaomo stood up suddenly, startling the others. But Mao Xiaomo still said excitedly,
Really? He is my idol.
Good's words were half true and half false. Shroud had pointed him out, But it was not as exaggerated as he said. But it was not considered a lie.
Get an autograph for me next time. I started playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds just after watching him play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds.
Mao Xiaomao believed Gu's words instantly.
Humph!
Gu snorted coldly and said nothing.
TCH.
Mao Xiaomao begged him too lazily. Even though he wanted Shroud's autograph very much. It would be better to kill him if he begged this damn yellow guy.
By the way, Cheng Yao, how can a girl like you play so well?
Mao Xiaomao took a sip of beer and asked Cheng Yao. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Cheng Yao. This is also a question that everyone is curious about. Cheng Yao held the chopsticks. Mao Xiaomao clearly felt the chopsticks trembling, and then looked at Cheng Yao in silence. I asked if something happened. Mao Xiaomao knew from Cheng Yao's expression that there must be some unspeakable story, and suddenly felt a little at a loss.
Okay. I'm here today. The main thing is to let you get familiar with each other. If you have any opinions about the future training time, please mention it. We are still very free.
Coach Huang Xing is also a veteran. See, the atmosphere was not right, and the topic was immediately changed. Mao Xiaomao secretly looked at Cheng Yao, as if he saw a trace of sadness in the latter's eyes. Could it be because Mao Xiaomao thought of the text message he saw that day and couldn't help but guess?
I don't care. I can come,
Gu said first. He is an exchange student. To be honest, he can go to his classes if he wants to. But not if he doesn't want to. As long as he doesn't commit any crime. No one can control him. Last year he has never been to any of the classes.
Well, we should be able to do it at night,
Mao Xiaomao replied. But there are still problems. Usually they don't have time until 7 o'clock in the evening, which is a bit late. They can train for a few more hours without rest. This proposal was immediately opposed by teacher Luya.
You are still college students. This can only be a hobby. It is mainly about learning.
Teacher Luya taught tirelessly, making Mao Xiaomao keep saying yes. In the end, it was decided that we would train online from Monday to Friday, and do offline training in the school team training room on Saturday and Sunday. If someone has something to do, we will cancel the training. After all, this time is not a hard time. It is all at their own discretion. Coach Huang Xing has nothing to teach this group of people technically. The main thing is tactics and coordination. In the end, this plan was barely approved by teacher Luya. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Coach Huang Xing also decided on the positions of the 4 people. In this team game, everyone's responsibilities still need to be clearly defined.
The position should be decided as early as possible. What do you think?
Coach Huang Xing knew that these 4 people were all veterans, and there was no need for him to help them improve their illiteracy. Mao Xiaomao, Gu, Mu Yun, the 3 assaulters, inevitably have some conflicts in their positions. Only Cheng Yao's position as a sniper is determined, even if Cheng Yao's rifle is very good. Chapter 21 CUEL National College League. If ordinary players play PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds by themselves, the position requirements are not very high. But if they are playing games, they still have very high requirements. In this game, if you want to win the final victory, you not only need to have excellent marksmanship, but also have tactical ideas and combat strategies, among which the role of command is naturally the most important. Command is the soul of a team, and can also be said to be the most important position. People in this position must analyze and control the situation on the field, make decisions immediately, issue orders to teammates, and issue transfers or battles during the game. A strong commander must first be familiar with the terrain and various tactics, and must have clear ideas, which requires very high personal abilities. Coach Huang Xing was prepared to let Mao Xiaomao take on this role from the beginning. He didn't know who was in charge of the 4 of them during the game, but Mao Xiaomao's personal thinking was always the clearest one. Even Good had no objection to this position. Although he was unhappy with Mao Xiaomao, he still agreed with his command. If he was asked to do this, he couldn't do it. Then, there is the sniper in the team. The basic skills of this position are particularly important. When 2 armies are facing each other, if the sniper first causes the opponent to reduce the number of people, it is a signal that disrupts the balance of the battlefield. In professional competitions, in order to ensure firepower, a team usually only brings 1 two-pole sniper. But this position can reverse the situation on the field. Just look at who the snipers are in other professional clubs. For AM's Gu Xiyuan, Naren's XTD, Snake TC's Ballet, and KZ's Zhou Lily are all in the team with the strongest personal strength and the most kills in the game. Generally, High-power scopes or high-end supplies are given priority to snipers. Therefore, it is also a relatively resource-hungry position. Among the four of Mao Xiaoma, Mu Yun, Cheng Yao, and Good, only Cheng Yao's bolt sniper is the most stable. The others' bolt snipers are sometimes good and sometimes not good. After deciding on Cheng Yao's number 1 sniper, after taking the position, Mao Xiaoma also took the position of the second sniper without hesitation. In other words, if abundant resources allowed, he could also bring a sniper depending on the situation. Then, there are the two positions of assaulter and libero. To put it simply, an assaulter is a rifleman. He can lead large-scale offensives and is the main force in battles between teams. An excellent assaulter must have excellent marksmanship, like Shroud in North America, and Xiaoguo's 17 show. God, are all very famous assaulters. 17 of them are often the murderers in professional competitions, and can be said to be the best in Xiaoguo's marksmanship. The last thing worth introducing is the position of a free agent. Originally, the position of a free agent was called a scout or a scout. It is a position that requires extremely high personal strength and is not outstanding. To put it simply, it is for doing dirty work. Location. But it has to be of a very high standard. An excellent free agent must have good psychological quality and awareness. He must be able to remember which direction there are people, where to stay, where there is danger, and other important information. He must also keep in mind the safe zone and the time for drug repurchase. Factors that other members can easily ignore. When the team is full, assume the responsibility of driving to explore the spot. Test it with your life. And then tell your teammates where there is someone. During the battle, the task of pulling the gun line is also completed by Freeman. Almost all dangerous actions are carried out by Freeman first. But this is an indispensable person for a team.
I'll do it.
Mu Yun volunteered. He also carefully considered that in the position of assaulter, Mao Xiaoma and Good, who have better marksmanship, have the advantage. Moreover, everyone is indispensable in a team, so he will not feel wronged. Something like that.
Okay, let's make this decision for now. If there is a change of position in the future, you can discuss it yourself,
Coach Wang Xing said.
Then what I want to introduce to you is the College League. You must listen carefully.
Because the influence of the College League is getting stronger and stronger. And there is also a lot of pressure from above to achieve results here. So it is also a headache. It can be said that we entered the competition with a mission this time.
Coach Wang Xing smiled bitterly and took a sip of wine. Because last year's performance was very bad, and the public opinion in the school was relatively large. Today the higher-ups can be regarded as giving a death order. This is also it was related to his job. But he couldn't just talk to Mao Xiaoma and the others. Then Coach Wang Xing introduced to everyone that it was the only large-scale league in college. National Esports College League. Cool. But this year's rules are a little different from previous years. First of all, the 10 major competition areas are Beijing, Shanghai, Guangdong, Jiangsu, Zhejiang, Anhui, Qingdao, Hunan, Hubei, Fujian, and the other 2 newly added competition areas this year. Qualifying Area 1 and Qualifying Area 2 are mainly for the participation of universities from other provinces. A total of 12 major competition regions will have fierce knockout and promotion rounds in December this year. That is, 2 months later. Changzhou University, for example, will naturally participate in the Jiangsu Division. The selection rules for each division are different. But due to the large number of participating teams in the Jiangsu Division, there will be a total of 3 rounds of qualifiers. There will be 20 teams participating in each round. And then, there will be 4 games in each round. And the top 2 with the final points will advance to the next round. And in the final round of qualifiers, the top 2 teams are the teams from the Jiangsu Division participating in the National College League.
Damn it. How many colleges and universities in Jiangsu province are participating?
Mao Xiaoma was a little speechless after hearing this. He had to be in the top 2 in every round. This is not an easy task.
Better than 1,000 places. Holy shit.
Luck still plays a large role in the game PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. And there are only 4 games in each round. You may end up going home by accident, or if you don't perform well in 1 or 2 games.
It's too much pressure.
Good also complained. He has to guarantee the top 2 in every round. Even they can't guarantee it. He might just miss out in the first round, which is very possible.
Anyway, you should try your best. If you want to give full play to your strength, it won't be a big problem. But you also know that there are too many factors that affect this game.
Coach Wang Xing said helplessly. The minimum requirements given to them by the principal. He has to pass the first round of pre-selection. If he fails, the entire esports community will be implicated, and his own position will not be guaranteed. On December 2nd, the first round of qualifiers for the CUL Jiangsu division was held. On December 9th, the second round of qualifiers for the CUL Jiangsu division. On December 16th, the third round of qualifiers for the CUL Jiangsu division. The final Shanghai offline finals of the National College League will be on January 1st. New Year's Day.
We fell in the first round last year. You can't be careless this year. Just try your best every time and it'll be alright. It's still a long time.
Coach Wang Xing doesn't want to put too much pressure on them. Who knew that each of these people was more excited than the other? With just a few words in their heads. I want to compete in the offline finals. It seems that my worries are unnecessary. Coach Wang Xing shook his head and looked at these lovely children with a smile. Chapter 22: A Wonderful Breakfast. Boys Dormitory 302. Mao Xiaoma, who had returned to the dormitory, was lying on the bed, looking at his phone with a black screen.
If you want, let's make a harassing phone call first.
Today, Zheng Yao's contact information was coming, and Mao Xiaomo couldn't restrain his excitement. He was the kind of person who did whatever he thought of. So he immediately dialed Zheng Yao's number.
Dudu? Hey.
Zheng Yao's pleasant voice made Mao Xiaomo shudder. And then Mao Xiaomo sat up, not knowing what to say for a while.
That?
Mao Xiaomo was shocked now. Why did he make this call?
Zheng Yao ran to the balcony to answer Mao Xiaomo's call. Because it was October. The weather was not very warm, and she could hear the cold wind blowing.
Well, do you want to have breakfast together tomorrow morning?
Mao Xiaomo regretted it after he said it.
Holy shit. What were I talking about?
I've only known you for a day. How will I face her in the future? Zheng Yao on the other end of the phone fell silent, and answered after 3 seconds.
Okay.
Mao Xiaomo stood up from the bed in a hurry, almost collapsing the upper bunk. But he instantly became energetic, as if he was 10 years younger. No. How old is he now? When Mao Xiaomo was about to speak, he found that Sun Zheng, Jiang Xinxin and others from a dormitory were lying beside his bed, eavesdropping on the content on his phone. Even Mu Yun stood aside with a curious look on his face.
Ahem. Then I'll wait for you downstairs at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning. That's it.
Mao Xiaomo waited until Zheng Yao's affirmative reply before hanging up the phone. As soon as I hung up the phone, Dormitory 302 immediately became lively.
Damn. Yes. I've only been in college for a long time. And Brother Mo has already started to take action.
Jiang Xinxin kept raising his eyebrows, teasing Mao Xiaomo.
Don't talk about Xiao Mo. Wang Chen has already had 2 girlfriends. What a beast.
Sun Jing shook his head, and was also unhappy with Wang Chen. He didn't know whether he was angry about Wang Chen's people, or because he had a daughter. Friend.
Then we have to stay away from you tomorrow.
Mu Yun rarely saw the happy expression on his own Mao Xiaomo's face, and was very happy for him.
Thank you, brother. I will thank you very much in the future.
Mao Xiaomo's thumb was slapped hard by Mu Yun, and then everyone fell asleep laughing. Early the next morning, Mao Xiaomo was waiting downstairs in the girls' dormitory, looking at his phone anxiously. The closer it gets to 7 o'clock, the more Mao Xiaomo's heart beats.
Don't worry. I won't let you go.
Zheng Yao appeared behind Mao Xiaomo and poked Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo was looking at the time on his phone intently.
Ah. Haha, no. I just came here too.
Mao Xiaomo smiled awkwardly and didn't know what to say for a moment. Zheng Yao wore a pink jacket, the familiar ponytail and denim shorts, and carried an ordinary school bag, which fascinated Mao Xiaomo. Very casual, but beautiful. Very beautiful.
Where are we going to eat? The cafeteria.
Mao Xiaomo couldn't help but look at Zheng Yao's delicate face. Asked.
Okay. Let's go to the cafeteria.
Zheng Yao is not a spoiled young lady, and the food in Changda's cafeteria tastes pretty good. Mao Xiaomo tried to talk to Zheng Yao all the way, but Zheng Yao still had a cold personality and didn't say anything superfluous. Basically, she answered whatever Mao Xiaomo asked. There were not many people in the cafeteria at 7 o'clock. Mao Xiaomo bought breakfast for 2 without any effort, and Zheng Yao also helped him get a pair of chopsticks.
Hey, do you think we can pass the qualifiers?
Mao Xiaomo couldn't find anything to talk about, so he could only talk to Zheng Yao about the competition.
I don't know. I should be able to get through it.
Cheng Yao answered Mao Xiaomo's questions while reading a book and eating breakfast.
Hey, what kind of book are you reading? Our textbooks.
Cheng Yao still said so few words, and her attention was not on Mao Xiaomo at all, which made Mao Xiaomo feel a little transparent. On the other side of Canteen 2, a group of girls from accounting class 333 also happened to come to have breakfast, and happened to see Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao.
Hey, that's Mao Xiaomo.
Hu Lingling poked the roommate next to her, and then secretly glanced at Wang Xiaoya next to her, said quietly,
Yeah. Who is that girl opposite him? She's so pretty. I don't know her. She can't be his girlfriend. Oh, I saw it on the campus network. That one seems to be his teammate. You did it so quickly?
Girls' gossips are endless. But looking at Wang Xiaoya's sad expression, these girls didn't say much.
Someone seems to be talking about you over there.
While eating, Cheng Yao said to Mao Xiaomo with a very calm expression. Mao Xiaomo took a look and happened to see the group of classmates in his class. He turned around and said,
My classmates may be a little surprised to see me eating with a beautiful girl. You usually talk to girls like this. Right. You have such a sweet mouth.
Cheng Yao had a rare smile. This was the first time Mao Xiaomo saw her smile in the morning. Nice. Mao Xiaomo looked at Cheng Yao and couldn't find any other adjectives.
Who said that? I don't praise others easily. But you look really good when you smile. Smile more.
Mao Xiaomo supported his chin as if he was looking at a noble work of art. Cheng Yao was silent for a while, then smiled and said,
I know.
Mao Xiaomo felt energetic instantly. This meal was so worth it. After eating, Cheng Yao went to the study room by herself since she had no classes in the morning. Mao Xiaomo sent her up and hummed a tune all the way to the classroom.
Today is a good day. Everything you want can come true. Seeing how radiant Brother Mo is today, I calculated on my fingers that he must have had a delicious breakfast.
Wan Dongfang, who pretended to be a stickman, started talking after Mao Xiaomo sat down. But Mao Xiaomo, I'm in a good mood today. Let him have his way. Ha ha ha.
Hey, it looks like the progress is going well.
Mu Yun sat next to Mao Xiaomo and felt a little funny looking at Mao Xiaomo's confused look.
Mao Xiaomo! Mao Xiaomo!
Just as Mao Xiaomo was intoxicated by Cheng Yao's smile in the morning, Wang Xiaoya's roommate poked Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo took a look and remembered the girl's name, which seemed to be Hu Fangyuan. He is carefree and has the personality to say whatever he wants.
What are you doing?
Mao Xiaomo said.
Did you do something to feel sorry for Xiaoya?
Hu Fangyuan lowered his voice and whispered, Kindness? Mao Xiaomo subconsciously glanced at Wang Xiaoya and found that Wang Xiaoya was not sitting in front of him today. Instead, she was sitting in the first row of the classroom and lying on the table. She didn't know what her expression was.
What can I do to apologize to her? Is she sick?
Mao Xiaomo pretended not to know and answered seriously. Hu Fangyuan saw Mao Xiaomo's serious expression and didn't seem to know anything. So he let him go. Mao Xiaomo breathed a sigh of relief. But fortunately Hu Fangyuan didn't ask further. Now half of the people in the class know that Wang Xiaoya likes Mao Xiaomo. But Mao Xiaomo seems to know nothing. But does Mao Xiaomo really know nothing? How can it be? Mu Yun is the person who knows Mao Xiaomo best. Mao Xiaomo is smarter than anyone else. It is impossible that he does not know about Wang Xiaoya. Chapter 23 The First Training. Soon the Chengda CD team's competition account will be reported to the school, because the national server does not yet have a system for name change. After joining the school team, the school will uniformly distribute accounts starting with CD to them for future competitions and training. Mao Xiaomo's ID has not changed. It is still Mking. Among the 4 members of the school team, the only one who has changed is Cheng Yao. After all, she was the one who randomly typed the name of the original game account. And this one was to go out to meet people. So she naturally had to take it. A nicer ID. During the evening training, when Cheng Yao's ID appeared on their team, Mao Xiaomo, Mu Yun, and Good were stunned. CD_King. I go. Kwangba is so cool. Is this a girl's ID? A girl's ID shouldn't be something like sunshine or flower. Mao Xiaomo twitched his mouth, remembering the episode at noon. At that time, Coach Huang Xing was sending a WeChat message asking for their game ID. Mao Xiaomo was having lunch when he suddenly received a WeChat message from Cheng Yao. Mao Xiaomo was very excited because it was the first time he received a WeChat message from her. The content of WeChat was to ask Mao Xiaomo which ID would sound better and give some suggestions. Mao Xiaomo replied with M16 520 and received a blank look from Cheng Yao. Later, All the N names that Mao Xiaomo racked his brains to think of were rejected because they didn't sound good. Look at this king again. Where does it sound good? I'll go. Oh no. I am too.
Little sister Cheng Yao. Are you so powerful?
Good exclaimed in YY. Pulling Cheng Yao. The first training of the 4-member Chang University team started vigorously. Coach Huang Xing first asked them to play in the 4th row of the ladder to practice their cooperation and communication. This is the most important thing. Basically, these 4 people now can be said to be completely strangers except for Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun, who cooperate a little. CD_King Mao Xiaomo. CD_Godric. CD_Cockroach Mu Yun. CD_King Cheng Yao. Clicking the button to start matching. They entered the game in an instant. Their accounts were all new. And their group rankings were all initial points. With their strength, playing in a fish pond game like this could be said to be a cruelty.
Airport! Airport!
As soon as the plane came off, Good yelled in YY. And the noise from the internet cafe made Mao Xiaomo want to kill him.
Ahem. We have just formed a team. The airport is the airport. There is no need to formulate tactics in such a hurry. And this level is not high. Let's get used to it first.
Mao Xiaomo, as the commander and captain of the CD team, is not in a hurry. And the competition is still nearly 2 months away. In addition, this stage puts no pressure on them at all, let alone honing their marksmanship and tactics.
Grudge!
Good snorted, and jumped down immediately. The landing point was naturally the roof of the C-shaped building, but only 3 seconds after landing, Good's scream was heard, and he instantly fell to the roof of Building 1, and was immediately replaced.
Damn Huang Mao! Why are you so good?
Mao Xiaomo laughed and said, they are purely an entertainment bureau, so there is no need to take it too seriously.
Hack you, uncle! What can I do without a gun?
Good shouted, but was drowned by Mao Xiaomo's ridicule. But then he thought of a terrifying thing. With Mao Xiaomo's skills, doesn't he want to be OB for the whole game? A feeling of despair instantly surged into Good's heart.
My KDA!
Good wailed. However, Mao Xiaomo said something that shocked him very much.
Kill the others and make yourself angry. Okay.
Mu Yun and Cheng Yao responded at the same time.
I'll go. Damn monkey. When did you become so kind?
Good said in a suspicious tone. Mao Xiaomo rarely ridiculed him and said,
although we are an entertainment bureau now, the main thing is to get used to the teammates and get familiar with them. How can we get used to each other if we are dead? After all, this is training.
Good didn't speak and couldn't find the words to refute Mao Xiaomo. The time between 8 o'clock and 10:30 every night is between the training they had agreed upon before. The time is very short. Only 2.5 hours. As the captain, Mao Xiaomo naturally cannot let them waste time. On the first day of training, the CD team only won once in 2.5 hours. Eating chicken once was actually beyond Good's expectation. But he has to bear a large part of the responsibility for tonight's result. Every time a teammate died, Mao Xiaomo would order a restart. And he died the most among them. Reopening again and again made Good's face a little embarrassed. Mao Xiaomo didn't give instructions on how to fight. It was completely up to the 4 of them to play freely. However, Good had almost no teamwork. The worst thing to say was that he only saw himself and the enemy, with no teammates at all. He often went to someone the operation of playing 3 and 1 playing 4. As soon as they landed, they found someone to shoot them. Although they killed countless people, there was no way to save them if they died. The most important thing was that the opponents in these fish ponds were not high level and had no discipline. They were not like them in competitions. At that time, the members of a team were all together. But the passerby game was different. There was no structure at all. And they would just steal you from behind. This time, after Mu Yun's death, today's training finally ended.
Let me say something first.
Mao Xiaomo looked at the time. It was 10:23. And he couldn't start the next game. So he simply summarized it directly in YY. This summary was first put forward by Mao Xiaomo, because he has more experience in commanding and knows how to integrate a team.
First of all, we are a team. The passerby game is different from the competition game. Especially this passerby game where the score is not high. Except for landing and not being shot. Death in any situation is a situation where you are out of touch with your teammates. We are going to play a game. There are many uncontrollable deaths during the game, such as exploring the circle of Scourge and so on. But there are almost no such unnecessary deaths. Our main goal now is to reduce unnecessary deaths. It's too early to say anything else. Okay. What do you want to say? Mao Xiaomao first said in YY that although he is usually very informal, Mao Xiaomao is still more serious when doing serious things. And it can be said that he spoke out Good's problem tactfully. After all, he and Good they had not known each other for long. And even though he and Good had been scolding each other for 2 hours, it would really not be nice to scold him by name. Mu Yun and Cheng Yao spoke very little and remained silent. Just as Good was about to speak, he was interrupted by Mao Xiaomao.
Damn Huang Mao. You don't have to go to class. If you have time during the day, go beat up passers-by in the 4th platoon. You have too few in the 4th platoon,
Mao Xiaomao said. After saying good night to each other, everyone left the game and went to wash up, leaving Good alone in front of the computer. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. This was the first time he had experienced a similar feeling of frustration while playing this game. Normally, he was just a solo monster, and killing people in the game was his fun. He was very confident in himself. And even after joining Chan University's school team for fun, he still firmly believed that he would be the strongest player on the team and the one who would lead them to victory. But today's training had a big impact on his thinking. He had never had a teammate. But after today's training, he seemed to be the one holding the team back. Chapter 24, Advantages and Disadvantages of Airports. At 12 o'clock, Mao Xiaomao was lying on the bed and sent another WeChat message to Cheng Yao. Mao Xiaomao, are you asleep? Cheng Yao, no. Mao Xiaomao, go to bed early. There are classes tomorrow. Cheng Yao, okay. Mao Xiaomao, breakfast tomorrow morning? Cheng Yao, okay. Mao Xiaomao, good night. Cheng Yao, good night. After putting away his phone, Mao Xiaomao was still not sleepy. He originally thought that their team strength and upper limit were very high, but he did not expect that Good's problem was so big. When a professional team selects players, marksmanship and consciousness are both indispensable. However, Good is too independent and reckless, and it is not a question of ability, but of his own thoughts. If Good wants to play 4 rows, then everything is not a problem. But if Good still uses a single row to play 4 rows, then there is really no way. At that time, Mao Xiaomao really wants to propose the idea of changing team members. But as soon as he had this thought, Mao Xiaomao immediately felt that he had set his attitude too high. Forget it and let nature take its course. Mao Xiaomao has a very strong desire to win, and Mu Yun knows this very well. No matter what game he played in the past, Mao Xiaomao was a famous troll. If his teammates did something wrong, he would immediately criticize him. But at his age, it's getting better now that he's grown up. Just like today, Mu Yun is afraid of ending up in a bad situation. The moment that really made Mao Xiaomao recognize Good was in teacher Lia's class. At that time, Mao Xiaomao was secretly playing with his mobile phone and happened to see CD_Godric's record using the mobile phone software. In the past few days, Good played all 4 rows, and from morning to night, he had almost no rest.
This damn Huang Mao is quite motivated.
Mao Xiaomao secretly thought that as the captain, he had to do a lot of things, not only arranging and commanding in the game, but also things outside the game. Since Huang Mao coached and gave him the title of captain, with Mao Xiaomao's character, he must do his best. In just 3 days, Good's 4th row skills have been greatly improved. This is actually inseparable from his own strength. As long as Good is determined, he can adapt very quickly. On the first weekend, Mao Xiaomao, as the captain, got the news that they would have a training match with 19 surrounding colleges and universities. Just 7 days later, and they would play for 2 days in a row, mainly to adapt to the rhythm of the game. Naturally, the more training matches of this kind, the better. After all, there is no way to practice some coordination tactics in the pub ladder game. For example, the first thing a team must do during the game is to control the car. In the pub game, whoever wants to snatch a car from you will look for a gun first. And by the time you get to the car, they will have a set of equipment in hand. This is not the same rhythm at all. But there will be a training match in 7 days, which makes Mao Xiaomao advance many plans, such as the tactical selection of starting points. This tactical point selection is very particular, because different places have different materials and vehicle conditions. Each option has its own advantages and disadvantages. It depends on how you choose. This can only be achieved through discussions between the team members and the coach. Today happened to be the weekend, and 4 members of the CD team and coach Huang Xing gathered around the school team's training room for a tactical meeting, which was also their first meeting. I won't be training today. I mainly focus on choosing points,
Coach Huang Xing said, glancing at the 4 team members who were listening carefully. Coach Huang Xing continued with satisfaction.
The landing point of each starting skydiving is very particular, and the characteristics of each location are different. Even the professional team chooses the location. They are all very different. It mainly depends on the style of the team. This is up to you to decide. But there must be at least 3 common plans. You can talk about it yourself. The main thing is up to you.
As soon as Coach Huang Xing finished speaking, Good jumped up. What else could he say? It was just 2 words: airport.
The airport is an option. Good. Let's talk about the pros and cons of the airport. After all, it's a game.
Coach Huang Xing smiled slightly, looking at Good, who was worrying, and said, Coach Huang Xing's move could not be called shady. He did not completely deny the airport option. He gave Good a chance to express his thoughts. But how could Good, a stubborn yellow-haired man, know so much?
Well, this land is fertile,
Good said hesitantly.
Then,
Coach Huang Xing still looked at him with a smile.
Then you can kill people. It's useless if you can't win the game by killing 20 people. You must know that the ranking points in regular games are the majority. Since you want to make tactical selections, you must analyze its advantages and disadvantages and your regular play style.
Good was speechless and could only sit down quietly. But he still couldn't forget the airport. Mao Xiaomo had a lot of ideas before. The airport was indeed an option. But the pros and cons were also obvious.
I think the airport can also be considered as a solution,
Mao Xiaomo said. Good's eyes were shining. But he was completely ignored by Coach Huang Xing. Coach Huang Xing said,
Say what you think.
Mao Xiaomo nodded and said,
The advantage of the airport is that it is a relatively fat spot. First of all, it can at least ensure that the supplies are basically sufficient. And if it's a competition, there won't be too many teams gathering here. If there are only a few teams, with our strength, we still have a great chance of occupying the airport and taking up the entire airport's resources. Well, there's another advantage. You don't have to think of a way to cross the bridge in the airport circle. You can grab a spot as soon as possible.
Mao Xiaomo thought for a while and listed all the advantages he could think of, which made the dead yellow hair on the side nod frequently. Zheng Yao continued what Mao Xiaomo said.
But the shortcomings are also obvious. If there is no one at the airport, the search will take longer. If there are other teams, it will be easy to get stuck.
Mao Xiaomo continued.
We can control the search time ourselves. The main issue is the vehicle and the time to enter the circle. The geographical location of the airport determines that his time to enter the circle will be later than other places. This is in TPP. There are some disadvantages inside. As long as it is not in the airport circle, you will not be able to occupy the best positions in the center of the circle in the early stage. You can only enter the circle late, passively explore points, and passively select points. Secondly, there is the problem of vehicles. There are not many vehicle refresh points next to the airport. If there are other teams,
the vehicle may not have enough points.
Zheng Yao thought for a while and then added,
There is actually another problem with the vehicle. If the circle is too far away, it will easily be hit by other teams on the road, causing damage to the vehicle and personnel. Although it is a formal competition, there is still a bridge problem, which is likely to consume time and reduce personnel.
Finally, Mao Xiaomo concluded,
To be honest, the airport has more disadvantages than advantages. But I think this place is still advisable. Firstly, our team's guns are relatively strong and we are not particularly afraid of exchanging fire with the enemy. Secondly, it's because we are familiar with the airport, so we can basically fight without getting used to it.
Zheng Yao also had the same opinion. They were very familiar with the terrain of the airport. With Mao Xiaomo's command, they could basically carry out operations without research. As for other popular places, there must be people grabbing them. Their knowledge of the map, if you don't study the enemy as well as you can, you will naturally not be able to exert your due strength. Listening to these people crazily discussing the pros and cons of the airport, Good was really confused. Oh? Just going to the airport. Chapter 25 Z City and Water City.
Okay. You decide for yourself.
Coach Huang Xing nodded. He would not interfere with the players' decisions. His current responsibilities may be more like that of an analyst, and his work can only start after the training match.
I have also thought about this problem. There are so many points on the map, and there must be people at good resource points during the game. The choice is up to us.
Muyan also said, P City, School, R City, etc., which are located in the center of the map, were first excluded by everyone. During the game, The most taboo thing is to compete and fight with the enemy in the early stage. It not only wastes time, but also has no benefits. So in the early stage, if you want to fight, you must decide the winner as soon as possible. But if there are many people in these places, the battle will not be resolved in a while and a half.
Since we can't go to these places, what about City S, City L, and City Z?
Coach Huangjin asked. These three cities are all located in the corners of the map. City S is in the north and City Z is in the upper left corner. And City L is in the far east.
I personally think Z City is fine,
Mao Xiaomao said.
Z City.
Gu thought for a while. It seemed like there was such a place, but he had never been there.
I think this place is okay. The first reason is that this place is richer in materials and is fatter than L City. S City is similar, but unlike S City, basically no team will come to this place. If we want to choose to fight close to each other, we can come to Z City, search the entire Z City, and then find a position to enter the circle.
Mao Xiaomao explained. He had watched many professional training games before, and he also discovered that Z City is a good place. The good thing is that there are many cars and no people. There is no need to worry about early development.
Kindness. Where are G-Port and the upper and lower city areas?
Good asked curiously. He came to this place often, and there were still many people in the passerby bureau who knew that Mao Xiaomao rejected it on the spot and said,
the resource area in G-Port is too big. Do the math. There are 5 major hospitals. G-Port, Shangqing District, Xiaoqing District, and Xiqing District. At resource points, except for hospitals where there is value in going there. It is easy to form a situation with other teams and no cars.
After listening to so much analysis, it is impossible for Good to understand nothing. Indeed, if you jump to the hospital, you can still find a car in the southern wild area of the hospital. But if you are in G-Port or the city, the car will be a big question. Car. This is the most important point in their selection.
Where are the big and small power plants? My city? And Port Inn?
Muyun asked. The big and small power plants in Port Inn are truly high-end resource points. But these places are too popular. If you search for one team, it will be very rich. But if there are more than 2 teams, the resources will not be enough. In Mao Xiaomao in my heart,
it ranks second to Z City, not to mention City Y. This resource point can be said to be one of the largest resource points in the entire map. It can arm 3 to 4 teams. And the spawning point is very fixed. Once you fall in, you will not be able to get out. Naturally. Denied by Mao Xiaomao and others.
Let me think about it. Port P can't work in K City. G Port's upper and lower urban areas can't work. Y City can't work in L City. And N Port can't do it. Is it possible that apart from the airport, we only have Z City?
Good was a little blind. If it turns black, they won't be reduced to the jungle.
Right. The airport and Z City chosen are both circle tactics. Do we need to choose 2 points to play in the center of the circle?
Muyun also asked doubtfully. If they only played the circle tactics, would they be too passive? Mao Xiaomao snapped his fingers, looked at the people gathered in a circle, and said mysteriously,
you have forgotten one place.
Hearing what Mao Xiaomao said, Cheng Yao was the only one who reacted.
Water City. Yes, it's Shuicheng.
Strictly speaking, Water City is not a formal resource point, because it is not given a name in the national server, which also makes this place forgotten in everyone's memory. Even if it is a passerby bureau, there are only a few people coming to Shuicheng.
But can Shuicheng support 4 people?
Muyun asked. He didn't know much about Shuicheng, but there seemed to be a Thai team called MITH that liked this place.
It's completely possible to make a living, but it doesn't just depend on Shuicheng. The fake garage across the road in Shuicheng must be for 1 person. And then, there can be 1 person on the edge of our city.
Mao Xiaomao explained.
And there are a lot of cars here. So there is no need to worry. If you are really poor, you can go to the ruins to resupply. I think it is feasible.
Coach Huang Xing first gave his opinion.
It's just that we haven't been to this place very often. We still need to conduct research. We can't even search for the most basic equipment now,
Muyun said, after identifying 3 major resource points. The airport, Z City, and Water City. Mao Xiaomao also wanted to ask Cheng Yao and Muyun what they thought about jungle.
If you don't fight in the wild, don't fight in the wild.
Good shouted crazily on the side, and was naturally ignored by everyone. Searching in wild areas is indeed a little more difficult than searching at resource points. But it is safer and vehicles are guaranteed. Mu Yun himself didn't want to play in the jungle. They had been playing for so long, and had played in many jungles. Their impression of the jungle area was poor.
Cheng Yao, what do you think?
Mu Yun asked. He himself didn't want to play jungle. But as a member of the team, he had to respect the opinions of others. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yao was hesitant and said,
Nowadays, the wild area can definitely have some basic equipment. But there are not many points worth hunting in the wild. Let me think about it. The Western Wilderness, the area next to the school, and the area near the farm are wild areas that can go. But other teams may go there as well.
PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds has been a game for so long, and every corner of the map has been studied. Even in professional competitions, Cheng Yao said that there are people who go to these 3 wild areas.
Then let's let the jungle matter go for now. Let's get familiar with Z City and Water City in the past few days. Let's use it as tactics for the game. Let's play at the airport first during the training match in a few days.
Mao Xiaomao said, as the captain has the right to make decisions. Even if he asks his teammates to go to the jungle, their teammates must obey his orders. However, Good on the side breathed a heavy sigh of relief at the decision not to go to the jungle for the time being. He can accept the jungle in both Z City and Shuicheng. What the H.L. is that? Because Changda can open a custom server. And today Mao Xiaomao and the others mainly choose locations and understand the terrain. Coach Huang Xing opened a custom server to let everyone get familiar with Z City and Shuicheng. The terrain of Z City is relatively easy to understand. It is a high and low slope with quite a few houses up and down. In order to roughly understand the distribution of resources, the 4 members of the team searched Z City for an entire afternoon. Although it was relatively boring, it was also a team essential training. But there is one person who is very happy, and that is Good. This damn yellow guy fell in love with Z City as soon as he came to this place. It is not that exaggerated to say that this place is as fat as heaven, but it is barely enough to arm a full staff. Team of 4. Chapter 26, a training match that cannot be embarrassing. It's no wonder that Good had such a sigh. You must know that 4 AM called this place a paradise during the training match. No one but a car. And fat enough. 3 major features.
But I think it would be better for 2 to 3 people to search here. For people are still too reluctant to search here.
After searching for supplies for an afternoon, Mu Yun also felt that Z City is not suitable for a 4-person team to search here.
Send 1 person to search at the end of the city in Shanqing district like 4 AM.
Huang Xing took advantage of their afternoon research on resources to study 4 AM's usual tactics in Z City. But he personally felt that this tactic was not very safe. It's easy to reduce staff. Mao Xiaomao also knew what Coach Huang Xing was worried about, and said,
Then we push 22 points, leaving 2 people in Z City, and 2 people go to the end of the city in Shanqing district to steal cars and resources.
After everyone's discussion, Good and Mao Xiaomao stayed in Z City, while Mu Yun and Cheng Yao went to the end of the city in Shanqing district. Good nodded with satisfaction and looked at the helpless expressions on everyone's faces. In fact, Z City is relatively safe. Generally, the snipers and commanders who are most important to the team will stay in Z City. But what does Good, a deadbeat guy, say? Both wanted to stay in Z City, so Cheng Yao changed with him. Everything was done the same, and it was still early before the CUL National College League, so they had plenty of time to study. Saturday passed very quickly. Even though they spent the whole day studying the map, the progress was not particularly fast. As for the use of these 2 tactics, they still need to practice in actual combat. In the remaining few days, it can be said that the CD team has begun to officially adjust. Although Good still has some problems sometimes. But overall it has gotten much better. It has been smooth in the 4th row of the ladder, and has not encountered any problems. What a troublesome situation. Their training in the past few days was basically in Z City and Shuicheng. In order to better familiarize themselves with these 2 places, they played for 7 days, and basically met no one in Z City and Shuicheng. With a resource search in the early stage, they will have all the equipment they should have when they finish the search, which also reduces the problem of not having a gun in the box when they land. After having the equipment, it would be very difficult for them to die based on their skills. Unless they were too arrogant and were beaten by several teams at the same time, it would be difficult to die with teammates holding guns. But the reason why Coach Huang Xing thinks this team has great potential is because of Mao Xiaomao. Mao Xiaomao has a very strong desire to win, and his personal charisma is so strong that there is almost no second voice in the team during training. Even Good, who has always disliked Mao Xiaomao, has not refuted his command. Except in addition to the fact that coordination needs to be practiced. The CD team can be said to be a very interesting team. The last person who gave Coach Huang Xing this feeling was his good friend, and a famous PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds player. A plusable. Also commonly known as Big Brother A+. Coach Huang Xing thought to himself that he must get an A+ one day to teach these young guys. Friday night at 10:30.
During the lap. If we are at a safe place, we have to get on the bus in advance. Once the lap is around, we have to grab a spot. In this way, if we get to the spot in advance, everything will be okay.
Mao Xiaomo looked at the superior replay and said, they were trying to get a feel for it by playing in the pub game in a competitive way. But even though they won the game in the first set, there were still big problems. The main problem was that the transfer was too slow, and the head-to-head confrontations with others were still too scattered.
Tomorrow's training match. After meeting someone, open the gun line a little bit. If the situation is not too chaotic, whoever can open the gun line will have an advantage. Well, then there is the issue of setting up the car. Then follow my instructions.
Mao Xiaomo seriously pointed out the problems that they have had in recent days. To be honest, Mao Xiaomo is still very confident in this kind of team, especially after practicing in the past few days. At least he can feel that everyone is want to win. At 12:30 the next day, the four people had already gathered in the school team training room. This was also their first official appearance. What Mao Xiaomo and others did not expect was that the small school team training room had already more than 40 people crowded in advance. All members of the PUBG club. They all came to watch the school team's training game after hearing that there was a training match today. This school team has just been established, and everyone is full of curiosity about the current members of the school team. Among the more than 40 people, Coach Huang Xing also saw a familiar figure, who was a member of the previous CD team. It happened to be Saturday, and almost everyone who had time came. But the small school team training room couldn't accommodate too many people, so we had to adopt a first-come, first-served rule. Those who came later had to be embarrassed to let them go back. Because there were several freshmen, Coach Huang Xing gave them some basic rules for watching the school team's training games. To put it simply, don't do anything that affects the players. You can only speak after a game is over. This is also several principles for the training of the old CD team. This should be regarded as Team CD's debut. Coach Huang Xing has also opened the recording software. After all, there are still many fans of Team CD in this school. Putting out the training video can be regarded as satisfying the needs of the fans. After all, they can come only a few people see the first-person perspective.
Today's 20 colleges and universities are all from Changzhou. The level this year is not very clear. After all, the personnel changes in this thing are too big.
Coach Huang Xing first went to Mao Xiaomo and the others to find out. Mao Xiaomo and others did not enter the server immediately, but instead opened a ladder.
Warm your hands. Let's take the first one today,
Mao Xiaomo said. They had just come to the training match. Good and Cheng Yao didn't know it. Anyway, he and Mu Yun were sleeping in the morning. After a simple warm-up, for team IDs with CDs entered a room called Changzhou TPP, and the secret was 0290. But the simple warm-up just now made the members, who saw their first-person view for the first time, were completely shocked. Within 2 minutes, the airport with more than 20 umbrellas was cleared by these team members. Moreover, their marksmanship was so accurate that several people from the previous class could only smile bitterly, as if they were indeed not on the same level.
Come on! Come on! Take the first one! Don't be embarrassed,
Mao Xiaomo shouted loudly. This is a part of boosting morale before the game, and also a part of adjusting the mental state.
There are so many people watching, so give it a good fight. I heard from the coach that the video needs to be released. Then we can't be embarrassed. Damn it! I'll kill whoever makes a mistake later,
Mao Xiaomo shouted. As soon as he finished shouting, Mao Xiaomo whispered, except Yao Yao. Mu Yun and Good rolled their eyes, and Cheng Yao gave a rare smile, but didn't say anything.
You stinky monkey! Can you stop being disgusting? I want you to be a bastard. Do you have the guts to say it again? Hit me, Huang Mao, and you will go hunting for me later? I'll beat you, uncle!
Bang! Coach Huang Xing couldn't bear it anymore, and he violently made Mao Xiaomo and Good lose their temper in an instant.
Fight well. Yes!
Chapter 27, Head-to-Head Confrontation. The first training match officially started. It was a relatively remote route from the west to K City. As soon as this route appeared, all teams who wanted to go to the southern resource point had to find a car.
Airport. Try to fly to Kyoto. Pick up people if you can pick them up in the car. If you can't pick up people,
go directly to the airport. Make sure that our people are the first to arrive at the airport.
Mao Xiaomo opened his umbrella directly in the sky and observed other teams' case. What is this operation? Mao Xiaomo opened a high parachute not long after flying, which surprised the people around him. However, this was a tactic they had already discussed. When parachuting, Mao Xiaomo opened a high parachute over his head to report the enemy's position to them. Position.
There is a motorcycle at the bridge.
Cheng Yao was the first to arrive at the bridge. As soon as she opened her umbrella, she saw the situation of the vehicles around the bridge.
There is a team above you who want to grab a car with you. Cheng Yao, see if you can pick one up. If not, go to the airport first.
Mao Xiaomo looked at a team that also wanted to get off the bridge and said to Cheng Yao,
I can grab the motorcycle. Good. You can just fall in front of me. I will take you there.
Cheng Yao reported the information to his teammates. The closest one to him was Good. The rest, Mao Xiaomo, was in the sky, and Mu Yun was there. There was no time to pick up the car in the wheat field behind.
Okay.
Sure enough, after grabbing the motorcycle, they ignored the group next to them. Cheng Yao took Good to the airport first. Although the 4 people behind had just found the car, they did not dare to go to the airport again and could only take a taxi at Port F. Wild.
Mu Yun picked me up. They have abandoned the airport. You two go search first.
Mao Xiaomo then got into the jeep driven by Mu Yun and rushed towards the airport.
There is a team here. We will cross the bridge and cross over there later. There should be fewer people on the right side of this route.
Mao Xiaomo continued. Everyone had already discussed the allocation of the airport in the car. Gu Chengyao went first to search for the police station in Building C. Mao Xiaomo searched for K, the 3rd elementary school, and the boiler room and satellite building. Naturally, leave it to Mu Yun who has a car.
Why are there so many grips?
Good couldn't believe it. Was he searching at the airport? It has become a consensus among many players that the grips are not brushed at the airport. But for this Good, he found 2 grips after searching 3 small rooms.
Multiple 4 times. This one is very fat. Multiple M4 stocks. I'm going to the elevated highway. I'll search it for you here. The circle is on the right. There are very few people here. We have searched the airport. And this is the circle for us.
Mao Xiaomo glanced at the circle and drew a circle on the east side. There was even an island on the airport side. Half of them are in the safe zone.
Mu Yun, after searching the boiler room, go to the bridge on the right. We will bring you whatever you need.
Okay. Mu Yun had a car. After searching for a gun, he followed Mao Xiaomo's instructions and went to the bridge. He took a spot to look out and searched at the same time.
Do you want a grip?
Good was selling his grip again.
Let's go first. If there are any accessories, we can sort them out later. I marked them. Let's go to the mountain outside my city.
After Mao Xiaomo searched K, he almost had all the equipment on his body. It happened that the poisonous circle had just started to refresh. And that means they spent nearly 4 minutes searching. This time is actually a bit long, but because there are not many people in this circle. And if they take the points, they are at the airport. So they simply search the airport to make their combat effectiveness stronger.
Report the medicine on your body.
Mao Xiaomo turned off the game sound skillfully and could hear his teammates' words more clearly. As for the danger, it was even more unlikely. With Mu Yun helping them clear the way, Mu Yun would know immediately if someone said something.
I'm 323. That's enough.
Cheng Yao said.
I'm 221. That's enough. I'm 123. That's enough. You can give me a big bag later.
Everyone reported their medicine information and equipment information. Mao Xiaomo's fully equipped M16 A4 Plus 4X scope 98K, level 3 head and level 3 armor. Mu Yun's level 2 head and level 2 armor. A 4X M416 with a full magazine. Cheng Yao's level 3 head and level 2 armor A. The body is fully equipped with Scar L and 8X scope 98K. In the end,
Good only has a level 1 head, but has level 3 armor. He only has an AKM on his body, and all the 556 bullets are given to others. In fact, KA still has a few level 2 heads, but in order to rush for time, Good was not allowed to get them.
Divide things. Hurry up. Throw away all the things you don't need. And cross the bridge after changing.
The 4 vehicles of the CD team stopped at the bridge here, watching to see if there was anyone on the bridge. And at the same time, they also divided things.
Mu Yun, hold the level 3 armor.
Mao Xiaomo glanced at Good, who only had a level 1 head, but took off his level 3 armor, and then took off Good's clothes. He probably wanted to find Mao Xiaomo. Fight hard. Mu Yun quickly changed into level 3 armor without saying anything. Because he was a scout, he would definitely be the first one to be beaten. So the level 3 armor in the team was usually given to him first. But the level 3 leader would definitely be given priority. For Cheng Yao. After all, the importance of level 3 heads to a sniper needs no more elaboration.
There's no one at the bridge. Don't worry. I'll just hit the turret you marked.
Mu Yun asked.
Well, you go ahead and dig in. Later, Mu Yun, you will be on the first floor. Cheng Yao will go to the second floor. And Good and I will be on the rocks outside the turret.
Mao Xiaomo said. This point is a turret on the mountain outside Mai. There are many jungles and bunkers nearby. Mao Xiaomo is very satisfied with being able to grab this point. Ta. Mu Yun's car was hit by a shuttle when it passed the housing area outside Mai. And 1/3 of the car's blood dropped. Fortunately, the man was not shot.
There is someone in the fake garage on the left. Go around,
Mu Yun said in his voice. When Mao Xiaomo and others got the information, they couldn't help but be secretly surprised. They came to occupy the spot so early? By occupying the spot so early, Mao Xiaomo could almost conclude that there were not many people in the fake garage. But the game had just begun, and there was no need for him to capture the house opposite. After a slight detour, Team CD successfully reached the turret marked by Mao Xiaomo. As soon as they got off the bus, the firepower from the wild area outside my city poured into the CD team.
Save the car and don't let them remove the tire.
Mao Xiaomo reacted instantly when he heard the sound of a tire blowing out. This car must be reported. This is the first lap. If the lap goes too far later, they will have no way to move. Get in the car and drive to a position that they can't hit. Mao Xiaomo has also been disabled by this team.
It's very close. About 200 meters away. Do you want to kill them?
Good had a bad temper. And this team was quite close. So in his opinion, he would definitely fight them. Mao Xiaomo parked the car and took a blood shot. His body armor only had half health. After taking a look at the surrounding terrain, Mao Xiaomo decisively ordered,
"Clear this team." Okay.
After saying that, Good rushed over.
Let's rush together and spread the gun line a little further. They're in the small room area above us. Watch out for people. They may not all be hiding in the house,
Mao Xiaomo said. The position on the opposite side is just above their turret, although it poses no threat to them. If they want to move in the next circle, they will become a stumbling block for the CD team. So after weighing the pros and cons, Mao Xiaomo decisively ordered this team to move. Rushed.
I'll go first. You guys, watch your left and right. Be careful of someone stealing.
Mu Yun rushed directly up the slope, followed closely by Good, while Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao pulled the gun lines, one on the left and the other on the right.
If you see one in the house, throw some thunder to find him first.
Mu Yun and Good also reacted quickly. They took out mines and threw them into the house, and then observed the distribution of the team. This is also the first time that the CD team has faced off against other teams in a training match. Chapter 28 Fierce Battle. A man suddenly appeared from the window on the second floor of the house, shooting at Mu Yun and Good like crazy. Both Good and Mu Yun reacted very quickly. They opened the camera and knocked down the man at the window. The moment he was knocked down, Mu Yun threw a thunderbolt towards the man's position. CD_Kakarot used the M16 to knock out Oin_Nadkai. But Good was instantly killed by his teammates before he could react. It was only because he was a level 1 boss that he knocked down Good with 2 shots. Then the school team training room echoed with Good's scream.
Ah! One on the right and one on the right. Help!
Boom!
The one on the right is down.
Cheng Yao shot down the man who defeated Good with an accurate 98k shot. And before he knew it, all the people had been pulled out. Oin_Shik uses M416 to knock down CD_Godric. CD_King used Car 98k to knock down Oin_Shik with a headshot.
Nice. Help! Help!
Good shouted ecstatically. Mao Xiaomo resisted the urge to strangle him to death and pressed the rescue button. This position was on a small slope, so there was no problem in saving people.
Cheng Yao, hold on. Mu Yun shouldn't be too far away,
Mao Xiaomo said. Just after saying this, Mu Yun found another enemy hiding behind the tree, fired a wave of guns and knocked him down, counting the previous one. There should be only one person in this team.
Look for that person. Don't get stolen. Work in pairs.
After rescuing Good, everyone searched the surrounding area and made sure that the last person was not around before they dared to pick up the bags of these 3 people with confidence.
In this way, Chung Yao and I stay up there. Mu Yun and Good go back to our previous positions. And I go down and drive up.
Mao Xiaomao said. Their position is okay, although they can't hold up the previous turret. But when someone attacks the turret or their house, the other 2 people can steal it back. After quickly licking the bag, Mu Yun and Good returned to their previous positions. Mao Xiaomao also drove a jeep up to facilitate the transfer of him and Chung Yao.
Look at the next circle.
Just after they finished this fight, the 3rd safety zone was also refreshed. Their 2 rooms were exactly in the center. At this time, there were 59 people on the field, which can be said to be a lot. Normally, this kind of training match would start with a large-scale attrition in the 3rd circle. Mao Xiaomao and his team's room was just right to avoid the fighting around the circle.
I didn't expect this one to hit the center of the circle.
Mao Xiaomao also complained. Their original tactic was to fight close to the edge of the circle. Who knew that the safe zone was all the way to the south? And they didn't need to carry out large-scale operations? Transfer. You must know that this kind of game transfer is the action with the highest mortality rate.
There is a team on the green dot I marked. There is also a team at the point I marked.
Mu Yun and Good said one after another. Mao Xiaomao looked at the points marked on the map. They were all very popular points, including the pile of stones across the road and the housing area on the top of the mountain in the distance.
I have a silencer and can fight.
Chung Yao asked Mao Xiaomao.
Beat. Steel 1 is 1.
If there is silencer, it is completely possible to shoot at this distance. But Good, who is strongly demanding to shoot, is not okay. Although he really wants to shoot.
Steel 1.
Chung Yao put away her gun and hid in the house to prevent the enemy from discovering her. From a distance of 300 meters, her rifle still hit the enemy with 3 accurate shots and destroyed them.
Just watch out for someone's spot. And that's it. There's a guy on your back over there. So don't let anyone touch it.
Before Mao Xiaomao finished speaking, there was a crackling sound from the turrets of Mu Yun and Good.
I relied on a whole team to get to it.
Good trembled when he saw the enemy and instantly retracted to the 2nd floor of the turret. Otherwise, he would have been knocked down the moment he showed up.
Depend on.
Before Mao Xiaomao could say anything else, he and Chung Yao climbed over the window and rushed down the mountain.
Be careful of thunder.
If the enemy had some intelligence, they would definitely throw mines. But it was not particularly easy to hide from the mines in the turret. Mao Xiaomao could only pray that they could hold on for a while longer. Boom! Boom! Good, who was on the 2nd floor, did not dare to hesitate and climbed down from the window in an instant. Mu Yun on the 1st floor also instantly knocked down one. But Good was knocked down by the enemy as soon as he jumped down. And Mu Yun did not dare to lean forward to fight. After Good was eliminated in an instant, the enemy was about to rush to Mu Yun's 1st floor. They had no idea that 2 people behind him had sneaked over from the mountain.
Here we go! Mu Yun fights.
Mu Yun and Chung Yao, Mao Xiaomao, who were behind the enemy, opened fire at the same time, eating the team alive almost instantly, but at the cost of 1 member of the team.
No rush. Let's fight this circle slowly.
Mao Xiaomao didn't have time to study Good's fall to the ground just now. All they had to do was to continue fighting, because it was the housing area in the center of the circle. And there had been violent gunshots. No one dared to charge at this time. After safely picking up the enemy's 4 bags and Good's bag, the current CD3 player can be said to be the best of the best, having everything they should have.
Next circle.
Mao Xiaomao looked at the 3rd layer of poison that was about to be brushed, praying that he would continue to brush them in the next circle. But contrary to expectations, the 4th circle was brushed on the side of the lumberyard, which meant that Mao Xiaomao and the others also had to move. And there was someone in my city behind them. Is it someone who entered the circle early or is stuck in my city? Mao Xiaomao also hesitated. As a commander, the choice made at this time will definitely determine the life or death of the team. Mao Xiaomao did not dare to give orders easily.
Decisive,
Chung Yao said coldly. This time is golden time. No matter what decision they make, they have time. But it won't necessarily change after 10 seconds. Hearing Chung Yao's cold shout, Mao Xiaomao made up his mind.
The people behind you will be stuck first. And now you have to fight when you enter the circle. When the time comes, we will destroy them if their butts are stolen.
After receiving the order, Mu Yun and Chung Yao also focused on the blue circle, while Mao Xiaomao looked around to prevent any team from hearing the gunfire and coming over.
A team from the 200 direction is moving the car,
Chung Yao said.
Direction 110. For people are running, but they can't go to the right.
Mao Xiaomo was very decisive.
Fight if you can, and clear everything from behind. Remove all the tires that can be removed.
Suddenly Cheng Yao said in a voice.
I have removed the tires of the team behind me. They will not be able to pass for a while. Do you want to enter the circle now? Enter!
Without the threat behind them, Mao Xiaomo and the others only need to focus on the people around the white circle. How could he miss such an opportunity? As long as they occupy the edge of the circle and block the people outside the circle, the people here can be said to have been cleared.
Don't drive. Just touch it.
3 people were like special forces. One of them rushed up the mountain with a rifle in his hand. Driving in this kind of mountain warfare is asking for death. If you can't get up to speed, your position will be easily exposed. Choosing not to drive at this time is definitely the right choice.
I saw someone at the edge of the circle. There were at least 3 in the pile of wood.
Mu Yun took the lead and saw the team at the edge of the circle, looking eagerly at the direction they were coming from.
Cheng Yao, let's fight. Mu Yun, let's throw Lei Cheng. Okay.
Chapter 29. Killing the Bloody Path.
There are still people in the direction of 200 meters away. Don't worry about them for now. Let's clear out the team in front of you first.
Mao Xiaomo heard that there were 2 teams fighting not far away. But now their situation is also very dangerous, and they must be cleared first. The group in front of them was cleared. Moreover, the terrain around the circle is not very easy to block them. And if Mao Xiaomo and the others are accurate with their thunder and lightning, it will be very difficult for the other side.
They didn't spread out their formation. They just went up.
Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun rushed towards each other. At this time, if one of them was knocked down, the CD team would face a situation of collapse. But Cheng Yao's 98K has been holding up the 4 people on the opposite side. This person was also seen on the opposite side. But the first ones to deal with were Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun.
Throw cigarettes at 98K on the opposite side. Block his vision. Then block the main circle, and it's okay.
The people on the opposite side are also very calm, although their formation is not spread out at this time. They are inside the circle, and the CD team is outside the circle. This is a huge advantage. Boom! 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 Countless thunderbolts were thrown at them, and one of the people stuck at the edge of the circle was blown down because their position was too narrow, and they had no place to hide. Mao Xiaomo stuck the stone on the left, shot twice with his head, and pushed back an opponent who wanted to fight back.
They're throwing away cigarettes here. Cheng Yao, come here too, and show your face.
Mao Xiaomo saw that Cheng Yao's position was meaningless, so he immediately asked Cheng Yao to come over to help. There is still a chance that something would happen in 2 versus 3. As the captain, he must choose the safest way of playing at this time.
It's in place. Go straight for it.
Mao Xiaomo and the others calculated the time when the enemy would fall to the ground and rushed over. They were in close combat, but the gun lines of Mao Xiaomo and the 3 men were very wide. Although the opponent had a positional advantage, Mao Xiaomo was not afraid of them at all. Besides, this wave had to be fought. So Mao Xiaomo was very determined. Because Mu Yun rushed forward, he was instantly knocked down by the enemy's concentrated fire. But Mao Xiaomo reacted quickly and knocked down one of them with a 4x headshot.
I threw a thunder. Cheng Yao, please pay attention.
After Mao Xiaomo defeated this person, he immediately replaced his 4x with a red dot, smoothly cut off the bursts, threw a thunder to force the opponent's position, and also bought them time to get closer. 2 fell down on the opposite side, and they reacted very quickly. They threw 2 cigarettes directly at the feet of their fallen teammates. It was definitely impossible to save them now, but it prevented them from replenishing their fallen teammates elsewhere.
They're smoking. Just get in.
Boom! As soon as Mao Xiaomo's thunder rang, Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo instantly opened their first-person perspective and rushed toward the enemy's position. The smoke has dispersed, and enemies or teammates can't be seen at all. They can only rely on footsteps and reactions. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao jumped into the smoke. The situation was very chaotic. They couldn't see anything at all. At the same time, there was a team not far away who was drawing a lottery. They fired into the smoke, and Mao Xiaomo was also hit. Shot twice. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Seeing the 2 level 2 heads, Mao Xiaomo suddenly got excited and started sweeping wildly. The 2 people on the opposite side also fired desperately, but they still couldn't beat Mao Xiaomo, who had just passed level 3 and level 3A. And the teammates seemed to hurt each other. CD_King used Frag Grenade Dan to kill ZZ_HSHSH. CD_King used M16A4 to kill ZZ_SJJ. CD_King used M16A4 to kill ZZ_Hansung. CD_King uses M16A4 to kill ZZ_Zixi. The 4 heads were instantly received. The moment he destroyed this team, Mao Xiaomo immediately fell to the ground and started spraying medicine.
Can Muyun climb in?
Mao Xiaomo asked. He really didn't want to lose another player before the real finals.
Okay. Cheng Yao, come and save me.
Muyun looked at his position, and it seemed like he couldn't hit anywhere else. Cheng Yao remained silent and threw 3 cigarettes where Muyun was. Just in case. They had plenty of throwing items in their bags anyway, so there was no need to save them.
Check to see if the team from my city is coming behind you.
Mao Xiaomo saw that the poisonous circle was about to reach him, and reminded Muyun, Cheng Yao, and
I didn't come here. Maybe I went around.
Once the poison is obtained, it will be a level 5 poison. It is basically impossible for the team to afford this poison. As soon as the poison circle is received, Muyun said,
just in case, we will leave after a while and let them fight first. We will pretend to die first.
Up to now, it can be said that it is the real finals, and the number of people has been reduced sharply to 30 people. After staying in the pile of wood for a full minute, they began to move. This circle has reached the opposite side of them. It can be said to be a real circle of divine punishment. If they want to pass, they can only forcefully fight through the middle.
Let's go. Stay closer. When you see someone closer, we'll hit you. We can only hit this circle,
Mao Xiaomo said as he ran. Pure mountain warfare is more beneficial for teams that need to move. After all, there are bunkers for movement.
I saw a team. 100 meters to the right. Full formation. Hit. Hit. Hit those at the back first.
Ta-ta-ta-ta. The firepower of 3 guns instantly killed the last 2 people on the opposite side.
One by one. Have the 2 in front turned around?
Before Muyun and Cheng Yao could respond, the kill information of the person Mao Xiaomo defeated popped up. CD_King used M16A4 to kill Sure_46. CD_King used Scarl to kill Sure_Shu.
They were destroyed by others. There are people on the right. Let's get closer to the left. Follow me.
The moment Team Sure was killed, Mao Xiaomo instantly realized that there was someone on the right, and there was not much space left for them. If they still touched to the right, they would probably be killed outside the circle.
Pull to the left. Pull to the left. There are 2 people on the rocks in front of you. Feng Yin. Push forward. Keep pulling to the left. The stone is difficult to attack.
Mao Xiaomo and others threw a few cigarettes to block their vision and continued to pull down the slope.
There's someone behind the jeep on the left. It's down.
Muyun saw a person lying next to the jeep at the edge of the circle, and the M416 with 4x scope immediately hit him to death. He is a lone wolf. But this move also made people in the circle react and pull people over from the slope.
Let's go to the jeep and cover up the smoke on the left so we can stay there.
Fortunately, they had picked up a lot of thrown objects before. Otherwise, they would have been lost long ago.
The people on the right are beating us. We need to suppress them.
Cheng Yao's tone remained unchanged, still very calm.
You go first. I'll take the pressure.
As a free man, Muyun must be the one to carry out the firing. Muyun found a thick tree and kept lighting the people on the right who were beating them. Although he didn't kill anyone, he successfully got Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao into the circle.
You come in too.
This time, it was Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao who helped Muyun set up the gun. But Muyun's output just now really attracted a lot of people's attention. Seeing that he was trying to escape the poison, almost all of them started to beat him.
Shut!
Although Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao tried their best, Muyun still failed to enter the circle. This is the case in mountain battles. It is almost impossible to maintain a full complement. This circle was losing its members like crazy. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were also stealing people's heads. The number of people dropped sharply by 12 in an instant. Even the 2 people on the stone on the left were cleared. The enemies that Mao Xiaomo knew were against them. Their biggest threat should be the team down the slope. But their position is difficult to get past. So they can only pray that they don't attack down the slope in the next lap. Chapter 30, Eat Chicken. In the name of Team CD. Circle. Mao Xiaomo shouted in his heart. But it had no effect. But it was not too bad. It was a regular circle. The white circle was painted in the center of the blue circle, which meant that all the teams around the circle had to move. There are no bunkers in this central circle. Just a few trees in total. It can be said that when this poisonous circle begins to clear up, it is the time to really decide the outcome. According to Mao Xiaomo's judgment, they and the people down the slope should be the only ones on their side. The rest are on the other side of the circle. They also have many choices now, and it all depends on how Mao Xiaomo directs them.
Let's hold the one down the slope first. When the gunshots from the opposite side are heard, we will close the smoke and walk up the slope.
Mao Xiaomo judged the situation on the field and chose to avoid the battle first. The key is that there are only two of them. If it was Manchu, they would definitely make the team down the slope reckless and clear their side of the circle. But it would be a bit dangerous to do such a move now.
Hey, the train is moving downstairs.
Mao Xiaomo was a little excited when he heard the sound of the car starting. The people down the slope obviously couldn't wait anymore when they saw that the poison was almost coming. They got into the car and wanted to get in the circle.
Don't worry about them. The two opposing teams will punish them. Can this jeep be driven?
Mao Xiaomo asked Cheng Yao that they had an enemy jeep. In the final round, when there was no cover, if there was a car, you can pull the gun line with confidence. Cheng Yao got on the jeep and jumped out, saying,
"Half health. One wheel is missing. Then let's stop driving. Let's move up."
Mao Xiaomo weighed the pros and cons and gave up driving. The half-health jeep would definitely not be able to make it into the circle. Suddenly there was loud gunfire, and the three teams started fighting at the same time. The two teams on the opposite side were beating each other on Mao Xiaomo's side, which also gave Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao plenty of time. The two of them did not hesitate, because they knew that there were no people on the slope. So the two of them felt free to pull up and fight them first.
One team in the turret opposite. One team on the other side of the slope. You can steal it.
Mao Xiaomo knew that Cheng Yao had a silencer, so he could steal it in such a chaotic situation where no one was paying attention to them. After Cheng Yao entered the circle, he began to deal damage to the two opposing teams. The two teams were stuck with each other and had begun to take poison. No one could afford this poison. Those who had not yet fallen to the ground could only bravely rush to the safe zone. However, there are not only CDs here, but also a team with a known number of people down the slope. It is impossible to let them in. Just as Mao Xiaomo was thinking about how to defeat the team down the slope, he heard a burst of violent gunfire, and he was instantly killed.
I have a lone wolf here, 20 meters in front of me.
Mao Xiaomo instantly fell to his knees on the ground, facing the enemy. When Cheng Yao heard the gunfire from Mao Xiaomo's side, she immediately took out her 98K and blasted the lone wolf's level 2 head with one precise shot.
Oh my! I was careless.
Mao Xiaomo blamed himself a little. His attention was all attracted by the teams below, and he didn't realize that there was another person lying next to him. At this time, there were only 5 people left alive on the field.
One of them fell down. They are probably trying to save them. You can pull me down first.
Mao Xiaomo had noticed the information about the team down the slope before. One of them fell down during the previous battle. They can save them first on the slope. 2 against 3. The team down the slope is called BAB, because they fell earlier than Mao Xiaomo, and they discovered the information about Mao Xiaomo's fall on the slope immediately.
After rescuing, we didn't use any medicine. If we just rushed forward, they were slower than us in rescuing.
Bab's conductor shouted excitedly.
We're going to eat chicken in the first training match?
As soon as they pulled up their teammates, who had fallen to the ground, the 3 of them pulled the gun line and rushed upward. They had already locked the enemy's position, so they could pull it with confidence and boldness. They were sure to take advantage of this chicken. In the school team's training room, everyone's hearts were tugged. This situation can be said to be one of discord between the heavens and the people. If they were allowed to fight, it would definitely be a fatal situation. But Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao still have guns in their hands. As soon as Mao Xiaomo was rescued, he saw a man pulling to the right under the cover of trees. I fired a shot subconsciously, and the man opposite fell down. CD_King used the M16A4 to knock out BB_BN. The BB team made a fatal mistake at this time. Just let the remaining health be and pull the line. But Mao Xiaomo was knocked down with one shot. The situation on the field was changing rapidly, but Mao Xiaomo still reported the message.
The one on the right has fallen, and the one in front of you and the one on your left are left. You hit the one on the left.
Cheng Yao grunted and started to suppress the people on the left. It was really crucial for Mao Xiaomo to kill the enemy pulling over from the right. Otherwise, they would both die when the person was in place. As for now, although Mao Xiaomo is still alive, he is indeed a 2v2. The people at BB also knew that Mao Xiaomo and the others were not in good condition. So they pounced on them to force them. Mao Xiaomao once again opened the first perspective. Although this perspective cannot block the field of view, it is still more advantageous for close combat. With eyes facing each other, Mao Xiaomao raised his gun and hit. But he was knocked down by the opponent after only 2 shots. There was nothing that could be done about it. But Cheng Yao had already killed the opponent on the left without spending a drop of blood.
I was shot twice in the face and received about half blood.
Mao Xiaomao clearly saw 2 shots from the opposite side and shouted to Cheng Yao.
Okay.
Cheng Yao rushed over directly, not giving the opponent a chance to spray medicine at all. Just a pure gun. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. 1/20. Cheng Yao didn't give the opponent a chance to fight back, and directly killed the enemy with remaining health with 1 shot, achieving a perfect victory in a 2 versus 3 situation.
Nice. Okay. Awesome. Awesome.
Mao Xiaomao, Mu Yun, and Good all roared loudly. This was a true team victory. Even Good, who didn't have much sense of participation, felt unprecedented excitement. This was something he had never experienced in solo queue before. It's a feeling I've never had before. Although Good only killed 1 person and could be considered a loser, the feeling of the team working together was so damn good. But what was more exciting than them were the more than 40 group members surrounding them. Each one is better than the other. And the nice voice never stops.
I'm convinced. I'm convinced.
Several members of the former CD team were completely convinced. They used to play training matches for a month and didn't know if they could get a handful of chickens. But these guys got the chickens in the first batch. The huge gap had to convince them. And they even became fans of this CD team.
Coach, don't be embarrassed.
Mao Xiaomao laughed. Coach Huang Xing, who was in his 30s, almost had smiles on his face. The strength of this team has exceeded his imagination. You can imagine that if you release the video of their training matches, they will definitely gain a large number of fans. The only person present who was relatively calm was Cheng Yao. She smiled and looked at the excited Mao Xiaomao and others present, feeling that this moment was so beautiful. In this training match, Mao Xiaomao had 8 kills, Cheng Yao had 11 kills, Mu Yun had 5 kills, and Good had 1 kill, for a total of 25 kills. Team 25 kill chicken. This is the power of team. After this game, all 20 teams knew about CD. Chapter 31 Ownership of the Airport. There are 3 games in the afternoon, and the interval between each game is very short. Only about 10 minutes. The review must wait until the end of the 3 games.
I think if we charge flatly, we still need to adjust our formation.
Mao Xiaomao recalled the last wave of confrontation and suddenly seemed to understand something. As the captain, Mao Xiaomao's words must be carefully considered by the captain. The issue he mentioned is the flank issue. Cheng Yao understood Mao Xiaomao's thoughts in an instant. In a full 4v4 situation, the flanks are the most critical point, even if your formation is wider than others. Once the people on the flanks are knocked down, they will be attacked. When a bloody situation occurs, the most direct impact is that the siege will turn into a counter-siege. This is what Mao Xiaomao summed up from the battle just now. If the 3 people on the opposite side were to fight them honestly and spread out, they might not be able to win so easily. But as soon as the people on the flanks fell, the situation on the field changed. Quite different.
In this way, if there is another frontal encounter like this, Death Huang Mao and I are on the left and right, and Yao Yao Law is at the end. In this case, the encounter may be easier to fight.
Mao Xiaomao's proposal can be said to be very useful. Coupled with his voice in the team, it was unanimously approved with almost no discussion. However, if you want to apply it in actual combat, you still need to practice continuously. And the more than 40 people around them have completely become fans of this new CD team. And they are all talking about the wonderful shot just now. Watching a video is never as exciting as watching it from a first-person perspective. When the video of today's training match is released, Team CD's training room still doesn't know if it can accommodate fans who will come to watch the game in the future. Well, I have to think of a way. Coach Huang Xing thought to himself that he is not a professional PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds coach. He can do very little for Mao Xiaomao and the others on the field. But he can still do things outside the field. Just as Coach Huang Xing was thinking. The second training match began soon. On the route from north to south, the airport was the last resource point, because of how many people could be seen on the plane. When the plane first landed on the airport island, everyone knew that this one had an opponent.
Use your gun to kill them first. Fight quickly. Don't fight for the gun on the roof of the building with the opponent.
Mao Xiaomao reminded. They also said this during training before. If they encounter opponents and fight for the C building with them, they are not on the same roof as their opponents.
There is a team!
Good shouted. And as soon as he landed, he saw 4 people flying to the airport alongside them. After the battle, Mao Xiaomao couldn't cover everything, but they had already planned the battle at the airport. First of all, the C-shaped building must not be given up. This place is full of resources, terrain and even defense. The first-class place is actually the use of Xiao 5. Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao landed on the roof of Building 1. Good on the roof of Building 2. And Mu Yun landed on Xiao 5. Small 5 is what people often call 5 small warehouses. In fact, these 5 small warehouses are not poor, and they have at least 1 gun, so they will not worry about not having a gun. Opposite them is Owen, who has had an encounter with them. At this time, they don't know that their opponent is the top team's chicken team. But Owen had no intention of grabbing the gun with Team CD. After learning that Team CD landed in Building 1 and Building 2, 2 people landed in Building 3 and 2 people landed in the police station to avoid unnecessary casualties in the early stage. But CD_Godric uses the M16A4 to knock out Owen_Schick. After Good landed on the roof of Building 2, he picked up the M16 and hit the 2 enemies on the roof of Building 3.
What happened?
Owen's captain had no time to care about which team defeated them. Falling first in the early battle was a huge disadvantage.
Hit from the roof of Building number 2. Very accurate.
The other person, who was not knocked down, immediately leaned on the bunker on the roof and lay on the ground waiting for the rescue of his friend.
Mu Yun just hit him without a gun.
Good held up the roof of Building 3, and the remaining enemy didn't dare to show his face at all. At this time, Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao also got the guns. But they did not rush over directly, but held up 2 people from the police station. They knew the distribution of their opponents when they parachuted. 2 Building 3 and 2 police stations. But this layout can be said to be too stupid, at least in Mao Xiaomao's opinion. These 2 places cannot support each other at all, and it is very easy to be killed. Just like now. One of the remaining 2 brothers from Owen, who was at the police station, was shot twice, and fell to the ground as soon as he left the police station. He fell very quickly. They were in a hurry to save their teammates, and had no time to search for their armor. They were empty except for the only one. A gun from number 1 was knocked down by 2 shots from Mao Xiaomao. The remaining enemy simply shrank back, not daring to show his head at all. And the health of his teammates turned blood red. CD_Kokoro used DP-28 to knock out Oin_Nankai. At this point in the fight, the outcome of the airport was basically decided. Mu Yun rushed to the roof with a DP-28 and killed a big brother who was shivering without a gun. Everyone knew very well that the only enemy left was the last one, the one hiding in the police station. Seeing his teammates being eliminated one by one, the last player could be said to be hiding in the police station without daring to move. He hid behind the door and looked at the perspective of the C building, for fear that his opponent would come over directly. However, the police station and C, there are no bunkers between the buildings, so even if the opponent can rush over and kill him, he can still pull 1 or 2 into trouble. Good immediately rushed to grab the last head, but was held back by Mao Xiaomao.
What are you doing? Stinking monkey? There's still one last one.
Good said dissatisfiedly. It's not time to wait until later. Mao Xiaomao scolded him vehemently.
You idiot! Can you use your brain to play games? What if one of you gets knocked out?
This is not a mountain battle. It can be easily destroyed and repaired. Can you use the bunker from the right to get past it?
Good curled his lips. And although he was still mumbling something about being cowardly or not, he still used the bunker on the right to get close to Mu Yun, and successfully eliminated the last enemy. Both Mao Xiaomao and Coach Huang Xing understand Good's problem. This damn Huang Mao is used to being reckless and often fights opponents without cover. If the opponent was on the same level as him, he would have died by 18,000. 1,000 times. After successfully clearing out the Oin team, the airport truly belongs to CD. Only now do we have time to take a look at what the scene is like. You wouldn't know it if you didn't see it. But Mao Xiaomao burst out laughing when he saw it.
It's most likely to be around the airport.
Damn. This circle is a circle covering my city and airport island. According to professional terminology, it is called the
Yin-Yang Circle.
This circle has 3 points in the north and 7 points in the airport. Unless you are particularly unlucky, there is a high probability that you will be the last one. The final round is on the airport island.
Block the bridge. Don't block the bridge. Don't block the bridge. Don't block the bridge.
As soon as Good heard about the airport circle, he was excited. He still remembered the feat of blocking 2 bridges during the last school team selection competition. Not only Good remembers this, but other viewers also remember this. They were in a state of confusion at the time, and now they can only twitch the corners of their mouths. Hey uncle. It's a training match. It's so fun. Mao Xiaomao scolded. Chapter 32 Target Position. Mu Yun. Are you ready to fight? Mao Xiaomao glanced at the time circle and said, an AK with 60 rounds of ammunition. It can be used for fighting. Mu Yun said truthfully. Okay. I'll carry a rifle for you later. You go and occupy the satellite building first. You know where it is. After playing with Mao Xiaomao for so long, he can be said to be the person who knows Mao Xiaomao best. As the overlords of the airport island, they had the advantage of choosing the location first. In the airport island, there are only 2 points that are really worth grabbing for them. One is the 3-story building at the bridge on the right, and the other is the satellite building at the highest point of the airport island. This place is also on the right side of the bridge, but it is from a high position and has a clear view of everything on the bridge. It can be said that it is better than the 3-story room. Mao Xiaomao has no reason not to grab this point. If you have a high-power scope, you can shoot at this point at will, because this point is on the mountain. It is almost impossible for any team to attack it in TPP mode. Grabbing this point means shooting. Mu Yun did not hesitate. Although he only had an AK, this point was of great significance to the entire team. He immediately found a motorcycle and rushed towards the satellite building on the right. Their time to grab this point was the fastest among all the teams, and no one tried to compete with them for this point. Everyone knew that they couldn't grab this point at all, unless they ran over directly without searching for anything at the beginning. That's one of the advantages of being at an airport. No one, Mu Yun said concisely. This result was also within Mao Xiaomao's expectation. How many guns do you have? Mao Xiaomao suddenly thought of what a professional team coach said and asked Mu Yun. 2. 1 DP-28 and 1 AK. You will change the gun later and let the enemy think there are at least 2 people above. We will search the airport and come back again. This one will do a lot. As soon as Mao Xiaomao said this, the amount of information was really too big. What's the big deal? If you don't go grab some points now, what are you waiting for? Even Coach Huang Xing didn't understand what Mao Xiaomao's decision meant at this time. If Mu Yun was washed away, they would not only lose a team member, but also lose a best shooting spot. But it's a bit interesting to have Mu Yun disguise himself as 2 people. I don't know how Mao Xiaomao came up with this idea. This idea was definitely not thought up by Mao Xiaomao, but by Joy, the top coach in the country. When he mentioned it at the time, Mao Xiaomao thought it was a good idea. He would use it in the future, so he silently wrote it down. Coach Huang Xing has been a PUBG coach for so long. Although he cannot be said to be proficient in this game, he knows that a good position is definitely more important than good equipment. But he couldn't comment on Mao Xiaomao's decisions during the game. He could only quietly watch the 4 members of the CD team playing the game calmly. Good and Cheng Yao searched the airport at an extremely fast speed. They didn't even search carefully at all. They opened the door and took a quick look before opening the next door. Although their search speed was usually fast, it was not as fast as this. Ah! Why? That first aid kit. Are the painkillers not going away? Throws. The people around are going crazy. Are these people searching for something? They are just sightseeing. Besides getting bullets and waiting for bullets? After everyone saw the unusual behavior of the CD team, they subconsciously glanced at the ammunition prepared by the 3 Mao Xiaomao. Mao Xiaomao 40/380. Cheng Yao 40/440. Good 40/330. I go? Do these people want to open an arsenal? On the other hand, they don't have a lot of medicine on them. They are all used to load bullets. 3 or 4 first aid kits are enough. Let's pick up more drinks. Mao Xiaomao was a little speechless when he saw that Good didn't even pick up painkillers and kept picking up bullets. On the other side, Mu Yun was also very calm. 2 teams had already crossed the bridge. One team went to the 3-story house below, and the other team went to the beach without stopping. Mu Yun also fired a few shots to scare them. At least he knows the best. There were people on top of the satellite building, and more than one person was hurt, so they didn't even dare to rush. These 2 teams are relatively fast-moving teams. They are both teams near the farm in my city. After searching for a while, they come to capture points. They know that they will definitely not be able to capture the best points, but there are still many good ones. Point. Seeing that the team below them had no intention of attacking Mu Yun, Coach Huang Xing and everyone present breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as they did not attack Muyuan, the next team crossing the bridge would first be beaten by the people 3 floors below. That team beat them. They really saved this point.
Is it enough?
Mao Xiaomo asked when he saw that the time was almost up.
Okay. Yeah.
Good and Cheng Yao replied. They both had more than 400 rounds of ammunition, which could be said to be too full to fit in their backpacks. They had discussed this tactic before, which was a target tactic. Concise and concise. Searching for bullets and shooting targets. However, the risks of this tactic were very high, especially for Muyuan. Fortunately, there were no surprises in this set. The 3 people drove into the car outside the airport and met up with Muyuan. When they found out there was someone on the 3rd floor, they made a circle and successfully reached the top of the mountain. Mao Xiaomo dropped a fully equipped M4 with a 4x scope and another 100 rounds of ammunition. Cheng Yao and Good also dropped 100 rounds each. In other words, at this moment, everyone in the CD team, they all have more than 300 rounds of bullets on their bodies. And because they are a team coming out of the airport, all members are equipped with luxurious equipment. Everyone has a 1x scope. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao have 1418, which is a 4x scope and an 8x scope. The meaning of magnification. It can be said, this team is a target shooting team. Has the firepower of a division. Everyone has unlimited right to fire. And Mao Xiaomo only has one sentence.
Hit people when you see them.
They are in a position where others can fight back without any harm. Who can tell them that they are at the top? The number of people in the first circle was very small. There are still 70 people alive. However, the vast majority of the teams are on the north side of the bridge. First, they dare not cross the bridge. Second, there are too many teams behind them. Whoever moves first will be defeated. It will be baptized by countless teams. And it is basically impossible to survive. As we all know, there are not many boats on my side. And no one dares to sail. Mao Xiaomo's 8-fold mirror saw a team rushing directly into the sea and choosing to swim after being beaten. 4 vehicles drove into the sea one after another, temporarily ensuring their own safety. But the team entering the sea was very passive. The circle just refreshes at this time. Half sea and half airport island. Only now can we say that this is an airport circle. And all teams, whether by boat, car, or swimming, have to cross the bridge. But all fools know that you can't cross the bridge at this time. If you take a boat, you will be very passive. You can't fight back if you are hit. And you will be targeted. There is only one option. And that is swimming. Almost half of the team chose to rush to the sea. A place that could warm them. Chapter 33, Water Ghost. Half of the team rushed directly into the sea. In fact, there was no other way. At this point in time, it was impossible to cross the bridge. They had to go into the sea first. Whether they could survive depends on the development of the next battle. Swimming it doesn't necessarily mean giving up the fight. There have been teams that played a whole game before and finally succeeded in winning the game. This scene was discovered by almost all the teams on the shore. But with such a long distance, it would be a bit impossible for those who want to swim in the sea. It can be predicted that this half-land, half-sea safe zone will not lose too many people in the 3rd and 4th circles, because the sea is now absolutely safe. At this time, an interesting scene also appeared. An airdrop with red smoke was thrown into the sea. Almost all the swimmers in the sea swam wildly towards the target. This scene also stunned the safety team on the shore. I only saw more than 30 people swimming around this airdrop. The situation was very strange. Everyone couldn't help but think about how great it would be if a thunderstorm came here at this time. There were so many people gathering, and not much movement. Almost all the teams on the shore fired at the sea below the airdrop. Previously, these swimmers had been moving. They were not easy to hit, and wasted bullets. Now, if you can hit them, maybe hit them. You can draw one. Duh. The output from the shore directly turned several people into boxes and floated on the sea. It also made the people on the sea no longer so arrogant. But they still gathered in that area. Some people were grabbing airdrops. And some were grabbing boxes. The scene was chaotic. Mao Xiaomo asked the other 3 people to go fishing, while he stared in the direction of Port Inn. If nothing else happened, there was a team ashore at Port Inn. Now the new safety zone has been updated. The people on the side must move. The direction of movement on the side of Port Inn is actually relatively simple. They can go to the shore or to the mountains. If they go to the shore, they can do target shooting. But if they go to the mountains, they will be stuck. Unless the people there take poison and make a big circle. Otherwise, It would be impossible to get past their line of defense. The safe zone had just been refreshed, and the people at Port Inn had also moved. They blocked the smoke and wanted to rush to the seaside. Mao Xiaomo couldn't let the team go, so he directly commanded the team to shoot wildly into the smoke, knocking down 3 of them. And the next one seems to have not come and is missing.
Be careful. Those at the beach are about to go ashore.
Mao Xiaomo glanced at the refreshed time of the circle. Although there was only a small part of the sea in the safe zone, it had obviously protected the safety of their swimming team. But with so many people at sea, who could he also didn't dare to go ashore first. If he went ashore first, he would almost certainly die. He would not only be beaten by people on the shore, but also by those who came ashore behind him. The CD team has only one goal, and that is to grab heads. They don't have to defeat those water ghosts. They just need to grab heads like crazy when the opponent falls. They don't have to be the main output at all. There was even a team that foolishly showed its back to them for the water ghost. Naturally, they accepted the gift with a smile and directly killed 2 of them to make up for it. The remaining 2 people retreated back to the turret. Or the synergy is not done well. Mao Xiaomo secretly thought that if they had handled the people on the opposite side well, they would not have been able to hide in the turret. The fundamental reason was that the outputs overlapped a bit. These issues will definitely be raised during the review later. And suddenly there was a loud burst of gunfire, and everyone's attention turned to the shore. With people constantly dying, the teams at sea finally couldn't hold it any longer and rushed to carry out beach landings. Some teams rushed to the shore by boat. A bunker. At this time, there are 4 teams that have the power to capture people. One is the CD team. One is the team that occupies the 3 floors below their mountain. One is the turret team that they just stole 2 people from. And the other is hiding under the bridge. A sneaky team. But among these 4 teams, the most advantageous ones are the team under the bridge and the CD team. No one in the team under the bridge can hit him, and they can hit the people who come ashore unscrupulously, while the CD team except the team under the bridge can hit them without restraint. If the team can't beat them, other teams can harass them, which also gives the team on the 3rd floor a headache. Fortunately, they are in the housing area and can be raised up if they are knocked down. However, the durability of their armor has long been reduced. The team is exhausted. After clearing the people behind him, Mao Xiaomo also set his eyes on the largest piece of cake.
The 3 of us will fight, and Cheng Yao will suppress the other team members.
Cheng Yao has an 8x98K lens. As long as the shooting team at the foot of the mountain moves a little arrogantly, he will blow their heads off directly, which is totally unreasonable. There was a loud sound of gunfire, and the team that came ashore immediately threw cigarettes as if they were free of charge. However, the firepower on the shore was so fierce that some people were knocked down and replaced as soon as they took out their cigarettes. When some teams saw how ferocious the firepower on the shore was, they went directly to the shore to beat other water ghosts. Every one they could beat was one, but they couldn't survive anyway. Naturally, Mao Xiaomo, this kind of troublemaker, wouldn't let him go and would kill him directly. How dare he grab someone's head?
1 team on the right coast. 1 team on the sea. 1 team on the 3rd floor. 1 team on the tower. And 1 team under the bridge.
Mao Xiaomo was shooting while holding information to others. From their position, they could observe the other teams. Information. They have to move after fighting this wave of water ghosts. Knowing more information means they can avoid some firepower. Godric's quadruple scope shot was very accurate, and he was still moaning while collecting heads. However, as there was more and more smoke on the shore, their efficiency in collecting heads was greatly reduced. At this time, in the midst of chaos, Mao Xiaomo discovered a key piece of information. The team in the sea on the right sneaked up and started fighting with the team on the shore. They threw a lot of projectiles such as thunder smoke, which also allowed the CD team to find an opportunity to enter the center circle.
Stop it! Cheng Yujia! Let's go straight to the 3rd floor.
Mao Xiaomo didn't hesitate. The next safe zone directly brushed their top of the mountain away. They had to move. Previously, the team in the 3-story house and the team on the right bank were staring at them. They were not very movable. But now the team on the right bank has no time to care about them. It is the best time to rush into the circle.
Walk!
The execution ability of the CD team is very strong, except for Good, who is a little reluctant to leave. 3 large vehicles rushed directly to the 3 floors in the center of the safety zone. The team on the 3rd floor had been watching the team on the top of the mountain. As soon as the CD team moved, all the firepower was poured directly onto the 3 vehicles of the CD team.
Mu Yun, who was leading the way, couldn't help but frown when he saw the speed at which his jeep was losing health. At this speed, he couldn't drive up to the third floor. Boom. CD_King used car 98K to kill PO_JJJ with a headshot. Boom. CD_King used car 98K to kill PO_ with a headshot. Chung Yao's 2 shots of 98K directly caused the PO team on the third floor to shrink back. There was nothing that could be done about it. There had been no chance before. But this time Mao Xiaomao and several people rushed to the building. The PO team had to show their heads to fight. But this time, they showed up, and the initiative was completely handed over to Chung Yao. As long as Chung Yao is accurate enough. Basically everyone he exposes will be exploded. Without making any sense. Even an ordinary player's 98K can shoot one at a fixed target at this distance. Let alone Chung Yao. Chapter 34. 39 Kill 2 chickens in a row. Nice! We overran this team. They have no armor. Mao Xiaomao shouted when he saw Chung Yao instantly defeating 2 enemies. The opposite side is in a housing area. The only advantage is that you can shoot inside the house to avoid damage from the surroundings. In addition, the surrounding area is relatively open, making it difficult for others to approach them. But once the team gets closer, the room can be said to be at a complete disadvantage, because the space is relatively small, and there is no way to move or draw the line of fire. On the other hand, the CD team has the initiative entirely in their hands. They can attack whenever they want and be neighbors if they want. But having a full formation above them is indeed a big trouble. Throwing thunder. Mu Yun looked down to the first floor. Be careful of someone jumping off the building. Mao Xiaomao drove 3 cars downstairs to the PO team without giving him any chance. 2 people have already fallen. Even if the PO team wants to save them, they don't have the time. Besides, the team below is watching eagerly to save people from the tiger's mouth. They really don't have the courage. Chung Yao! Mao Xiaomao called Chung Yao in his voice. And Chung Yao immediately got on his motorcycle to join them. The tacit understanding was very high. When Chung Yao arrived downstairs, Mu Yun, who was crippled, was also given medicine. And the next step was to attack the building. The time to attack the building was chosen just right. At the bridgehead, almost no team was idle. They were all restricting each other. No one had time to take care of them. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome for them if the team stole their people outside. Each person threw a mine. Not to directly kill the remaining 2 people in the PO team, but to force them to move forward so that they could all rush forward. The PO team was not fools. They knew that someone was holding a fight downstairs. So they didn't dare to jump downstairs. They could only rush into the toilet on the 2nd floor and close the door to temporarily avoid the thunder. Boom! 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 The 2 people who were sniped down by Chung Yao's 98K were killed directly. Mao Xiaomao, Chung Yao, and Good rushed directly to the 2nd floor. Now Mao Xiaomao didn't know whether his opponent was in the toilet on the 3rd floor or the 2nd floor, so he didn't dare to act rashly for a while. Mu Yun! Throw thunder at the roof! Mao Xiaomao held the toilet on the 2nd floor, while Good and Chung Yao held the stairs on the 3rd floor. At this time, they were going to test where the last 2 people were hiding. Mu Yun directly threw 3 mines in a row to clear the 3rd floor. After the explosion, Mao Xiaomao was sure that no one was on the roof. To be on the safe side, Mao Xiaomao even went up to the 3rd floor to take a look. He also knew whether the house was clear or not. What consequences will there be? Mu Yun was called up to the 2nd floor by Mao Xiaomao. The 4 people had already locked the remaining 2 people in the toilet. There was no point in Mu Yun being on the 1st floor. The remaining 2 people from the PO were like turtles in an urn. But they did not give up hope. The 2 men hid at the 2 walls of the toilet, and the guns in their hands were also pointed at the door of the toilet, forming a crossfire. But Mao Xiaomao would not give him this chance. He directly smashed the lower part of the door and threw a thunderbolt in. No! The 2 PO players didn't expect the CD team to be so frantic, and the thunder thrown in was still rolling on the ground, which obviously gave them enough time to react. They will be beaten to death if they go out now, or they will be bombed to death if they don't go out. What a dilemma! 2 people rushed out of the toilet in tears, and were shot to death by 4 guns pointed at the door. The PO team was wiped out, and the best points were taken over by the CD team. At this time, there were not many people in stock on the field. The team under the bridge had already eaten up all the remaining people on the shore. Even the 2 in the turret. He was beaten to death by running drugs. The 2 teams on the right bank here exchanged, okay, leaving only 1 lone wolf. And there are only 9 people left on the field. Moreover,
The CD team is fully staffed and occupies the best position.
The left side is full of people, and the right side is a lone wolf. Behind the gas station.
Mao Xiaomo opened the map and quietly watched the next circle refresh. It's very simple. Whichever side of the circle you brush to, that side will have a huge advantage. It is almost impossible to cross the road in TPP mode, unless you pave the road with too much smoke. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the map. Not only the 9 people alive on the field but also the more than 40 people in the CD team school team training room. As soon as the blue circle touched the white circle, the new safe zone was refreshed.
Nice.
Mao Xiaomo looked at the circle and smiled. They were determined to win this second training match. Due to regulations, the more than 40 spectators present did not even dare to breathe. But they still kept shouting nice in their hearts. Because this is a destiny circle. The entire 3 floors is the final safe zone. As long as they kill the team across the road and the lone wolf at the gas station behind, they can complete 2 consecutive chickens.
How many more mines are there?
Mao Xiaomo asked all the team members.
2, 7, 5.
2 plus 7 plus 5 plus the 4 on Mao Xiaomo. There are 18 thunders in total. As long as the opponent sends a smoke, they will throw thunder into the smoke. And it is impossible to give the opponent a chance.
Cheng Yao, Huang Mao, throw the thunder on the spot. Mu Yun and I will throw the thunder. You guys are shooting. Don't worry about the one behind you. It won't be a big problem.
Mao Xiaomo commanded. Mu Yun and Mao Xiaomo each held 9 thunders in their hands and waited for the smoke to rush across the road.
The other side is sealed.
Mao Xiaomo stared at the road. As long as the other side moved, their firepower would swarm towards him. There were 30 seconds left before the safe zone was refreshed, and Mao Xiaomo started throwing thunder into the smoke on the road to block the opposite route into the circle. You lose 1 in 3 seconds. Do you dare to enter? The 4 people on the opposite side originally wanted to get into the circle through the smoke, but there were constant explosions in the smoke, so they didn't dare to move for a while.
Come on!
Seeing this, the commander here also understood that they would have a narrow escape if they rushed in. But the terrain and circle on the opposite side had a huge advantage, and they had no better solution.
Beat!
Mao Xiaomo gave the order, and all the firepower was poured into his eyes. Mu Yun directly blew up 2 of them, so that the remaining 2 people on the opposite side did not dare to rush out of the smoke for a while, and were directly killed alive by Cheng Yao and Good.
Nice! The last one sneaked into our downstairs.
Mao Xiaomo, who was on the first floor, heard footsteps on the edge of the building, although there were footsteps on the other side. He was so close that even a fool could hear them. Mu Yun and Good fell directly from the 2nd and 3rd floors and fell directly on the enemy's heads. CD_Kokoro used M416 to kill MMM_Hao with a headshot. 1/20th. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. The last enemy was still confused when he died. 2 people fell from the sky, plus the 2 people who ran out from the front. They were shot to death without any room to fight back. The CD team also completed 2 consecutive chickens in the training match. CD_King Mao Xiaomo 4 kills. CD_Kokoro Mu Yun 8 kills. CD_King Cheng Yao 13 kills. CD_Godric 14 kills. 39 kills in the training match. In total, more than half of the 76 enemies were killed. 39 killed 2 chickens in a row. Chapter 35 The third set. Powerful. Too strong. With the screams in the entire training room, everyone understood how strong this new CD team was. 2 consecutive chickens in the training match. If they had not watched the training match, they might think that there might be an element of luck involved. But after watching the first-person view, they would not have such an idea at all. Although every decision cannot be said to be completely correct, it is very decisive. And the most important thing is that the marksmanship of these monsters is so abnormal.
Holy crap! Where did you find these 4 people?
The former CD team captain muttered to himself. As for marksmanship, you only need to watch their backs for a few minutes to know how good they are. But these 4 people, the strength shown in the 2 sets has exceeded his imagination. As the coach of the CD team, Coach Huang Xing didn't look like a coach at all. He was cheering with a group of students. At this moment, there were only 2 words in his heart: awesome. But the 4 of them, Mao Xiaomo, were not as excited as the crowd imagined. Although the 4 of them were smiling, they obviously did not have the excitement of eating chicken in the first set of chaos. In this game, under the command of Mao Xiaomo, the selection of points and the command of the battle were all in order. Even Gu Chengyao knew that he could rush down when he rushed to the 3rd floor room. This also stems from the strength of these 4 people. Of confidence.
Mediocre strength.
Mao Xiaomao said truthfully that his opponent's tactical awareness in these games was okay, but their marksmanship was indeed not particularly outstanding. This is also a common problem among college student teams.
Come on! Come on! Come on! 3 consecutive chickens! I want 3 consecutive chickens!
Good yelled. The shot just now was enough to beat him. By the end of the game, there were only 16 bullets left out of more than 300 rounds. Preparing ammunition. You can see how ferocious Good's firepower is. Under Mao Xiaomao's command, Good should be the one who has improved the most. It can be said that his advantage in marksmanship is fully utilized. Moreover, in team mode, it is impossible for Good to disobey others and greatly reduce the probability of his unnecessary death. Coach Wang Xing was also a little speechless. After the game, he still pretended to be cool. He was really like no one else. But what he said to the players at the beginning was not to be embarrassed. This is not about not wanting to be embarrassed. This is going to be a big hit. You can imagine what kind of repercussions the release of these videos of Team CD will cause. Coach Wang Xing also has to think about the operations behind the team. With these 4 terrifying players, he can now think about things that he didn't dare to think about before or couldn't think about. The third set, Mao Xiaomao chose Xuecheng. In order to practice tactics, it no longer made much sense to continue jumping to the airport. What they had to do in the training match was not only to win the game, but also to prepare for the official game. Although the Xuecheng tactic is often practiced in the latter, it has not been tried in training matches. Facing other university teams whose coordination is much better than that of passers-by, Mao Xiaomao also wonders whether the Xuecheng tactic can guarantee early development and operation. Didn't know, so he wanted to try it.
Team 1 from school. Team 2 from our city. There are people snatching cars here.
Mao Xiaomao observed in the sky with a high umbrella. 2 teams from our city jumped. There were people flying in their garages and roads. Maybe he wanted to grab a car and go to the upper and lower city areas of Port G. The car spots here are relatively fixed, but there are also many. Mao Xiaomao's request to Muyun and Good is to occupy the garage and steal a car in our city. In this way, they will have at least 2 cars, which will be more advantageous whether entering the circle or transferring. The car in the garage was firmly controlled by Good, but Muyun was trapped and died in our city.
There's no car. I'm stuck in traffic.
Muyun hid in a small toilet, holding a P-18C in his hand, listening to the footsteps outside the wall. There were at least 3 people.
We can't save him. Keep searching.
Mao Xiaomao took one look at Muyun's situation and decided to give up on him. This tactic had not been discovered in the passerby game, but the problems with this tactic were immediately exposed in the training match. There must be people in our city. The risk factor of the person who enters our city to snatch cars and resources is too high. Just like Muyun now. If others find him, they will all pounce on him. No matter how powerful Muyun is, he can't stop him. Let's think about these things after the game is over. Mao Xiaomao shook his head. Muyun definitely couldn't be saved. Even if there was a chance to save him, he would not save him. 1. It would be a waste of time, and 2. It would be a waste of resources. They left the unoccupied water city without searching, and went to fight with the other 2 teams in city are with shabby pretense. Unless there was something wrong with their brains, no one would choose to do this. Seeing Muyun being rushed away by the enemy, Mao Xiaomao was a little helpless. But the expressions of Mao Xiaomao's remaining 3 people also surprised the other viewers. After one person died, their expressions were so calm. Even Good, who had been chirping all the time, had nothing to say. Muyun stretched out and was rushed by 3 people when he landed. Even he did not expect it. But if he thought about it carefully, it was not an incomprehensible thing. He must have seen him when he parachuted on the opposite side. On the other hand, as long as the commander has no problem with his mind, he will definitely choose to ignore him. The main reason is that this point is still a bit far away from Xuecheng, so it is really difficult to help. The remaining 3 people also started to move after searching Xuecheng. This game was like a normal game, grabbing a central room area and waiting for the next safe area to be refreshed. There will be no large-scale drops in the first 3 laps of the training match, unless it is a desperate lap with very little land. And the laps in the 3rd set are near large and small power plants. I have to say that today's laps seem to be more biased. A little south. Mao Xiaomao still wanted to avoid fighting in the early stage when choosing a spot. It would be great if they could grab a shooting room, but they would definitely not be able to grab a good spot in Xuecheng when they finished searching. So they simply went directly to the concave area by the sea. As soon as the pit stopped, tolls from large and small power plants began to be collected. In fact, if there are 4 people guarding this point, they can send one person to the toilet next to the road, so that both sides can hold each other up. But after Muyun died, they still stayed together, as a group of 3 for safety reasons. Their position is a place where they can avoid fighting. They can collect tolls, and ensure their own safety. Moreover, there is no shortage of guns and bullets in Shuicheng, and the armor is a little scarce. As a result, Mao Xiaomo and Good still have Class A. This also made Mao Xiaomo secretly wonder whether this water city tactic had no meaning as imagined. In Shuicheng, their transfer is not particularly fast, but the supplies are far less abundant than at the airport. Although the safety factor is high, other aspects still need to be considered. The location on the shore chosen by Mao Xiaomo was very good. Most people gathered in the housing area and the mountain outside the small power plant. However, their side was relatively open. No team dared to go from their side, as long as L City was connected to the big and small power plants. The key point is that their performance will definitely not be low. Chapter 36, Attack the Factory. And their point has a huge advantage. That is, the field of view is very good, and they can observe the situation of their next point, which is also a very critical point. The shooting rooms in the center of the circle are indeed in good locations, but vision and transfer are big problems. Although there are not many of them on the beach, they will be of great help to the subsequent execution of tactics. The last circle was brushed all the way to the east until it reached the large power plant. Mao Xiaomo saw that the last circle was at the large power plant and directly ordered the transfer. In their position, as long as they don't be too stupid to rush into the face of the housing area in front of them and walk around the seaside, it is absolutely safe. As long as they go around the back of the big power plant and get stuck on the edge of the circle. This is the final round again. If they don't leave, they can actually take a lot of kills. But no matter what the situation is, results are always the first priority. And if other teams are allowed to rush through their defense line, they will be stuck next, giving up the safest position in the circle. Mao Xiaomo was not in the mood to care about the crackling gunfire near the small power plant at this moment. As long as they blocked the circle, all the early operations of this round would be completed, and the rest would be a real fight with real swords and guns. The purpose of all tactical shifts is just to send the team to the finals and seize the best possible position. As for the confrontation in the finals, marksmanship accounts for one part, and position also accounts for another part. Mao Xiaomo and 3 people had just parked their car, and a full complement of 4 people drove 4 cars to rush to their position. In the eyes of this team, this position is a narrow position, and most of the people are in the direction of the small factory. As long as they eat this team, they will be able to move easily in the next circle. However, Mao Xiaomo and the other 3 fired at the 4 menacing carts as soon as they got out of the car. They didn't need any command at all. If the team wanted to hit their target, they had to ask their gunmen for permission. However, the speed of the 4 cars was very fast. Cheng Yao just clicked on one person, and the 3 cars drifted in front of the CD team. This is too reckless. The people around couldn't help but exclaimed, "Isn't this a gift? You must know that it is impossible to shoot with a gun immediately after getting out of the car." There was a pause, but this group of people did not care about this at all. They drove directly to the face of the CD team and started fighting hand to hand. I don't know if it was because of their bad brains or because they were hurting themselves. He has great confidence in his marksmanship and body skills. 2 of them were knocked down as soon as they got out of the car, and the remaining one was also beaten and was hiding behind the car shivering. All the previous momentum disappeared, and he was taken away by Good without any resistance. "This is delivered by express delivery, ha ha ha," Good laughed and said, just as he was worried that the supplies were not very abundant. These fools sent a wave of express delivery. After happily eating the supplies of his team, the equipment of Mao Xiaomo and the 3 people also became very luxurious. "We'll look at the circle later. If it reaches a big factory, we'll flush that factory building. If it goes outside, we'll hit it along the wall." Mao Xiaomo took a look at the terrain and wasn't too worried about their situation. Their position was relatively safe. Even if others wanted to charge at them, they wouldn't have a chance. The most important thing was that they were easy to move, and the bunkers and small slopes in the factory were also very safe. Quite a few. They have good transfer methods whether they are transferred outside or into large factories. Sure enough, the safe zone is still located inside the large power plant. In fact, there are not many really good positions in the large power plant. And there are not many positions worth grabbing for the team. However, the only high point is the third floor of the large power plant, being targeted by many teams. It is impossible for Mao Xiaomao to grab this building at this time. First, there are at least 3 teams next to this building, and they are easily beaten by others during the battle. Second, Mao Xiaomao feels that there are 4 people in each team in this building. It's impossible to defend, let alone the fact that there are 3 of them. If they go in and attack the building now, they will be sent away. Mao Xiaomao knew that there were people in the 2 factories on the right side of the big factory in front. He had been paying attention to the situation on this side before. This time, the circle happened to place the factory buildings on the edge of the circle. This circle made Mao Xiaomao no need to hesitate at all. This factory must be grabbed. However, these 2 factories are easy to defend but difficult to attack. And the opponent still has a full formation. How to attack is indeed a big problem, since there were many bunkers on the wall. Mao Xiaomao and the others could easily get close to the factory, but it was a bit unrealistic to get closer. There were no bunkers in front of them, and the group of people had been watching them. The enemy's side was on the edge of the circle, and there was no way anyone could come over from the 3rd floor. This team put all their eyes on Team CD's side. Disaster? Mao Xiaomao also had to say that this factory was a bit difficult to attack. If he didn't attack well, he would probably be killed directly by a target. He had to cause an instant attrition of the opponent's personnel.
Cheng Yao! Hold on!
In Cheng Yao's hand was a 98K with an 8x lens, which he had plundered from the courier team just now. At this moment, it had become the CD team's biggest reliance. Mao Xiaomao knew they were spotted on the other side, so he didn't sneak around and just sealed the cigarette and prepared to rush. If we talk about the biggest flaw of the opponent, it is the opponent's 22 tactics. There are 2 people in each factory. This can indeed spread a wider gun line and stronger firepower. But if the factory building on one side collapses, that will be the biggest gap. Mao Xiaomao didn't dare to just seal off the smoke in one factory now, because they had no bunker, and they couldn't bear the firepower of even 2 people. As a sniper, Cheng Yao had to find a good position to help Mao Xiaomao and Good set up their guns. But the space now was too small, giving her no room to move at all. So she could only get into the smoke.
Hit!
The commander on the other side gave the order, and everyone's firepower was poured into the smoke of Mao Xiaomao and Good, instantly beating Mao Xiaomao to pieces. Mao Xiaomao could only lie down on the spot and pack up first, but still knocked down by the firepower of 4 people. Boom! CD_King used Car 98K to knock down GGP_Yuan with a headshot. Cheng Yao is very calm and directly anticipates the headshot line where the opponent will attack with his head. Although she couldn't see where the person's head was in the smoke, she could see the outline of the factory and explode the enemy's head the moment a person appeared.
Save or not?
Good was a little hesitant at this moment, not knowing whether he should save Mao Xiaomao or not. Mao Xiaomao was very decisive.
Throw a cigarette at my feet and flush the left factory building first.
If we save people now, we can definitely save them. But what happens after we save them? They were completely in a position to be targeted and missed the best opportunity to break through. After hearing Mao Xiaomao's words, Good and Cheng Yao sealed a cigarette at Mao Xiaomao's feet to prevent them from being directly hit by their opponents, and then pulled them directly to the factory building on the left. Although they have no cover from this angle, the 2 opponents in the factory on the right can't hit them. Good's eyes were always staring at the door of the factory building on the left, and he was very focused. He would definitely not dare to save people when he saw them rushing towards him at this time. Moreover, he and Cheng Yao did not have cover at this time, as long as the opposite party was not stupid. At this time, I will definitely pull it out and use the dodge shot. Boom! CD_King used Car 98K to knock down GGP_Ala with a headshot. Chapter 37 I just want to save him. Cheng Yao's shot made the surrounding members feel like they were dreaming. Instant sniper? After locking the enemy's position, Cheng Yao fired a beautiful instant sniper shot. Instantly penetrated the enemy's defense line. Many people shook their heads and couldn't believe what they saw. Even professional snipers didn't have a high hit rate with instant sniping because it was too difficult, and it depended on the touch.
What nonsense!
The big brother on the other side, who had his head exploded, yelled. The other side was the CD team. He also knew that this team was the team with the first 2 chickens in a row. But without a head-to-head confrontation, they would never know how strong this team was. He wasn't a novice either. The 2 opponents were obviously running, but the moment he pulled him out to fight, his head was shot. He didn't even turn on the camera. Good rushed into the factory on the left and first took out the two enemies whose heads were shot by Cheng Yao. He immediately blocked the right side of the factory while Cheng Yao plunged into the factory. It was originally a fair 2 versus 2. But Mao Xiaomo's fall to the ground caused a slight change in the situation of the battle. If the battle was not decided quickly, they would have to lose one more person when the smoke dissipated. Rush! This time it was Cheng Yao who gave the order, and even Mao Ziyamura couldn't hold back. This was a very risky charge. If the level was equal, the CD team had a high probability of being wiped out. If Mao Xiaomo was in charge, he would never choose such a risky play. But it was already too late. Cheng Yao and Good surrounded the two people on the left and right, looking for death. Kill the one in Okura first. The remaining two members of the GGB team saw that the other side did not take them seriously, and a ball of anger ignited in their hearts unconsciously. The two of them rushed towards Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao heard the thumping sound and knew that the other side was going to hit her side first. So she was not too reckless and kept hiding in the warehouse and firing dodgy shots. However, the two aggressive people on the opposite side did not give Cheng Yao a chance at all and pounced directly. He came over and fired at Cheng Yao from the left and right at the same time. It has to be said that the synchronization between the two members of the GGB team was very good this time. Cheng Yao knocked down one of them and tried to pull the gun again, but was unable to do so and was directly knocked to the ground. At this time, Good finally got behind the enemy. The moment the last member of the GGB team was shot, he knew that he must be dead. But the last GGB player's eyes turned red. The M16 in his hand sprayed blood-red fire and directly killed Cheng Yao. CD_King finally killed GGB_998. GGB_Lope used M416 to kill CD_King. CD_Godric used AKM to kill GGB_Lope. Even though the team was wiped out, the GGB team still vented their anger. Cheng Yao's hand stopped, and everyone in the training room felt mixed emotions when they saw Cheng Yao's death. This was different from other deaths in the previous games. This time, Cheng Yao completely exchanged her own life for Mao Xiaomo's.
Cheng Yao, you shouldn't fight like this.
Coach Huang Xing frowned. Cheng Yao's behavior was too risky. If she didn't kill anyone, or if Good's position was not replaced in time, the CD team with the group was destroyed right here. Cheng Yao said nothing, put down her hand, and locked her sight on Mao Xiaomo. Just wanted to save him. Mao Xiaomo looked at Cheng Yao's calm expression, and countless emotions surged up in his heart. Good knew that the atmosphere was strange now, so he rarely said much. He helped Mao Xiaomo up, knowing that if it was normal, he would have to let Mao Xiaomo call Brother Gu to save him. Murderous look. Many people couldn't help but tremble. Mao Xiaomo quietly put a first aid kit on himself. His eyes could not be calmer, but the atmosphere in the training room was obviously different. Muyan watched the whole scene, and looking at Mao Xiaomo's expression at this time, he felt a little strange. It seemed that he had never seen Mao Xiaomo show such an expression since he knew Mao Xiaomo. Scaril. Car 98K. Mao Xiaomo shouldered the two guns on Cheng Yao's body and didn't say a word, but his expression told everyone present that he was going to win this one.
How to fight?
Good broke the calm in the training room. He rarely asked Mao Xiaomo what he should do next. Usually Mao Xiaomo was the one giving orders. But now, he suddenly stopped talking, and he was not used to it.
Kill!
The words were concise, and to the point. Good and Mao Xiaomo gave up the good location of the big factory building and took the initiative to stick to the side of the gunfire. There were not many people stalking the field. Counting Good and Mao Xiaomo, there were only 12 people. That is, it is said that Team CD's ranking is very high. But can it complete 3 consecutive chickens? Everyone is looking forward to this scene. It is usually not easy to win 3 games of chicken in a row in the latter game, let alone a training match between universities. However, watching the number of survivors on the field decrease one after another, my heart jumped. Mao Xiaomo took out the Car 98K, which he had not seen for a long time. He had not played with this gun for a long time, mainly because it was best to only have a 98K in the team. In Cheng Yao's hands, it was actually his 98K. Not bad at all. If Cheng Yao's 98K is fast, Mao Xiaomo's style is steady. Simple preview. Opening the scope, locking the head, and shooting. Every step is very smooth, even as a sniper in a team. Boom. CD_King used Car 98K to knock down 000_Kale with a headshot. Boom. CD_King used Car 98K to knock down 000_Loy with a headshot. Boom.
CD_King used Car 98K to knock down IP_475. The 3 consecutive shots were so smooth that the surrounding audience was so amazed that they couldn't close their mouths. No one thought that Mao Xiaomo's sniping skills would be so high. Even compared with Cheng Yao, they can be considered to have their own characteristics. The preview of these 3 shots is also very fast and very accurate. Except for one shot. It was not hit. The remaining 2 people besides the head were killed with direct headshots. The 2 teams that were originally fighting hid behind their respective bunkers due to Mao Xiaomo's participation, throwing cigarettes and helping others. Mao Xiaomo took out 10 mines from his body and threw them wildly behind the bunker on the opposite side.
Wang Mao, support the tall building.
The safe zone finally started to refresh, and the last circle cleared out the tallest building of the big power plant. In other words, the team in the big power plant had to run away from the poison. It can be said that their position was not very good. There were wolves in front of them and tigers in the back. The 2 teams in front were staring at them eagerly, and there was another team behind who wanted to run away drugs. So they were really caught in the middle.
Okay.
Good didn't care about what Mao Xiaomo called him, and turned around to hold the enemy behind him, back to back with Mao Xiaomo. We stood in the center of the circle. Chapter 38. 3 Domineering Chickens. The 2 sides were completely divided into 2 battlefields, but they were closely connected. If one side collapsed, the other side would also collapse. But Mao Xiaomo and Good completely gave their backs to each other. These 2 people are usually noisy, and it can't be said that they trust each other much. But one thing is that they have great trust in each other's abilities. After fighting for so many days, everyone knows that they can trust each other. Taking a deep breath, Mao Xiaomo picked up the 98K and instantly blasted another enemy without a helmet. There seemed to be only 2 people in this team. This headless opponent didn't even draw any blood and sniped against him. In fact, this was also a good move. It's a tactic. As long as there are people to support you, it doesn't matter if you fight or not. Everyone in the training room watched as Mao Xiaomo blasted his head 3 times. The man across from him was finally convinced and stopped showing off. Mao Xiaomo pinched the thunder and threw an instant explosion. The thunder struck a beautiful arc and fell to the feet of the 2 people on the opposite side. The 2 people on the opposite side were blown away without any time to react. Mao Xiaomo also jumped to kill 2. The last 2 teams. Everyone is counting silently. The people from the big factory sealed their cigarettes and rushed out. The team was dissatisfied. So there were 3 of them. Good occupied a shooting position and fired directly at the running enemy. However, due to the smoke in the bunker, the effect was not particularly good. There were 3 of them. Only 1 was killed, but the other 2 were also disabled. Tacit agreement. Just when Good was a little depressed, he discovered that Mao Xiaomo rushed directly towards the 2 enemies with residual blood. Very fiercely, Good subconsciously wanted to stop Mao Xiaomo. If he rushed from this position, he would definitely be beaten by the group behind him. But Good glanced behind him and found that it was completely blocked by smoke.
I'll go.
Good didn't have time to marvel at Mao Xiaomo's operation of sealing off the cigarettes in advance, and followed Mao Xiaomo to eliminate all 3 people behind him without any suspense. Awesome. At this time, even Mu Yun couldn't help but praise Mao Xiaomo. He was completely locked on Mao Xiaomo's perspective. The moment Good's gun was fired, Mao Xiaomo did not turn around to help him, nor did he suppress the team in front. He just threw 4 cigarettes and completely blocked the view of the team in front. This action directly allowed Mao Xiaomo and Gu to safely and boldly clear out the enemies behind them. Coach Huang Xing also looked at Mao Xiaomo's perspective quietly. He had already made a decision in his heart. He must give this team an A+ look. In Xiaogua FPS, there are many people with better marksmanship than Mao Xiaomo. There are a lot of good people, but not many handsome people. But the boy in front of him, the 19-year-old Mao Xiaomo, gave him this feeling. The idea was so clear that Jiangjin even felt that everything that happened on the battlefield was in Mao Xiaomo's calculations. Of course, it couldn't be that exaggerated. It was just a feeling. After Mao Xiaomo and Gu cleared away the 3 people behind them, the opponent was left with only the last 3 people, who were also the last enemies of the CD team. By now, everyone has almost determined that Team CD will win 3 times in a row. I don't know why. Even though it's 2 versus 3, everyone thinks they will win.
Lei picked them all up and threw away all the useless ones.
Mao Xiaomo directly threw away 140 rounds of 556 bullets, leaving only 68 rounds in reserve. He picked up the grenades in the bags of the 3 men and threw them in the direction of the last team.
although the view on the other side was blocked by smoke. They would not sit still and wait for Mao Xiaomo and the others to attack them. Moreover, it was obvious that Mao Xiaomo and the others had mines. Almost at the same moment when the battle here ended, both sides began to move toward them at the same time. Throw thunder in the opponent's direction. But Mao Xiaomo has the advantage here. Just because of the cigarette he sealed before, he and Good could see the location of the thunder on the opposite side and avoid it accordingly. But the other side couldn't do it at all. All their own vision was blocked, and they couldn't see where Mao Xiaomo and his thunder fell. The position was small, and the circle was not big. They had no conditions to pull out, so they could only pray silently that the thunder would not blow them up. It is purely a prayer of the weak. Even if 1 or 2 thunderbolts cannot be exploded, Mao Xiaomo and Good will pour more than 10 thunderbolts. Destroy all living creatures in the minefield. Boom! 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 CD_King used frag grenade Dan to knock down 000_Kale. Boom! 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 CD_King used the frag grenade Dan to knock down 000_Loy. Boom! Boom! Mao Xiaomo was also a little surprised. He thought he could kill them all, but he didn't expect it to blow up 2 people. Their minds were also lost, and the smoke had not dispersed. He didn't know where the last enemy lay before escaping past the man-made bombing zone of these 2 people. Come on! There was only 1 person left on the opposite side. Mao Xiaomo and Gu didn't panic at all and rushed directly into the smoke to find the last person. 000_thing used the M16A4 to knock out CD_Godric. Hack. When Good saw the enemy lying on the ground, it was already too late. The person on the other side heard his footsteps and struck directly. He could be said to have been killed without any time to react. But the M16 of the last man on the opposite side was not equipped with a flash suppressor, and the flames completely exposed his position. Good could also be said to have sent a message. After locking the position of the last enemy, the red dot Scarl in Mao Xiaomo's hand accurately fired and took him away without any suspense. CD_King used Scarl to kill 000_thing with a headshot. 1/20th. Good luck. Let's eat chicken tonight. At this moment, the training room was completely boiling. Some students could no longer suppress their excitement and stood on the sofa and cheered. Countless people shouted that they were awesome, and some even hugged Jiangjin directly. Coach, even though it's just a training match, but the strength of the CD team made everyone fall in love with this wolf-like team. Unprecedented 3 consecutive chickens. Team CD has completely conquered this group of PUBG fans. Mao Xiaomo wiped the sweat from his hands. Muyun stretched. Goody humming good day. In the end, Cheng Yao smiled lightly and looked at the icon of good luck and chicken dinner tonight. That's right. Cheng Yao thought to herself that at that time she had no other thoughts at all. She just wanted to save Mao Xiaomo. She was right. She saved him and then had the chicken. She didn't know if she could win in the finals, and neither did Mao Xiaomo. But now this should be the best ending. Coach, will there be a training match tomorrow? Mao Xiaomo raised his head and asked Jiangjin. What's more? Why? Can't wait to fight? Want 6 chickens in a row? Coach Jiangjin joked, and was instantly booed by all the students. 6 chickens in a row! 6 chickens in a row! 6 chickens in a row! No, we won't play tomorrow. Let's review today's 3 games tomorrow, and then make some modifications to the previous Shuicheng tactics. After Mao Xiaomo said this, many people were a little disappointed. Originally, tomorrow was on the weekend. I can just watch the CD team's training match. Moreover, they found that watching their school team's training matches from a first-person perspective was much more interesting than watching the live broadcasts of the great masters on the internet. At least they could be excited and regretful together. Okay, you can just make your own plan. I don't know much about training, and it's getting late. You can just go back and rest later. I'll leave the training hall to me. Wang Hao Lu Yang. You guys will stay and help me clean up later. It's the first day of formal training. The amount of training doesn't need to be too large, and the originally prescribed time is in the afternoon. It's almost 5 o'clock now, and it's almost the end of training time. Thank you, Coach. Let's go. Chapter 39. Lend me your guitar. After Saturday's training, the 4 members of the CD team had something to eat at the noodle shop outside the school, and the sky became dark. Where are you going now? Back to the dormitory. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were walking on the street, and the October autumn wind from the south blew in their faces, which made people feel very happy. After the meal, Mu Yun pulled Good away in a smart way. Don't let him make this light bulb. Although Good was very interested in making this light bulb.
Xiaohua asked me to listen to her singing in the evening. It's not very far from here.
Cheng Yao was walking on the road. The autumn wind blew through her hair and fell on her delicate face. Cheng Yao had to lift her hair aside.
It's time to cut your hair. Let's just cut it short next time.
Cheng Yao thought to herself. Naturally, Mao Xiaomo would not let go of this opportunity to enhance his relationship with Cheng Yao, and said,
I have nothing to do tonight. Let's go and have a look together.
Cheng Yao hesitated slightly, but did not refuse Mao Xiaomo, which greatly increased Mao Xiaomo's confidence. After chatting all the way, Mao Xiaomo finally knew where their destination was, which was a Qingqing bar called Mood. The bars that open next to universities, like Changzhou University, are all clear bars. Clear bars are the kind of bars that focus on light music, are relatively quiet, and do not have disco or hot dancing girls. Suitable for chatting, communicating with friends, and chatting over a drink. It is mainly a student party, with couples and friends. But the drinks inside are not cheap, and it is also the main way to make money in the bar.
This Qing bar is opened by Uncle Xiaohua. Usually, his uncle manages it alone. I've been here twice, and it's quite quiet.
In Cheng Yao's words, Mao Xiaomo also had feelings for this Qing bar. Got some understanding. He had met Zhang Xiaohua twice, and knew that she was Cheng Yao's good friend. He didn't expect that she would come here to help sing, when she had nothing to do. This Qing bao is not large in scale, and is difficult to find. The entrance is in the middle of the two Malatang stores, and it is very small. Only after Mao Xiaomo walked in did he realize that the inside is quite interesting. There were not many guests. There were only 2 tables. One table was for 3 girls, and the other table was for a couple. Zhang Xiaohua happened to be singing on the stage when Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao entered.
I want to ride the wind and waves and travel across the ocean of yellow sand. Instead of misunderstanding, we must live up to our courage. I wish you were a lie and never showed up at the south wall. Laughter is God's disguise. Laughter is a repressed injury.
Zhang Xiaohua's sweet voice sang the song, July 1st, really beautifully. This bar is not big and there are not many singers who can come and sing there. So Zhang Xiaohua came to help whenever she could. After all, this is her uncle's bar.
Hey, Yao Yao is here again. You sit down first.
Zhang Xiaohua's uncle had met Cheng Yao several times, and knew that she was Zhang Xiaohua's good friend. So he greeted Cheng Yao very warmly.
Thank you, Uncle. 2 glasses of juice.
Cheng Yao said to Uncle Zhang very politely. Although Uncle Zhang was the owner of this store, and didn't make much money, he didn't take her money every time Cheng Yao came. Money also made Cheng Yao very embarrassed.
Okay.
Uncle Zhang glanced at Mao Xiaomo next to Cheng Yao, and looked at Cheng Yao with a half smile, as if he understood something. Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo sat down against Uncle Zhang's bar, and within a moment 2 glasses of juice were served.
Thank you, Uncle. If he invites me this time, you can charge him.
Cheng Yao pointed at Mao Xiaomo and said to Uncle Zhang. Uncle Zhang smiled and said,
Okay, young man, you must be bleeding today.
Mao Xiaomo's family background is very good. His father is the boss of a consortium and his mother is his assistant. According to ordinary people's standards, he can be considered a rich second generation. But Mao Xiaomo scorns this title. His life has never been so good since he was a child. While chatting with Uncle Zhang, Zhang Xiaohua just finished singing the song, On July, and jumped up to Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo.
Ah, Mao Xiaomo.
Zhang Xiaohua had just focused on the singing, and now she realized that there was a familiar man beside Cheng Yao. Mao Xiaomo touched his nose. Although he had met Zhang Xiaohua before, this was the first official meeting.
You know me. I know you. You snatch Yao Yao away from me every day. How can I not recognize her?
Zhang Xiaohua's eyes lit up, and she said with a smile. When Uncle Zhang saw Zhang Xiaohua come down from the singing stage, he also played some relaxing music, which changed the feeling of the whole bar. Listening to Zhang Xiaohua's teasing words, Cheng Yao didn't care, and took a sip of the juice in front of her. Mao Xiaomo secretly glanced at Cheng Yao.
I also remember the time you beat me to death.
Ha ha ha. Even Cheng Yao didn't expect that these 2 people would actually chat together. Zhang Xiaohua was a very simple-minded girl. She would not let go of someone she could talk to, and she would chatter away. Finally, we even talked about Cheng Yao. But Cheng Yao was like this. No scene or conversation could move her.
Let me tell you, Sister Yao Yao sings beautifully. And she can play guitar and drums. But I've only heard her once.
Zhang Xiaohua pulled Mao Xiaomo and said. Mao Xiaomo kept looking at Cheng Yao secretly. When this topic was mentioned, Mao Xiaomo noticed that Cheng Yao's expression finally changed a little. She closed her mouth tightly, and didn't know what she was thinking.
I really don't know. I'll definitely let her sing if I have the chance.
Mao Xiaomo agreed.
Can you sing, little brother Mo?
In just 20 minutes, Zhang Xiaohua had already become familiar with Mao Xiaomo, and the title she used changed to
Brother Xiao Mo,
which made Uncle Zhang shake his head and smile bitterly. This little girl is really familiar with her.
Meeting.
Mao Xiaomo nodded. He and Mu Yun had learned guitar and piano together since they were young, but they hadn't touched the piano for many years. Mao Xiaomo didn't know if he could play it now, but they had always had the guitar. In practice, they often performed together in middle school and high school. Whether in the class or at school, Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun were very famous. Mao Xiaomo's affirmative tone made Zhang Xiaohua and Cheng Yao interested. After taking a look at the empty stage, Zhang Xiaohua asked secretly,
Can you take action?
Is the subtext of this sentence able to be put on the stage? Mao Xiaomo also heard it. But after singing for so many years, he still has this basic confidence. In this Qingqing bar opened by Uncle Zhang, anyone can go up and sing if they want to. But there is a rule. After singing, you don't have to pay if you sing well, but you have to pay if you sing bad songs. The criterion for judging is the guests in the audience. However, these customers are usually quite good at making noises. But even if they don't get good reviews and they don't pay much, no one will care about it. There are not many customers in this bar, but they come often. In addition to the better environment, this event is also a major reason to attract customers.
Let me try. Would you like me to accompany you? No. Just lend me your guitar for a while.
Chapter 40 Rose. Mao Xiaomo can play the guitar. Everyone's eyes lit up. Judging from Uncle Zhang's experience of running a bar for so many years, as long as a child can play the guitar, his singing will not be bad. Mao Xiaomo took Zhang Xiaohua's guitar, walked slowly onto the stage, and sat quietly on the singer's seat.
He can also play guitar?
Zhang Xiaohua also thinks that Mao Xiaomo is a bit versatile. He is so good at playing games, and can also play guitar. What a perfect boy. Play and sing by yourself. With the current conditions of Qingba, you can only do this. How about bringing in a piano? Ask a band to play? They are all things that do not exist. Mao Xiaomo had already sat down and adjusted his posture while holding the guitar. He lightly stroked the strings with his fingers and tried the tone of the guitar. After going to college, he rarely played the guitar. Although the guitar was in his there is a bedside table, all eyes were on Mao Xiaomo, including the other two tables. A group of couples and 3 girls. There were not many guests in this bar, and there were not many people singing on stage, except for the resident singer. Someone came up to sing. Could it be the new resident singer? Mao Xiaomo moved his butt and looked at Cheng Yao and smiled. With this smile, Cheng Yao's heart seemed to be touched by Mao Xiaomo for the first time. Mao Xiaomo's face reflected the lights on the stage, which was very strange. Charming.
This song is for a girl who is like a rose.
Mao Xiaomo recalled the first time he met Cheng Yao, and the first time he had breakfast with Cheng Yao. This was the first time in his life that a girl touched his heartstrings. As he plucked the strings with his hand, a melodious melody floated. Ballad. Several people who were familiar with music immediately knew what song Mao Xiaomo was going to sing. It was a ballad called Rose. Mao Xiaomo sang softly.
You said you wanted to buy a house on the beach. Live there with your lovely Chow Chow. You will think of a moody grocery store proprietress. Sell what you like according to your mood.
All the audience members were stunned, including Cheng Yao. No one thought that Mao Xiaomo's singing would be so beautiful. Beautiful. The good melodies all have a man's unique voice, making everyone look at the man on the stage. Mao Xiaomo smiled and sang while playing.
Life is getting more and more depressing. You become less and less like yourself, standing alone in the miserable wind.
Cheng Yao thought about herself. Should everything in the past be gone?
Rose, where are you? You said everyone you loved is gone. Don't kid yourself. You just hide it deeper. Rose, where are you? You always like things you can't catch. Please don't cry. We are all left with a pile of memories woven from youth.
Mao Xiaomo's tune is higher than the original song, but it is also more penetrating, making many people's goosebumps uncontrollably. Cheng Yao. Although I don't know what you have been through, but the past is past. Since God asked me, Mao Xiaomo, to meet you here, I won't let go. Mao Xiaomao knew that Cheng Yao was hiding something in his heart. But it was not important to him. The most important thing was to be happy.
2 years have passed in the blink of an eye. Have you forgotten what you should forget? You said you fell in love with traveling recently. I know you just want to escape. Escape from reality and the past. Escape from the most unreal you. A person's journey is just searching.
Regardless of whether you accept me or not, your future journey will no longer be walked alone. Cheng Yao suddenly shed a tear. For some reason, Zhang Xiaohua and Uncle Zhang saw that Cheng Yao's mood was not right. So they did not rush to comfort her. After all, they did not know what Cheng Yao had gone through. The singing seemed to bring Cheng Yao into memories all of a sudden.
Rose, where are you? You said everyone you loved is gone. Don't kid yourself. You just hide it deeper. Rose, where are you? You always like things you can't catch. Please don't cry. We are all left with a pile of memories woven from youth.
Stop crying. Okay. Cheng Yao's eyes were red. And she looked at the man on the stage, who was smiling and singing to her without blinking. My heart seemed to be filled all of a sudden. Mao Xiaomao, never do anything that will make me regret. I know that I will not miss you. Even if we can't be together in the end. Mao Xiaomao, will say whatever I should say.
All we have left is a bunch of used youth. Memories woven together.
The sound of the guitar gradually dissipated as the song ended. And everyone in the bar was stunned. Crack, crackle, crackle. The young couple clapped first. And then the 3 girls, Zhang Xiaohua and Uncle Zhang, all clapped as well. Mao Xiaomao put down his guitar, bowed slightly, and walked off the stage.
It sounds good. It sounds good. It sounds good.
The eyes of the 2 girls not far away almost burst out with love. They looked at Mao Xiaomao infatuatedly. Quiet ballads are most suitable for such an environment. Many people have not yet recovered from the scene of singing. The song is actually over.
One more song. One more song. I haven't heard enough. Let's play one more. Handsome guy.
The stage was empty. And Mao Xiaomao also walked to Cheng Yao's side, looking at Cheng Yao with red eyes but a pouty smile. He thought she was so cute for the first time. In the past, Cheng Yao gave them the impression of being taciturn. And then he only smiles occasionally. But his personality can be described as cold. I didn't expect Cheng Yao to have such a cute side.
Sounds good.
Cheng Yao smiled and said to Mao Xiaomao. This time her smile was different from usual. And Mao Xiaomao himself could feel it.
As long as you like it. I love so much.
The conversation between the 2 gave Zhang Xiaohua goosebumps. Looking at the 2 of them like this, it is estimated that they will be inseparable soon?
Hey. Okay, you too.
Zhang Xiaohua took a sip of juice and said. The 3 girls not far away couldn't hold back their inner excitement. They sent a representative to walk up to Mao Xiaomao and said a little embarrassedly,
Hello, handsome guy. We are from the tourism department. Yes. Can you make a friend?
This girl seems to have been forcibly made into a woman. Although she is not particularly good looking, she is still pretty. The scene was extremely embarrassing. 12,000 ways of answering ran through Mao Xiaomao's head. They didn't say anything. They just wanted to make friends. He couldn't refuse them. But would anything happen if he agreed?
Mao Xiaomao, I'm asking you a question.
Zhang Xiaohua poked Mao Xiaomao with an expression of not taking it too seriously. Smiling happily. After sighing, Mao Xiaomao replied politely.
Okay. I'm from the Department of Economics and Trade Management. My name is Mao Xiaomao.
Seeing that Mao Xiaomao agreed, the girl immediately said happily,
Can you leave your contact information?
Why are the questions more difficult than the last? Mao Xiaomao really wanted to look up to the sky and scream.
Okay.
Mao Xiaomao added WeChat to the girl opposite. During this period, he secretly glanced at Cheng Yao and found that Cheng Yao was drinking juice like a normal person. Mao Xiaomao was disappointed and asked himself if he was being a little pretentious. Chapter 41 Girlfriend.
Xiao Mo. How are you? Do you want to consider coming to my place to sing? You can feel free to mention the salary.
Uncle Zhang became a little cautious when he saw that Zhang Xiaohua's classmates were so talented and he had a relationship with Zhang Xiaohua. It might be easier. Mao Xiaomao didn't expect Uncle Zhang to be so direct. But singing is indeed his hobby. After college, the real fun is in his spare time.
Okay. Let's do this. I'll come when I have time on weekends. As for the treatment, I don't need to pay for it. Just don't charge me for the juice.
Mao Xiaomao shook the juice in his hand.
Ha! I just like your personality. It's not like some boys nowadays who are so coy and trembling even when they sing on stage.
Ignoring Zhang Xiao's vicious look, Uncle Zhang laughed loudly. In Zhang Xiao's eyes, her uncle was obviously bullying an honest person, and he was also her friend. However, seeing that Mao Xiaomo had no objection, Zhang Xiaohua stopped talking, and there was no relationship between Mao Xiaomo and her uncle. There is no contract or anything like that. Mao Xiaomo can leave whenever he wants. In the end, the money for the juice was not paid. After a few casual chats, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao took the first step. This bar was not closed on Saturday nights, and was open 24 hours a day. Zhang Xiaohua would not go back to the dormitory. The school gate is very lively on Saturday, and it's only 9 o'clock now. Various stalls are set up in front of the school. For college students, it is also a great experience to eat roadside stalls together on Saturday night. A very enjoyable thing.
Mao Xiaomo, do you have a dream?
Cheng Yao sat on a chair at a roadside stall and asked Mao Xiaomo, who was eating with gusto.
Dream?
Mao Xiaomo chewed a large piece of meat and continued.
Of course I have dreams. At the earliest, my dream was to make money without working hard. Well, later I found that it was not practical. Now my dream is, yes, just do what you like and that's it. What do you like? Games?
Cheng Yao asked with her right hand on her chin. Mao Xiaomo clicked his tongue, thought for a moment, and said,
Now! Win the CUL College League Championship.
Cheng Yao burst out laughing.
Is your dream to be a college league champion? Life always has to be taken step by step. And dreams are not static. When the dream is completed, will it still be called a dream? There will definitely be new dreams by then.
Mao Xiaomo said. Cheng Yao shook her head, obviously not too interested in Mao Xiaomo's dream.
And what about yours?
Mao Xiaomo asked back.
My dream is very luxurious. Tell me about it. Well, I lived happily.
Cheng Yao sighed. In the first 19 years of her life, it could be said that there was no care from her parents. There was only constant demands and scoldings from her father. She had worked hard to meet her father's demands since she was a child. But when she discovered that every time after reaching it, there will be new requirements, she was tired and tired. Her father has arranged everything for her since she was a child. But in fact she is not happy. Maybe she is only happy when playing games. Who knows whether Mao Xiaomo really didn't understand what Cheng Yao said, or whether he just pretended not to understand what Cheng Yao said. Instead, he laughed and said,
Your dream is simpler than mine.
Cheng Yao looked at him. I saw Mao Xiaomo saying proudly,
Have me, and you will get your own happiness.
In an instant, Cheng Yao's face turned red. She sighed and ignored Mao Xiaomo.
Why? You know Lin Chiling is so beautiful. She can't even give me. You made a profit.
Mao Xiaomo ate the skewers and said proudly to Cheng Yao,
Can I still show some face?
After saying that, Cheng Yao's expression became a little serious, and she also put away the smile on her face, as if she was thinking about something. Mao Xiaomo.
Do you like me?
Cheng Yao looked at Mao Xiaomo and said quietly. Mao Xiaomo was confused by Cheng Yao's sudden words. In his head, linear equations, finals, running, teacup lids, and grass and mud horses were all mixed together in an instant. He had no idea what he was thinking at this moment. Ah, Mao Xiaomo swallowed, his heart beating a little faster. Looking at Cheng Yao, Mao Xiaomo's heartbeat was so fast that he almost jumped out of his chest. What was she going to say? She won't reject me. Let me go. This is so embarrassing. No. 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 What if she agrees to me? No. 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 I haven't confessed yet. She won't really refuse me. Namo Amiba Savatika Guanin Bodhisattva bless me. Mao Xiaomo had been having sex for several days, and this was the first time he felt this trembling.
Right. Ah. Yes.
Mao Xiaomo, who was usually a bit glib, was now completely stuttering and his mind was blank. Cheng Yao's eyes were a little hesitant. Seeing this, Mao Xiaomo's heart was already cold.
Let me put it bluntly. I'm incredibly strong inside. I will leave here in a year.
Cheng Yao finally said what she wanted to say. But this sentence was not what Mao Xiaomo thought.
Leave here? Where to go?
Mao Xiaomo was also confused.
United States. Columbia University Business School.
Cheng Yao said it and suddenly felt very relaxed, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. Cheng Yao looked at Mao Xiaomo, wondering what he was thinking. There was silence for 3 full minutes. Mao Xiaomo thought a lot, and Cheng Yao also thought a lot. In just 1 year, even if they were together and happy. What next?
You are so cruel. Chung Yao.
Mao Xiaomao suddenly laughed, smiling very happily. At least he heard Chung Yao's thoughts from what he just said.
What do you think? Do you want me to have a hard time staying with you for a year?
I
Would you like to be my girlfriend? Mao Xiaomao will never regret the decision I make.
Mao Xiaomao and Chung Yao looked at each other, with confidence and desire in their eyes. Chung Yao originally wanted to let Mao Xiaomao think about it, but looking at Mao Xiaomao's firm eyes and expression, she suddenly couldn't say anything.
What about a year later?
Chung Yao and Mao Xiaomao are not children, and long-distance relationships are unrealistic, let alone foreign relationships, which do not exist at all.
There will be a way.
Mao Xiaomao suddenly thought of his father. If he wanted to go to the United States, would his father agree? Chung Yao didn't know what Mao Xiaomao could do, but she didn't want Mao Xiaomao to accommodate her, and it was such a big thing, which would make her feel very guilty. The two of them still did not continue the topic, although Chung Yao did not nod in agreement to Mao Xiaomao. Chung Yao had already put her arm around Mao Xiaomao on the way to the dormitory, leaned on Mao Xiaomao's shoulder, closed her eyes, and walked slowly following Mao Xiaomao's pace, as if I have let go of all the burdens and tiredness in my heart. King. It's nice to just lean on your shoulder like this. Chapter 42 Replay. Dormitory 302 tonight is destined not to be peaceful. Brother Sun Zheng, Jiang Xinxin and Mu Yun thought that something unexpected happened tonight when they saw Mao Xiaomao walking in from the door dully. Confession? Got rejected? Who knew that the first thing Mao Xiaomao said when he walked in the door was,
I have a girlfriend.
At that time, Mu Yun and Sun Zheng were stunned for 3 seconds. Then their eyes lit up, and they rushed over like hungry wolves. After being tortured, Mao Xiaomao finally slowly told the truth. In fact, he just sang and then died.
That's it?
Mu Yun said with disbelief. Mao Xiaomao nodded affirmatively.
That's it.
Mao Xiaomao definitely didn't tell everything about Chung Yao, and it was even less likely that he would tell Mu Yun that Chung Yao would go abroad in a year.
It's true or not? You said that Wang Qin is fast and fierce, and you're not bad at all. How long has it been? A person like you, with a smooth appearance, a slippery tongue, and a restless mind, yet Chung Yao didn't reject you.
Mu Yun said in disbelief. He really didn't expect that the two of them would become friends so quickly. Mao Xiaomao raised his eyebrows and said proudly,
Are you not convinced? I'm sure you won't accept it. I'm so handsome, elegant, and charming. And even Yushu Lifeng is so handsome. Stop it. Stop it. If you don't accept it, go find one. Okay. Don't be jealous of me.
Mao Xiaomao threw the bag on the bed, then lay down on the bed, looking at the ceiling happily.
I'm jealous of your second uncle,
Mu Yun said quietly, and then covered himself with a quilt, leaving Jiang Xinxin and Sun Zheng, who had a gossip heart, to pull Mao Xiaomao and ask. Mao Xiaomao knew that he couldn't make progress too fast and just get along normally in the following days. Then he took his mobile phone and sent Chung Yao a WeChat message.
Canteen tomorrow at noon.
Comes from Mao Xiaomao.
Okay.
From Chung Yao. This is the nickname Mao Xiaomao specially changed for Chung Yao in order to distinguish her from other girls. She looks like a fool who has fallen in love.
Good night. Good night.
When everyone arrived at the school team training room on Sunday, Good discovered the fishy relationship between Chung Yao and Mao Xiaomao. I can't explain, but it just feels weird. Gu led Mu Yun to talk a lot, but Mu Yun did not tell the truth. After all, this was a matter between Mao Xiaomao and Chung Yao, and it would not be good for him to talk too much. Coach Jiang Jin canceled today's training match according to Mao Xiaomao's wishes. After experiencing yesterday's 3 training matches, Coach Jiang Jin also knew that these children were not at the same level as the other 19 teams. He wanted to finding higher level scrims will take some effort. After calling up the replay of yesterday's 3 sets, the 4 members of the CD team gathered together to discuss the problems in the 3 sets, as well as the not-so-simple replay.
First set first.
Mao Xiaomao extended the replay of the first set to 3 minutes, which was exactly the image when they were searching at the airport.
We've been searching for a long time. Have you noticed anything?
Mao Xiaomao said, looking at the other team members. Mu Yun nodded. As a free man and a scout, it can be said that his role was very small. The long search time at the airport was also a big reason.
Well, the efficiency of our search is still a bit low. Next time there is an opportunity to search like this, we will jump to the satellite building to get a car first. If there is a car, we will speed up the pace. If there is no car, we will search normally. Where efficiency is low, just stop searching. We have to cross the bridge. And the later we cross, the more dangerous it will be.
Mao Xiaomo analyzed. I continued to pull replay, and it happened to be a scene where they were crossing the bridge and being beaten by other teams. Although they didn't lose anyone, it was still a very dangerous behavior.
The same goes for this. We entered the industry too late. If there are losses, we have no way to deal with them.
Then, there was the death of CD Team Good. The 4 people watched this scene for 5 minutes because of the terrain and the players.
This terrain is not very good and can be easily stolen. Mine. And then Good and Muyun have problems with their reconnaissance. Cheng Yao and I can help you see behind you. You just need to look in the other direction. Nothing is wrong with the rest.
Since all 3 games were defeated, there were not many reaction problems. For a team like theirs, only direct death can make players improve. The death of a certain person or the annihilation of the entire team will make everyone think about why this wave died. And how can they win this wave? If they can't win, they have to think about whether there is a better route and solution for entering the circle. This is what they really want to get. Yesterday's 3 training matches gave them too little to gain. So Mao Xiaomo didn't want to play in today's training match. The intensity was really not high, and there was no point in playing. There was nothing much to say about the second game. It was a game that all 4 of them were very satisfied with. In this game, they just practiced target shooting and rushed to the building. The wave of CD teams that rushed to the building executed the tactics perfectly, and the airport circle really helped them a lot. It took almost no effort to finish the game. The blessing of the Destiny Circle was also a big reason.
But what if the circle brushes over to them?
Cheng Yao said suddenly. Cheng Yao's question made everyone think. It's true. First, their circle can block the full formation on the other side of the road. Second, the lone wolf behind them doesn't have to move and has no idea about them. What if it's the other way around? If the circle reaches the other side of the road, they will not only have to face the blockade of the 4-man formation on the other side of the road, but also the sneak attack of the lone wolf behind them.
First clear out the lone wolf. Then look for opportunities by throwing thunder and eyes at gunpoint.
Mao Xiaomo knew that this question was posed to him. As a commander, he could think about every possibility on the battlefield. In this situation where the opponent is holding them back, they have to find a breakthrough. Either blow up 1 or 2, or shoot down 1 or 2 with a gun. Once the opponent knocks down 1 or 2 players, they don't have to worry about the opponent's fire suppression. It is not a reckless way to play directly. After thinking for a long time, there is really no better solution. Under this situation, there is really too little room for them to develop.
Third set, we discussed the issue of Water City yesterday, but it is still too dangerous. In this way, if we dive into Water City in the future, I will go to the ruins. Cheng Yao will go to the Water City with a gun. Wang Mao will go to the garage. And Mu Yun will go to the road to grab a car. Do you think this will work? This will be much better.
As for Cheng Yao's act of sacrificing her life to save Mao Xiaomo in the end, no one mentioned it because they didn't know whether it was right or wrong. Even Mao Xiaomo himself didn't know. Cheng Yao's behavior was indeed very risky, and there was a risk of the team being wiped out if she was not careful. But the result was good. Cheng Yao asked herself, if she were the one to compete in the finals, it was still unknown whether she would be able to win the chicken. But I never hesitated.
Coach, is there any way to contact a training match with a higher level?
Mao Xiaomo said. Coach Jiangjin is also in a bit of a dilemma. But as a coach, he cannot provide technical and tactical advice to the CD team. So he can only make up for it in other aspects. Gritting his teeth and agreeing, Coach Jiangjin went to the training room to contact someone. The 4 members of the CD team also continued their journey to the ladder in order to become familiar with Z City Tactics and Water City Tactics. Chapter 43 Principle. The CD team became popular precisely because of the training match video posted on the campus network. In this 3-hour video, the CD team showed the teachers and students of Chengda University what kind of team they were. Words of praise such as ferocity, fearlessness, boldness, wisdom, and iron-bloodedness all appeared in the comments on the campus website. Even the girls, who were not very interested in games, had heard that a powerful team was rising in Chengda. It wasn't until the next Saturday, during Team CD's daily offline training, that Mao Xiaomo realized how crazy these idle college students were. Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo had just walked to the door of the training room after lunch, and were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. There were more than 50 people last week, and that number tripled this week. The huge club room was packed to the brim. Not to mention the school team training room inside. You don't have to think about it to know that it must be overcrowded.
Am I going to become famous?
Mao Xiaomo kept greeting the seniors and classmates, and his head was buzzing. It felt like an ordinary person becoming famous overnight. Among the crowd, Mao Xiaomo also saw a few female classmates in the class. As for whether they came to see their training or for other purposes, Mao Xiaomo didn't want to know. But the familiar girl made Mao Xiaomo a little bit confused. Wang Xiuya. To be honest, Wang Xiuya is a very good girl. She is good-looking, quiet, and has good grades. She has almost all the advantages. But Mao Xiaomo glanced at Cheng Yao beside him and sighed slightly. Things were really a bit troublesome. The training room was so crowded that it was impossible to conduct normal training. The 40 people last week were enough for Mao Xiaomo and the others, let alone the number of people this week. Just when Coach Jiangjun was struggling, a savior appeared with a heavyweight, president of Changzhou University. There are also a bunch of chief secretaries who don't know who the director is. There were people walking towards them, talking and laughing.
Hello, principal. Hello, principal. Hello, director. Hello, principal. Hello, teacher Liu.
All the students stopped communicating, and the noisy voices disappeared immediately. The scene immediately became quiet, which made Mao Xiaomo relieved. Otherwise, he would really not be able to stand the chattering of more than 100 people. Seeing the principal coming to inspect in person, everyone stood up to make room for the principal and directors. Mu Yun and Gu, who came to the training room in advance, also came out to greet them. Coach Jiangjun wiped his sweat and said,
"Here you are, principal."
Ma Guoqiang, the president of Changda University, has served for several terms, and he has a lot to say in terms of ability and social communication. He also owes a large part of the achievements of Changda University in recent years.
Coach Yang, I'm really sorry. These students are so enthusiastic, and they must have caused you a lot of trouble.
Ma Guoqiang shook his head and said kindly. But Coach Jiangjun knew that this seemingly amiable Ma Guoqiang also had a tough side. On the one hand, he was the one who told him to get out before he couldn't achieve results. Coach Jiangjun waved his hand quickly.
It's all there. It's just a little inconvenient. Look, there are so many students. It's true.
It was impossible for Ma Guoqiang not to be able to see this problem. He nodded slightly to show that he understood the situation. Looking at the 4 members of the CD team standing in a row in front of him, he felt a little incredible. In just 2 weeks, this PUBG team became an instant hit in the school. As a principal, it is impossible for him not to know about this. And this kind of team is highly praised by the people below. As a principal, he also sincerely happy. As long as this team can perform well in the CVL National College League, it will be Ma Guoqiang's political achievement. And now is the critical period for him to climb up. It can be said that this CD team, which has been given high hopes by everyone, affects Ma Guoqiang's future. Ma Guoqiang looked at the 4 members of the CD team with admiration. And Mao Xiaomo finally stood up.
Hello, principal. I am Mao Xiaomo, the captain of this CD team. I know. Who doesn't know about you in school now? Ha. Work hard and strive for good results. Let's do this. As long as you can reach the second round in CEL, I will directly approve the scholarships for the 4 of you.
Ma Guoqiang said with a smile. He didn't know the specific concept of the second round of CEL, but being able to reach the second round can be regarded as standing out in the Changzhou area. For him, this is enough. Seeing Ma Guoqiang eagerly drawing cakes for Mao Xiaomo and the 4 of them to eat, Coach Jiangjun wiped his sweat again. This Ma Guoqiang was really serious for his own political achievements.
Thank you, principal. We will work hard.
Mao Xiaomo did not take it too seriously. After all, although the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is based on strength, any accident may happen.
Okay, let's do this. Don't disturb their normal training in the school team training room from now on.
Ma Guoqiang said to the more than 100 students who came to watch the school team training. But as soon as he said this, there were whispers below. I kept hearing that although the principal's instructions cannot be violated, there is still no big problem in complaining.
Listen to me. They are less than 2 months away from the competition. Now is the critical period for training. When they are training, you can't help them. Instead, you will disturb them. If you really love this team, if so, can you please ask Coach Jiangjun to put all future training videos and highlight videos on the campus website for you to watch?
Ma Guiqiang said to the students in a serious voice. I have to say that Ma Guiqiang is still very eloquent. Otherwise, he would not be in the position he is today. Although so many students were still a little unhappy, they still left in groups. After driving away this group of enthusiastic classmates, the air suddenly seemed to be enough. And Mao Xiaomo felt that his breathing became much easier.
Okay. It's time for me to go. Don't let me down.
Ma Guiqiang's words before leaving still made Coach Jiangjin shudder. He could imagine that if this team did not advance to the second round, he would be the first to suffer. Mao Xiaomo ignored Wang Xiuya's reluctant gaze and walked into the empty training room.
It seems that girl is interested in you.
Cheng Yao just sat down and said, as if nothing had happened. The look Wang Xiuyao looked at Mao Xiaomo just now was so dazzling that it was hard for her not to notice.
Don't explain.
Mao Xiaomo looked at Cheng Yao helplessly and found that there was a smile on the corner of the latter's mouth. You can't guess what a woman is thinking.
It's killing me. The old principal is too scary. He smiles, but doesn't smile.
Good is from Ukraine and is not very familiar with Xiaoguo's tricks. Just now, he didn't even dare to breathe.
Damn Huang Mao. You are so useless. Who do you want to scold? A stinky monkey. What's wrong with you? Huang Mao. Smelly monkey. Damn yellow hair.
Chapter 44. TPJS Level Professional Player.
Ding.
Win. With a hairy chestnut on each person's head, Coach Jiangjin finally calmed down the two of them.
It's time to train. Get ready. There will be a training match at 3 o'clock today.
Coach Jiangjin turned over the information in his hand and said to everyone. Training match? 1 game.
Coach, why didn't you say that before? And why is there only 1 training match?
Mao Xiaomo said in surprise. In the past, Coach Jiangjin would inform them of any training plans in advance. But this time, they were notified at short notice. And only 1 game. Who would have thought that Coach Jiangjin would curse loudly?
Isn't that enough? I got this from begging for nothing. I just gave you a chance. Whether you can continue to hang out in this room depends on your performance this time. This performance, it's better to just go back to the original training match.
Holy shit. So popular. Mao Xiaomo also saw that Coach Jiangjin was angrier than ever before. So he didn't dare to say anything.
Coach, what kind of room is this?
Good raised his big hand and asked like a primary school student. Such a scene was a bit inappropriate for a blond man over 180 meters tall. Coach Jiangjin found many ways to get this spot. He begged his grandfather and grandma for a long time to get the spot for this game. When he came back, he still pretended to be a grandson in front of the principal. It was strange that he had a good temper.
This is the room of the 3rd round finals team of Jiangsu province last year.
Last year CUL Jiangsu Division's final qualifiers were presented to you by these 20 teams. Just 1 year later, these 20 teams are still strong. Because of the addition of new students, major colleges and universities have also undergone a refresh. Many new people have joined, but their strength will only be higher. Although these 20 teams are not necessarily the strongest 20 teams this year, they are all very powerful and should not be underestimated.
Understood.
Adding their rookie team in such a room is indeed very difficult. To be able to achieve this level, Coach Jiangjin really put a lot of effort into it.
I won't show you the information from last year, but you should still pay attention to the information of 2 teams.
Coach Jiangjin handed a piece of information to each of the 4 people. It was the one who qualified for the finals of the CUL Jiangsu Division last year. 2 teams and current personnel information. In fact, this is a very important part. In professional competitions, teams will also collect information about other teams, such as positioning, strength, and so on. Seeing the information about strong teams during the game can also help them avoid battles accurately. It is a great shortcut to improve your performance. Nanjing University team ranked 4th in CUL in 2018 and 1st in Jiangsu Division. Team introduction. 1. Nanjing_Zaku Yutao. Captain. Assaulter. Good at firearms, M416. Car 98K TPJ, A. 2. Nanjing_Yang Yangwen. Sniper. Good at firearms, M416. Car 98K TPJ, S. 3. Nanjing_B1 Zhang Jun. Assaulter. Good at firearms, M416. Scaril. 4. Nan_B2 Zhang Junhao. A free man. Good at firearms, M416. Scaril. Team landing point, airport. School. Uptown area.
Holy crap. 2 professional players.
After reading the first team introduction, In addition to Cheng Yao, Mao Xiaoma, Mu Yun, and Good all shouted out in unison.
Yes! This team has 2 players with professional ratings.
Coach Jiangjun nodded. TPJ. This is an assessment website for professional players. Its full name is the Professional Assessment. As long as they are registered professional players, this website will rate these professional players based on their competition and ability. Anyone with a TPJ index is undoubtedly a professional player. TPJ is divided into 11 levels in total. SSS, SS, S+, S, S-, A+, A-, B+, B, B-. Every professional player will have his own TPJ. And all PUBG players know this. The 2 professional players Mao Xiaoma and the others are not particularly surprised. The key is which sniper named Yang Wen has reached S in TPJ. A sniper from a first-line professional team? Let's put it this way. What is the equivalent of TPJ's level? The reconstructed 4AM team. Xiao Xingjing and Aluka are all S level. Mao Xiaoma's blood boiled at the thought of fighting such a player.
Come on! Come on! It's better to have a few more SS level ones.
Good laughed loudly. Without any fear. Only excitement. Coach Jiangjun looked at his group of children without a trace of fear. Instead, they gathered a strong fighting spirit. He was satisfied but also a little worried.
You guys at SS level are just like cabbages,
Mu Yun said helplessly. In the Xia Kingdom, there is currently no TPJ who can reach the SSS level. But there are several SS level players. They are all top players of major first-line professional teams. And they are also the top players in the Xia Kingdom. For example, 17th Team Commando 17 Show. For AM Sniper Xbox. For AM Commando God. FTD Command AU. Snake TC Sniper Ballet. KZ Sniper NB211. These people can be said to be the top players in Xia country. Most of the S+ players are also familiar with it. XDD. Kutsuin from XEDG, XDD Gaming. LGD Captain Joka. 17 Captain Shokes Dying. OMG's Xiaohai and Xiaoshi. IFTY's Roasted People. And Teeksoon are all in this category. This shows how incredible it is to have an S-level professional player appear here.
Interesting. Interesting. La la la.
Good hummed and looked at the next team. The second team was called RW. It was also a very strong team. But it only ranked 18th in the national finals last year. Jean Good didn't give a damn.
Can it be too arrogant?
Even though Mao Xiaoma said this, he only glanced at RW's information. With the information about Nanjay, the Jiangsu king, it was indeed a bit boring to look at other information. Mao Xiaoma has never seen a real professional player. And he also wants to try out what the level of a professional player is. An S-class professional sniper? Cheng Yao thought secretly without any fear. Good played a warm-up game by himself. He was humming a tune and had no idea what the level of the opponent they were about to face was. It is impossible for him and Mao Xiaoma to have such emotions as fear and worry. Among these people, only Mu Yun was slightly normal. But he was the only one who had a hint of uneasiness deep in his heart. Maybe I still don't have confidence in my own strength. Mu Yun sighed. Chapter 45, Nanjay vs. CD. After 2 full hours of warm-up time, a few people were boringly playing the ladder, looking forward to the arrival of 3 o'clock. In competitive games, being able to compete with strong players should be more exciting than anything else.
You have to remember that this training match is of great significance. It would be great if you can achieve results. And the pressure should not be so great.
Coach Jiangjun is afraid that these children are too reckless. After all, the level of this training match is different from the previous one. That kind of scrimmage is completely different. Everyone kept nodding, making Coach Jiangjun breathe a sigh of relief. However, this breath was swallowed back by Coach Jiangjun the next moment.
Smelly monkey! Where should we dance?
Good looked at Mao Xiaoma with a wicked smile. And Xiao Jiujiu didn't know why. But how could Mao Xiaoma not understand that this is exactly what he thought?
The airport.
Mao Xiaoma seemed to have said something insignificant.
Nice. Ha! This is the first time in my life that I find you so pleasing to the eye. You stinky monkey!
Good laughed loudly. After all, Mao Xiaoma is the commander. And the power of command lies in Mao Xiaoma's hands. If Mao Xiaoma if he wanted to avoid the war, he could only execute it. But Good was a pure militant. Coach Jiangjun said sluggishly.
Have you listened to what I said? Judging from the past training matches, the airport is exclusive to the Nanjay team. No one dares to compete with him. You guys?
Who would have thought that Mao Xiaoma and Good didn't take it seriously? with burning flames of war in their eyes. And they almost said in unison,
"Just kill him! It's better to just kill him!"
Jiangjun, who was sluggish in the cold wind, and Mu Yun, who looked helpless, were left behind. The Nanjay team has two talented players. One is Zach, who is a professional player and has an A overall rating from TPJ. He plays the main role in a second-tier professional team, but he is still studying in school, mainly training online. Different from him is their team's talented sniper Yang. It is said that many first-tier professional teams have sent out invitations to Yang for trial training. However, according to Yang's own ideas, he is not very interested in this career path. So he just put his name on some teams. Many teams want to recruit him. It is also very difficult for a talented sniper to join the team. Last year, the Nanjay team did not have Yang, a freshman, but only relied on Zach to lead the team and reach 4th place in CEL. This shows how powerful professional players are. Since he first started playing this game, Mao Xiaomo has watched the live broadcasts of professional players to learn from Huan, Shujia, Weishan, and 17 show. It can be said that they all worked hard with professional players as their idols at first. And now they can compete with them. Who cannot be excited? Get ready.
Let's see what the professional standards are like.
The 4 members of the CD team jumped out of the plane without hesitation and headed straight to the airport. At first, when the 21st Team CD appeared on the server, everyone thought they had entered the wrong room. But the coaches of each team told them that this was a very strong rookie team, and they came to experience the atmosphere of their training matches. Everyone they didn't care. After all, they were a rookie team and their strength was unknown. Nanjay team was the first to discover this new team, because when the plane flew to the airport, there were only 8 people left on the plane. In other words, there was another team that jumped to the airport with them. But after they played the first day of training, everyone saw their strong strength, and no one wanted to fight with them to grab the airport. After all, it is one airport, a place that can only accommodate one team.
It should be the rookie team,
Nanjay Captain Zach said. If there is a team that dares to jump out of the airport, it must be the rookie team with no information. But they were wrong about this. It's not that the CD team didn't know their information, but take the initiative to ask for a fight.
Interesting. I haven't fought on the ground for a long time,
said the assaulter B1 in the team. He and another player B2 are twin brothers. The original IDs were Brother 1 and Brother 2, but they were changed to facilitate the team's command. Although they suffered, there was strong dissatisfaction between the two people.
Don't grab the gun. Use the gun to fight,
Zach commanded. Their team has absolute strength here. There are too many surprises in grabbing the gun on the ground.
Yes.
Although no one has any comments about this new team. They are the team of kings. And this team has not yet reached the qualifications for them to take it seriously.
They all fell behind K.
In this situation where the terrain is not so complicated and there are not so many people around, there is no need to raise the high umbrella. The CD team also landed on the C-shaped building and the police station immediately. Logically speaking, their resources should be richer than the Nanjay team in Building A. Building K.
They should search very quickly over there. After the search, pull away the gun line,
Mao Xiaomo continued. As we all know, the search progress on K's side is very fast. They should also keep an eye on that side at all times to prevent being suddenly attacked. Knock someone out. In this kind of 4v4 head-to-head battle, whichever side can gain a huge advantage by defeating the opponent first.
Are you going to the viaduct?
Cheng Yao asked.
Don't go. It's too dangerous.
Mao Xiaomo shook his head. Although the elevated area is the highest point of the airport, it is easy to be killed from above and below. And once you are knocked down on the elevated area, there is no need to worry about you on the other side. Just wait quietly for your death. This is a position that requires very high marksmanship skills. At this time, he was facing Nanjay, the king of Jiangsu province, and Mao Xiaomo did not dare to take risks.
But someone is on the elevated highway,
Mu Yun exclaimed. He just took a gun and came out to observe. But he didn't expect that the enemy was so fast. And there was no chance for CD to set up a gun.
The one on the other end cannot be hit. It is probably at the top now,
Mu Yun said.
It's okay. If you know there's someone there, it's okay.
Mu Yun, you go to the front of the police station. Cheng Yao building number 1. I'll face the dead Huang Mao. It's doomed to be the person on the elevated road.
Okay.
I searched K, and there must be a high-power lens on the elevated side. Don't give it a second.
Mao Xiaomo knew that the opponent's offensive was about to launch. So everyone pulled away and started to defend. Face to face with the Nanjay team.
Come on. Come on. Let me see how strong you are.
The CD team's blood is boiling. The mouse in their hands was involuntarily clenched. There was no doubt that this was the strongest opponent they had ever faced. Nanjay vs CD. A 4v4 head-on confrontation is about to break out. Chapter 46. The defeat of the CD team?
We're in place.
Muyun ran to the bunker outside the police station, where he could clearly see the situation at the 5 small warehouses. As Mao Xiaomo expected, the other 3 people on the opposite side were all approaching them. In the last replay analysis, the strong point of the flank was played by Mao Xiaomo and Good, because the flank is the most important point in a team battle. Once the flank is broken through, the entire team loses half. But because Nanjay's speed was too fast, the CD team had no time to adjust their formation, and the strong point on the flank was naturally given to Muyun, who was nearest. Muyun also knew that there was something on his shoulders, and sweat was constantly dripping from his palms.
Don't be nervous.
Mao Xiaomo also saw that something was wrong with Muyun as usual.
It's okay. Leave it to me.
Muyun said bravely. He had already reached this position, and he had to get it even if he didn't want to. Cheng Yao was stuck on the elevated yawn on the wall between Building 1 and Building 2, while Gu Mao Xiaomo and Muyun were facing Nanjay's people head-on.
Can fight.
Good saw the enemy touching Building C from the window of Building 2. His eyes lit up, and he immediately tilted his head and opened the camera to prepare to shoot.
Don't.
Boom! Before Mao Xiaomo finished speaking, the threat from the elevated road finally showed his strength. A 7.62 bullet penetrated Good's head in the air with a trajectory that was difficult to see with the naked eye. Nanjay_Yang used Car 98K to knock down CD_Godric with a headshot.
Damn Huang Mao. Are you stupid? Didn't you know there was someone on the elevated shelf?
Mao Xiaomo yelled. Good didn't expect that he would die so simply. The people on the elevated road probably didn't know that he came out of this window. But he just showed up and didn't even have time to turn on the camera. Is this the strength of top professional players?
I can't stand it. He closed his gun too fast.
When Nanjay's sniper Yang fired just now, her Scarl sight fired twice. But the distance was too far and she missed. Mao Xiaomo also knew that it was a bit difficult for Cheng Yao to raise the Yang on the elevated platform with her current equipment. So he didn't blame her. After all, the sight of the Scarl gun is too anti-human, and very few people can use it to a normal level.
It's not easy to fight. The one on the elevated road opposite should have high power,
Mao Xiaomo said. But what he didn't know was that Yang on the elevated road only had a 98K with a 2x lens at this moment.
Because Mao Xiaomo and Good were in the same building, he immediately rushed to rescue him and shouted at Muyun.
Can Muyun fight for a while?
The twin brothers B1 and B2 on the opposite side saw that one of the enemies in Building 2 on the opposite side was knocked down. Under the cover of Captain Zack, they rushed directly to Building 2. Muyun fired 2 tentative shots, and was instantly hit by Zack, who was setting up his gun. He lost most of his health and immediately retreated.
I couldn't stand it anymore. They rushed over. I rushed over from the opposite side.
Muyun was holding the first aid kit when he noticed that Zack, the captain from the opposite side, rushed over. Kill him while he's sick. Muyun didn't have time to draw blood. Zack on the opposite side obviously knew this and rushed over very decisively. No hesitation. Master. Muyun cursed secretly in his heart. He didn't dare to show his head at all, because the opponent would shoot 2 steps ahead of him. So he didn't even dare to shoot with a sideways shot. Because of the shot, it was almost a foregone conclusion that the flank would be breached. The more urgent the situation became, the calmer Mao Xiaomo became. The enemy on the opposite side dared to attack Muyun unscrupulously because no one could help Muyun set up his gun. On this side, he is rescuing Good. Cheng Yao is being stared at by a sniper on the elevated road. Muyun cannot save him, constantly thinking about ways to break through the predicament. Muyun and Cheng Yao couldn't move. Only him. As long as he can kill the 2 people rushing towards their building, he still has a chance. As soon as Mao Xiaomo rescued Good, he heard the sound of thumping footsteps coming from a distance. Good knew that he had no time to disturb him, so he immediately took out the M16 in his hand, trying to stop the 2 people rushing towards the building.
Go to the opposite room,
Mao Xiaomo roared. Good had no idea why he wanted to go to the opposite room, but after Mao Xiaomo said so, he ran directly to the opposite room on the first floor without any hesitation.
Silly X! Close the door!
At this moment, Mao Xiaomao felt that Good was an imbecile. The two people across from him knew the room they were in. Someone must have come to hit them from the window. Besides, there was a very accurate sniper holding the window outside. He did not dare to fight back. The only thing the solution is to run to the opposite room and close the previous door. In this way, the other side can only enter through the front door or through the window. Once they enter the room, they are 2 against 2. I don't say I will win, but it doesn't mean I can't fight. Mao Xiaomao's hearing was very accurate. The two people on the opposite side did not enter from the front or other windows, but shot Good directly outside the door. Good was knocked down again within 1 second and was killed. Nanjay_B2 used M16A4 to kill CD_Godric. The S1987 in Mao Xiaomao's hand was stuck in the door, and he fired a spray at the window where the enemy was shooting, right in front of Nanjay_B1. He was sprayed down directly. CD_King used S1897 to knock out Nanjay_B1. The two people outside the building across from this spray were knocked down without seeing Mao Xiaomao's figure clearly. The movement was so fast that they all wondered if they were dazzled. But B1, who had already fallen down, had already told their truth. With only an S1987 and a Scar-L with only 30 rounds in his hands, Mao Xiaomao kept thinking about the way to survive, throwing a thunderbolt directly out of the window to force the remaining enemy on the opposite side to move. Mao Xiaomao shouted at Cheng Yao.
Cheng Yao, what kind of gun does that person on the elevated road opposite have?
Although there was nothing Cheng Yao could do with the yawn on the elevated platform, he still understood the basic information.
A 98K handgun can't be seen clearly with a magnifying glass. And a gun? I can't see clearly. It's not a spear. It seems to be UZI.
Cheng Yao almost had tears in her eyes, but she still completed her mission. Uzi? Uzi! Uzi!
That's him!
Mao Xiaomao showed a winner's smile, making Coach Jiangjun on the side stunned. Even he could clearly see the situation faced by the CD team. Mu Yun was charged. Cheng Yao was framed, and Good died directly. It can be said that they are surrounded on all sides and are airtight. Can Mao Xiaomao still laugh?
I don't believe you are that powerful. Yang,
Mao Xiaomao said secretly.
Cheng Yao, put pressure on me. It doesn't matter if I fall.
Mao Xiaomao's words shocked everyone except Cheng Yao. For some unknown reason, Cheng Yao seemed to understand what Mao Xiaomao meant all of a sudden, and fired directly at the yawn on the elevated structure. What's going on? Everyone didn't quite understand. Even Yan on the high tower. The opposing team didn't look like a novice. How could they make such a mistake? Cheng Yao's style of play is almost 100% headshot. Do you look down on us so much? Yan was not angry. He didn't know what the opposing CD team was thinking now. But since he was given this head, he accepted it with a smile. Yan only has a 2x scope, but shooting a fixed point target with a 2x scope is extremely easy for a professional player with a TPJ overall rating of S. Moreover, the Scar-L opposite obviously does not have a mirror, and its accuracy is not very accurate. After taking one of Cheng Yao's bullets, Yang accurately moved the mirror to Cheng Yao's head. He could have done it faster, but he didn't need it now. What he wanted was to kill with one hit. Boom! Nanjay_Yang used Car 98K to knock down CD_King with a headshot. Yang's 98K knocked Cheng Yao down without any surprise. Mu Yun on the flank was also punched in the face by Zack. He was defeated directly by exchanging blood for his life. But the price was also high. Most of Zack's body armor was broken and half of his health was lost. At this time, there are two teams, Nanjay and CD. Nanjay has 4 players. 3 are alive, and 1 is down. On the CD side, 2 died, 1 fell to the ground, and only Mao Xiaomao was left. What are you going to do? Mao Xiaomao? Coach Jiangjun looked at Mao Xiaomao's screen without moving. He knew that Mao Xiaomao was not the kind of character who surrendered easily. And Mao Xiaomao also gave him an answer and made an operation that stunned Coach Jiangjun. Chapter 47, Turn the Tide. Nanjay, the team-destroying king. At the moment the 98K gun in Yang's hand fired, Mao Xiaomao climbed out of the window. Just jumped out of the window. Are you desperate? A dog jumping over the wall in a hurry? The other 3 people in Nanjay all thought this way. Except for one person. That was Yang on the elevated road.
Be careful!
Yang exclaimed. In 1 second, he instantly understood why the king he defeated had such a stupid move to shoot him in the head. And he also understood the intention of the last surviving opponent on the opposite side. It was the 98K in his hand that told him. Because 98K is still pulling the bolt. Mao Xiaomo was very focused and reacted within a very short time after the 98K gunshot. He jumped out of the window and rushed towards the two brothers B1 B2 who were rescuing people behind the wall with the S1897 in his hand. B2 could only stop his own rescue and exchange fire with Mao Xiaomo head-on. But the distance between them was only less than 5 meters. And he didn't take the gun at the first time. So he was directly knocked down by a precise spray. CD_King used S1897 to knock out Nanjay_B2. Yang's reaction was also very fast. He directly took out the Uzi and fired it at Mao Xiaomo. But at this distance, the Uzi was like setting off firecrackers. After Mao Xiaomo knocked down B2, he climbed directly into the window. The operation was extremely skillful. And the most important thing was that the scene suddenly became a 50-51. Gu, Mu Yun, Jiangjun, and several people from Nanjay didn't understand how the situation that was originally about to collapse suddenly turned into such a situation. Mao Xiaomo did not make up for the two people he knocked down. If it was a competition, he might do it for points. But this is a head-to-head confrontation with Nanjay. What he has to do is to knock down all the people in Nanjay's team. Now on the court, the only ones who are useful to the situation are two people. CD leader King and Nanjay leader Zack. As for Yang, he would not be able to get down from the elevated highway for a while. And it would not affect the duel between them at all. Teammates on both sides fell to the ground. So neither of them hesitated and pounced directly on the opposite side. In the battle between King and Zack, it can be said that whoever wins, whichever team wins, if Mao Xiaomo wins, he can rescue Cheng Yao, and then steadily kill the Yan on the elevated tower. 2 for 4 successfully kills Nanjay in a team. If Zack wins, he can team kill CD and pick up all his teammates. Full list get out of the airport. At this time, no one cares about what the circle looks like. There are still several people from other teams alive. And there is only a head-on confrontation between these two captains. As a professional player rated by TPJ, Zack undoubtedly has extremely high strength. Mao Xiaomo also became excited. He wanted to know if he had an A-level one-on-one fair gun fighting opportunity. No one loses without excuses. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is such a game. No one can guess what will happen next. Just like Nanjay's absolute advantage was instantly wiped out by Mao Xiaomo. That's the beauty of this game. Zack and King passed the corner of Building 3 and saw each other at the same time. CD3, who was watching Mao Xiaomo's perspective, and Nanjay 3, who was watching Zack's perspective, all held their breaths. Time froze instantly. Zack felt as if his gun was filled with lead, and he couldn't lift it at all. When masters compete against each other, the outcome is decided. Mao Xiaomo's eyes were blood red with a desire to kill. And his reaction was so fast that it was incomprehensible. And he knocked Zack down with 2 gunshots. And Zack didn't even have time to turn on the camera. It's not that Zack is slow to react, but because Mao Xiaomo is too fast. Everyone in the CD team training room who was looking at Mao Xiaomo's perspective hadn't noticed yet. But the two brothers Yang and B1 B2 deeply felt how terrifying the King on the opposite side was. When they met each other, even the onlookers didn't react. The captain fell to the ground. It's like, I didn't see the other side firing at all.
Where did the monster come from?
Zack smiled bitterly. The collision just now made Zack and Yang understand that the CD team on the opposite side was at least as strong as them. That King was definitely at a professional level. Since he has only had one duel, Zack is not sure what level this King can reach. But at least it must be on the same level as him. Otherwise it is impossible to defeat him in a head-on duel. CD_King used Scarl to knock down Nanjay_Zack with a headshot.
Nice! Awesome! Nice!
In the CD training room, Mu Yun, Jiangjun, and Gu jumped out of their chairs almost at the same time. Even Gu, who didn't usually catch a cold, clenched his fists in excitement. And what Mao Xiaomo had just scolded him had completely forgotten. Cheng Yao smiled faintly, looked at Mao Xiaomo who was rescuing her, and said to herself, I knew you could do it. As if feeling Cheng Yao's 100% trust. Mao Xiaomo took a deep breath. His spirit had been in a tense state just now. And now, he could finally relax a little. So cool. Mao Xiaomo's smile came from the bottom of his heart. This kind of duel was the duel he wanted to play this game. No matter whether I can continue to stay in this room or not. It's just for this matchup with Nanjay. It's all worth it. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao looked at the desperate Yan on the elevated platform, and viciously killed the other 3 people. Yang and Zack both sighed. It would have been okay if Yang wasn't in this position. But on the elevated platform, he was already a dead man because he couldn't get down at all. And the other side didn't even face him with a gun. Mao Xiaomao picked up the bags of the 5 dead people and could see the equipment on them. An M16 with a 4x scope was enough for him to kill this S-class sniper.
Go search for things,
Mao Xiaomao said to Cheng Yao. His current equipment is completely sufficient. His mission is to destroy Nanjay as a team. Mao Xiaomao won't make some low-level mistakes at this time. He doesn't need to search for equipment anyway. He will attack when Yang moves. If he doesn't move, he won't attack. This will block your perspective and make Yang give up struggling. He directly pulled out a gambling-style gunfight without cover. Just like Cheng Yao just now. But he didn't have any plan now. He was just fighting to the death. But Mao Xiaomao knew that the 98K in his hand could give him a chance to get a headshot. He just didn't shoot and looked at Yang stupidly aiming the gun at him. It's a very strange scene. But it makes sense. Seeing that Mao Xiaomao was not fooled. Yang simply didn't want to play anymore because he knew he had lost the game. He tentatively ran down the stairs for 2 steps and was beaten to death by Mao Xiaomao at the door of building 2. CD_King used M16A4 to kill Nanjay_Yang. 4 kills. It is also officially announced that the CD team will destroy Nanjay, the master of Jiangsu province. Jiangjin looked at the 4 CD team members, who were smiling and encouraging each other, and suddenly felt a little unreal. Just like that. Did the team destroy Nanjay? Did they win? But our CD was the #1 CD in Jiangsu province last year. Is it that strong? Although this game only started for 5 minutes, the Nanjay team had already left early, which surprised all the teams. The members of Nanjay were all looking at their computers in silence. No one expected that they would lose to a rookie team here. And most importantly, they were defeated head-on. If there is a situation where they lose Jingzhou due to carelessness in the latter game, then it is completely impossible in a training match. They themselves also understand that they did not lose to CD because of carelessness. But that CD did have the strength to compete with them. Members of other teams are paying attention to the kill information in the upper right corner. Many teams are paying attention to it. Nanjay, the King's division, was wiped out by that rookie team? It was incredible, and at the same time, there was also a hint of solemnity. Nanjay is not a victorious general. But their casualties usually occurred during transfers and running circles. It seems that they have never seen such early group destruction. In the past, Nanjay always came out of the airport alive. Since the CD team can defeat Nanjay as a team. Although I don't know what happened. This team also has the strength of the top 20 in Jiangsu. Chapter 48 Sneak Attack Plan. No matter what, the duel between CD and Nanjay will definitely be watched repeatedly by the coaches and players of these teams. Of course, this is a story for later. Handling the situation at hand is the most important thing. But the good news is that there are only 2 people in the CD team. So there is not much that can be done. And there is not much space for CD in this training match. The game continued. And Mao Xiaomao noticed that the safe zone was already the second. He opened a map and took a look. Only to realize that their first circle was inside the circle. And the second circle was directly swiped out. As long as the team is at the airport, they will pay attention when crossing the bridge to avoid people blocking the bridge. Moreover, the original location of the airport is Nanjay. So it is normal to be targeted. For the sake of safety, Mao Xiaomao rode a motorcycle and took Cheng Yao around. A big circle whizzes past the bridge on the right.
Find a small toilet and have a good time,
Mao Xiaomao thought and headed towards the small toilet in the center of the circle. 4 of them couldn't enter the toilet. So 2 people didn't matter. After putting the motorcycle down and hiding it in the bushes, Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao got into the toilet in the wheat field outside P-City. This toilet has a very wide view, and there are no bunkers around it. If a team wants to attack them, they will not be able to fight back. The most important thing is that the back of the toilet faces the hilltop, which means that they only need to go out from the front to attack the people on the hilltop. No one can stand them.
The cool night is filled with thoughts of you.
With nothing to do, Mao Xiaomao even started humming a song. Lying on the toilet, his hands had left the keyboard, and he picked up the water glass next to him and took a sip of water. Coach Jiangjin is really one of the top 2. This kid really doesn't make people worry. He even has a clear vision. He won't know if the enemy touches him. However, the emperor is not in a hurry, and the eunuch is. Hey, that's not right. Mao Xiaomao's tense nerves have just calmed down, and he is now taking a rest. Firstly, there is Cheng Yao beside him. Secondly, there is almost no one in this wheat field.
If someone comes and is driving, it is impossible for him to not hear the sound while wearing headphones. After drinking the water, Mao Xiaomo's balls ached, and he squatted and walked under Cheng Yao's body. Yes, right under her body. For 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the two people maintained a strange posture. Seeing that Cheng Yao didn't react at all, Mao Xiaomo couldn't suppress the restlessness in his heart and punched him. Cheng Yao's blood dropped a small bar, and everyone only saw Cheng Yao's character slowly turning to look at Mao Xiaomo, with the gun in his hand pointing at Mao Xiaomo's helmet. Mao Xiaomo immediately pressed Z and lay down, throwing a can of energy drink on the spot. Cheng Yao picked it up and killed it on the spot, then let Mao Xiaomo go. What the hell are you doing? You're on the battlefield and you're still flirting with me. What a stinky monkey. After a moment of silence, Good yelled, "What does it feel like to sacrifice something? Do you care? If you weren't stupid, could you die?" Mao Xiaomo shot back. "Smelly monkey. Say it again." Dead yellow. Ding. Win. 2 chestnuts. Coach Huang Xing. Play well. Mao Xiaomo was really lucky in choosing the spot this time. They were still in the circle until the 3rd circle. Although they were restrained by people on the mountain and couldn't move, others couldn't do anything to them. "It's over." Mao Xiaomo said to Cheng Yao that there were only 2 of them, and they were held in the toilet. The key was that they did not know how many guns were holding them. And the 5th circle of the team on the mountain was still in the safe zone. "We also have to move." "I can't move," Cheng Yao said. As soon as they got out of this position, they would be shooting, and they couldn't sit on the motorcycle at all. In fact, Mao Xiaomo himself knew that once the 4th circle was cleared, the probability of them winning the chicken was already very small. The weather was always unfavorable, and people were at odds with each other. There were unknown groups of people behind them in P City, but the group on the mountain in front tried their best to wipe their butts clean. "Let the people from P City move first. We have a lot of medicine. If it doesn't work, just take some poison and check the situation first." Mao Xiaomo thought for a while, and decided to be more cynical. After all, this is the 3rd poisonous circle, and the 5th is poisonous circle is difficult for even gods to resist. The real-time strategy of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is very strong. You never know what will happen in the next second. Mao Xiaomo just wants everyone in P City to rush to the top of the mountain. What if both sides lose? Now that the number of people is not very large, CD's ranking is guaranteed, and they have completed the task assigned to them by Coach Jiangjun. The vehicles in P City came out of the city one by one, and Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao let them go. What they wanted was for these cars to clear the way for them. And now it was absolutely necessary to fight. Walk. Mao Xiaomo was very decisive. When he heard the gunshots on the hilltop opposite, he immediately left the toilet and helped up the motorcycle. But there were still many stray bullets flying under his feet. Both of their energy bars are full, and they can run like crazy. They get on the bike and drive away immediately. There was a crackling beating on the top of the mountain, but Mao Xiaomo ignored them completely. He wanted to go around in a big circle. Anyway, this poisonous circle was only the 4th poisonous one, so he could afford it. When they walked around the narrow edge of the drug circle, Mao Xiaomo got out of the car far away from the white circle. Although they were eating poison, they had to walk into the circle. There was no room in the circle. There must be people around the circle. They drove in at this time. It's just looking for death. Even if it's a motorcycle, they could only sneak in from outside the poisonous area and make sure no one noticed them. "There's someone around the circle." Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao used a first aid kit to reach the white circle. But the 3rd poisonous circle was about to shrink. This poison becomes a level 4 poison upon arrival. "They're outside the clearing circle." "Wait." Mao Xiaomo fell directly to the ground. They were hiding behind a reverse slope, just over 100 meters away from the enemy. But they no longer dared to make any moves. There are people on the opposite side looking outside the poisonous circle. If they move, they will definitely be stuck. They can only wait until the other side thinks that there is no one outside the drug circle and relaxes their vigilance, and then take the opportunity to find an opportunity. The energy bar was filled up early by Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao, who kept wrapping bandages on their bodies. Seeing the enemy dangling not far away from them, but unable to move, they don't know that the team in the circle is RW, the runner-up of the CUL Jiangsu division in 2018. As a strong traditional esports team in Jiangsu, RW has very good discipline. The person watching the circle kept selling his position to see if he could beat him. But Mao Xiaomo knew that even if he knocked him down, he would still be defeated. It's useless.
As long as the 4 people on the opposite side fight back, they will have no way to survive. The 4 safe zone was finally refreshed. And it hit RW's face. It's RW's destiny circle. But there is another team that is very excited at this moment. And that is the CD team. If this circle is moved to the opposite side, they will definitely be in trouble. Their situation is already on the verge of desperation. Will they die if they try another circle of punishment? They just need to wait for the opportunity and try to sneak a wave of RW. Do or die. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were lying together, applying bandages silently. With the 4th poison in the energy bar, they could barely bring it back with the bandages. But the person in the rear of RW opposite them kept looking in their direction, making the 2 people unable to do so. A little temper. At least until the 5th poison. This is what Mao Xiaomo thinks. If their CD team were in RW's position, they wouldn't still be watching the poison when they reach the 5th circle. This circle will be very small once it reaches the circle. More firepower will one more hope of eating chicken.
A few bags. 6. Come here, and I'll share 1 for you and 8 for me.
Mao Xiaomo threw a first aid kit on the ground, so that the 2 people had the same number of first aid kits, so that they could synchronize their actions.
When the poisonous brush arrives later, we will pack them first, and we will attack them after the 5th pack. We must kill their team as soon as possible. I'll hit the 2 on the left, and you hit the 2 on the right. After killing this group, immediately pack up and rush into the circle.
Mao Xiaomo continued. Mao Xiaomo's plan is very detailed. All they have to do is to destroy the team in front of them. What they need to do in this sneak attack plan is to wait for the team in front of them to stop paying attention to them and expose their backs to them. Kill the 4 people on the opposite side as quickly as possible. Otherwise their life renewal packs will not be available. Chapter 49 Internal Strife. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were like 2 bloodthirsty lone wolves, waiting for the moment their prey showed a flaw. Then they opened their bloody mouths and bit down hard. The RW team's vigilance gradually disappeared over time, especially when the 5th safe zone was reached. All of their eyes were focused on the circle. There were still 2 to 3 teams in the circle. Is their real opponent? But, seeing their blood falling out in large chunks, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao didn't panic at all. The plan was carried out step by step. After 5 bags were punched in a row, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao finally got up and took a handful each. The red dot Scarl fired wildly at Team RW.
Not good! There's someone outside the circle!
RW's team voice suddenly exploded. At this time, RW's Captain Ninja W had no time to blame the team members for not cleaning up the people outside the poison. No one thought that there were still people in the 5 poisons after more than 30 seconds. They didn't hear the sound of a car at all, which could only mean one thing. These 2 people had been squatting for a long time. The 2 RW people were knocked down directly. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao instantly pulled their guns on the other 2 enemies. However, these 2 people were indeed the 2 strongest people in RW. The moment Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao's guns rang out, they turned around to look for someone. He happened to see Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao who were doing crazy damage. So he raised his gun and started shooting. Too forced. Mao Xiaomo still underestimated the strength of the team in front of him. He didn't expect the 2 people on the opposite side to react so quickly, and immediately turned back to find their position. But there is no turning back when the bow is fired. It is impossible for Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao to go back to spray medicine at this time. It is temporarily safe to spray medicine. But firstly, they have no medicine. Secondly, if these 2 people return to the bunker, they will die. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Shooting very decisively, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao still chose to kill the entire team in front of them. The precise Scarl swept on the enemy and directly destroyed the team. CD_King used Scarl to kill RW_NGW. CD_King used Scarl to kill RW_NHH. CD_King used Scarl to kill RW_NY. CD_King used Scarl to kill RW_NLK. But the last 2 enemies shot Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao. Although they only got 1 shot, it was the difference between survival and death. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were already dissatisfied with their health levels. And since they were both hit by bullets, their health levels instantly dropped to about 30%. This level of health was no longer enough. Even God couldn't do anything about this situation. The young couple Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo both fell down in the safe zone. And Mao Xiaomo fired several shots into the sky in despair. CD_King died outside the safe zone. 6 kills. CD_King died outside the safe zone. 2 kills. April 21st. Team kills 8. No one paid attention to which team they defeated. But the team ranked 4th with 8 kills, which was already a good result. And Coach Jiangjun also gained confidence. Maybe we can really continue to hang out in this room? Today's training match is just this one for CD. As for the 20 teams, they have already played 2 training matches at 1 o'clock and 2 o'clock. This is the third and last game. The CD was too long today, so I simply waited for a while. And the 4 of them got together after replay was refreshed. This training match was very high quality, especially the airport showdown with Nanjay, which could be said to be a fruitful experience for them. They were too lazy to watch the rest of the match. There were only 2 of them, so they couldn't make any moves or actions. The scene of the showdown at the airport was immediately turned into a third perspective by Mao Xiaomo. They looked at Nanjay's perspective first, and they had to say that the Nanjay team moved too fast. In other words, it was as if they killed the original CD team in the school team training match at about the same time. Yan only searched a small room, and he only had a level 2 head, a UZI, and a 2x scope car 98K. I have to say that if he dared to use such equipment to mount an elevated gun, did he have strong confidence in his marksmanship? Although they have all experienced the process, so it is not unfamiliar. But after watching it for the first time, no one said a word.
Look again,
Muyun said. Mao Xiaomo had this intention. It can be said that they had the advantage in this duel. But there were many problems. These problems were not clearly visible during the fight. But after the game, everything was clearly visible. Clearly. After the second pass, Muyun first admitted his mistake.
I shouldn't have put my head in that position to hit the 2 assaulters on the opposite side. I didn't expect that I would be shot in the head at that position, and I would jump straight away. And I was a little timid. The other side kept firing early, but I actually had the opportunity to pull out and steal the gun. Mine.
Muyun felt a little ashamed after watching replay. It can be said that his wave did not help the team at all, but instead became a breakthrough from the flank. If Mao Xiaomo did not defeat Zack, he would have to bear at least half of the blame. As for the other half of the blame, it is Good who is a deadbeat. Talking about this damn yellow guy. Xiaomo got angry, even though he knew that there was a 98K holding them on the elevated road opposite. Good still dared to stick his head out and shoot. If Good had not fallen first, the 2 teams would have been in a stalemate, and Muyun would not have fallen, and there would not be a huge disadvantage in following the CD.
And here, why don't you hacking close the door? Why don't you close the door and steal from the other side?
Mao Xiaomo poked the computer screen with his right hand and cursed at Good. The scene on the screen was exactly the scene where Good was stolen by the 2B1B2 brothers outside the window.
You asked me to go to the opposite room at that time. How could I know what you wanted to do?
Good retorted. He didn't think much at all at the time. When Mao Xiaomo asked him to go to the opposite room, he ran to the opposite side.
What kind of pig are you? I asked you to change the room and beat the other person.
This was Mao Xiaomo with a red face.
How could I know if you didn't explain clearly?
This was Good who was also blushing.
You want me to teach you how to play? The situation was so urgent at the time, and the opponent was already rushing towards you. Do you want me to teach you how to move step by step?
Mao Xiaomo took a deep breath and tried to control his emotions.
Okay. Stop arguing.
Boss Chung Yao finally spoke. In this team, Chung Yao is the only girl, coupled with the special situation of the team. Sometimes what she says is more effective than what Coach Jiangjun says. Mao Xiaomo and Good were both very straightforward people. They said whatever they said. Mao Xiaomo felt that Good had a problem, so he said it directly. But Good has never been reprimanded like this in Ukraine since he was a child. Yes, and being directly pointed out by Mao Xiaomo made him feel a little embarrassed. Good knew he had a problem, but Mao Xiaomo's words still made him feel very embarrassed. He got up and walked out of the training room on the spot. Even Coach Jiangjun couldn't stop him, although Good usually listened to Coach Jiangjun's words. But you have to say it is unlikely that Coach Jiangjun really has any restrictions on him. After Good waved his hand and left, Chung Yao held Mao Xiaomo's hand. Although it was the first time for a girl to hold his hand, Mao Xiaomo had no other thoughts in his mind. The restless heart slowly became calmer. Mao Xiaomo held Chung Yao's smooth and delicate hand, as if he felt a bit of comfort and warmth.
To be honest, it was already a sharing meeting, not a review,
Coach Jiangjun said from the side. He heard all the conversations just now and knew why Good walked away. Mao Xiaomo is also self-reflecting. He is used to tit-for-tat with Good. In addition, Good's attitude of never admitting his mistakes just now. His tone is not particularly good, which directly angers Good.
Besides, the personality of Europeans is not the same as that of Xia people. Slightly different. Okay. You can come back to this dish tomorrow. Go back today. A CD without one person cannot be called a CD. And since Good is not here, all the contents of the review will have to be repeated when he comes back, which is completely meaningless. They are just college students and have their own lives. Chapter 50. The fighting spirit is overwhelming. CD and Nanjay. Conflicts between men may not be as complicated as women imagine. Anyway, when Mao Xiaomao and Good finally met the next day, they were still the same, arguing and scolding when they should. And it was completely unlike the quarrel that happened yesterday. On the other side, the performance of the CD team attracted the attention of all parties. In the only game, CD defeated the Jiangsu King Nanjay head-on and calmly destroyed the defense line built by RW. This is already an incredible achievement. RW, Nanjay, VM, LAM and other strong esports teams in Jiangsu province also studied the last training match after yesterday's game in order to understand this rookie team CD. These strong teams have their own data analysts. But so far they know nothing about the CD team that performed well in the third game. If they encounter each other in the game in the future without data to pave the way, they will easily be caught off guard. RW, as the organizer of Sunday's training match, invited the CD team. They were beaten in the back and were wiped out within 3 seconds, in addition to lamenting the strong ability of CD to seize opportunities. And the most intuitive thing is the shooting skills of these two people. After watching the CD team's first-person view of the entire game, all teams have a preliminary understanding of them. That is, their marksmanship is accurate and their execution is strong. Especially this king, who almost wiped out the entire Nanjay by himself, and beat Zack, who was already a professional player. In a 1v1 duel, they had to pay attention. However, what surprised all the teams was that there were only 19 teams in Sunday's training match. Not only CD did not participate, but even the King Nanjay did not participate. Have you been hit? This is the thought of all teams. And it's not their fault. The Nanjay team has had no rivals in Jiangsu province from last year to now. But yesterday they were wiped out head-on, which may have been a blow to them. But this is not the case. The reason why the CD team gave up this week's training match is because of the message that Coach Jiangjin sent in the WeChat group last night. To be precise, it is a screenshot, which was sent by Coach Nanjay 131 to Coach Jiangjin. It's not an invitation to participate in a training match, but a 4v4 training with their Nanjay. After the emergence of the national server, it is no longer unusual to use custom servers for training. All major professional teams can build their own custom rooms. Even Chengda University, such as the previous school team trials. For V4 with Nanjay? As the captain, Mao Xiaomao agreed without thinking. What they lacked most now was not the marksmanship, not the point selection, not the transfer, but the cooperation between the teams. The last duel with Nanjay has exposed many problems of CD. The most important and fundamental one is that CD's teamwork has not been effective. Mu Yun and Good were successively broken through. If there is better teamwork, this can be made up for. Compared to training games, Mao Xiaomao prefers to let the team participate in this kind of direct and fast training. No other team can ask for this kind of opportunity. Of course, it doesn't mean that they gave up on training matches, but they just chose to practice the coordination of fighting between the teams first. So when the 4 CD players entered the console on Sunday, they were all very serious. The reason why they were able to beat Nanjay yesterday was due to many objective factors. For example, the equipment between the two teams. The CD team is better, and Nanjay is the offensive side. In the TPP mode, the offensive side will suffer more than the defensive side, because it can block your perspective. Look at the trajectory of your movement. If they had changed positions yesterday, the results might have been different. There are only 8 people in this custom server, namely 4 players from Nanjay and 4 players from CD. The rules were told to them by Nanjay's coach yesterday. The rules are simple. 1. The 2 sides are fighting in P-City. No matter what the route is, they have to go to P-City to find a car. Being hit and killed is also within the normal fighting range. 2. The game ends if one party destroys the team or admits defeat. Very simple and clear rules. Even Good, a brainless person, can understand them at a glance. I have to say that such rules are really suitable for training between teams. They not only hone the team's information collection, marksmanship, and body skills, and most importantly, very efficient. With the strength and playing style of CD and Nanjay,
A game can be as short as 2 minutes or as long as 10 minutes. And the winner will definitely be determined. Completely high-intensity training. You know, when facing a team in a head-on battle, the nerves are usually the most tense. Moreover, it is such a strong opponent. It is a huge challenge for both CD and Nanjay. Challenges. The afternoon was very long, but the time agreed upon by CD and Nanjay was from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock. In 2 hours, we could play as many games as we wanted. But even professional players would have to take a breather for such high-intensity confrontation training. Take a couple of breaths. Nanjay has long had the idea of finding a team to do 4v4 training. But in Jiangsu, there are too few teams that can compete head-on with their team. Before the CD team appeared, it could be said that there was no one at all. We do not rule out the possibility of a strong rise of a team this year. But so far they have not seen it. But yesterday's CD really gave them a big surprise. After being wiped out by the CD team, none of Nanjay's team members were discouraged or depressed, but only had a strong fighting spirit. This is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. No one has time to die. But being able to meet an opponent is more exciting than a mediocre game of chicken. For a long time, Nanjay's players have not taken training so seriously. This time, all the players' eyes were burning with fighting spirit. At 1 o'clock, the training match between CD and Nanjay started on time. In the first set, the two teams fell directly to P City. But the CD jump was not very concentrated. After Muyun came down, he was rushed upstairs by two people from the opposite side, resulting in the loss of one person. After the subsequent battle, although Chung Yao defeated the two, but CD was still helplessly destroyed. CD 0:1 Nanjay. In the second game, they were still able to land directly on the route to P City. Yang held the entire CD team on a 3-story building, and then defeated them one by one, destroying the CD team with the full team. CD 0:2 Nanjay. In the third set, flying from Port P to the small power plant, Nanjay chose Gao Piao, and CD chose 2 people to float and 2 people to grab the car. Due to the problem of Gao Piao, Nanjay's personnel distribution was not very concentrated, and Mao Xiaomo was the first to land and grab the car. When you reach the gun, kill Yang first and use more to defeat less, and easily win this set. CD 1:2 Nanjay. In the fourth set, when Team CD defeated Good alone, Mao Xiaomo went around and opened a loophole in Nanjay's defense, directly defeating the two of them. Although Chung Yao took advantage of the chaos and sniped down one person, he successfully won the set. CD 2:2 Nanjay. Fifth set. In the 21st set, Mao Xiaomo successfully defended his second floor with S686, knocking down 2 Nanjay players one after another. Although he was knocked down by the third opponent, the players immediately took up the position and knocked down Yang and Zach consecutively. It was a strong performance. Take this set. CD 9:12 Nanjay. When people are highly concentrated, time passes very quickly, and it comes to 3 o'clock almost in the blink of an eye. At this time, 2 hours have passed since they started. Within these 2 hours, the two teams played a total of 21 sets, and the CD team won 9 of them, while Nanjay was more experienced and successfully won 12 sets, which can be said to have suppressed CD. As soon as the 3 o'clock bell rang, all 8 people were sweating profusely even in the autumn of October. Nanjay training room. Yang. Zach. B1. B2. Continue. CD side. King. Kakarot. Godric. Continue. There was no communication between the two sides, and they all continued in unison. Coach Jiangjin and Coach 131 saw that the players were all fighting, so they silently memorized the data, the situation of each set, and the score between them. Chapter 51 Let time freeze. It wasn't until 6:30 that Coach 131 and Coach Jiangjin finally couldn't bear it and unplugged the power for both teams at the same time. At that time, the CD team and the Nanjay team were competing in the 58th set. The CD team has a huge advantage, and is about to win this set and chase another point. Suddenly, the 4 computer screens instantly turned dark, and the 4 CDs looked at Coach Jiangjin at the same time, with even some anger and confusion in their eyes. But when they saw Coach Jiangjin's face was ashen, and he was about to explode, they still accepted this fact. On the other side, the plot of Nanjay's training room is the same as that of. This was a decision made by the two coaches after discussion. They also established a discussion group on WeChat and included both CD players and Nanjay players. Plus 2, there are 10 live coaches in total. Good and Muyun were breathing heavily and drinking boiled water. Everyone's clothes were soaked with sweat.
How's it going?
Mao Xiaomao saw that Cheng Yao's face was also a little pale, and he wanted to hit himself with a stick. This intensity was unbearable for several of the older boys, let alone Cheng Yao. A girl. Cheng Yao forced out a smile, shook her head and said,
I'm fine. Just take me to have some air. Okay. Coach, we will go back today.
Mao Xiaomao said to Coach Jiangjin. Coach Jiangjin originally wanted to give them a lesson, but seeing that their condition was not particularly good, he let them go. This training does not require complicated review. At the end of each small battle, both CD and Nanjay will make a simple summary and make improvements. It can be said to be a process of training, summarizing and reviewing. Mao Xiaomao walked around the playground with Cheng Yao twice, and his face looked much better. However, this was the first time that Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao walked hand in hand on the playground. It happens to be 6:30 on Sunday. Many couples or roommates who are freshmen, sophomores or juniors will choose to go out for a stroll, play basketball and take a walk. This may be the most leisurely time in college. Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao can already be regarded as celebrities in the school, especially after the CD team became popular. They kept encountering strangers greeting and chatting up on the playground.
You are Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao of CD. Yes. I'm your fan. Thanks. Thanks. Come on. Come on. I won't disturb you anymore. Come on. Come on. Compete. Are you Mao Xiaomao, the captain of CD? Yes. I didn't expect you and Miss Cheng Yao to be a couple. Ah. Yes. Come on. I'm leaving first. Come on for the game. Brother Mo. I went to your school team's training room yesterday. I was kicked out by the old principal. Will the videos of yesterday's and today's training games be released? Probably so. Okay. Okay. Thank you. I won't bother you. CD, come on.
They met countless CD fans along the way. Although it somewhat ruined the world of Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao, the two of them felt happy at this moment. Not only do I have people by my side, but I also have the support of so many classmates. This feeling is really wonderful.
Happiness is very simple. Right.
Mao Xiaomao tilted his head and said to Cheng Yao with a smile. Cheng Yao also smiled and nodded, looking at the blue sky, holding Mao Xiaomao's big hand, wanting to freeze time at this moment. Click. At some point, a girl with glasses stood next to Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao. She held a SLR camera in her hand and couldn't help but take a photo of Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao.
Kindness?
When Mao Xiaomao reacted, his first reaction was to be secretly photographed. But seeing the bespectacled girl's somewhat bewildered expression, he also found it a bit funny.
I'm sorry. That picture I just saw was so beautiful. I'm a freshman in the photography department, and I'm about to take a photo to participate in the school's photography competition. I'm sorry. I'll delete it right away.
There was a trace of emotion in the girl's expression. Being panicked? After all, you are secretly afraid of others, and it is normal for others to be unhappy. Cheng Yao covered her mouth and laughed, and Mao Xiaomao said helplessly,
I didn't mean that.
Hearing Mao Xiaomao's words, the girl with glasses lit up and said,
I can use this photo. It's so beautiful.
It can be seen that this girl really loves photography.
Can you show it to me?
Cheng Yao said.
Yes. Of course.
The girl with glasses hurriedly pulled out the photo. Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomao came over to take a look and were deeply attracted by the photo. Cheng Yao looked at the sky, and Mao Xiaomao looked at Cheng Yao. Coupled with the blue autumn sky and the scattered crowds on the playground, people's eyes were involuntarily attracted. Cheng Yao's beauty, Mao Xiaomao's masculine face, and the tenderness in his eyes all add brilliance to this photo.
Can you develop this photo for us?
Mao Xiaomao couldn't look away from Cheng Yao and asked the little girl with glasses.
Well, of course. Just tell me your class, and I will give it to you tomorrow. Okay. I'm from Accounting 333. Just come to our class and see me tomorrow. Sorry to bother you.
The girl with glasses waved her hands quickly.
No trouble. No trouble. I have to hand in the photos tonight. I was ready to give up on this competition, but I should thank you. Okay. I will get my classmates to vote for this photo.
Thanks. The university's photography competition is very simple. It is basically judged online by all students of the school. Each student has his or her own vote. The voting period lasts for 7 days until the end of this Sunday. When Mao Xiaomao came to class the next day, he received 2 developed photos. After carefully placing them in a book, Mao Xiaomao also opened the campus website to take a look at the status of the photography competition. Early in the morning, the head teacher posted the news about the photography competition in the QQ group. Anyone who wants to vote can go and vote. It should be a message that the school requires their teachers to send. Many bored classmates opened the campus network and went in with the mentality of joining in the fun. There is a click ranking on the campus network, which is also the main thing that students usually look at when they look at the campus network. 1. Photography contest. Record the most beautiful moment. 2. PUBG, a 58-game showdown between CD and the King Nanjay. He didn't expect Coach Jiangjin to be so quick. Mao Xiaomao thought to himself. But after all, the audience of games is not as wide as photography. So it is normal for the number of clicks to be lower. Click on the topic of this photography contest. There are 100 contestants entries. After the first round of screening, only 100 contestants were left, because the threshold for the photography contest is very low. The participants are from all grades and classes. And those so-called connected households are ranked first. After all, the further the number is, the more people see it, and the probability of getting votes will be higher. Most of these connections are classmates who often visit the student union, and the photos of ordinary classmates are naturally at the back. However, I have to say that Changda's group of people who love photography are really very capable. Every photo can be described as beautiful, making people unable to help but scroll through it. Some people even saw the third one photo was posted. I originally had the attitude of voting for anyone, but I voted for him after seeing the beautiful pond in the first photo. Moreover, even Mao Xiaomao knew this person. Zhang Lei, the current director of the photography department. The class that Mao Xiaomao took was a big class. That is, it was a class for 3 accounting classes. First of all, there was some commotion in accounting 333.
Wow! This is Mao Xiaomao and that Cheng Yao. Wow! So beautiful. Come and take a look. The 30th photo. Mao Xiaomao. Let me see. Wow! It's so beautiful. So beautiful.
Girls have very strong communication skills. Within 2 minutes, this photo of Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao was printed on the mobile phones of all classmates. During this period, students kept asking Mao Xiaomao what was going on, and Mao Xiaomao could only answer that he took a photo for someone else. It happened that other classes were very close to them, and they were all looking through the photos from the photography competition. Day 30th, Li Ling. The title of the work is Let Time Freeze. Chapter 52, Wang Shuya's Confession.
It's so beautiful. Hey, he must be from your class. Well, the one sitting in the last row. Who is that girl? She's so pretty. She seems to be Mao Xiaomao's girlfriend.
The 3 accounting classes often have classes together, and everyone has a very good relationship. Even Mao Xiaomao has many friends from accounting 331 and accounting 332, not to mention this group of girls. However, this photo is really beautiful and exquisite. A lot of modifications were added to the previous photos, such as the post-production of light, shadow and color. But this photo has none at all. It's not that Li Ling didn't want to add it, but she found out after trying it that the photo was not as peaceful and beautiful as the original one after adding the effects. So she simply gave up. This also presents this photo in front of everyone's eyes. Even Wang Xiuyao looked at this photo in a daze, with tears almost flowing out of her eyes. The bitter look on her face made people around her unable to bear to talk to him. It was no secret that she liked Mao Xiaomao. But Mao Xiaomao didn't even look at him. Exclamations kept coming from the crowd. After Mao Xiaomao silently voted for himself, he closed his eyes and went to sleep. He originally wanted to canvass votes, but the current situation no longer required him to take action. The first day was the day with the largest number of voters. Most of the more than 100 people from the 3 accounting classes voted for the photo number 30. It was not at all because they were classmates in the next class, and they really wanted to vote for this photo. Cast your vote. Anyway, by the time Mao Xiaomao woke up, Li Ling's photo was already far ahead in votes. Number 1, 85 votes. Number 2, 41 votes. Number 30, 492 votes.
I must ask Li Ling to treat me to dinner.
Mao Xiaomao thought to himself that they had already added Li Ling's WeChat account when they were at the playground yesterday. If nothing unexpected happens from this situation, he will definitely be the champion. You must know that the champion has a 1,000 yuan shopping voucher and an expensive memory card. The military medal is half of Li Ling's, and it should be half of theirs. People in the photography department were also surprised. They didn't expect that the photo of the freshman, who had just joined the department, would get so many votes. Which embarrassed John Lay, the director of the photography department. He knew that this photo was very beautiful, but it was beyond the beauty of the camera. If anyone else had taken the photo, it would have looked like this. He could only blame this girl's good luck. By evening, Li Ling's photo had exceeded 700 votes, which was likely to break the school photo contest record.
We, the common people, are so happy today.
Mao Xiaomo was lying on the bed, humming a song while watching the video of them and Nanjie. Cheng Yao had classes in the evening today, and because they trained too hard yesterday, today's daily training was cancelled. Dee. I'm downstairs. Can you come out? From Wang Xiaoya. After receiving the news, Mao Xiaomo's mood suddenly changed. He had a headache. A real headache. And Wang Xiaoya didn't give him a chance to refuse. What else could Mao Xiaomo do when everyone was downstairs? Hey, let's speak clearly. Mao Xiaomo thought that he couldn't escape anyway, so he simply spoke clearly to avoid any misunderstanding by Cheng Yao in the future.
Brother Xiao Mo, where are you going?
Jiang Xinxin asked casually when she saw that Mao Xiaomo had to go out after 8 o'clock.
Wang Xiaoya came to see me. Do you think it's annoying or not?
Mao Xiaomo said helplessly, feeling depressed while putting on his shoes. Brother Sun Zheng was furious when he heard Mao Xiaomo's tone.
Hey, there are so many people chasing Xiaoya, but you are not happy that they are chasing you.
Mao Xiaomo was about to retort when he was interrupted by Mu Yun. Mu Yun quickly waved his hand.
Come on! Come on! Go! If you don't handle this matter well, you will have a headache.
Everyone heard something in Mu Yun's words, and obviously told Mao Xiaomo to be harsher and speak clearly. But she was a girl after all. And Mao Xiaomo was a little hesitant for a while. Because it was autumn, everyone didn't wear too much, which hugged Wang Xiaoya's figure to the extreme. All the boys who happened to enter the dormitory couldn't take their eyes away. After passing by, they turned around every step of the way, looking reluctant to leave, like a couple parting. Same. Mao Xiaomo walked to Wang Xiaoya's side and didn't know what to say.
You're here.
Wang Xiaoya smiled lightly, showing no frustration or other emotions at all, which was very different from her morning.
Are you cold?
Mao Xiaomo said repeatedly. However, it is still very windy at night in autumn, although it is not very cold. Wang Xiaoya looked into Mao Xiaomo's eyes and said to Mao Xiaomo very seriously,
Mao Xiaomo, I like you.
The direct words made Mao Xiaomo confused in the wind, and he had no idea what to say. Should I be more direct or tactful? With her tall figure and watery eyes, Mao Xiaomo was a little nervous. Wang Xiaoya was so direct that Mao Xiaomo couldn't say the words he had planned in advance in the corridor.
I know you have a girlfriend, but I still like you, and I will always like you.
Mao Xiaomo sighed and said,
You are so beautiful. There is no need to hang yourself on my tree. There are so many people who like you.
For this reason, some things have to be said even if they cannot be said. And judging from Wang Xiaoya's attitude, it seems that it is you who will decide this life. Mao Xiaomo really doesn't want this relationship to get more complicated. Wang Xiaoya was not surprised by Mao Xiaomo's answer. She would only feel strange if Mao Xiaomo agreed to her. If Mao Xiaomo really meant it, she couldn't wait until now.
I saw that picture this morning. Then I thought about it a lot. My friends have all advised me not to like you. But I can't. It took me all day to finally figure it out. My liking for you is my business and has nothing to do with anyone else. I will always like you until the day I stop liking you. Don't worry. I won't disturb you.
Mao Xiaomo looked at Wang Xiaoya, who was serious and knew that no matter what he said, it would be useless. He had known Wang Xiaoya for almost 2 months, and she was a very stubborn girl. Mao Xiaomo had no way to respond to her. Only silence. What Mao Xiaomo didn't know was that Cheng Yao and her 3 roommates happened to pass by their boys' dormitory. They saw Mao Xiaomo and Wang Xiaoya together just after class, which made everyone look at Cheng Yao involuntarily. Yao. It is no secret in their class that Cheng Yao has a boyfriend. Besides, the photo is still hanging on the campus website. Everyone knows that Cheng Yao, Mao and Xiao Mo are a couple. Moreover, they all saw Cheng Yao's happy expression when she looked at the photo during the voting in the morning. But, I saw Mao Xiaomo with another beautiful girl just after class?
No man is good,
one of the roommates said sarcastically. She had also been a victim of feelings, and she hated such scumbags deeply. Zhang Xiaohua hurriedly explained.
Brother Mo is a very nice person. Xiaohua. Man, you know people but don't know what they know. Besides, Men are carefree. Eat what's in the bowl and look at what's in the pot. Look,
the roommate said again. And after that, he rushed over to argue with Mao Xiaomo. Ichiban. Zheng Yao glanced at it, but without any expression. She just said lightly,
let's go back.
it's like I didn't see anything.
Zheng Yao, watch out. Your boyfriend is with another girl.
Seeing that Zheng Yao didn't care, the roommate said angrily.
I told you. Brother Mo is not like this.
Zhang Xihua's face was so anxious that sweat broke out, for fear that Zheng Yao might misunderstand Mao Xiaomo.
Little flower, you are innocent. You don't know.
Zheng Yao said in her heart that there is not a trace of fluctuation, which is false. But,
okay, let's go. I believe him.
Zheng Yao interrupted her roommate and walked towards the dormitory with Zhang Xiaohua.
Hey, I'm talking about Zheng Yao.
You?
Even if I don't have confidence in him, I still have confidence in myself.
Zheng Yao smiled. So beautiful that it was so beautiful that the roommate also shut his mouth. Zhang Xiaohua breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Zheng Yao didn't have any opinions about Mao Xiaomo. She had been following Mao Xiaomo for so long, and Brother Xiaomo gave her the impression that he was a good man. Chapter 53, CEO. It's about to begin. The 58 matchups between Nanjing and CD were quickly spread to the coaches of various colleges and universities in Jiangsu province. After carefully studying it with the players, they couldn't help but gasp. Nanjing won 30 of them, and CD also won 28. If you count the last one, such strength has already added another team's name to their focus list, including RW. As the second-place player in CUL Jiangsu province last year, RW's strength this year has improved compared to last year. But they are not sure about CD consisting of Nanjing, who has joined S-level professional sniper Yang, or this new team, this year's CUL. I really don't know how many emerging teams are like this CD team. The situation this year is not optimistic. However, in CUL, there are 4 games in each round of the qualifiers, and there are great surprises. Even Nanjing cannot guarantee a safe advancement. Tuesday at 8 p.m. In the WeChat group of CD and Nanjing, both sides were aggressive again. B1, CD comes to fight. B2, if you didn't come yesterday, will you come today? Godric, afraid of you. Build a house. B1 30 to 27. Keep remembering it. King, not 28. B1, the 58th set is not over yet. Godric, I'm going to hack you. Don't you? Zack, stop bastardizing. Check out the room. Come in. King, is it 28? It's not that 28 doesn't make it. Zack, yeah. Fast forward. Since that weekend's match, the two teams have gradually become familiar with each other. Unlike CD, a newly formed team, Nanjing's teamwork and personal strength are very strong. Ordinary training matches have already made very little improvement to Nanjing, the team of kings. At this time, a CD appeared that was a match for them. Naturally, it was impossible to let it go. I trained with CD every day, and there were dozens of them in a dozen games. December is getting closer and closer, and the pressure from CUL has been passed on to the CD team. This is the first large-scale competition they have participated in. Moreover, there is also pressure from the principal, which makes Mao Xiaomo a little uncomfortable. Just in case forget it. As the captain, Mao Xiaomo bears almost all the pressure of the team. Faced with the principal's requirements and the expectations of his classmates, he takes his responsibilities too seriously. On December 2nd, the first round of qualifiers for the CUL Jiangsu division will begin. On November 27th, the CUL official website announced the grouping situation for the first round of qualifiers for the Jiangsu division. The CD team was divided into groups 66, and the names of each participating team were also listed. But Mao Xiaomo had never seen any of these teams. They were all college teams in Jiangsu province, and he didn't know their strength. All they can do is play their own game. You have to stay in shape these 2 days, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Leave the collection of other teams' information to me, Coach Jiangjin said to the CD team members. The 20 participating teams have varying levels of performance. In such a competition environment, strength is the decisive factor. CUL's competition rules have also been thoroughly studied by each team. They are generally the same as the points in the professional competition, but there are some minor differences. First, the most important points. Each round is divided into 4 games, and the 2 teams with the highest total scores advance to the next round. The total score is the sum of ranking points and kill points. The ranking is divided into 250 points for first place, 200 points for second place, 180 points for third place, 150 points for fourth place, 110 points for fifth place, 90 points for sixth place, 80 points for seventh place, and 70 points for eighth place, 60 points for ninth place, 50 points for 10th place, 45 points for 11th place, 40 points for 12th place, 35 points for 13th place, 30 points for 14th place, 25 points for 15th place, 25 points for 16th place, 20 points for first place, 15 points for 17th place, 10 points for 18th place, 5 points for 19th place, and 0 points for 20th place. The kill points are the number of kills x head points. 6 points. Added together is the team's total score. Generally speaking, it is a competition system that encourages kills. In theory, if the second place is only 9 kills ahead of the first place, it can still overtake the first place in a single game. As for other rules, they are also the general rules of the competition. The first is that they cannot collude in the competition. That is to say, if two teams reach a consensus inside or outside the competition, deliberately not attack each other during the competition, share resources, vehicles, fight together, etc., they will be directly dismissed from the competition. Then, there is the behavior of screen peeping. Because many college qualifiers are broadcast live in schools, and even computers are connected to the square to create a school atmosphere. After all, the CUL competition is also an event in the school's eyes. Then, there is the proxy fight. A school can register 6 players, and they must be current students. If the actual participating players do not match the registered players' information, the penalty of withdrawal will be directly imposed. The last and most important point is that the use of mouse macros is prohibited, because the plugin no longer exists. But the mouse macros are still there. But this is considered cheating. Once discovered, you will be kicked out of the game immediately. The biggest difference from the professional game is QL's lap speed. Generally speaking, the speed of circle creation in professional competitions is that the circle is created quickly, and the circle shrinks slowly, which gives each team enough space to enter the circle. And their CUL adopts a normal ladder mode. But this is good, and it will save the teams from adapting, because the CD team is so popular and strong. Principal Ma Guiqiang did not hesitate to start building momentum for this CUL, and built a competition room for the CD team in the south square of the school. On the day of the game, all Changzhou students can come to the south square to watch the game. At that time, the first-person view of the CD team will be cut by Coach Jiangjun for all students to watch. I have to say that with so many people watching your game live, if you can withstand it, it will be motivation. If you cannot, it will be pressure. After nearly 2 months of training, the CD team has gradually emerged as a team. They have been playing together for nearly 2 months and have a tacit understanding among their teammates. Good is not separated from the team like he was 2 months ago. In the words of Nanjay Coach 131, the current CD team is completely different from when they first met 2 months ago. At that time, they could still see that the cooperation of the CD team was unfamiliar, although their individual strength was very strong. If it really came to a 4v4 head-on confrontation, they would have the upper hand. But the most intuitive thing is their training record. In the first week, they played 58 games, and Nanjay won 30 games. In the second week, they played 102 games, and they won 55 games. But in the third week, they just lose more and win less. In the last week of 89 games, CD won 61 of them, and only lost 28 games to Nanjay. Yang's personal strength is indeed outstanding, and he is worthy of being an S-level professional player. But CD generally has Zach's strength, and it is difficult for him to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. Nanjay's growth is terrifying, and CD's growth is even more terrifying. After these 2 months of training with Nanjay, the biggest feeling for everyone at CD is that they can show their own strength, especially in a team, which is particularly important. On November 29th, with only 3 days left before the competition, CD and Nanjay finally ended their 2-month confrontation training. Zach, you are getting stronger and stronger, so remember to give in if there is a competition. King, come on for the game. B1, come on. Don't capsize. B2, don't capsize. Kakarot, come on. Godric, you guys are the ones. Don't capsize. It would be embarrassing for Nanjay, the king, to capsize in the qualifiers. Yang, no. King, Godric. If there are many reasons why Nanjay is better than CD, there is one that is worth mentioning. Competition experience. The players of King Manjay are all players who have participated in competitions, and their psychological quality and competition experience are very strong. Looking at CD, none of the 4 members have participated in official competitions, and they don't know how much they can perform under the pressure of official competitions. Level. Cool. It's time to start. Chapter 54 officially begins. The battle is coming, and the hearts of all the team members are beating fast. Excitement and nervousness are all over the body. After all, it is the first official competition, and it is such a big battle. Cheongda South Square has been completely transformed into a natural competition venue by the school because of this CEO. Next to the stage, there is their competition room and a huge screen to broadcast the CD team's battle results in real time. Because of their strong performance in the past 2 months, Team CD has attracted a large number of fans. At 6 o'clock on Saturday night, nearly 2,000 students gathered in the South Square. Come on CD! Come on CD! Come on CD! Even though Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun had a lot of experience performing on stage, they had never seen such a battle. Let alone good. That guy's legs were shaking. CD's competition room is a soundproof competition room, but the effect is not particularly good. As long as the sound outside is louder, they can still hear a little. Mao Xiaomo suspected that the school must have built it like this to save money. Ma Guiqiang has waged such a big battle for his own achievements. It would be uncharacteristic of him not to say a few words. Everyone, be quiet. Ma Guiqiang did not expect that so many students would come today, but he was also someone who had seen strong winds and waves. Even when he was surprised, he calmed down the excited emotions of the students. Nearly 2,000 students, both those who play games and those who do not, came. Roommates like 301 and 302, brothers Sun Zheng and Jiang Xinxin, all sat on the grass of the playground. Even about half of the girls in their class came to cheer for Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun. Ma Guiqiang is the principal after all, and the entire playground fell silent as soon as his words came out. Today is the day for the CD team to compete. With so many students here, I believe that the CD team will live up to everyone's expectations. Right. Ma Guiqiang's words were very appealing and aroused the emotions of all the students. Yes. The roar of nearly 2,000 students was deafening and frightening at the same time. Although they must all know each other, let's let the students from the CD team introduce themselves. Ma Guiqiang smiled and looked at the CD4 people standing on the stage, with appreciation and expectation in his eyes. This requires me to issue a military order. Mao Xiaomo smiled bitterly. With such a big battle and Ma Guiqiang's inflammatory words, if they don't qualify today, they will definitely not be able to get off the stage. Mu Yun took the microphone first and said to the nearly 2,000 students on the playground, "Hello everyone. My name is Mu Yun, and my game ID is Kakarot. We will do our best." As soon as he finished speaking, there were bursts of cheers, and Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Next was Cheng Yao. But Cheng Yao was probably the calmest person in the CD team. She took the microphone and said, "My name is Cheng Yao, and my ID is King." A simple and clear self-introduction. But the cheers came one after another with no intention of stopping. But it's no wonder. For such a beautiful woman, and most of the people coming to watch the game are boys, how can she not scream loudly? Originally, there weren't many beauties in Cheongda, but I met a beauty who plays games. It is said that Cheng Yao's fans have formed a Cheng Yao support club, and she has the most fans among the 4. Good's hands and feet were a little shaky, and he took the microphone tremblingly. "My name is Good. I am an exchange student from Ukraine. My ID is Godric. My real name. I will cheer for the game." Good's words were extremely stiff, which made Mao Xiaomo secretly say something useless, which immediately made Good glare at him angrily. Finally, we come to Mao Xiaomo, the soul of CD. "Hello everyone. I am CD Captain Mao Xiaomo." The moment Mao Xiaomo took the microphone, his whole aura changed a little, as if he was a general about to lead his soldiers into battle. Under Mao Xiaomo's aura, the scene suddenly became quiet and seemed very strange. To say he wasn't nervous would be a lie, but Mao Xiaomo still felt unprecedentedly excited, which was what he pursued when he joined the school team. "The ID is King. I know there are many seniors and classmates here today, as well as classmates from the same class. First of all, thank you for your support along the way. We will go all out in every game. Whether we win or lose, we will not hold anything back. The CD team needs your shouts and support. At last, everyone prays that we can get a destiny circle during the game." Mao Xiaomao said with a smile. It was quite serious at first, but it made countless people raise eyebrows. It is not an easy thing to still talk and laugh without being stage frightened under such circumstances.
Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha!
Mao Xiaomao's words immediately plunged the entire scene into a sea of laughter, asking them to pray for a destiny circle. This Mao Xiaomao was too crazy. Cheng Yao, Mu Yun, and Gu all had a smile on their faces, and Mao Xiaomao's words made them no longer as nervous as before. Ma Guoqiang nodded with satisfaction, then took the microphone and said to everyone,
Okay, let them get ready now. All we have to do is cheer for them. I will count 123 and everyone will shout together.
Come on, Chengda. 1, 2, 3. Come on, Chengda.
The CD4 finally sat down in the competition room. The first set of the game started at 6:30. They looked at the time and saw that it was already 6:10, thinking that there was no time left for the warm-up. They simply entered the host machine directly. After these 2 months of crazy training, they finally came up with their own 3 sets of tactics. Airport, Z City, and Water City. This depends on the different situations of different games. The information of the other 19 teams has been handed over to them. It contains the spots frequently visited by other teams and the basic information of the members. In fact, it is of little help to Mao Xiaomao and the others for the time being, because this is only the first round.
The game is about to begin. It will be okay if we show our level.
Mao Xiaomao entered the official YY and tried to play in it. Each game has a designated YY, and all team members must change their vests to this YY. On the one hand, they can click on the number of participants, and on the other hand, they can also monitor the voices between each team at any time to prevent cheating.
Okay.
Good said. Chewing gum.
Okay. CD. Come on.
Mao Xiaomao shouted first. On the one hand to boost the morale of the CD team, and on the other hand, to ease their nervousness.
Come on, CD.
Mu Yun shouted next.
Come on, CD. Here I come as the champion.
The arrogant words were naturally spoken by Good.
Come on, CD.
Even the beautiful Cheng Yao, who usually doesn't talk much, encouraged her loudly. The journey of CD is about to begin. The time is ticking, and the 20 minutes have left Team CD a little restless. After all, it is the first time to participate in this competition, and there are only 4 games, so the error margin is very small. Mao Xiaomao's heartbeat was simply a little faster, while Mu Yun and Good kept reminding themselves not to make mistakes. After all, they were the 2 who made the most mistakes in the team. If something happens, it will be a blow to the entire team. The emotions of worrying about gains and losses gradually emerged, and Thorsengu directly closed his eyes to rest and adjust the state of the game. Although he is a Ukrainian, although he has no sense of belonging to this school, he still has to fight for this CD and fight for victory. Click! Time seemed to have stopped abruptly. The 6:30 bell had just rang, and the loading interface of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds appeared on the screens of all the team members. The screen flashed and appeared in Quality Square. After 60 seconds, December 2nd, 2018, 6:30 p.m., Mao Xiaomao, Mu Yun, Gu, and Cheng Yao were sitting in the competition room,
looking at their screens seriously. Coach Jiangjin sat on the main stage, constantly switching the perspective of the CD4 players and adding his own commentary. The expectations and shouts of nearly 2,000 viewers. The first round of the second CUEL National College League Jiangsu Division qualifiers for PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. It's officially started. Chapter 55. Fall into a box and eat chicken in reverse. The first set started on time. The 4 CD team members adjusted their breathing and immediately opened the map to study the route and landing point. Coach Jiangjin explained to everyone on the stage from the perspective of the CD team.
Okay, the first set has begun. First of all, we can see that it is a route from north to south, and the route is relatively straight. Our team's focus is usually on the airport and Z City. Let's see if Mao Xiaomao and the others will choose to fly to Z City immediately. Okay, I didn't choose to fly to City Z. I'll probably choose an airport to start. It seems that the first CD is a little fatter. Let's see how many people are still on the plane at the end. In addition to our CD, there is a team of people. They probably haven't studied the team information, so they just come here and want to force us,
Coach Jiangjin said with joy. The CD team is already well known in Jiangsu province, and is even considered by most teams to be a team that is better than the King Nanjie. They should have studied their landing. Is there any team that is so short-sighted and wants to grab the airport? But the next moment, he frowned and said,
This team is very fierce. It looks like they are going to compete with CD directly for the C-shaped building.
The 4 members of the CD team were suddenly worried. Logically speaking, no team should play like this. It is completely a passerby's style. Like a mad dog, just landing and fighting for you.
Holy shit! Someone is trying to rob Building C!
Good shouted in YY. They had been playing training matches for so long, and they had never encountered a team that was trying to rob them. Generally, teams that want to achieve results will choose to avoid the battle in the early stage and try to get a higher ranking in the later stage. But this team has no intention of doing so.
22 Luo. I am Chung Yao in Building 1. And Miyun Good is in Building 2.
Mao Xiaomo quickly commanded. He really didn't expect that they would encounter such a situation. But after all, the order was not issued immediately, and it was already a little too late for the team to react. Mu Yun and Gu's expressions changed as soon as they landed. There was already a person on the roof of Building 3 who picked up an SKS and shot at them. There were also 2 on the roof of their building.
Go down first!
Mu Yun and Gu had no time to pick up the guns on the roof, so they immediately jumped down. But, whether it was luck or strength, SKS on the roof of Building 3 shot directly to Mu Yun's head and knocked Mu Yun down in the air. FG_OW used SKS to knock down CD_Kakarot with a headshot. Gu knew that Mu Yun could no longer be controlled at this moment, so he jumped directly into Building 2.
Gun!
Gu opened 3 room doors in a row. He had both level 2 heads and level 2 armor, but no guns. The 2 FG enemies who jumped on the roof of their building were shot several times by Mao Xiaomo, and they also jumped from the second floor, wanting to find Gu first. Mu Yun was directly replaced, and only 3 members of the CD team were left. The 2,000 students on the playground were in an uproar, and were also worried. Anyone could see the unfavorable situation of the CD team. Coach Jiangjun also frowned and explained to his classmates.
This FG team doesn't have any tactics. They just land and clear people. Mu Yun was shot in the head, and there was nothing that could be done about it. But CD's current state is a bit bad. This wave of thinking there's nothing we can do about leaving.
Indeed, at such a close distance, even if the CD team wanted to leave, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and fight with FG. Mao Xiaomo had a sighted M16 in his hand, and he targeted the 2 people in Building 3. But he escaped. However, he was also shot in the body, because he had no head and no armor. He lost half of his health. Gu used his body skills to constantly climb through the windows in Building 2 to avoid the enemy's pursuit. At the same time, he also asked Mao Xiaomo and Chung Yao for help.
What to do?
Mao Xiaomo forced himself to calm down, but he didn't give them time to think now.
Does Chung Yao have a gun?
No. Chung Yao was also helpless. God seemed to be a little unfavorable to them. She opened 5 doors in a row and looked into 5 small rooms. Only one P92. Mao Xiaomo's heart was really shaken. There were several people on the other side attacking Gu. He would definitely die if he tried to save him alone. Hold on for a while. Just hold on a little longer. Mao Xiaomo and Chung Yao quickly searched the room, praying to God to give them some fighting power.
There's a gun!
Chung Yao shouted, quickly picked up the UZI, and climbed down from the second floor window to save Gu. Gu couldn't help but shake his hand, made a mistake in his position, and didn't go out of the room and out the window. The car jumped by the window, and it was this one that made Gu freeze up. Boom! FG_LK used S1897 to knock out CD_Godric. There was no mistake in the opponent's spray. Facing the defenseless Gu, he didn't give him any chance. He took away Gu with one spray, and then used another spray to make up for it. The situation took a turn for the worse, and Chung Yao was stunned at the corner of Building 1, not knowing what to do next.
Fight! You can't get away!
Mao Xiaomo's words were like a shot in the arm, hitting Chung Yao. It was not impossible for the 2 of them to destroy each other. They have done this kind of thing more than once. But this time, the situation was different from usual. Chung Yao only had a UZI, and Mao Xiaomo was even more dissatisfied with his blood. Facing the menacing FG4, Mao Xiaomo's heart also wavered. It was this wavering that made them pay a greater price. When Mao Xiaomo went downstairs, he only found the tree outside Building 1 as a cover for a moment, while Chung Yao ran to the fence to let the 2 teams keep a distance. If they fight hand to hand, no matter how powerful they are, they will never be able to defeat FG's human C tactics. Ta. Mao Xiaomo saw an enemy wearing yellow clothes half exposed from the corner of building 1. Raised his gun and started shooting. The zero-equipped M16 was inherently difficult to use, and Mao Xiaomo was a little anxious. A wave of fire failed to suppress the gun. Only 2 shots hit the arm. The CD team was 2 against 4. If they defeated one of them first, they could regain a huge disadvantage. But this also put pressure on Mao Xiaomo. Due to various factors, Mao Xiaomo's hand shook. But he did not kill the man. The enemy in yellow clothes also reacted quickly and immediately saw Mao Xiaomo, who was shooting. Mao Xiaomo was so distraught that he drew his gun and tried to knock this man down by force.
Don't be greedy for guns! Don't be greedy for guns!
Mu Yun and Good exclaimed at the same time. Mao Xiaomo made a huge mistake and got greedy for a gun out of desperation. This is something that is very taboo in a head-to-head confrontation. But in order for the team to win, Mao Xiaomo must win this wave of guns. Both sides were shot by each other almost at the same time. But Mao Xiaomo's blood bar turned red instantly, and he fell to his knees. FG_LMM used Scarl to knock down CD_King with a headshot. Mao Xiaomo's eyes suddenly became empty. He was headless, not full of blood, and was directly knocked down by 1 shot. Even though he hit the enemy 3 times, he didn't hit the key part. The CD is gone. Mao Xiaomo was under pressure from all parties, including his school, classmates, teammates, and fans. As the captain, Mao Xiaomo put too much pressure on himself. And this is why he made an incredible mistake. Good and Muyun were also very sensible and didn't say anything. If there was a mistake in the game, the most uncomfortable and self-blaming person would be the player himself. They all knew this. Cheng Yao stood up and instantly knocked down FG_LMM, who was crippled by Mao Xiaomo. She instantly pulled out her gun and shot 2 heads, knocking down another opponent who wanted to make up for it. But Cheng Yao's position was really bad. Their space was too small, and the only cover was the tree where Mao Xiaomo was. The remaining 2 opponents directly showed up to fight, one with a spray gun and one with an M4. After the Uzi in Cheng Yao's hand knocked down the first 2 people, there was no more bullets in the magazine. So she laid down on the ground and tried to change bullets. But the opponent was not a newbie. So he jumped directly and found an angle to kill Cheng Yao. The last player on CD, FG_LMM used Scarl to kill CD_King with a headshot. FG_KK used M416 to kill CD_King with a headshot. 2020s. I will definitely eat chicken next time. In the first game of the first round of CUEL in the Jiangsu division, the CD team ranked 20th with 0 kills, landed in a box, and reversed to win the chicken. Chapter 56. Battle at the airport again. Deathly silence. CD4 sat in front of the computer, staring blankly at the screen, feeling very complicated for a moment. Coach Jiangjun didn't know what words to use to comfort these students who supported their CD. Principal Ma Guiqiang sat on the side, with a solemn expression and a hint of coldness in his eyes. In the huge playground, 2,000 students were silent. Mao Xiaomo's voice was hoarse and trembling. 2 loud voices suddenly exploded on the campus. All 4 members of the CD team, which were not completely soundproof in the first place, heard this sound. These 2 voices soared into the sky like a giant dragon.
Come on, CD!
Everyone's eyes. Everyone looked at these 2 people. CD team 5th player Han Zitong and 6th player Pan Liming. They are also members of CD. They know how powerful CD is.
Come on, CD! Come on, CD! Don't give up! You're showing your real skills!
After a noisy shouting, the voices of 2,000 students gradually became unanimous.
Come on, CD! Fight for victory! Come on, CD! Fight for victory! Come on, CD! Fight for victory!
Scream. Reverberate throughout the world. Mao Xiaomo, Cheng Yao, Gu, Mu Yun. The 4 people stared blankly at the shouts and cheers of 2,000 students, and their hearts were filled with infinite energy.
Us want to win.
Mao Xiaomo's voice no longer trembled. At this moment, the CD team finally let go of the uneasiness and tension in their hearts and gave it a try. There were more than 40 minutes before the next game started. Mao Xiaomo first admitted his mistake.
This one is my problem. There is a problem with the command and a problem with the marksmanship.
Mu Yun quickly interrupted and said,
Okay, we agreed not to share the pot.
Cheng Yao continued.
There are 4 games in total, and the error tolerance rate is very small. We have 0 points in the first game. And there is no room for mistakes in the next 3 games. If we make one mistake in one game, we may be eliminated directly.
If this was said 20 minutes ago, everyone must have been very nervous. But now, it has completely returned to normal.
We're going to come on. Come on, CD.
Jiangjin couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that these boys and girls were still fighting high. What he was most afraid of was that these children would not be able to withstand the blow in the first set, and would not be able to perform at their normal level in the subsequent games. But looking at it now, it's completely redundant. Thinking of this, Coach Jiangjin confidently said to the audience on the stage,
"Please believe in CD. CD will definitely qualify."
Although he set up a flag, it also expressed Coach Jiangjin's strong confidence. And the source of his confidence comes from his 4 extremely talented and powerful players. Just 30 minutes later, the latest standings were announced on the big screen in real time by Coach Jiangjin. 1. ZB first game, 286 total score, 286. 2. FG first game, 266 total score, 266. 3. UU first game, 204 total score, 204. 20. CD first game, 0 total score, 0. Surprisingly, FG, which defeated CD, was ranked second, and had a lot of players. It must be said that it was a capable team. But its playing style was so amateurish that everyone couldn't understand it. Under the rule that only the top 2 qualify, stability is the most important factor, so there is no room for error in the second set. The second set of the game started quickly. The route was almost exactly the same as the previous set, which surprised everyone. Under normal circumstances, it is rare for the route to qualify to be almost exactly the same.
Where should we jump?
Mu Yun asked Mao Xiaomo as soon as he saw the route. The two of them often use tactics Z City and the airport. If they wanted to jump to Z City, they should jump now. Mao Xiaomo's heart no longer had any other fluctuations, and he said calmly,
"The airport."
"Or the airport?" Mu Yun conservatively thought that Mao Xiaomo might jump to City Z to protect his basic ranking. But he got this answer from Mao Xiaomo. But to Mu Yun's surprise, both Cheng Yao and Good laughed.
"Ha! This is the Mao Xiaomo I know."
Good laughed wildly, getting up wherever he fell. That's what he thought. The moment Mao Xiaomo said the word airport, Cheng Yao felt that Mao Xiaomo's attention at this moment had begun to concentrate. And it was even stronger than usual.
"Have you ever seen a champion beaten away by an unknown small team?"
Mao Xiaomo said calmly.
"If you can't even get out of the airport, how can you talk about qualifying or winning the championship?"
Team CD finally showed its fangs. On the stage, Coach Jiangjin is also analyzing the tactical choices that the CD team may make.
The first CD suffered a loss at the airport. This one will definitely not cause any accidents. I will probably choose Z. Hey, CD didn't jump to Z City. Where do they want to land?
Coach Jiangjin was a little confused. Could it be that CD wanted to fall into the water city? But this tactic will not be used until later. Seeing Team CD motionless on the plane in shock, Coach Jiangjin finally understood Team CD's intentions.
Airport. Still the airport. We still chose the airport.
Irrational? If you are an ordinary person, you will definitely say that the CD team is a little irrational. But Coach Jiangjin has been with these children for 2 months, and knows that the current CD is terrifyingly calm. With excitement, Jiangjin's voice was so confident that it trembled.
Yes, we chose the airport this time. Will we be beaten away by other teams? No.
2,000 students said in unison. Most fans know the strength of the CD team. The stunning appearance in the school team trials, the domineering performance in the training matches, and the epic confrontation with the King CD, all tell people how powerful the CD is. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is very unpredictable. But as a team aiming to win the championship, it is impossible to fall twice in the same place. The CD's strong selection made all the students excited. CD did not change their selection, and FG did not change their selection. They won the airport competition in the previous game. As a victorious team, they had no reason to give up the airport. Speaking of which, the FG team has really not studied the information of other teams. Although they are good in level, they do not have special systematic training due to school reasons. And they do not know what kind of team CD team is. However, judging from the results of the first set of competition in shooting, the marksmanship level of this CD team was only average. This was an illusion caused by Mao Xiaomo's mistakes. When the plane flew to the end, only these 8 people were left. CD and FG once again compete for the ownership of the airport.
Don't grab the gun anymore. Landing without a gun will hurt too much. To avoid them, we flew K and picked up the gun. Remember the first game between us and Nanjay? If possible, we will imitate their playing style.
Mao Xiaomo commanded that even though they jumped from the airport, they did not dare to grab guns with FG. A group of opponents like crazy dogs. They could not withstand any accidents now. Without any accident, the 4 FG people still landed in the C building. Seeing that there was no one on the elevated highway, Mao Xiaomo immediately asked Cheng Yao to go there. It was an advantage to be the first to go up alone. Mao Xiaomo. Muyun K building. Gude building. Cheng Yao elevated. The 4 people surged at a speed that was so fast that they did not pursue the extreme advancement speed of Nanjay before. Nanjay suffered a bit due to the equipment gap before. CD must have learned a lesson this time and prepared to go there after searching K. Boom! A domineering 98K voice sounded from the elevated level. CD_King used car 98K to knock down FG_OW.
Nice! Just press on! Cheng Yao reports the location.
Mao Xiaomo was very decisive, leading Muyun and Gu to press towards building C. Cheng Yao had been watching from the elevated platform for a long time, and naturally figured out the specific location of the enemy.
The one who fell is on the roof of building 3. Then there is one inside building 2. And 2 inside building 1.
Mao Xiaomo's confident smile appeared again.
Hold on. Let's press on to building 2.
The enemy's positions are very scattered, and with one of them falling first, their advantage is already huge. As long as there are no accidents, it is only a matter of time before FG will wipe out the team. Chapter 57 Revenge FG. The FG team members were a little panicked, especially when the team members in Building 2 said that the enemy was coming.
Don't panic. Their marksmanship is average. Don't worry about the one on the elevated platform,
said the FG captain. They couldn't control the CD sniper on the elevated platform. We can only win head-on first. But the current CD is not the first CD without guns. Mao Xiaomo led Muyun and Gud into Building 2 without any hesitation. They knew that now they had a huge advantage with 4 on 3.
It's over. We can't get through.
The 2 FG players in Building 1 originally wanted to help their teammates, who were trapped in Building 2. But there was someone holding a gun on the elevated platform, and they couldn't get out at all. No matter which angle you go downstairs, you will be beaten.
I'll give it a try.
Captain FG also knew that there was no time to hesitate now. So he took a step toward the door, revealing half of his body. Duh. Cheng Yao shot 3 times in a row on the elevated road, and was hit twice in the arm. If the FG captain hadn't dodged quickly enough, he wouldn't have died.
No, we can't get out. Just defend the building.
Captain FG really had no choice but to hold the stairs on the left and right with another team member, while allowing the teammates in Building 2 to kill each one by one. However, this kind of beautiful wish could not be realized under CD's fierce offensive. Mao Xiaomo pretended to go in and cheated the gun, and then withdrew again. Muyun immediately rushed in. With this cooperation, CD was in a contest with Nanjay among them. I have practiced it countless times. CD_Kakarot used M416 to knock out FG_LMM. He didn't give the enemy any chance. After Mao Xiaomo's trick, everyone knew the enemy's location. If there were another mistake, they wouldn't be able to compete in this game.
Cheng Yao, come down.
Good. First kill 2 people, and then CD will use a human wave tactic, because it is in the C-shaped building of the airport. If 3 people rush to the building, an accident may still happen. But the current situation of their CD does not allow any something unexpected happened. For people surrounded Building 1 and dispersed upstairs under Mao Xiaomo's instructions. Mao Xiaomo and Gud, the 2 better attackers, went up the stairs to the left and right, while Cheng Yao and Muyun went up the stairs in the middle, also to the left and right, because they don't know the location of their opponents. This method of going upstairs is foolproof. Mao Xiaomo continued to look at the field of view. As soon as his head appeared, the enemy subconsciously fired 2 shots. But Mao Xiaomo shrank quickly, and did not give the enemy a chance to headshot.
Superior!
Now that the positions of the last 2 FG players have been discovered, everyone is moving toward these 2 rooms. Mao Xiaomo didn't go upstairs either. He could easily be killed if he went up now, as long as he blocked the stairs and didn't give the opponent a chance. When the support from the other 3 CD players was in place, it would be time for them to reap the fruits of victory. Attack from both sides. FG's players can be said to be the turtle in the urn. But when they came to Kule's team, no team would raise their guns and surrender. A member of FG directly pulled out and beat Gud. 3 guns react faster than him. Although Mu Yun, Gu, and Cheng Yao's positions overlapped a bit, they still found their positions. After the defeat in the first game, they were very focused in this game. The moment this FG player was knocked down, he couldn't help but feel horrified. He originally thought he could knock down one first, but he was knocked down after only firing 1 shot. This shows how fast the reaction of these players on the opposite side was. CD_Godric used DP28 to knock out FG_KK. Snort! The captain of FG snorted coldly and climbed out of the second floor window.
He jumped out of the window!
No one was deaf. Good followed the last FG player and prepared to jump out.
Don't!
Mu Yun dropped the mouse and keyboard and grabbed Good. Good was startled and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed.
What are you doing?
Mao Xiaomo yelled.
You are stupid. You will die if you jump down. And he is holding you below.
Good couldn't help but shudder after hearing Mao Xiaomo's words. He didn't even have to think about it. If he jumped down, he would definitely be beaten to death by the last player below. Because there is a pause when climbing out of the window and onto the ground. Even with the best technique, it is inevitable.
Sorry!
Good shouted in YY. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw Good apologizing. 2 months ago, Mao Xiaomo still remembered the dispute between him and Good, which was almost the same as now. But now Good put down his inner pride and apologized to everyone in CD. He has grown up. Mao Xiaomo laughed loudly and said,
Damn Huang Mao! No one blamed you. Come on! Let's kill him!
There is only one enemy left on the opposite side. The CD team is not only thinking about winning without a fight, but the most important thing is not to reduce their numbers. The 4 of them hugged each other very tightly. And after spending some time, they finally found the last FG player at the foot of a wall and shot him to death. This time the winner changed to CD.
CD is awesome! Come on, CD!
When CD's kill information flashed on the screen, the entire playground was filled with excitement. There was no way. After experiencing the defeat in the first set and the bloodless revenge in the second set, it was not exciting enough.
Did you hear that?
Mao Xiaomo asked the team members with a smile. The remaining 3 people also responded with a smile.
I heard it. If you hear it, you will win. Yes.
It only took CD 3 minutes to solve FG, starting from the time Cheng Yao knocked down the first person. However, Mao Xiaomo was still a little helpless for this time. Not because it takes too long, but because it is unnecessary. This set was a special situation. Both CD and CD fans were in urgent need of a battle victory to inspire them. So he chose the airport this time. It's better to avoid fighting in the next game. Mao Xiaomo secretly thought that the battle strategy for the next game has been decided. In his understanding, if you lose and leave, you are running away. And if you win and leave, you are avoiding the battle. It's not that I can't beat you, but I don't want to fight you. Mao Xiaomo doesn't know whether this annoying team will jump to the airport in the next game, so he'd better be cautious. The second set of the game was in full swing. Mao Xiaomo glanced at the safe zone and his eyelids twitched. He really didn't expect that the circle would turn out like this. It is a half-sea and half-land safety zone centered around Port P. It can be considered an extreme circle.
Search first, and leave by boat as soon as we have combat capability,
Mao Xiaomo ordered. There was only 1 team of them at the airport. Originally, they could occupy all the vehicles at the airport. But in this circle, it was obviously unrealistic to drive to Port P at this time. Moreover, the center of the safety zone is at Port P, and there is also a large sea area. If nothing else happens, the final should also be near Port P. If this is the case, whether there is a car or not is actually not a big problem. And there are still many bunkers at Port P. If you have to move, it is not impossible.
Mu Yun, you go look for the boat first and go to the west.
Good. Mao Xiaomo knew that there were many cars at the airport, so he asked Mu Yun to drive a motorcycle to find the boat first, saving them time in searching and moving. After a rough search, it turns out that the airport is relatively fat, and their equipment is also in shape. They are all wearing level 2 heads and level 2 armor, except for Mu Yun, who has a level 1 head on the ship first.
Divide the things first.
If you go to other points in this circle, you don't need to be particularly anxious, because the central city is Port P, which is a very large urban area. It is easy to enter from any angle. But Mao Xiaomo and the others sailed there and could grab it. There are not many good locations. Mu Yun was really in a miserable condition. He only had an M416 with only 1 flameout period. And he didn't even have a basic scope. Cheng Yao took the initiative to give him 4 times the sniper weapon. but was beaten by Mao Xiaomao and Mu Yun at the same time.
Reject. The team needs a sniper. You are a Scarl. The machine sight is harder to use than the M4. You hold the red dot, and Mu Yun can use the machine sight.
The resources are not enough. So Mao Xiaomao can only give in to Mu Yun. But Mu Yun has been a free man for so long, and has long been used to it. He said,
Of course, it's no problem. Let's go first. I have enough bullets.
CD opened 2 ships to prevent accidents. The location they wanted to grab was the warehouse in Port P. This point was closest to them, and it was also a good location. Chapter 58. Defend the warehouse. The distance from the airport to Port P is not particularly far. Before the first big circle was reached, the CD team landed near the warehouse of Port P. Because of Mao Xiaomao's special instructions, Mu Yun and Gu did not drive the boat to the shore. It was a bit difficult to completely disguise it, but it couldn't be known from a distance that someone was here.
Okay. We won't go to that warehouse. We'll guard these 2.
The distribution of the 3 warehouses in Port P is like this. One warehouse is relatively far apart, and the other 2 warehouses are relatively close. In order to facilitate support, Mao Xiaomao chose not to take risks.
This warehouse can probably be opened several times.
Mao Xiaomao glanced at the second safe area and said, The second circle is still a regular circle. Port P is still in the center of the safe zone. Their position is relatively open all around, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. But it is also difficult to move. Mao Xiaomao knew the advantages and disadvantages of this place. So he brought cigarettes in advance to prevent others from getting stuck here. Each of the CD4 people looked in one direction. Mao Xiaomao looked at the southern sea. Cheng Yao looked at the eastern sea where they came from. Gu's task was to look at the city. And Mu Yun, as a forward sentry, stared at the most dangerous northern warehouse. In fact, on the second lap, the probability of enemies coming from these 3 directions is not particularly high, because they are all very dangerous. If anyone wants to charge at them, they should rush in from outside the P city where Mu Yun is looking.
Someone is coming,
Mu Yun said in the team, and everyone heard the buzzing roar. It was indeed as Mao Xiaomao expected that they rushed towards their warehouse from outside P city.
Pick up guests.
Cheng Yao stayed in their warehouse and set up a gun. Mao Xiaomao went over to help. But as soon as he left the warehouse, he was attacked by people in the city. Mao Xiaomao was shot in the head, and half of his blood immediately fell out. Mao Xiaomao was so frightened that he jumped back.
Someone in the city is trying to fight us. We can't get through.
Mao Xiaomao frowned as he listened to the approaching cars. He didn't know if Gu and Mu Yun could hold on to the warehouse. There is only one large urban area in the safe zone, City P, which allows many teams to be stationed in City P. City P happens to be large, so it is not a problem to accommodate 10 teams at the same time. CD's situation is a bit troublesome. Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao can only help Gu and Mu Yun shoot a few shots at the exit of the warehouse at the back. It's unclear how much help they can get. 3 cars from an unknown team originally wanted to enter the city, but they were swept away and forced out. With no way out, they rushed directly to the warehouse where Mu Yun and Gu were.
Beat.
Looking at the car swaying in front of them, Mu Yun and Gu immediately focused their fire, preparing to blow up the car, which was almost half healthy. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Duh-duh-duh. It has to be said that Mu Yun's machine sight still made him a little uncomfortable, which caused the car not to explode immediately, but instead drifted to a stop on the spot.
Blow up,
Mu Yun said loudly to Gu. The enemy in the opposite car was detonated as soon as he got out of the car. Fortunately, he was not in the car and was not killed immediately. He was just knocked down. CD_Godric detonated the vehicle and knocked down ML_HI. Only one person, Gu and Mu Yun, were shocked and immediately changed their ammunition. But the other 2 cars rushed directly outside their warehouse.
Shrink a little.
Mu Yun and Gu reloaded their ammunition and retreated into the warehouse, one after the other holding the entrance to the warehouse. The remaining 3 ML people on the opposite side were also very tactically literate. They did not rush in immediately, but stopped at the side of the warehouse. They knew that there were only 2 people in this warehouse, so they prepared to attack it without hesitation,
throwing thunder one after another.
ML's blood volume was still very healthy, so they directly chose to attack the warehouse. They knew that the longer they stayed outside the warehouse, the less safe they would be. After all, there were many teams in the city staring at them eagerly. The 2 members of MOL immediately pinched the thunder and prepared to fill the warehouse with thunder. Not good, Mu Yun and Gu secretly murmured. But they had no room to move and could only pray that the grenade would not hit. Boom! CD_King used Car 98K to knock down ML_Kai with a headshot. Boom! ML_Kai used a frag grenade Dan to kill ML_Kai. Pretty! Chung Yao's precise sniper took away the ML player, who wanted to throw a grenade at the back door of the warehouse. After knocking down the player, the grenade that had been pulled at his hand exploded under his feet, and he suffered the consequences directly. Even if the player climbed desperately, he could not escape the grenade. But CD was not happy for long. The instant grenade from the front door was thrown directly in. Mu Yun's eyes jumped, and he saw the grenade flying straight towards him. Knowing that he could no longer dodge it. Boom! Ta-ta-ta-ta. ML_XX used the frag grenade Dan to knock down CD_Kakarot. Mu Yun was blown away. At the same time, people in the urban area were also exporting ML Teams XX. But it seemed to have little effect.
Damn, you hit me so accurately! You hit others so quickly!
Mao Xiaomo cursed loudly. This team was the same team that just hit him. When he walked out of the warehouse door, he was shot in the head. It was unreasonable and scary at all. He jumped back on the spot. Now when I hit someone, I can't kill them in a long time. The remaining two people from ML rushed directly into the warehouse, because Mu Yun was blown away from the bunker by them. When they came in, they saw Mu Yun lying on the ground and subconsciously went to cover him. Gu didn't even wave his hand. The AKM in his hand fired accurately, and knocked down one of them first. But Mu Yun was still sneakily compensated by the last ML player. This is how the game is. And you must get the points you can get. Now that Mu Yun is dead, Good is not in a hurry. He has an AKM in his hand. In close combat, he can't beat anyone with the rifle. The last ML player on the opposite side faced the door of the warehouse, and kept shooting at people in the distance. Looking at his teammates who were whirling and falling to the ground, he gritted his teeth and directly turned on the first person to ask for Gongu.
If you were S686, I would still be afraid of you. But you want to kill me with Scar L?
Good laughed arrogantly, and then directly dodged and shot over the shoulder. All in one move. The difference between shoulder shooting and waist shooting lies in whether you hold down the right mouse button. Shoulder shooting is more accurate, while waist shooting is a bit mysterious. The last member of the ML team on the opposite side heard a clicking sound before he could react. Green blood continued to flow from his body, and his health level suddenly reached the limit. CD_Godric used AKM to kill ML_Kui. The ML group is destroyed. However, this battle was not so perfect. First of all, Mu Yun was killed, but there was nothing that could be done about it. The other side poured thunder into it, and it exploded instantly, giving them no time to react. There was also the ML team member, who was knocked to the ground by Good and Mu Yun. Their heads were stolen by a team in the city. In other words, CD only gained 3 heads in this battle, and lost 1 team member. By the third round, Team CD had killed 7 people. Good had 3 kills. Chung Yao had 2 kills. Mao Xiaomo had 1 kill. And Mu Yun had 1 kill. It's a pity that Mu Yun's kill number has no chance to increase. In the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, every time a group defeats an opponent during the game, it will greatly boost the team's morale. At this time, the CD's momentum reached its peak amidst the shouts of nearly 2,000 students. Coach Yangjin spat on the stage, but his excitement still infected the students in the audience.
Nice! This wave is very beautiful. Good finally managed to stabilize himself. Otherwise, once Good fell to the ground, Mao Xiaomo and Chung Yao would not be able to save him. It's not a big problem if Good and Mu Yun die. But if this happens, the opponent can save them, which means there are 2 people living next door to CD. According to my experience, in this case, the 2 teams will interact with each other. It's so stuck that no one can get out. But there will be no problem in this way. Although CD's defense line is missing 1 person, it is still very stable. After the wave of battle just now, there will be no team coming to attack our CD warehouse. But the next thing Captain Mao Xiaomo needs to consider is how to evacuate these 2 warehouses,
Coach Jiangjin said worriedly. Chapter 59, Tragic Transfer.
Look at the next circle. Be ready to seal off the smoke and leave at any time. Damn Huang Mao. Can your car drive over there?
Mao Xiaomo was waiting for the safe zone to be refreshed, and was ready to seal off the smoke and leave at any time. Good got in the car and looked at the health of the 2 cars, shook his head and said,
only 1/3 of the blood.
With 1/3 of their health. If they were crossing the road, there would be no chance. But the key was that someone on the other side was staring at them.
Ready to go.
The blue circle was getting closer little by little. Mao Xiaomo didn't expect the destiny circle at all. They were on the edge of the circle. It was basically impossible to get the destiny circle. They just had to see how the circle was drawn. At the moment when the blue and white circles came into contact, Mao Xiaoma, Cheng Yao, and Gu threw the cigarettes in their hands free of charge. Now is the most critical time for the team. Every more smoke means more life. There are only 36 people left on the field. Most of them are in the urban area, and some are in the north. But this circle is outside the northern urban area in Port P. In other words, most of the teams on the field have to move.
We have to get there. There is no shelter on the shore. We are waiting to die.
Mao Xiaomo now has two options. One is to enter the circle from the shore. The other is to enter the circle from the city. Both ways of entering the circle are very dangerous. But if they want to win this game, they must enter the city. If you have a car, setting up a bunker on the shore is also a good choice. But this approach is too passive and completely leaves your fate in the hands of others and the safety zone.
Let's just wait until the smoke clears and go to the supermarket,
Mao Xiaomo directed. There are still a lot of houses in Port P. As long as you can move to the supermarket, let alone entering the circle, you can at least make the next move safely. The smoke dissipated very quickly. But as soon as the smoke dissipated, the firepower from the housing area in the city poured into the smoke. If you want to draw a prize, you are lucky to win.
Walk.
The three people tried to cross the road by using the smoke. But since the enemy could participate in CBL, it was definitely not a fuel-efficient lamp. And they shot wildly at their path. In the mouth of Gu's mouth, I was thinking that I hid me hiding or not. I was not directly in the smoke.
Don't save us! The smoke is about to clear.
Although Gu doesn't want to die, the current situation no longer allows Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao to rescue anymore. The enemy's firepower will definitely attack this way. Gu's death is a foregone conclusion. It was rare that Gu asked the team not to save them. But Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao successfully crossed the road without looking back.
I'll replenish blood.
Mao Xiaomo picked up the first aid kit and said to Cheng Yao. Inexplicably, Gu was knocked down directly. Mao Xiaomo also had residual blood. But Cheng Yao's body was not stained with blood, and no blood was lost, which made Gu very depressed.
Are there any more cigarettes? 2 more. It's closed. Let's rush to the safe zone.
The location of the supermarket can only be used as a springboard, because it is not in the safe zone and can only continue to the north. As soon as the two smoke dissipated, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao began to flee again. The poisonous circle also began to refresh. All the teams began to move. Gunfire crackled in the city. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao took advantage of the chaos and rushed forward.
Hey! Don't!
The characters controlled by Mao Xiaomo kept spewing out green blood and kept saying,
"Hey!"
The characters controlled by Mao Xiaomo kept jumping around. It didn't seem to be of much use. There were more than one team behind them to deal with them. Seeing a house in front of him, Mao Xiaomo jumped up.
When?
The enemy's deadly bullet was blocked by the pan behind Mao Xiaomo's, but blocked a fatal blow.
Holy shit! It's a divine pot.
Good and Muyun sighed. This scene almost made Mao Xiaomo laugh out loud. But looking at the bear's skull on his head, Mao Xiaomo suddenly didn't know what he was doing. What are you laughing at? The level 2 head, which was not very durable, was blown up on the road, revealing a head of hair.
Damn it! Wait until I get in the circle, and you won't get stuck.
Mao Xiaomo cursed secretly. But now the team behind them had no time to care about them. They could no longer protect themselves after hearing the gunshots. After the blood was drawn, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao finally found a location on the wall in the northern part of Port P and lay down. They successfully entered the circle, and the poisonous circle shrunk just in time. People outside the safe area kept falling to the ground, just like a large cemetery. 26 survived, and there were still many people who fell to the ground. The results of the CD team were no longer bad.
God's destiny. God! Your sister?
Mao Xiaomo yelled. And at the same time, all the students on the playground were helpless. How bad is CD's luck today? Another diagonal circle? This circle is already the farthest distance Mao Xiaomo, and the others have to move. It can be said that there is no circle more damning than this.
This circle is too awesome.
Good kept smacking his tongue. The circle has completely cleared Port P. The final safety zone is located near the road outside Port P. The north side of the road accounts for 20%. The south accounts for 80%.
Let them fight first. Let them fight first,
Mao Xiaomo said. Listening to the gunfire, that had not yet ended in Port P. Seeing the number of people dwindling one by one, Mao Xiaomo felt so happy. This circle had been punished by God. The attrition was really fierce. They were constantly beaten down and killed in the safe zone. And there were only 19 people left.
This circle is really going around us.
Cheng Yao also complained. With all their energy fully charged, Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were also ready to break out of the encirclement. At this moment, a thunderbolt was thrown from nowhere, which shocked Mao Xiaomo. If Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao hadn't hidden it, almost like a thunderbolt.
It seems they didn't bomb us.
Mao Xiaomo wiped the cold sweat from his head. The team on the west side of Port P had begun to move outside. Suddenly, there was loud gunfire on the hillside outside Port P, which was originally peaceful. And there was another wave of large-scale fighting.
Slope a team if we can. Hey. No. No. There's someone on my face.
Mao Xiaomo suddenly heard footsteps and immediately squatted down to check the angle of view. Just in time to see an enemy whirling on the opposite side of his wall. The two looked at each other and Mao Xiaomo immediately opened the mirror. But the person opposite also reacted quickly and shrank directly behind the wall. The two looked at each other across the wall.
There's one on the left.
The Scarl in Cheng Yao's hand swiped wildly into the smoke thrown by others on the left, directly knocking down a member of MMM. CD_King used Scarl to knock down MMM_12138.
Down! Down! And more.
Cheng Yao continued, then threw a thunder into the smoke, directly killing the enemy. At the same time, Mao Xiaomo and another MMM player finally came around an angle, finally exchanged fire. There were no mistakes in the shooting this time. Mao Xiaomo successfully knocked down the enemy with only one shot.
10 seconds to refresh the poison. Pay attention.
Mu Yun reminded. He has been eliminated. And there are only so many people who can help the team now.
You go. I'll help you fight.
Cheng Yao said to Mao Xiaomo without hesitation. Out of reluctance to leave Cheng Yao, Mao Xiaomo still hesitated for 0.2 seconds, and then rushed out, even forgetting to ask Cheng Yao for a helmet. Logically speaking, Cheng Yao should give the only helmet left in the team to Mao Xiaomo at this time. But she didn't think of it for a moment.
I ran away.
Mao Xiaomo said goodbye to Cheng Yao while running. As soon as he moved, the poison began to be refreshed. People in Xiqing district also exchanged fire with Cheng Yao. For a while, he had no energy to take care of Mao Xiaomo, who was running away. In TPP mode, after Mao Xiaomo kept looking at the hillside, he saw a scalp. It was obvious that the enemy on the opposite side was using the same method. Da-da-da, da-da-da. Mao Xiaomo used a very low angle and kept shooting with the quadruple mirror. Not to mention the effect. At least he already knew the enemy's position. While the enemy was retreating to prepare for a wave of repairs, Mao Xiaomo suddenly stepped forward, opened the quadruple scope, and launched another wave of fatal attacks on the enemy. The opponent's original intention was to retreat first. But when he retreated to normal, it was too late to react the moment he saw Mao Xiaomo. And he was knocked down without any resistance. Down again. CD_King used M416 to knock down YI_Mac. Where did this team come from? There was no movement at all. Mao Xiaomo kept neglecting. And when he defeated the second one, he found the last YI player hiding behind a tree not far away. With the gun tip exposed, the opponent was no longer close. And he wouldn't be able to pounce. He could win if he could hold on to this place.
Don't fight.
Mu Yun stared at Mao Xiaomo's screen and happened to see an opponent's back. With Mao Xiaomo's level, he would definitely be able to knock him down. But they could observe that the situation in the west is now 2 versus 2. If the balance on the battlefield is broken, Mao Xiaomo's position may be attacked by the enemy. In this case, waiting for the two teams to compete and benefiting yourself is the best choice. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. There was another round of firefight between the two sides. When Mao Xiaomo saw a person fell here, he immediately took care of it. And when he saw a person fell there, he immediately took care of it. If you don't fight, you won't fight. If you don't take the head, it will be in vain. Mao Xiaomo has reached 7 kills at this moment. The remaining 2 lone wolves also knew Mao Xiaomo's position and did not show their butts to him again. Moreover, due to the reverse slope, Mao Xiaomo did not know where the 2 people on the opposite side were. The gunshots didn't sound for a long time, and Mao Xiaomo began to pay attention to his surroundings. The 2 people probably circled and came up from his left or right. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. But Mao Xiaomo's position was the only one in the safe zone. As long as he held on to this position, he would win this round. The poison circle was refreshed, and Mao Xiaomo was stuck halfway up the slope. He saw the lone wolf on the right running away from the poison, and he raised his gun and started to fight. However, his opponent obviously knew Mao Xiaomo's position and fought back directly. Mao Xiaomo was shot in the face instantly, but the red dot M4 in his hand still held down firmly and killed his opponent. But he was also beaten to half health. CD_King used M416 to kill GH_Poa. Boom boom. The footsteps on the grass were very small, but Mao Xiaomo still heard them. The last lone wolf saw that the two people on the opposite side were fighting first, and directly touched him, trying to steal Mao Xiaomo's back. Mao Xiaomo didn't expect it, and neither did the last lone wolf. Mao Xiaomo didn't expect that the lone wolf on the opposite side would come up so quickly, without even giving him time to inject medicine. What the enemy thought was that the battle between these two people ended too quickly. Otherwise his position would be a sure win position. The two people saw each other at the same time, but Mao Xiaomo had just finished killing someone and closed the scene. You must know that people have an unconscious state of relaxation after killing people. Mao Xiaomo's reaction was still a beat slower than usual. In the flash of lightning, the gunshots of Mao Xiaomo and his opponent collided. Because Mao Xiaomo didn't react immediately, he didn't have time to pull the opponent's headshot line. Mao Xiaomo, who had no time to take cover, could only forcefully fight with his opponent. No matter how accurate Mao Xiaomo is, his opponent is still at the level of a university student team, so it is impossible for him to go anywhere. Moreover, Mao Xiaomo still has a bad level 2A. Due to various factors, the half-blooded Mao Xiaomo was killed almost immediately after contact. ZB_Lop used Scaril to kill CD_King. 2/20. 8 kills. I will definitely eat chicken next time. The final battle was too fast. From killing the first lone wolf to fighting against the second lone wolf, Mao Xiaomo still lost in the final showdown even though he did very well. Chapter 61 WoW Airdrop. Fortunately, the opponent is not a team. You can see that Mao Xiaomo is going to get stuck in a circle at this time. Stealing 2 heads means 12 points. Someone is coming up here and is about to hit me. Beautiful. This wave of pressure is perfect. Hey! A pity, but there's nothing we can do. These two teams sandwiched our CD, and in the end the ZB player was very decisive and didn't wait for these two teams finished. This one worked very well under the circle of divine punishment. But it's a pity that I didn't get the chicken in the end. Coach Jiangjin originally thought he was going to win the first place in Chengda CUEL, but he didn't expect to fall short in the end. ZB succeeded in winning 2 consecutive times. Judging from their actions just now, they are a very capable team. After secretly taking a look at the people in Team CD, Coach Jiangjin also breathed a sigh of relief. What he was most afraid of was that Team CD's confidence and morale would be hit again. But looking at their serious discussion, it seemed like he was overthinking it. Oh, what a pity. There's nothing I can do. I'm trapped. But I can catch up with this one by a lot. Well, we should have killed a lot of people. The students watching the game below also felt very sorry for this game. What happened in the game changed rapidly, and no one could say for sure. Mao Xiaomo's behavior of stepping forward and pressing the edge of the circle was definitely not a wrong behavior. In the end, he was double-teamed by both teams at the same time. It can only be said that there is nothing we can do. Mao Xiaomo rubbed his hands, a little regretful about the game just now. Although he was a lone wolf, his position was not bad in the end. Yet he could retreat a little and let the two people on the opposite side fight first. The situation might be slightly different, but there are no ifs in the game. How many heads do we have? Mao Xiaomo asked. 6. 3. 1. The remaining 3 people answered. 6 plus 3 plus 1 plus 8. A total of 18, which is quite a lot. This one should be able to kill a lot of points. Mao Xiaomo calculated the points and smiled with satisfaction. While the CD team was discussing, the points for the second round were immediately announced officially and put on the big screen on the stage by Coach Jiangjin. 1. ZB first game, 286 second game, 268 total score, 554. 2. YUI first game, 186 second game, 204 total score, 390. 3. AOT first game, 142nd game, 180 total score, 320. 4. UU first game, 204 second game, 104 total score 308. 4. CD first game, 0 second game, 308 total score 308. As soon as the standings came out, there were cheers after cheers. Although the number 1 CEL player in the Chengda PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds division has yet to arrive. But in the second qualifying game, he scored a high score of 308 points. ZB leads the chicken game by 40 points. All this is thanks to the 18 kills of the CD team. These 18 kills increased them by 108 points. Although the first round ended in a box without a single point. With its strong performance in the second round, the CD team successfully rose from the bottom to tied for 4th place. It can be said that it has caught up with the first group. However, the ZB team's strong 2 consecutive chickens still consolidated their first position, as long as they can perform stably in the next 2 games. A qualifying spot is already a certainty. 4th, Mao Xiaomo is not very sensitive to mathematics, but he was still slightly disappointed when he saw the 4th place. He originally thought he could reach 3rd or even 2nd place.
A handful is worth 2. Aren't you satisfied?
Seeing that Mao Xiaomo was not satisfied, Mu Yun said with a wry smile. In fact, the situation of the CD team has not changed much. Only the top 2 can appear in this qualifier. With only 2 games left, they, who are in 4th place, cannot make mistakes.
Get ready for the next round. If we can jump to City Z, we will go to City Z.
Mao Xiaomo knew not to care too much about the results. The 3rd round was also crucial.
Good. Okay. We can see that the 3rd round has started. It is the route from City Z on the upper left to Port N on the lower right. It can be said that there is a way to reach any place on the map. Let's see what choice CD will make. Hey, I still chose City Z. It seems that after discussion, I still feel that the early stage fight at the airport is a waste of time and a bit dangerous. Choosing Z City is a relatively conservative play, but CD's current situation cannot be compromised. Naturally, it is impossible to fight with that FG at the airport, although they have the ability to surely defeat FG. Who can say that in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds? Determined? Anyone there? Without. According to our previous strategy, Cheng Yao and Miyun went to Shangqing District to get a car, and then searched again. If there are many people, we would drive back, Mao Xiaomo said. They have played the Z City style many times, although there have been cases where team members were caught midway. With continuous progress and improvement, Mu Yun and Cheng Yao's detection awareness is now much better than before. But what they didn't expect in this game was that the FG team also gave up on the airport. This fat resource point. And no one went there. The entire airport was left with only fallen leaves blown away by the cold wind in December. Damn Huang Mao. Do you have a car over there? If there is no car, I will mark a spot for you. There is a jeep here. Mao Xiaomo and Gut searched Z City. There were enough vehicles around Z City. At least 2 large cars. No problem. Okay, I'll get it. After hearing this for 2 months, Gut no longer cares about it. Where's Cheng Yao? Do you have a car or anyone? Mao Xiaomo continued to ask for information about his teammates. There are not many people. There are people on the other side of the city and cars here. It's very safe. Mu Yun glanced at the enemy's information in the sky and said to Mao Xiaomo, there is no danger. They have a few minutes to search for resources at will. And this time is determined by the safe zone. They search for different times in different safe zones. As long as Mao Xiaomo orders the team to move, the CD will be transferred immediately. This basic tactical literacy can still be achieved. Hey, this circle is so exciting! Mao Xiaomo glanced at the circle and couldn't help but smile. What he fears most is that the safe zone is very far away. They need to move over a long distance. For a map of 80 people, the risk of long-distance transfer is too high. One person might be swept away. However, after passing through the circle of divine punishment in the second set, the circle in the third set was quite powerful. It was placed in the upper left corner of the map, centered on the upper city, and half of Z City was also inside the circle. The resources of Z City are still sufficient, especially when there are only 2 people searching. There is no problem. Logically speaking, Z City is more than enough to support 4 people. Search first. Let's not move in a hurry. We don't know which side to brush in this circle yet. The dead yellow hair has a level 2 header mark, Mao Xiaomo said, having just picked up a piece of level 3 armor. Mao Xiaomo found that his equipment was almost finished, and he had only searched a few houses. Level 1 armor. Level 3 armor. A fully equipped M16. 200 ammunition. Plus 4 times and 8 times. It can't be fatter. It feels like we need 3 people to search Z City. but it's too dangerous for people to pick up cars uptown. Well, there are still a lot of places I haven't searched here.
Everyone discussed the feasibility of a 3-person search in Z City, but ultimately rejected this plan. Seeing the plane flying by, Good subconsciously glanced at the plane. But with this death glare, the plane dropped an airdrop supply box.
I'm going. Airdrop. Airdrop.
Good said with a grin, and immediately drove to get it. Mao Xiaomo did not stop him. Taking airdrops during the game was an act with more risks than benefits. In fact, in the TPP mode, except for AWM and level 3 suits, the benefits of airdrops are not very big. You still have to die. The group will destroy the enemy, or the group will destroy the enemy. However, the AWM gun is an exception. This gun is too powerful. Not only can it instantly kill level 3 bosses to open up a gap for the team, the most important thing is that it can have very stable output even if it hits the body. But the airdrop hit him in the face, and it would be a bit too much not to take it. Besides, there is no one within 800 meters of them. This airdrop is absolutely safe, so Mao Xiaomo just let him go. Anyway, they all have to be handed in. Mao Xiaomo smiled conspiratorially. Chapter 62 AWM.
Oh my god! What kind of crappy airdrop is this?
After 30 seconds, curses from Good rang out in YY. However, airdrops are something that comes out of nothing. If you can pick up airdrops without danger, you will make money.
What the HL?
Mao Xiaomo asked. There was Mu Yun sitting between him and Good, so even if he wanted to peek at the screen, he couldn't.
AWM.
Good cried.
Are you drifting off? AWM still dislikes you? Also a cotton jacket and first aid kit.
This airdrop doesn't even have level 3 props. It doesn't even have a mirror. Mao Xiaomo doesn't know how many points to give it, but an AWM is worth 50 points.
It's okay. I have 8 times more. I'll give it to Chung Yao later.
Good knew he couldn't use the AWM, so he could only hold it secretly for a while.
Are you all short of things? If not, move on.
Mao Xiaomo took a look around and decided to grab some spots first. Otherwise they would waste their good spot.
Okay. We have a car here. You can mark the way, and we can go directly.
Mu Yun replied. This one of the CD team is different from the previous two. This one is not harassed by any team. And it also picks up an airdrop. It can be said that it is extremely comfortable.
Let's go to the center first. The next circle will be cleared soon. We'll grab some after the next circle is cleared.
It took some time for the 4 vehicles of the CD team to merge. During the merge, the safety zone was also slowly refreshed, with Mao Xiaomo deliberately controlling the speed. A very critical time point was finally stuck. The second safety zone is centered around S City and the shooting range.
I was beaten by City S. There seems to be someone at the shooting range.
As a Pathfinder, Mu Yun fulfilled his mission conscientiously. However, although he was beaten by several teams, he was not close to Mu Yun, so Mu Yun did not lose any blood after one round. But the car's health was low. 1/3.
Plane wreckage.
Mao Xiaomo's command was concise. But before they moved to the wreckage of the plane, they heard gunfire from the other side.
There are people over there. Let's listen on this slope. I see people.
Mao Xiaomo found a small slope with a slope and hid the car. The movement of this circle was very difficult. If he brushed it down, there would be no problem. They couldn't get the car down the mountain at all, so they had no choice but to protect the car.
See if you can steal it. Direction 200. Team 2 is fighting.
The 4 members of the CD team sneaked up the slope and saw 2 teams dealing damage to each other about 300 meters away. It would be a waste of life not to grab 2 heads at this time. Mao Xiaomo looked at a fallen enemy. He just fired a shot with his silenced M16 and jumped to kill him. He was also very lucky. He happened to encounter the fallen enemy with only 1 shot of health left.
Do you have many high-power scopes?
Good used a red dot AK to shoot people, but it was a bit difficult for him at a distance of 300 meters. No one was killed after so many shots were fired. It's a pity that there are only 2 high-power lenses in the team. 1.8x on Chung Yao's AWM, and 1.4x on Mao Xiaomo's M16.
180. 1 JK.
Mu Yun reported the information. It is very important to understand the opponent's information during the battle. As the free agent of the team, Mu Yun has always been in charge. Just after their round of output, 80 fell by 2 and JK fell 2, which can be regarded as breaking up the fight. 80, as the third place team in the overall score, has lost 2 people. There is a wolf in front and a tiger in the back. It is obviously unwise to fight here. Besides, they are a team that wants to qualify. So they simply slipped away to maintain a ranking. The remaining 2 people in JK saw Aodi slip away and retreated directly to the room area.
What's going on? Do you want to attack this room area? It's just 2 people.
Good asked. If we want to attack the room, this time 4 on 2 will have at least a 90% winning rate.
Attack! Wait! Someone is going to attack them.
Mao Xiaomo was just about to give the order to attack the room when he saw a group of people from afar driving 3 cars rushing over, preparing to attack JK's room area directly. This team was in full formation, and they were very decisive. They threw thunder directly into the room area. JK only had 2 people who could only hold the stairs. As for whether the thunder exploded or not, they had to leave it to fate.
These 2 teams are not good to eat. There are 2 main flat areas here, and the number of troops may be reduced. Let's not fight this way for now.
Mao Xiaomo judged the situation and commanded. At this time, gunshots also rang out in room 140 of the CD team. Someone even pointed at Mao Xiaomo from a distance and kept making bullet marks at Mao Xiaomo's feet. If you can't hear gunfire, it means it must be 500 meters away.
There is a team in the room 200 meters away. And then, there is a team further up the slope.
After saying that, he fired a few shots at the far point, which was regarded as a response. Whether he hit or not was another matter. Mao Xiaomo didn't want to shoot anyway. Medium. 500 meters. For X-scope 556 rifle. It is not realistic to hit someone. The 4 people stood on each side, guarding the top of the mountain, and the view was very broad.
There are people running on my side of the slope again, about 300 meters away.
As soon as Mu Yun finished speaking, he heard a muffled sound of AWM, and a running enemy fell to the ground. CD_King used AWM to knock out ZB_SF.
ZBs? How do you say? Do you want to be stuck?
Mu Yun glanced at the kill information and asked Mao Xiaomo. ZB completed 2 chickens in a row in the first 2 games. It can be said that the morale is high and it is well ahead. CD is over 200 points. Mao Xiaomo took a look at the terrain and said,
"Fight if you can. I guess we won't be stuck. Just hit as many as you can."
Good and Cheng Yao continued to fire, while Mao Xiaomo and Mu Yun observed the situation at other points. They were in the center of a safe zone and collected more information about other teams.
Down the slope on the left, there's a toilet. Someone wants to flush it.
Mu Yun didn't even have time to speak when he saw a motorcycle whizzing past him 50 meters away. No one was hit by the shuttle. There were only 2 people left in this team, and they wanted to flush the toilet directly. But what they didn't expect was that there was a full formation on the nearby slope.
Let's clear this group first.
Mao Xiaomo greeted Good and Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao raised his gun, and the other 3 rushed towards the toilet. Boom! CD_King used AWM to knock down FG_OW. The people of FG couldn't sit still and wait for death. When Mao Xiaomo and the others got closer, they would die. AW raised its head and prepared to fight back. Unexpectedly, the level 3 head was directly knocked away. AWM. The remaining person in FG only has 2 words in his mind. It's over. Especially when they saw clearly that the person who defeated them was the CD team. This time it was really over. After the brief confrontation in the previous game, they had basically figured out the general strength of this CD. All of them were fierce men. And they were the kind that couldn't be more fierce, hiding in a corner of the toilet and shivering. The last FG member held an S12K and guarded the door with the mentality of knocking down everyone he could. But the CD team will not give him such an opportunity. There is a fixed pattern for attacking such a small toilet, which was discovered by professional teams. Even if there are 100 people in it, you can kill them all. As the captain of the team, Mao Xiaomo must have had Good and the others practice. And the team is now very skilled in cooperating. Mu Yun directly broke the lower part of the toilet door, and Good threw a thunderbolt and at the moment, it was broken. Didn't even pull the bolt. After throwing away 3 people and 3 guns, they set them up directly at the door. The people inside were just desperate. The desperate S12K finally rushed out, but was shot to death by 3 guns without firing a single shot. Then destroy FG. The players of FG almost cried, based on their strength. Not to mention the top 2. It should not be a big problem to enter the top 5. After all, their personal strength is good. But they were defeated by the CD team in 2 consecutive games. It is really a problem. Hard to express.
If you need something, pick it up and return to your place after picking it up.
Mao Xiaomao didn't even pick up the bag and skipped back to the previous hillside. There were still a lot of things that could be observed on this hillside. At least they could see, is there anyone at the place I plan to go to? Woo woo woo. One wave came after another. As soon as Mao Xiaomao returned to his position, another group of people parked about 200 meters away from them. Several people got off without seeing clearly.
Come back quickly. Someone stopped here, and a few people are not sure. Pour down that stone at the bottom of the slope.
Chapter 63, Instant Kill ZB. Mao Xiaomao's continuous M16 bursts directly knocked down the enemy, who was half exposed next to the stone. And he immediately made up for it. The following group of people seemed to be beaten again by many teams. And there was no room for them. Cheng Yao's blood suddenly dropped sharply in the team list. And Mao Xiaomao was frightened and said quickly,
Hide! Hide! Don't die! Well, it's okay.
Cheng Yao felt Mao Xiaomao closing the door and responded. The AWM shot just now could have hit the end. But the enemy finally moved and the shot was empty, and was shot twice by another enemy.
And a car. Let it go first. Don't provoke too many people.
Because the third circle was refreshed. Mao Xiaomao and the others have become the only place they must pass to enter the circle. Many teams drive past them 100 or 200 meters away. But they can no longer handle the people here. No time to clean the car anymore. Ta 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 ta. People in the housing area also discovered CD and stole one of Mu Yun's sides. However, he made a mistake in his shooting skills and was not killed directly. Mu Yun fired a few shots after taking the medicine. But there were people in front and behind. And CD obviously couldn't handle it. Coming.
We must clear out the team down the slope first. Fill it with thunder. And seal 2 cigarettes in the room area.
Mao Xiaomao's command was very fast. They were on the edge of the circle. There were too many teams. If you were not careful, someone would die. It was like dancing in a minefield. A few thunderbolts poured down. And the last 2 people down the slope were not killed. Instead, another group of people came behind them. Most of the teams wanted to go up the mountain. And now they were in a melee.
They were beaten. Let's go first. Go quickly and get into the center of the circle. Mu Yun, find your place.
Mao Xiaomao yelled. The opportunity was fleeting. Although there were many heads down the slope. Saving his life was the most important thing. The 4th circle was still on the left side of the shooting range, which was also a mountainous area. But Mao Xiaomao didn't know if he could enter the circle. After all, 2 teams had already rushed through in advance. The 4 people got into the car instantly and started to move. After driving a few steps, the people in the housing area relentlessly shot at them. They were actually hit several times under the intensive attack.
This group of people is so annoying.
Mu Yun cursed. This group of people are really like flies. He occupies a good position and refuses to leave. But he just comes to harass them.
This is a high slope. But there are probably people there. So let's go around first.
Mao Xiaomao marked a point, which is the highest slope in the mountain. But there must be people at this time. And there are 48 people on the field. I was very lucky in the transfer of CD this time. I didn't encounter any other team. I found a concave slope near a circle to stop and fix my wave.
There are people at the shooting range,
Cheng Yao said, and fired another AWM shot. But did not hit the opponent.
Don't hit that one. It's a bit far. Go downhill first. This position will be touched.
Mao Xiaomao saw that everyone had taken the medicine and drove directly to the center of the circle for 2 steps. One person found a tree and used the frame of his car to build a tree bunker. However, this position is not very good. If you are unlucky, you will be beaten by people around you. However, there is not much room for the CD team to choose. This position is relatively safe for the time being.
There are people there. And there are people on the left slope as well. And there's a car behind.
While Mao Xiaomao was talking, another car drove in from outside the circle. CD's gun line was pulled very wide. And the 4 of them focused their fire to directly blow up the car, leaving no room for the opponent to operate. However, this person seemed to be just a scout. The teammates behind him drove around CD. And there was nothing that CD could do if he wanted to.
My position is not good.
Cheng Yao frowned as she kept getting hit by people at the shooting range.
Come here. I have another stone.
Mao Xiaomao greeted Cheng Yao. Although his position was not very good, at least he would not be targeted by people at the shooting range. Cheng Yao drove over and lay down to draw blood. After drawing blood, she shot the enemy with an AWM shot. CD_King used AWM to knock down BJ_ZA with a headshot. Looking at Cheng Yao's indifferent eyes, Mao Xiaomo couldn't help but mourn for his opponent. It's not good to offend anyone, especially a woman. After the wave of car sweeps just now, the teams entering the circle from behind all made a big circle and didn't know which way to enter. But they all bypassed CD, which also gave CD some breathing space.
You still have to move.
The new safe zone was painted again, and Mao Xiaomo almost overturned the table. Today's safe zone was sincerely against them.
Drive directly to the small pit under the shooting range. The car must be set up. Otherwise it will be stolen by people on the mountain.
This pit CD comes often during training matches, and the tactics are very familiar. Rushing uphill to downhill. CD's 4 cars were very fast. Although some people tried to sweep them away, they couldn't beat them down. They saw CD rushing down the concave slope. Mao Xiaomo had been watching this concave slope before when he was on the mountain, and he made sure that no one dared to let the team move.
There is someone in toilet 255.
As soon as Mao Xiaomo parked his car, an enemy behind the 255 toilet shot at him. But Mao Xiaomo was not a gas-efficient person and immediately fought back. As a result, both of them were shot twice, and they both retreated. People from all directions were playing CDs, except for the car in front of Mao Xiaomo. The remaining cars could no longer be driven. Either they were smoking or their tires had been removed.
There are 4 on the side of the toilet, 3 on the left side of the tree, and 1 inside the toilet,
Mu Yun said.
It's okay. They are going to move if they are not in the circle. Once this area is cleared, we can fight.
Mao Xiaomo glanced at the circle. They were still at the edge of the circle. There should be only about 3 teams down the slope now. As long as the person on the right side of direction 255 is blocked, they can concentrate on dealing with the enemy in front of them. The team in the toilet also knew that something was wrong, so they laid out cigarettes and prepared to escape. But the 4 CDs were watching and did not give them any chance. Their tires had been removed by Mao Xiaomo a long time ago. Now they can only walk if they want to go. But walking around in front of CD's nose is really too much to think about. Although the smoke cover allowed them to survive for a few seconds, they were still cleared by CD. Although CD was not in the shooting position, it was still in the shooting position. There was a melee between more than 30 people on the mountain, and the number of people continued to drop. Because of the wave of supplies, everyone had a double scope in their hands. No matter how far away they were, they still had to hit them when they saw them. Anyway, they had enough bullets.
Mu Yun, can you pull forward a little bit? Okay.
But just when Mu Yun got into the car and was about to walk a little further, gunshots suddenly rang out from behind, and he was swept out of the car. Mu Yun also shouted in YY.
2 people climbed up from the air raid shelter.
Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were close, so they turned back to clear out the people. However, the 2 people on the opposite side obviously had the mentality of killing each one, and they directly blew up the car and killed Mu Yun. ZB_Lop detonated the vehicle and killed CD_Kakarot. ZBs? Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao were spread out on the left and right, and there was Good holding a gun in front of them. These 2 ZB players could only try to open the gap with their personal strength. Almost at the same time, Team ZB's Lop and Fank got into a fight with Mao Xiaomo Cheng Yao. Both sides knew the position of the opponent. It was almost a duel under the same environment, and the battle was all about reaction and movement. At such a close distance, reaction is everything. With just one meeting, Lop and Fank were both knocked down. CD_King used Scarl to kill ZB_Lop. CD_King used M16A4 to kill ZB_Fank. In the duel of personal strength, ZB was completely defeated. Chapter 64 Mountain Warfare.
Here is the level 3 head.
Mao Xiaomo put on some new armor. As for this brand new level 3 head, it was always for the team sniper Cheng Yao. Cheng Yao was not polite. After taking the level 3 head, he and Good worked together to deal with the poison running team on the mountain. All the resources in the 3 bags were eaten by Mao Xiaomo Cheng Yao. In addition to the deficiencies in their defense, their equipment also had all kinds of medicines and multipliers. This was another wave of conditions that allowed them to fully utilize their strength.
Hey, there is another group of people outside the wall of the shooting range. They are the group of people who just shot Cheng Yao's AWM headshot. Remember to take a look.
Good was at the front, and a sudden headshot from the opposite side made him discover this information. However, this team really knows how to behave. They were having so much fun playing outside. But this team was lying on the wall motionless. Even the CD team wouldn't have noticed it if they hadn't jumped up.
Press it down. You can't go down the slope.
The position of that team is exactly in the middle of the circle. But the wall is so high that it cannot be used as a good bunker. So the CD side was not attacked by the enemy. Mao Xiaomao drove the only moving car forward and found a reverse slope, which was just out of reach of the people surrounding the wall. The number of survivors is constantly decreasing. There are no bunkers in this circle. And there are too many teams on the mountain. So the number of people is decreasing very quickly.
There's one behind the blue car on the slope. Direction 200. Running. 2. There was a man behind the tree I shot.
It's time for target practice that the CD team is familiar with. Although their location is not very good. The teams up and down the slopes pose no threat to them. The team on the slope was tired of entering the circle to find a position. And the team down the slope just couldn't hit them. The remaining 3 CDs had enough supplies and opened fire when they could. However, the distance was quite far. About 400 meters or more. Even the CD team members cannot guarantee the accuracy. Although the group of people surrounding the wall were in the middle. They were still on the bottom of a slope. They were constantly being attacked by people on the slope. In desperation, they could only seal the smoke at their feet. They couldn't move, so they could only hang out for a while. Mao Xiaomao saw a Voldemort. He shot twice, and was shot twice in return. Mao Xiaomao knew that he could not fall at this time. So he retreated back to the slope to spray medicine instead of blindly fighting with his opponent. The circle refreshed again. This time on the opposite corner of Team CD.
Another divine punishment?
Everyone was helpless. In these 2 games, the CD team had been running away with poison. Fortunately, no one had time to take care of them, which was a blessing among misfortunes.
How to fight?
Good asked. They have to go up the mountain in this circle. But they only have 1 car now. If they forcefully rush into the circle, they will definitely be blown away.
Cheng Yao gives you the car. Pull to the right and help us set up the gun.
Good. The only car was given to Cheng Yao, who has the most powerful weapon AWM in PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. Only she can complete this task. And if there is a car, Cheng Yao can wait for them to enter the circle before driving into the circle, provided that the tires are not removed. While Cheng Yao was pulling the gun line, Good and Mao Xiaomao had been helping her suppress the people on the mountain. There was a plane below the slope, and a car rushing out would definitely be attacked by many people. He pulled her all the way to the right circle. Fortunately, although she was maimed, Cheng Yao still survived. She parked her car and got off the car, lying on the ground to spray medicine. In one go. In the smoke-filled finals, the most powerful person came from the outermost circle, a threatening sniper. Because of Cheng Yao's arrival, almost all teams on the slope had to move their positions. This is the importance of the gun line. Because of this small movement, the team that was originally in the safe area exposed major or minor flaws. Suddenly, fierce gunfire rang out on the calm mountain. And Cheng Yao's AWM was also mixed in the gunfire.
Walk.
Mao Xiaomao had already sealed the cigarette in advance, and was waiting for this moment. The next step was the mountain battle. In order to successfully stick to the foot of the mountain, Mao Xiaomao and Good took 2 steps and threw a cigarette, forcing themselves into safety within the area. But the danger is that there is no bunker in their position. As soon as the smoke clears, they will be a living target. Boom! CD_King used AWM to knock down JHG_Jock with a headshot.
Beautiful. In the circle, we rushed this team.
Mao Xiaomao was worried that there was no breakthrough. Cheng Yao's shot opened the gap. Just as the poisonous circle began to refresh, Mao Xiaomao, Cheng Yao, and 3 people rushed towards the top of the JHG mountain from 2 directions. JHG was also a remnant team. There were only 2 people on the edge of the circle. After one of them was knocked down first, they had no ability to resist. They were directly beaten to death by Good and Mao Xiaomao. Cheng Yao's truck came in and set up another perfect bunker. This half of the circle was already very clean after a round of cleaning by the CD team. The circle on the other side became lively again due to the addition of the team on the shooting range wall. Instead, CD, who was originally in a very poor position, hummed a tune and observed the death information of the team in the upper right corner.
Let's go! Huang Mao, and we press forward.
Mao Xiaomao and Good took this opportunity to rush forward and prepare for the next circle. The larger the range they control, the greater the chance of being able to stay in the circle. Fortunately, there were more bunkers on the mountain. Although they were shot twice, it was harmless. The 2 of them still pressed a certain distance into the circle, with Cheng Yao helping them set up the guns. They only had to occupy their position and wait for the circle to clear up. 18 survived. 15 survived. The space on the mountain is already very small, and there are teams that want to make a big circle and rush to the CD side of the circle, but they are beaten away. In the end, no one knows which team blows up the car, killing 3 people in the car immediately.
There is no one down the slope. The rest should be on the opposite side and on the slope.
Mao Xiaomao listened to the sound of gunfire and judged the situation. It should be a 3-legged situation now, with at least 2 or 3 full formations, depending on which way the circle was moved. However, the area controlled by CD is the widest now, which is also the most beneficial to them. This circle did not favor any team, and was placed in the center of the blue circle. In this circle now, the only one in the circle is good. Even Mao Xiaomao is not in the circle. He needs to take 2 steps forward. But Mao Xiaomao is not in a hurry at all. There are really too few bunkers in front. Whether it is the movement of the opposite team or the movement of the team on the slope, there will be big flaws. As long as good is in the circle, it doesn't matter whether he can get in or not.
We're going to run out of poison on the slope right now. So change the rifle.
The target shooting ability of a rifle is much better than that of a sniper rifle. Even if a sniper rifle is an AWM, 1 shot is enough for 4 or 5 clicks of the rifle. You can clearly see which one is better at a glance. Cheng Yao understood what her mission was. In her position, if there was a chance, it would be the best. If she couldn't get into the circle, there was no need to force it. If the opponent charged at Mao Xiaomao and good, she would have to complete a side attack. Mao Xiaomao threw a cigarette at his feet. In TPP mode, he looked at things other than the cigarette from a third-person perspective, and ensured that it would not be dropped immediately by the opponent. Boom! 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 The time was getting shorter and shorter. The people on the slope knew the location of the CD and kept throwing thunder downwards. Mao Xiaomao, who was in the smoke, could not escape this disaster and was directly blown down. PE_765 used frag grenade Dan to knock down CD_King. Chapter 65. 2 chicken butts in a row.
It's okay to hold on.
From his own perspective, Mao Xiaomao saw that the team on the slope had become reckless, and he quickly asked Cheng Yao and Good to stop them. With the crossfire from both sides, the other side might not be able to break down their defense line. The PE team is still a little anxious. If they continue to throw thunder and blow up Good, the situation will be completely different. In that case, they can openly occupy Good's position on the edge of the circle and backhand Cheng Yao. The game can at least be in the top 3. But when Mao Xiaomao fell down, the PE team, knowing that CD was dissatisfied, pounced on him. They overestimated themselves, but also underestimated Cheng Yao and Good. Cheng Yao's 8x Scarl was very smooth and knocked down one of them with 4 shots. Good also took advantage of PE being attracted by Cheng Yao's firepower. For a moment, he leaned directly over the AK and clicked wildly. CD_King used Scarl to knock out PE_L. CD_King used Scarl to knock down PE_765. CD_King used Scarl to knock out PE_Joan. He was directly knocked down by Cheng Yao, who was far away. But the poisonous circle also began to refresh, and the electric grid hit Cheng Yao's body, and he continued to lose blood. This is already the 5th poison, and I can't afford it. But the last member of PE on the opposite side found a good position and couldn't handle it for a while. He couldn't move, and neither could Cheng Yao. Mao Xiaomao had no doubt that as soon as Cheng Yao got on the car, the firepower from the opposite side would be over. It will pour on her body, and as long as she is shot, she will die.
Drive down the slope.
Mao Xiaomao's command was in place immediately. But, almost at the same time that Cheng Yao got into the car, the bullet from the opposite side hit Cheng Yao's level 3 head. It's too late to spray medicine, so I could only forcefully rush into the circle.
Good.
Stand up. Before Mao Xiaomao finished speaking, Cheng Yao was knocked down from the high-speed moving vehicle. Although Good's gun arrived immediately, it still failed to save Cheng Yao. PE_I used M16 A4 to knock down CD_King. CD_Godric used AKM to kill PE_I. After Cheng Yao was beaten down, there was nothing he could do. He lost blood 1 by 1 and fell outside the safe zone in 3 seconds. The expressions of everyone in CD were also a little solemn. There is a huge gap between what 2 people can do and what 1 person can do. If 2 people work well together, they can definitely use a lot of coordination and tactics. The most important thing is the opening of the gun line. 2 people can pull the gun line, but 1 person cannot. This is the difference. At the same time that the battle on the CD side ended, the battle on the other side of the circle also ended. The gunfire stopped, and the number of survivors on the field became 5.
It can't be a whole team,
Good muttered. In the mountain battle, he could be declared dead as soon as the gun line was pulled from the opposite side. There was no 1v4 condition at all. It is self-evident that one person plays against one team. But if the opponent is an offline or online team, then the difficulty will be even higher. The well-known 1v4 classic scenes. The 1v4 team annihilated HX in the 17 show garage. The 1v4 team annihilated KZ at the foot of Linshu Mountain. And the 1v4 team annihilated OMG in the Tour of Training match. These classic scenes all have a very fatal condition. That's the terrain. To put it simply, there is room to play. The team destruction of HX, KZ, and OMG is, first of all, too careless. Secondly, the opponent has too much room to play. There is a lot of room for operation. As long as the technology is good, anything can happen. But this is mountainous terrain. There were so many bunkers that even if the enemy shuttled through them, Good didn't expect to be able to kill them instantly, let alone a full formation on the opposite side. Seeing 4 people holding Good peacefully on the opposite side, everyone knew that there was a full formation on the opposite side. At this stage of the fight, Mao Xiaomo also shook his head with a wry smile. They really couldn't eat the CD chicken in a long time. Giving up is not CD's style. In order to prevent his opponent from opening the line of fire, Good directly picked up the SKS in his hand and pushed forward. The further forward he pushed, the less space he gave his opponent. Good's body skills and reflexes were all top-notch among college students. When he saw someone trying to target, SKS shot him back. But 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. Even if he took 2 steps forward, Good could only watch helplessly as the enemy pulled the gun lines to the left and right. As soon as he appeared, he shot accurately with 2 rifles. Even ordinary players can do this kind of positioning of guns that knows the opponent's position, let alone the school team of college students, each of whom is the best in their respective schools. BJK_Wang Yi used Car 98K to kill CD_Godric with a headshot. Good shook his head. His movements were already very fast. In order to prevent the gun line from being pulled by the left and right sides, he could only risk his head to shoot. But as soon as he popped his head, a 98K shot blew his helmet off. 2/20. I will definitely eat chicken next time.
Damn it!
Good slammed the table. This game was really frustrating. From the beginning to the end, he basically moved passively, killing people when he encountered them, and running away after poisoning.
It's okay. It's okay. This one has a lot of points. The next one will be a little better.
Mao Xiaomo calculated their approximate points. If nothing else, it should be quite a lot. At least they can rise to around 2nd place. As long as you maintain a good ranking in the last round, you will definitely qualify. However, 2 consecutive 2nd place games made Team CD fans a little depressed. It's not that they're disappointed. They're just depressed. It's the feeling that the team obviously has strong strength, but can't show it. Kobe once said, the 2nd place is the biggest loser. In the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, 2nd place cannot be considered a loser. But there will definitely be feelings of displeasure. Depend on.
I really don't believe it.
The 4 members of the CD team were all holding their breath. They were a team that aspired to win the championship. But they couldn't get enough of the first 3 games in the first round of qualifiers? Logically speaking, the intensity of this first round of qualifiers should be the lowest. But the right time and place were not available to them, either because of the God's punishment circle, because of poor terrain, or because of the transfer of people who were knocked out. 2 memorized.
Let's talk about it after we get back. Let's play the last game first, which is City Z. Let's be more careful and maintain our ranking without any surprises. As the captain and conductor, Mao Xiaomo still failed to do a lot of things. James, the world's top PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds player and SSS Liquid player rated by TPJ, said that when you complain about poor circle brushing, you have to think about why you are in that position. The words of one of the strongest players in the world have always been recognized by everyone. But the specific review will have to wait until after this round. After all, no matter how strong you are, no matter how powerful you are, if you can't get out of the line, it's still meaningless. Just as CD was about to enter the final host game, the standings for the first 3 rounds were finally out. Chapter 66. You must obey the command. 1. ZB first game, 286 second game, 268 third game, 45 total points, 599. 2. CD first game, 0 second game,
308 third game 284 total score, 592. 3. YUI, first game, 186 second game, 204 third game, 122 total score, 512. 4. 80 first game, 140 second game, 180 third game, 108 total score, 424. 5. PE first game, 30 second game, 66 third game 304 total score 400. After the third game of the first round of the qualifiers, the CD team has caught up with the second place and is only 7 points away from the first place. But this is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, and anything can happen. Under normal circumstances, the hope of the 4th place AOT and 5th place PE in the rankings to advance is already very slim. They must meet several conditions to win. While you are fighting for your own chicken, you must ensure that 2 of the 3 teams YUI, ZB, and CD are not ranked high, and one of ZB and CD must overturn. You can imagine how difficult it is. Now we mainly focus on the top 3 teams in the rankings: ZB, CD and YUI. YUI is 80 points away from the second place CD. But if the last one can successfully win the chicken, based on the calculation of about 300 points, both ZB and CD must score more than 220 points. It can be said that if you are not careful, you will fall into the abyss. How hard is it to get 220 points? The points for second place are only 200 points. It can be said with certainty that as long as YUI wins the chicken, they will be able to appear. And only by winning the chicken can they qualify. All Changda students looked at the rankings and felt their hearts twitching. The 4 qualifiers were too unexpected.
The last one, we fell into the Water City,
Mao Xiaomo said slowly, as he watched the number of hosts in the last group increase.
Water City?
Good and Muyun looked at Mao Xiaomo in disbelief. Didn't they say that this tactic was not urgent to be used? It would be studied by other teams in the Jiangsu division.
Why don't we continue to settle in Z City? Z City is fatter than Shuicheng.
Good asked. He wanted to settle in Z City, which would at least guarantee them a wealth of materials. The supplies in Shuicheng depended on their reputation. Sometimes they were passable, but sometimes they were a bit poor for a team of 4. Muyun thought about the meaning of Mao Xiaomo's move, but still didn't understand. It was Cheng Yao who woke him up.
Afraid of being targeted?
That's right. Mao Xiaomo nodded and said,
Have you seen the information of these 20 teams?
Everyone nodded. And Good said,
I saw it. And here it is. Still on display. Take a look at the current point situation. What's wrong? We're second. We'll qualify if we hold on.
Good asked stupidly. Not thinking clearly, Mao Xiaomo patiently explained to his teammates.
In addition to us and ZB, the only teams that have a chance to qualify now are the 3 teams ranked 3 to 5. Yui, AT and PE. If you were the commander of AT and PE, what would you do in this situation where you may not be able to qualify even if you win?
Mao Xiaomo asked in return. Muyun is not stupid either. Mao Xiaomo understood it instantly.
I know. AT and PE will definitely choose to fight us or ZB. As long as they lose a team and let this team's score drop and take the chicken themselves, they can win.
Good shuddered. He was a little scared when Muyun said this. If they had just lost, they would have gone home. Even Good knows that in this situation, even if there is a 90% chance of winning, you can't give up. What if you lose just 10% of the time? The first set is the best example.
That's not right. If they want to fight, they should also find ZB. Our team's reputation outside is probably better than that of ZB.
Good said again. What he said is also true. But Mao Xiaomo took the team information in his hand, throwing it on his desk. There happened to be information about the ZB team. Good thought there were some professional players, and carefully studied the team information. Even Muyun doesn't quite understand this problem. If he were the captain of AD and PE, he would definitely join the same team. But no matter what choice he made, he should join the weaker ZB instead of their CD.
Look at where they land,
Mao Xiaomo reminded. ZB. Common landing points, Shanqing District. Xiaoqing District. Cheng Yao continued.
It's hard to find ZB people in these 2 places. I have to be trapped in a lot of teams. I can't get out. But our CD is different.
CD. Common landing points, Z City. Airport.
The Z City and the airport we went to are not big. It is basically a life or death battle. If AT and PE are not stupid, they will definitely come to fight us,
Mao Xiaomo added.
And the third one is YI.
Good and Muyun felt like fools in front of Mao Xiaomo, and their faces turned a little red. But they persisted and asked,
"What's wrong with Yui? They can make a comeback as long as they eat chicken." "That's true. But what do you think is the probability of Yui winning the chicken?"
Mao Xiaomao said. Mu Yun thought for a while and said uncertainly,
"Anyone can eat chicken. It's hard to say."
Mao Xiaomao nodded.
"Yes. It's just hard to say. The limitations of the chicken game are too small. It can be said that the second place is a failure. But what if they wipe out our group?"
Good counted the scores with his fingers. But Cheng Yao said,
"If our team is wiped out, they only need to close the 80-point difference with us to qualify. This score is too easy for them. It depends on the decision of Yui's command. But we don't have to think about it. We are firmly avoiding battle. Apart from Z City and the airport, the only thing we are skilled in is the Water City tactic. We have to use it."
Good's head was so dizzy when Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao talked about it. There were so many points, rankings, and he had so many skills. He really had it all. And he couldn't have imagined it at all. This kind of aggressive style of play also appears in professional games. It usually occurs in the last few rounds of the game when you need to chase points. If you are killed in advance, the probability of winning will be greatly increased. And you will not lose anything if you lose. Anyway, it would be difficult to qualify if you play normally. The fourth and final round has opportunities for the top 5 teams. Even the CD team, which is in second place, is still fighting against the odds. Even if they get into the top 5, they may be eliminated. Only the top 3 are relatively safe.
This one. You must obey the command.
Chapter 67, Points taken at the speed of light.
This one. You must obey the command.
Mao Xiaomao said seriously that in the last game where there is no room for error, when to fight and when not to fight is a very critical factor. In normal fights, 90% of fights can be won. In this case, avoid it as much as possible. Once a battle is decided, it must be resolved quickly. Otherwise the kill information will be displayed and other teams will definitely be targeted. Even those teams that have been out of line can come and join in. So this one must obey the command. If you are not careful, the CD team will face an irreversible situation.
Learn. Good.
Mu Yun and Cheng Yao all said seriously. Especially Good. He also knew what this meant if his mistake led to the team's defeat. He couldn't bear this pressure. Mao Xiaomao is the absolute brains of this team. His normal command is enough to be appealing. But it is not enough. During normal game training, sometimes they hit people when they see them without thinking about anything deeper. But this one is different. What Mao Xiaomao wants is the absolute obedience of the team and military-like actions. Mao Xiaomao can only shoot when he says to fight. The fourth one, under the gaze of thousands of Changdao audience, slowly opened the curtain. Although Coach Jiangjun didn't think as much as Mao Xiaomao and the others thought, he also knew that he couldn't afford to lose this one. And he had to at least get the first few points before he could control the qualifying situation in his own hands.
Okay, let's look at the route now. From north to south. From City S to the airport. Will CD choose City Z? If you don't jump immediately, you should choose the airport. If that's the case, it's a bit unwise to be honest. Water City. We chose Water City. No team would have thought of this. We chose Water City to avoid the CD battle. Coach Jiangjun was a little nervous when he saw that the team did not jump to City Z. But what happened next made him relieved. CD dropped in Shuicheng. What was interesting about this game was that AOT and PE had been paying attention to the movements on the plane. But no one was flying off the plane at the first time. The two teams knew that CD did not jump to Z City. As a result, AD and PE landed at the airport at the same time. On the plane. I always thought that the opposite team was CD. So I clenched my fists fiercely. Mao Xiaomao had no time to care about other people. Since they chose Shuicheng in this round, it meant that they had to grab points in this round. So they had to have a car. After this change, I won't be too arrogant anymore. Mu Yun and Good, the 3 of us are going to get cars. We must get 2 cars. Mao Xiaomao said seriously. Their purpose in this game is to avoid battles and grab points. Vehicles are a very critical factor. There are several vehicle farming points in Shuicheng. Controlling the vehicle as soon as possible is the first step for CD. Yes! Cheng Yao flew directly to the outskirts of Shuicheng to ensure that he would get the gun as soon as possible and then provide support to the team. On this route, the team going to the upper and lower urban areas of G-Port would very likely come here to pick up the car. Can I get it? Mao Xiaomao just rode a motorcycle on the side of the road and headed toward Shuicheng.
Although there were people from other teams on the road, the success rate of hitting people was low, and it was easy to be hit by people from our city with guns. Beat him wildly. Good successfully occupied the garage building. There was a yellow car inside. Although it was a bit shabby, it was still the most basic car.
Search first and transfer immediately.
As soon as Mao Xiaomo parked the car, he immediately started searching. For the last one, they didn't have to guarantee how fat they were or how many bullets they had, as long as they had enough. Good search the wild area. And the water city was divided up by the remaining 3 people. Mu Yun, who originally went to the ruins, was also pulled back by Mao Xiaomo. It was a waste of time to go back and forth to that place. Besides, even if there are 3 people in a water city, it would be difficult in a short time. I couldn't find everything inside. The safe zone was refreshed. This white circle was painted in the upper center of the map, with the school as the center, going up to the outside of S City and down to the outside of P City. It is a circle that must be grabbed. There are not many in this circle. In a large-scale mountainous area, the several housing areas in the middle are very good defensive positions.
Mu Yun, Huang Mao, take advantage of the wild area in the garage outside the school.
Not long after the circle was refreshed, Mao Xiaomo had already asked Mu Yun and Gu to occupy the small wild area with a garage next to the school. Just as Gu was about to ask something, he remembered what Mao Xiaomo said before. This one. You must obey the command.
I got it. Let's drive the motorcycle. And I'll drive the car over. You two will drive the car later.
Gu honestly left the car with Cheng Yao, Mao Xiaomo, and immediately followed Mu Yun. You know, he only has a level 1 head and level 1 armor, an AKM with a machine sight, and 60 rounds of ammunition. From playing PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds to now, he has never played such a miserable game. Mu Yun is not much better, with a level 2 head and level 1 armor, a red dot M16, and 50 rounds of ammunition. There are a lot of people in the school area. The known situation includes the first team from the school district building and the 2 teams from our city. What is unknown is that there are a few lone wolves stranded without cars. If Mu Yun were to occupy a point alone, if he was rushed, not only would he lose a teammate, but he would also lose an excellent position. This small wild area, except for a small slope of the mountain behind it, is surrounded by plains on the other 3 sides. It is very easy to defend, which is also the reason why Mao Xiaomo wants to occupy this wild area. In TPP mode, defense always has an advantage over offense. Mu Yungu and Mu Yungu were guarding each other. Even if a team charged, they would not fall to the ground immediately. Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao, who were not far away, could also provide support.
What gun? AK-16. I got it. I'll help you bring the bullets.
Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao searched for 7 minutes and searched the entire water city before driving to meet up with Mu Yungu. During this period, there were also teams who wanted to come and occupy some spots in advance. However, with Gu Muyun's 2 guns, he could easily scare away the team that wanted to occupy the points. So there was no danger at all. Everything about Shuicheng is good, but there is no magnifying glass. This is still different from Z City.
Here, M4. Give me 16.
Mao Xiaomo took off his M4 and exchanged it with Mu Yun's M16. Because of the AK user good, the CD team could distribute bullets more freely. Do all foreigners like to play AK? Mao Xiaomo once thought about this question. All the 7.62 bullets were given to Good, allowing him to immediately have more than 200 rounds of ammunition in reserve. If the 556 bullets were divided among 3 people, it would be enough. Everyone would have more than 180 rounds of ammunition in reserve. Judging from the information in the upper right corner, AT and PE had already started fighting at the airport. Although 81, it also paid the price of 2 team members. It can be said that this battle was meaningless, because the main CD they wanted to catch didn't end up here at all. There was no movement from YUI in 3rd place and ZB in 1st place. In the last round, all teams were extremely cautious, and the number of survivors in the upper right corner basically did not drop much. After the first circle was completed, only 6 people died. Even the teams that have been eliminated early want to take advantage of the opportunity to save the situation. Chapter 68, CDE vs. YUI. In the housing area, unless there are enough bullets, the team will just chase away the team that wants to rush into the house, and only take a few shots at the passing vehicles. It's best if you can kill him. Even if you can't kill him, you can't waste bullets. In their housing area, Even if people are swept down on the road, they don't dare to pick up bags. They are surrounded by plain roads, and there are many teams looking at them eagerly. No one is so too, unless it's at the end of its rope. Second circle. The third circle. CD is very calm. The whole team plays the game in an orderly manner under the command of Mao Xiaomao. When a car comes within 200 meters, it will start shooting. This burst shot is a burst shot that guarantees accuracy, not a blind sweep. After all, the head score is the small head, and the ranking score is the big head. They had been playing conservatively, and only managed to get 3 CDs out of the 8.9 kills they originally had. But what they got was still plenty of ammunition. The first 3 circles were all done quite well. But in the 4th circle, the CD room area was painted right on the edge of the circle. After successfully avoiding the battle for 3 circles, Mao Xiaomao successfully sent the team to this position. No one can say what will happen next. There may be a whole team rushing towards their room in the next second. However, this possibility is too low after all. The room area for CD is of little significance. The meaning of the room area is to avoid fighting and target shooting. However, if the room area is not in the center but on the edge of the circle, the benefits will be very small. Rather than risking the whole team to rush into this room area, it is better to go around. That's right. The next moment, there is a team driving 4 cars ready to rush to the CD room area.
Damn! Someone is trying to rush me!
Good was startled and said to Mao Xiaomao. He only saw the group of people from the school outside the circle driving 4 cars straight towards their housing area.
Stop talking nonsense! Go down and fight!
Mao Xiaomao didn't know what this team was thinking. This duel was obviously a meaningless duel. There was no room for this team to enter the circle in other places. Are this team stupid? They are not stupid. They are YUI. YUI in 3rd place. They are going to have a decisive battle with CD here. There are still many teams on the field. As soon as the CD is destroyed, the score of this game will be very low. As long as they don't have any surprises in qualifying, they can get in the top few and securely qualify. Eat chicken or win CD. YUI chose the latter because the latter is easier than the former. However, what they failed to consider was that CD was a housing area, not a terrain where they could stand up to their opponents. When Mao Xiaomao and Good saw YUI rushing towards their dormitory from the school, they jumped directly through the window. Together with Mu Yun, who was originally downstairs, the 3 of them formed a strong line of defense. Cheng Yao's 4X M416 kept hitting the person sitting in the car at YUI on the 2nd floor. But Cheng Yao only hit 2 shots at such a fast speed.
The yellow car is broken,
Cheng Yao said. This information is crucial, since the team members in the yellow car are disabled. It is a breakthrough. YUI's 4 vehicles were caught off guard and drifted directly to the wall of the housing area. Although Good and Mao Xiaomao were not in place yet, Mu Yun was prepared early and fired directly from the side of the wall, directly killing Huang. The enemy with residual health in the car was knocked down. CD_Kakarot used M416 to knock down YUI_Yuzi Evans. Cheng Yao saw that her position was of no use, so she climbed out of the window to help Mu Yun. But an enemy of YUI pulled Zheng Huan to the side while fighting on the frontal battlefield, and a round of strafing directly knocked down the unsuspecting Cheng Yao. YUI_Mac used M416 to knock down CD_King.
One garage on the side!
Cheng Yao immediately reported the information to Mao Xiaomao and Good. Fortunately, she was the one who called her immediately. Otherwise, if this person had stolen the sides of Mao Xiaomao and Good, the consequences would have been disastrous. This person was completely out of cover, and just wanted to steal Magud's side. But on the way he met Cheng Yao, who happened to jump downstairs. Although he was very reluctant, he knocked her down immediately. Mao Xiaomao broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately turned around to face the enemy. To be honest, the stability of the 16 at 100 meters is definitely not as good as the M4. But Mao Xiaomao's hand speed is very fast, and he makes full use of the speed of the 16. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Duh-duh-duh. Pure gun. Neither Mao Xiaomao nor Mac had any cover. They were both the first to see each other, and both fired immediately. In this fair duel, it would be a matter of whose gun was stronger. Suppressed, just as Mac was about to scream in surprise. He saw his body was bleeding continuously, and he fell directly into a pool of blood. Impossible. CD_King used M16A4 to knock down YUI_Mac. Mac couldn't understand. This wave of his gun was at its best, and the gun at this distance was perfectly suppressed. He also saw the blood on Mao Xiaomao's body. How could he lose?
Mao Xiaomo calmly used the cover of the wall to spray medicine. And the frontal battlefield also entered a fierce stage. After Mu Yun knocked down the first person, he immediately pulled his gun on the second person, who parked his car. In this position, he had to cause maximum damage to the enemy as soon as possible, because Good, who fell behind him, could make up for it. Just after firing 3 bullets, Mu Yun was knocked down by the YI team members, who got out of the car. This YI team member was also shot by Mu Yun 3 times. But Mu Yun's armor was so bad that there was no way he could die after 3 shots. Disabled. Before Mu Yun finished speaking, Good pulled out his gun and knocked down the enemy. YI_ANI used M16 A4 to knock down CD_Kakarot. CD_Godric used AKM to knock down YI_ANI. The scene suddenly became clear. In this special situation of the game, no one chose to supplement because the supplement would not help their battle. Even if there was a 0.001% chance of dying due to the supplement, neither team will do it, because this is a battle related to qualifying. CD wins. It is basically confirmed that CD and ZB teams will advance together. YI wins. As long as he steadily enters the top 10, he will qualify with ZB. Destiny. It's up to the remaining 3 people. CD wins. It is basically confirmed that CD and ZB teams will advance together. YI wins. As long as he steadily enters the top 10, he will qualify with ZB. Destiny. It's up to the remaining 3 people. On CD's side, Mao Xiaomo is crippled. Good is full of health. And Mu Yun Chengyao falls to the ground. Yui. 3 people fell. 1 person was full of health. All people. CD whole team. YI whole team. Coach Jiangjun. Chengda 2000 students, and the principal of Chengda University. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. The entire arena was silent, and no one dared to make the slightest sound. CD versus Yui. A thrilling battle about qualifying. Win or lose in one battle. Chapter 69 Qualifying. There was no time for the YI and CD players to be nervous, and the battlefield was immediately reduced to a very small area. Except for Gumadeo Xiaomo and the remaining member of YUI. The other 5 people are all down. The heartbeat of the last member of YUI suddenly accelerated. The life and death of the team were in his hands. As long as he wins this battle, they can continue to fight. Both Mao Xiaomo and Good knew the location of the last enemy. But the tight time did not give Good a chance to pull the line, because the last player from YUI has already rushed towards Mao Xiaomo. Yellow hair! When Mao Xiaomo heard the footsteps, he immediately cancelled the spray. With only 1/3 of his blood, he had to forcefully fight the opponent. The moment they met, Mao Xiaomo's nervous reaction reached the extreme, and the M16 in his hand fired 3 consecutive rounds in an instant. Although the opponent's reaction was half a beat too slow, it hit Mao Xiaomo right in the face. The angle of view suddenly became blurry, and the virtual blood affected the field of vision. It was impossible to know how many shots he had hit the opponent. With his remaining health, he was instantly knocked down by his opponent. YI_Gain used M416 to knock down CD_King. I'm crazy. The audience and fans outside the field felt as if their blood was rushing to the top of their heads. Their scalps were numb, and their hearts were beating violently. CD's substitute, Coach Jiangjun, couldn't say a word, but even if they were outsiders, their hands were shaking. You can imagine how stressed everyone in CD was in the competition room. Coach Jiangjun immediately switched his perspective to Good, the last CD player. Good hesitated for half a second, and then rushed over resolutely. The reason is that Mao Xiaomo said to him, "Remaining blood. Charge!" Mao Xiaomo looked at his 37 122 bullets, and made sure that his 3 consecutive shots were fired at this distance. It's impossible to shoot empty-handed. Okay. Although Good was not very fond of Mao Xiaomo, he was convinced by Mao Xiaomo's level and command early on, and Mao Xiaomo told them before the game started. This plate. You must obey the command. The moment Good and Gain met, many female spectators covered their eyes. Even Zhang Xiaohua, who was cheering for Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao from the front, was like this. Dead silence. Zhang Xiaohua felt a surge of powerlessness and despair coming from her body, making her whole body soften. There is no sound in the playground. Lost? Before she could finish her thoughts, the cheers of 2,000 fans brought her back to reality. 2,000 fans howled like crazy. The sound is so loud that even the merchants and shops outside the school can hear it clearly. Nice! Nice! Win! Win! Ah!
Zhang Xiaohua looked at the big screen on the stage, feeling vaguely unreal. 1. CD_Godric used AKM to kill YUI_Gain. The 4 people in the CD team competition room also shouted excitedly. If you win this battle, you can basically guarantee your qualification.
Awesome Huang Mao.
Mao Xiaoma punched Good hard. Although Good felt the pain, he was more excited and happy. It was a feeling he had never experienced before in all his years of playing games.
Nice. Ah!
Good almost cried while hugging Miyun. But he finished the final blow. This feeling was so good. Cheng Yao was still the calmest among them. As a girl, she couldn't yell like the 3 of them.
Save people. The game is not over yet,
Cheng Yao said to the team with a smile. Good touched his unnecessary tears and said tremblingly,
Yes. Save people. Save people.
Shaking her head helplessly. Cheng Yao was also a little helpless. So what? The 3 people who fell to the ground were rescued one after another. While recovering, they picked up Yui's bag in an instant, and immediately changed from poor loser to
rich,
handsome, with multiple lenses on his body and level 2 sets. Everyone in CD will have lingering fears after this wave is over. No one expected that Yui would be so decisive, but CD still had the last laugh. God did not give CD a chance to advance steadily. It can be said that being able to take the initiative was entirely achieved by CD4. One shot at a time. Just when CD was preparing to transfer all members, a better news appeared. The remaining 2 teams of AOT were annihilated, and 80 also left the game early. In other words, Yui, 80, and PE, rank 3 to 5, have all ended the game. So, ZB and CD have already qualified.
Qualified,
Cheng Yao said.
Well, Xiao Mo, you don't seem excited.
Muyun smiled. Mao Xiaomo opened the map and replied.
I was so excited just now. I basically showed up after winning YUI.
Good hummed proudly and said.
How about it? Those last few shots are not critical.
Okay.
Don't brag. Try to win this one and give an explanation to the fans.
CD looked at the celebrating fans outside and held the keyboard and mouse tighter. Ma Guiqiang walked up to Coach Jiangjun and patted Coach Jiangjun on the shoulder. This pat was meaningful. But Coach Jiangjun has been carrying CD for so long. Seeing the team achieve good results is more important than keeping his position as coach. The team successfully qualified. Ma Guiqiang was already thinking about how to say the closing words. If there weren't so many teachers and students here, he really wanted to laugh 3 times. With the CD team's record, he can add another one to his resume. Although CD performed well in the first 3 games and got second place twice, anyone who has played PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds already knows that first place is the real victory. Without the pressure of qualifying, CD can really let go and take action. With so many students' expectations, they can only respond to the fans' enthusiasm with their results.
Come! Grab the top of the mountain!
The YUI training room was filled with feelings of unwillingness and disappointment. They have been training hard for a whole year for this day. And this year, they also have a very strong freshman gang joining them. No matter what, it shouldn't be such a result. The top 2 qualifying means that the 3rd place is meaningless.
Stop crying! Let's go and become stronger.
And I comforted the new freshman Gain, who was already shedding tears of regret.
Definitely next year.
Gain choked with tears.
Yes. If we are still here next year, we will definitely qualify.
Although the other 2 sophomores were equally sad, they could only comfort the newcomer who was already crying.
Must.
Chapter 70 is determined. Live up to expectations. Good luck. Chicken tonight. 1/20. In the 4th set, CD successfully grabbed the hilltop with the best terrain without any burden. In the head-to-head confrontation in the final round, for V4 once again defeated ZB and successfully won the chicken. ZB also won the victory. A great result for 2nd place. The first round of the CUEL Jiangsu Division PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds qualifiers for Group 66 has ended. The CD team from Changzhou, Jiangsu and ZB from Suzhou ranked 1st and 2nd and successfully qualified. The final standings will also be updated immediately. 1. CD first game, 0 second game, 308 third game, 284 fourth game, 352 total score, 944. 2. ZB first game, 286 second game, 268 third game, 45 fourth game, 248 total score, 847. 3. YUI first game, 186 second game, 204 third game, 122 fourth game, 45 total points, 557. CD and ZB successfully qualified with an advantage of more than 200 points ahead of the third place. The next round will start at the same time within 7 days. And there will be more cruel and fierce battles.
Next, let us welcome our CD team with warm applause.
Ma Guiqiang took the microphone and roared with great enthusiasm. Wow, wow, wow. Oh! 2,000 fans. Finally the king is back. Mao Xiaomo nodded politely to the principal. Ma Guiqiang could be described as elated now. And even looking at Mao Xiaomo was much more pleasing to the eye. Seeing the principal's kind and weird smile, Mao Xiaomo felt a little scared. Wow! Wow! Suddenly, the audience in the audience screamed and looked at the big screen, causing CD4 and the principal Ma Guiqiang on the side to turn their heads at the same time. This round of competition ended at almost the same time. CUL officials also compiled various statistics for the first round and posted them on the official website as soon as possible. Team kill list, individual kill list. These are the two most valuable data. And they were naturally displayed on the big screen by Coach Jiangjin. Team kill list. 1. Nanjay, number of kills, 77. 2. Best, number of kills, 53. 3. CD, number of kills, 49. Personal kill list. 1. Nanjay_Yang, number of kills, 34. 2. Nanjay_Zak, number of kills, 23. 3. CD_King, number of kills, 18. 4. CD_King, number of kills, 16. The CD of the team's kill list is actually third in the Jiangsu region. Personal kill list Cheng Yao and Mao Xiaomo even rank 3.4. 2 ace players second only to Nanjay.
Congratulations to our CD team once again.
Ma Guiqiang looked at this data. Although he didn't understand it very well, he still knew its meaning. He is among the top in Jiangsu province. A year ago, he wouldn't have dared to even think about it. Mao Xiaomo took the microphone from Ma Guiqiang. As the captain of CD, he must be the one to make the concluding speech.
First of all, thank you for your support.
Mao Xiaomo bowed first. After the first set, without the support of these 2,000 student fans, they may not have been able to achieve such results. Mao Xiaomo concluded his speech, and the scene became quiet. Ma Guiqiang smiled and shook his head. He didn't seem to be so quiet when he usually spoke. Instead, he was a student with such great appeal.
Without everyone's support, we would not be able to survive. After the first set, it was your shouts that brought us into the game and into reality. If there is an MVP to be named in this round, it must be you. Well, we also succeeded in eating chicken on the last plate. This chicken is also given to the fans and classmates who have always supported our CD. There will be a second and third round later. We have to face more powerful opponents. And CD needs your support. When we need to shout, please give us a shout. When we need support, please give us support. When we need to cheer, please cheer us. We CD. Certainly. Living up to expectations.
Oh, oh, oh. Ouch. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by cheers, shouts, and applause. The night was full of excitement in a real sense. Chengda at 10:30. But once again, deafening cheers were heard within a radius of 10 miles. Mao Xiaomo's words made everyone's blood boil. This is true for boys. And so is it for girls. Zhang Xiaohua and her roommates clenched their fists. All they could do was silently cheer for the CD. The intense confrontation in the 4 games made CD4 people a little tired. At the signal of Principal Ma Guiqiang, all 4 people also retreated.
Okay, today's game is over. It's not too late. Let's go back and rest early.
Ma Guiqiang said to the students. If it were a normal activity, he would not be invited at all. But this time it was different.
Well, everyone remember to take away all the garbage. The student union will organize it and clean the playground.
Students left in large numbers. Because it was the weekend, many people brought snacks to watch the game. But unexpectedly, the hygiene this time was much cleaner than previous large events. The members of the student union hardly did any cleaning, which surprised them. Never before had the floor not been littered with garbage. After returning to the dormitory, the 8 boys in 301 and 302 also started celebrating. Even Mao Xiaomo didn't expect that the first round of qualifying, which he thought would be easily advanced, would turn out to be so anxious. Thinking about the final showdown with Yui now makes him break out in a cold sweat.
Brother Mo, didn't your hand shake when you saw Yui rushing towards your house?
Jiang Xinxin asked curiously. He was shaking when he looked down. Although he doesn't play, the game is so popular. Even Brother Sun Zheng can understand it.
You think everyone is the same as you.
Brother Sun Zheng glanced at Jiang Xinxin with contempt and said. Jiang Xinxin curled her lips. Thinking that you were just like me. And now you are pretending to be the big brother. But of course, he didn't dare to say this. Otherwise it would be another beating. Mao Xiaomo waved his hand.
I didn't feel anything at the time. I just felt that I must win and not lose. But now that I think about it, it's scary. If the group is destroyed, we will go home. You think so? Mu Yun.
Mu Yun was a little helpless. It was Mao Xian. His hands were shaking after he knew it was Yui. How could Mao Xiaomo be so calm as he said?
Come on! Come on! Let's celebrate with a drink.
Wei Jiqiang bought a lot of beer and greeted everyone.
Oh? Not so good. We have classes tomorrow.
Jiang Xinxin was a little hesitant. After all, tomorrow is Monday, and they have classes at 8 a.m.
It's okay. It's okay. Don't drink too much.
Wan Dongfang shouted.
Come on. Come on. Whoever doesn't drink will have a grandchild.
Brother Sun Jing rolled up his sleeves. Drinking is his strong point. Chapter 71 Changyao. I love you. The next day.
Idiot! It's time to go to class. Get up quickly.
Mu Yun dragged Mao Xiaomo's quilt. This idiot drank a lot last night, and his face was still a little red.
It's already 7:30. Get up. I'm not going. I'm not going. Please ask for leave for me and the teacher.
Mao Xiaomo covered his head with a quilt and said, Jiang Xinxin and Sun Zheng didn't drink much yesterday. And they drank much better than Mao Xiaomo. When they woke up, nothing happened. Jiang Xinxin brushed his teeth and said,
Brother Xiao Mo, today is teacher Luya's class. No.
People will die if you go. Hoo-hoo.
Mao Xiaomo jumped out of bed in a daze and quickly got dressed. Cheng Yao had no classes today, and he didn't have to have breakfast with her.
Mom, I don't want to die.
Classroom 302. Accounting class. Teacher Luya held a chalk and spoke passionately about the contents of the textbook.
Everyone must remember that the debit and credit must be written in this format.
Halfway through the lecture, Teacher Luya suddenly saw Mao Xiaomo, who was sleeping soundly. Mao Xiaomo came to the class and originally wanted to last for 2 hours. But he started fighting halfway through and didn't get up as soon as he fell down. He was dreaming about his CD beating Nanjay to win the championship when he suddenly felt kicked. Foot.
Holy shit. Mu Yun. Why are you kicking me?
Mao Xiaomo wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said to Mu Yun cautiously. Mu Yun had a dark look on his face and pursed his lips in the direction of the podium. Mao Xiaomo understood something instantly, and a chill came up from his back. Pretending to be calm, Mao Xiaomo took a deep breath and looked at Teacher Luya secretly. Sure enough, he saw Teacher Luya's smiling face. But in the smile,
Mao Xiaomo, come up and write this entry.
Ah. Mao Xiaomo walked onto the stage like a zombie, holding the chalk at a loss. Teacher Luya's slender little hand suddenly picked up Mao Xiaomo's ears and twisted them with her backhand. Mao Xiaomo screamed in pain.
Ouch. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts. Teacher Lu. I was wrong.
Mao Xiaomo begged for mercy. When Luya saw Mao Xiaomo admitting his mistake, she also let go of her hand, bringing Mao Xiaomo back to reality from H.L.
What were you doing last night? Didn't you sleep after the game?
Teacher Luya, as the team leader and person in charge of CD, naturally knew that CD played a very important game yesterday. But logically speaking, we should go back at 10:30. How could Mao Xiaomo dare to say that he was drinking with Wan Dongfang and the others? He could only say sarcastically,
No, Teacher Lu. I was too excited last night and didn't sleep well.
Luya took the textbook in her hand and knocked on Mao Xiaomo's head, saying,
Go to bed early from now on and go back to the lectures honestly.
Mao Xiaomo nodded quickly. Many girls in the class covered their mouths and smiled, making Mao Xiaomo want to kill Mu Yun. Fortunately, Cheng Yao didn't see this. If Cheng Yao knew about it, wouldn't it affect his image of being wise and powerful? Teacher Luya asked Mao Xiaomo to return to his seat. As soon as Mao Xiaomo sat down, he began to scold Mu Yun.
Mu Yun, you are too unloyal. You didn't call me earlier.
Mu Yun silently took out his mobile phone, took out the earphones, and handed them to Mao Xiaomo. Mao Xiaomo put on the headphones in confusion. First he heard his own slight snoring. Then the snickers of Jiang Xinxin and Sun Zheng in his dormitory. And then, Teacher Luya is giving a lecture.
In this entry, the credit must be written below the debit. Damn it. I'll hack you.
Uncle. Mao Xiaomao's sleep talk came from the earphones. And then everyone in the class started laughing. But Mao Xiaomao didn't wake up even though he was laughing.
Cheng Yao, I love you.
Mao Xiaomao was completely stunned when he heard his sleep talk.
Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
The whole room burst into laughter again. It's over. Shame on you and Dafa. Mao Xiaomao looked at the girls in the class who kept looking at him and snickering, feeling hopeless and at a loss. During lunch, Mao Xiaomao and Cheng Yao sat face to face. Suddenly Cheng Yao asked with a smile,
Did you make a fool of yourself in class today?
Damn it.
Mu Yun,
I'm going to kill you.
Mao Xiaomao suddenly stared at Mu Yun in the distance with murderous eyes. Seeing Mu Yun, who was still talking and laughing without realizing it, Mao Xiaomao felt his teeth itching with hatred. Cheng Yao's smile was very beautiful, but Mao Xiaomao had no intention of looking at it now.
Mu Yun didn't tell me. It was Xiaohua who told me. It seems that a girl in your class told her.
It doesn't matter if it's not Mu Yun or not. It doesn't matter. That's not the point. Mao Xiaomao covered her face and nodded. She didn't know what version Cheng Yao heard. She couldn't have known everything. So he told Cheng Yao I love you in his sleep. Mao Xiaomao, who didn't even tremble in such a fierce and intense competition, was shaking non-stop now.
What did you say?
Cheng Yao looked at Mao Xiaomao with a half smile. Very cute.
Well, I said HL. Huang Mao. I'll hack you. Uncle.
Mao Xiaomao looked at Cheng Yao secretly and found that Cheng Yao had no other expression.
I also told Cheng Yao that I love you.
Cheng Yao's heart suddenly beat hard. She didn't know. She didn't expect it. Zhang Xiaohua asked her to ask Mao Xiaomao about something, and she found that expression strange. I didn't expect Mao Xiaomao to say such a thing in front of the entire class. Even Cheng Yao is a little speechless now.
You don't know what I said?
Mao Xiaomao looked at Cheng Yao's surprised expression and asked. Cheng Yao shook her head and said she didn't know before. But after hearing it, her heart still beat fast. Mao Xiaomao took a breath of air angrily. And with all the thoughts in his heart, he wanted to overturn the table. What the H.L. is this? Cheng Yao remained silent. Mao Xiaomao thought Cheng Yao was angry and said cautiously.
Yao Yao? Cheng Yao? Are you angry? What do I have to be angry about?
Cheng Yao stabilized her heartbeat and replied. Mao Xiaomao breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Cheng Yao would be angry with him. After all, it was not good to say such things in public. It didn't matter that he was a boy. But girls were still girls after all.
As long as you're not angry. Hey, you're blushing.
Mao Xiaomao stared at Cheng Yao's little face and said with a little surprise. You?
Well, this is the first time I've seen you look so red in 2 months.
Mao Xiaomao teased. But Cheng Yao's performance was really beyond his expectation.
It seems that I still have some status in this Cheng Yao's heart.
Mao Xiaomao said with a smile.
Shameless. It doesn't matter. I'm happy. Shameless. Whatever you say. I'm happy.
Mao Xiaomao looked at Cheng Yao with a smile and murmured.
Cheng Yao. I love you.
I know. The hearts of both people were beating at a speed of 120 beats per second. Chapter 72 The Hell Group. As for the team that is familiar with CD, there is only Nanjay. On Monday night, the Nanjay team sent a congratulatory message and laughed at it. B1, alas. You are not good at it. You killed more than 40 people in 4 games? Godric C&M. B2, TSK. 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 There is also a reverse chicken. Godric C&M. B1, hey. King, hey. Uncle. Come and play 2 sets? B1, afraid of you? Zack, come on. Monday was originally just a time for the team to repair. But there is still a week to go before the second round of the game. For a team, it is not fun to sharpen their weapons before the battle. After CD and Nanjay completed their daily confrontation training, they both jumped into a YY. It was called communication. But in fact it was just the 2 teams mocking and scolding each other.
Hey! Hey! Out of the 13 sets, how many have you won? Tell me loudly.
Good said arrogantly to the Nanjay team in YY. After playing for such a long time, it was hard for the 2 kings to be dissatisfied with each other. Very normal. However, out of the 13 sets today, CD, who was in good form, won 9 sets. leaving only 4 wins for Nanjay. This should be the most disparate result of the day since the match nearly 2 months ago. The microphone with Nanjay_B1's vest rang.
Don't be so proud, kid. Our team is not known for its positive side.
His twin brother B2 was not to be outdone and said,
That's right. You'd better not be wiped out in the second round. We won't give you a daddy in the last round.
Godric.
Hey, you can talk big words. Come on. Let's see how we beat you until you lie on the ground.
At this time, a small voice came from the microphone of Nanjay Captain Zach, as if to remind him that the team grouping situation for the second round of qualifiers next week has been released. B1, B2, and Mao Xiaomagud were quarreling endlessly here. Mu Yun and Cheng Yao had already left their computers to wash up.
Look at the second round of grouping.
Zach's voice came faintly from YY. But now the only living people in front of the computer were Mao Xiaomo. And even Yang had no voice.
If there's anything good to see, just analyze it for the coach. Let's take a look at it in 2 days.
B1 said nonchalantly. There were too many teams in the Jiangsu division, and they had to go through 3 rounds of preliminaries. They heard there are no more than 30 teams that have passed. So whether you watch or not will not have a big impact on the game. B2 followed his brother and said,
It doesn't matter to us. No one is trying to rob the airport with us. We can just fight as usual. You guys take a look at our own group.
Zach insisted. Zach's persistence also left the 2 brothers B1 B2 confused. Did the captain take the wrong medicine today? The original nearly 2,000 teams were suddenly reduced to 200 and divided into 20 groups. Each group still had 20 teams. After 4 games, the top 2 teams in each group entered the finals.
What's so good about this? I'm your mother-in-law, 4th uncle and grandma.
B1's tone increased by 3 keys halfway through his words. B2 was confused.
Brother, what's wrong?
B1.
Zhao Hao, take a look at the group. Okay, let's see what the heck you are doing to us today.
B2 seemed to have cursed after watching the WeChat group, leaving Mao Xiaomo and Good stunned. What double act are these brothers singing? Nanjay's ace sniper Yang, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. But it wasn't words. He just chuckled. Ha. He also saw the second round bracket. In the WeChat group of Nanjay and CD, Coach 131 and Coach Jiangjin posted a picture at the same time, which is the group situation of the second round. I depend on.
What is this? It's poisonous. Someone is maliciously manipulating the game.
Mao Xiaomo and Gu's eyes widened in disbelief. But it would not help no matter how big their eyes were. The second round grouping of CUL Jiangsu Division. Group 11. 1 frowny face Nanjay. 6 frowny face RW. 6 frowny face Homie. 11 frowny face Best. 20 frowny face CD. What the H.L. is this? Jiangsu Province QL's first place Nanjay last year. Second place RW. As well as the first round team second and third best in the kill list. CD and Jiangsu Supernova team Homie. Can this be called a group of death? Hell's group.
I'll go. There must be a shady behind this horse riding.
Mao Xiaomo complained in YY in disbelief. No one knows the specific ranking of Jiangsu Province. But the good guys also listed the top 10 teams after the first round of competition, including Nanjay, CD, RW, Best, and Homie. This group, half of the top 10 teams. The most cruel thing is that only 2 of these 5 teams can advance. Zach also smiled bitterly and said,
Officially, it is said to be random. Who knows?
Ta, 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 ta. Mu Yun put on slippers and carried a kettle, ran up from the first floor, panted at the door and looked at Mao Xiaomo, our group. Mao Xiaomo looked at Mu Yun sadly and nodded. Mu Yun was opening the water when he suddenly saw the message in the group, and his expression instantly froze. Isn't this messing with people? Ahem.
Captain Zach.
Ahem.
Captain King.
Mao Xiaomo and Zach said in unison, You.
Where to jump?
You can't blame them for this. They know each other's strengths very well. And they both like the airport team. If they really meet at the airport, the consequences will be disastrous. Nanjay and CD8 people have played for nearly 2 months and hundreds of games. They know each other's strength very well. Even CD doesn't dare to go head-to-head with Nanjay in the early stage. This one accidentally destroyed the team. And even if they could win, it would probably be a miserable victory.
How about we jump to the airport?
Mao Xiaomo asked tentatively. Zach objected on the spot.
We've been flying to the airport. It's such a fertile place, and you can just take it as you please. It's not good.
Both Nanjay and CD knew that in the second round of the competition, there would be no head-to-head competition at the airport. The airport would probably belong to these two teams.
Hey, what do you think we should do?
Mao Xiaomao said.
How about you go back to your Z city?
This time it was Zack who came to probe Mao Xiaomao. Of course, Mao Xiaomao immediately objected.
Wow, you have a good idea. You can monopolize the airport and leave us in a remote place in Z city. Hey, what do you want to do?
Why? I seem to have heard this sentence somewhere. Chapter 73 Li Yulong. Fire.
How about we jump to the airport in the first and second games? And you jump in the third and fourth games. Why don't we stagger them?
Good shouted. However, his words were immediately rejected by Mao Xiaomao and Zack. As captains, Mao Xiaomao and Zack knew that such behavior was a violation of the rules of the game.
How about this? Let's play another game tomorrow night. The winner will be determined by one game. The winner will be at the airport and the loser will go out. This way the others will have nothing to do,
Zack suggested. Indeed, this method is the most appropriate method. Even if a team leaves the airport, it is not impossible to survive. Each team will have at least 3 starting points. Just like CD's airport, Water City, and Z City, the Nanjay team does not have to live in the airport. During the offline finals last year, they were beaten so hard at the airport that they had stars in their eyes. They finally escaped from the airport, but they still achieved victory in the end. A good result of 4th place.
Sure, it's settled,
Mao Xiaomao agreed. Although we don't know the outcome, since no one is willing to give up the airport, we can only use a fair method to decide the ownership of the airport in advance to avoid losing both sides in the game. On Tuesday night, a private showdown quietly began. Nanjay and CD. Both teams know the benefits of the airport. Mao Xiaomao has said before that the airport is definitely a very good place if no one disturbs it. In the game PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, there are 3 important factors in choosing your landing point. Resource, location, vehicle. All 3 are what the team wants to pursue. But the balance of this game is that no one place on the entire map has them all. Teams must make choices that suit their own style. If there are no people at the airport, it can get enough vehicles and ensure enough resources. However, due to the poor location, at the bottom of the entire map, the transfer time is relatively long. So the location is slightly different. Not even close. To give a few more examples, City P has resources and locations, but few vehicles. Large and small power plants have resources and vehicles, but less land. Water City has vehicles and lots, but few resources. You cannot have both of the 3. You can only make a choice. But the special thing about the airport is that its vehicles and resources are among the best on the entire desert island map. In terms of fatness, few places can be said to be richer than the airport in the same search time of a few minutes. In terms of vehicles, few places can be said to have more vehicles than the airport island, as long as there are no other teams competing with them to rob the airport. This place is definitely the best. A perfect landing point, which is why Nanjay and CD are fighting for it. The 8 people didn't think too much and jumped directly to the C-shaped building. 2 months of training. First in P City, and then in the upper and lower city areas of Airport M City. Both teams practiced, and they were familiar with the battles in various places. After playing many airport duels, they all had the idea that it was easy to get into a stalemate at the airport. As long as the team didn't reveal any flaws and didn't attack rashly, it would be difficult for the opponent to inflict a devastating blow on them. So after discussion, the 8 people decided to have a showdown in Building C.
How to jump?
Mu Yun asked Mao Xiaomao. The combat area was designated in the C-shaped building. The space given to them was already very small. It was already not easy to cooperate tactically. In the first set of the qualifying match, they were defeated by FG. The same goes for group destruction.
I'm going to grab Building 2. Cheng Yao is on the roof of Building 1. And Huang Miyun is going to go into Building 1 to get the gun.
Mao Xiaomao said in the team voice that for such a small-scale battle, as long as you can occupy Building 2, you can have more than half of the space, which will have a great effect on the expansion of the gun line and the utilization of resources. Like CD, Nanjay also made the same arrangement. They did not compete with CD for Building 1, but chose the strategy of Building 2 plus Building 3. Mao Xiaomao is CD's player whose personal strength is second only to Cheng Yao. And the same is true for Zack and the team. The two looked at each other on the rooftop of Building 2 and knew each other's identities. Building 2 is a key transfer station, And the 3 buildings in Building C only have so many resources. Whoever can drive the other away, Mao Xiaomo or Zack, will have the advantage. When Mao Xiaomo landed, he saw an M16. As he was picking up the gun, he heard a bang from the roof of Building 3. 98K gunshots. Nanjay_Yang used Car 98K to knock down CD_King with a headshot. Chung Yao let out a rare angry snort. She landed on the roof of the building immediately. Coincidentally, she also picked up a 98K, but she was shot down by Yang as soon as she took aim. This is the terrifying thing about sniper rifles, because no matter how a person moves, the moment he opens the camera and shoots, the person is almost still. As long as you are strong enough and can seize this moment, you can become an outstanding shooter. Sniper. Chung Yao vs Yang. Under the same conditions, Chung Yao was completely defeated. CD has played so many games with Nanjay, and she has also dueled with Yang countless times. But she has always been suppressed by Yang. This time it was even more of a blow to her. It was obviously the same machine sight 98K, but she lost again. As a girl, Chung Yao's skills have reached this point, which means that she must be a talented and strong player. She lost to Yang again and again. It would be false to say that she was not frustrated at all. But it was her teammates who supported her. Mao Xiaomo held a gun and was about to shoot Yang and Zack, but he didn't expect them to jump downstairs at the same time. And Nanjay and 4 others gathered in Building 3, looking at Chung Yao, who fell to the ground. Mao Xiaomo also hesitated. Save or not?
It's hard to save,
Chung Yao said calmly. Mao Xiaomo also knew that Chung Yao's position was difficult to save. But, at this moment, Mao Xiaomo suddenly thought of a scene, which was a classic scene from the classic TV series, Bright Sword. Xiao Qin yelled at Li Yunlong.
Li Yunlong, you are firing? Xiao Qin, will still be your woman in the next life.
In the end, as the captain of CD, Mao Xiaomo gave up on rescuing Chung Yao. He must be responsible for the entire team. The people in Nanjay on the opposite side must be watching them from a window or a corner and will not rescue them. Chance.
There's a gun! There's a gun!
Mu Yun and Good said almost at the same time. Anyone who has played the game should know how fast the search will be if 2 people search a building with all their strength. From the moment they are knocked down, it will take less than half a minute. Within a short time, the 2 men searched the entire first floor, all with guys in their hands.
Okay, come and avenge my Xiao Qin.
Chapter 70 for the energy to reverse the situation. Xiao Qin? Good didn't know why. He was Ukrainian, and he must have never watched Xiaoguo's TV series. But Mu Yun and Chung Yao were different. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly, due to the stepping stone of Building 2. Mu Yun and Good directly joined Mao Xiaomo. Building number 1 was no longer useful at this time. With this terrain and location, Building number 1 could not mount guns like it was on an elevated level. The rest is hand-to-hand combat. When we meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. When CD approached, Nanjay also set up their formation. They already had the numerical advantage, so they simply pulled out and fought CD directly. If they defended the building, there was no telling what the fight would be like. This time CD moved faster and went directly around the wall outside Building 2. There was not much space left for the 2 teams, and there were not many positions. There are too few positions that can help the battlefield immediately in a small environment. The wall where Mao Xiaomo is the position with the best view. At Gu's entrance and by Muyun's window. The advantage of this position is that you can see a lot of things. You can know the enemy's movements immediately, and you won't fall down without warning. Nanjay is just one word. Pounce. Attack Mao Xiaomo and Good guarding the door directly from the front. Although there is no bunker, they have a stronger help than the bunker, and that is their sniper Yang. Yang fights with 1 person and rushes with 3 people, making full use of the 4-on-3 numerical advantage. Mao Xiaomo and Gu were both held up, while Muyun climbed over and jumped out of the window, preparing to steal Nanjay's side. After all, Nanjay had trained with CD countless times, and was extremely familiar with CD's tactics. Zack had been staring in the direction of the window intentionally, and the moment Muyun came out, the battle between Nanjay and CD finally begins. Boom! Mao Xiaomo shot directly, but Yang 98K, which was already in position, fired instantly. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Duh-duh-duh. CD_King used M16 A4 to knock out Nanjay_B2. Empty gun? Nanjay's team members couldn't believe it. With Yang's level, setting up a gun at this distance should be a sure thing. But Mao Xiaomo's crazy output still reminded them of the fact that Yang was empty-handed. At the moment when B1 was surprised, the crossfire from CD Team Good and Muyan poured directly onto him, and he was knocked down in almost a second. CD_Kakarot used M4A1 to knock out CD_B1. Yang's shot had no chance, and only hit Mao Xiaomo's body. The reason was that Mao Xiaomo's probe was really weird. Their snipers usually used a headshot position when setting up their guns. That's probably the case with some deviations. But when Mao Xiaomo showed up, he was shooting from a squatting position with half of his body exposed. Yang subconsciously pulled the muzzle of the gun down, wanting to directly blow up Mao Xiaomo's level 2 head. But just as he opened fire moments before the shot, Mao Xiaomo suddenly stood up again, causing his shot to only hit Mao Xiaomo's body without delay. How did he do that? Many such words flashed through Yang's head. But now that the battle was fierce, he could only suppress his surprise and curiosity, and directly cut out the rifle, hoping to kill Mao Xiaomo directly. As soon as he took out the M16A4 in his hand, Mao Xiaomo shrank back, as if he had calculated the right time. Are there such people in this world? Yang could no longer help. After Muyuan and Zack both fell, Yang was the only one left in the entire Nanjay team. CD is such a team, with Mao Xiaomo as its soul, good at PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Again! Just like the first time I met Nanjay, with another 98k shot from Yang. The situation on the entire battlefield was instantly reversed. This time it was more brutal than last time. Yang shot him, and all 3 of his teammates died. Yang has been playing games for so long, and for the first time, he feels like he can't lead his team to victory. Mao Xiaomo and Gut safely sprayed the medicine and got stuck in position. Yang would never dare to rush over. Victory was certain. Nanjay_Yang quit the game. CD wins. Yang exited the game without saying a word, and the atmosphere in the entire Nanjay training room became weird again.
It's very strong.
Zack leaned back on his chair and said with a wry smile. CD defeated them again and once again broke out from adversity.
Damn! I don't accept it.
Zhang Jun, also known as B1, slapped the table and said he was really dissatisfied when he lost so confusingly every time.
I said that among the 4 CDs, the one that needs the most attention is their Captain King. Although his shooting skills may not be as good as that female sniper, there are some differences between men and women,
Zack said.
What a difference. A man can have the courage and strategy to fight to the death in desperate situations. And a woman, no matter how powerful she is still a woman.
Zack's words did not mean to look down on women at all. But a man's ruthlessness and calmness in desperate situations are indeed what women lack.
It's really okay for you to brag about that Mao Xiaomo like this, Captain,
B1 said with a sad face. Yang chuckled, as if thinking, but also as if laughing.
There are not many players in the entire Xia Kingdom who can avoid my shot at that position.
Yang's evaluation was even higher, rising to the level of the entire Xia Kingdom PlayerUnknown's battlegrounds. Although there is a gap in marksmanship between Mao Xiaomo and professional players like him, his physical skills and mind are definitely not bad. Yang has been in contact with many professional players, but few can give him this feeling. OMG's smile is one of them. Others, Yang could not think of. Seeing what Boss Yang said, everyone shut their mouths. Once again, the Nanjay team suffered their defeat alone. Since encountering CD, they seem to have tasted the taste of failure again and again. This kind of taste has been rare in the past year. The CD team won the battle for the ownership of the airport, and the atmosphere of the entire team became active. There is nothing happier than defeating Nanjay. If so, it would be winning twice. Seeing Nanjay deflated in front of their CD again and again, Mao Xiaomo and Good both smiled sinisterly. Cheng Yao looked at the computer and didn't even know that Zhang Xiaohua had walked beside her.
What's the matter, Yao Yao?
Zhang Xiaohua asked, holding tea. She saw that Cheng Yao's expression was a little strange.
Nothing. Did you lose? We won,
Cheng Yao said.
I'm not happy after winning.
Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled.
But I lost.
Cheng Yao recalled several gunfights with Yang. They lost more than they won. And this time, it was a complete defeat.
But you won.
The cute Zhang Xiaohua said simply. This is a game for 4 people. As Mao Xiaomo once said, we are a team.
Huh? 2.
Chapter 75 Second Round Qualifiers. On December 9th, the second round of the Jiangsu Province CUL College League qualifiers officially started. In the terrifying Group 11, there are CD from Changzhou, Nanjay from Nanjing, RW from Suzhou, homie and best from Wuxi. Before the game, these 5 teams were all said to be teams that could stand out from the crowd of thousands of universities in Jiangsu province. Now, we met together. After tonight, there are only 2 teams that can advance to the Jiangsu provincial qualifying finals. Whether it is CD or Nanjing. Facing the attack of so many strong teams, it is too difficult to break out of the encirclement. The second round of the competition was still held in Chengda Plaza. Although there was still no commentary or OB perspective in this round, the level of attention was no less than that of the final. CD successfully ranked first in the group in the first round, which also gave Chang teachers and students greater hope. At 6:30 today, the crowd of fans on the playground was a bit larger than last time. Although there is no breakdown, it definitely exceeded 3,000. What surprised everyone was that many boys and girls who did not play games came to the playground in groups to cheer for the CD, carrying large and small bags with food and drink in their hands. I don't know whether they came to watch the game or to have a picnic. CUEL has completely become a collective activity at Chengda University, which Ma Guoqiang did not expect. The first set was midway through. The CD team still landed at the airport. You must know that this place is usually Nanjing's territory. Usually no one chooses to challenge Nanjing. CD can be considered a big bargain. A central circle was drawn in the first safety zone, with P City as the center, going up to the shooting range and down to the airport island. It was still a relatively normal circle. For airport CDs, it is definitely necessary to search the unmanned airport first and then transfer it. The first circle is still too big. If you didn't go to an extreme circle like the airport circle, you could enter the circle later. After all, you don't know where the next circle will be. CD crossed the bridge safely. Mu Yun was still leading the way, followed by 3 cars.
See if there is anyone on these 2 hills.
Mao Xiaomo marked the points on the 2 hills. The purpose of choosing the points now is just for one-step transfer. Due to CD's deliberate delay, the second lap continued to refresh as they drove.
We'll take over that hilltop.
The 4 vehicles moved very quickly. They found a hilltop to station outside P City and distributed some medicine and bullets. Although the airport has been searched this time, the airport resources in this game are not very rich. Although there are 2 level 3 heads, the bullets and the amount of medicine are not very abundant.
How about you prepare some ammunition?
60.
20 points for you. No one is in the church. Come on. Let's go to the church.
After watching for a long time, CD found no trace of the presence of the team in the church. Because the second circle was still a center circle, the team must move as close to the center as possible. The 4 vehicles rushed through the outskirts of P City and plunged into the church. From the church, you can see P City, wheat fields, and mountains. As long as you have a full team, this place is definitely a very good choice. CD entered the circle from the south, and it was incredible that they were able to occupy the church. What was even more incredible was that they hadn't seen a single person yet. There were still 70 people alive on the field, but they had been observing for a long time and didn't see even a single person. Logically speaking, there couldn't be anyone in P City at this point.
There is someone in P City. I saw a head in the house.
Good observed P City with a 4-glass lens in his hand, and suddenly saw a head in the window of a blue house. But the enemy obviously saw them too. Is it so gloomy? CD watched for more than a minute in the church before he saw a head popping up from the house. It was conceivable that there was at least one team in P City, since this group includes strong teams such as CD, Nanjing, and RW. All teams play very cautiously. Even the strong teams, Mao Xiaomo and the others never imagined that the 4 of them, Nanjing, would now occupy 2 small toilets.
There is also a team in the fake garage.
Cheng Yao was responsible for observing a small wild area outside P City. As she expected, after observing for a long time, she saw a green helmet flashing past the window. If someone didn't know there was someone there, and took the risk and rushed into that housing area, wouldn't they be completely dead? Mao Xiaomo shuddered. But fortunately, there was really no one in the church. If a team squatted on them secretly, their immortal team would also have to reduce their numbers. Boom! CD_King used Car 98K to knock down Best_ZJ with a headshot. Cheng Yao's 98K shot from 300 meters. The moment the fake garage green helmet flashed past, he killed instantly. This shot is definitely a shot that can be featured in the highlights. Coach Jiangjun also happened to cut to Cheng Yao's perspective. For a moment, there were constant sounds of surprise on the playground, startling the people who were eating melon. After all, I was eating and playing with my phone when someone suddenly shouted something, and no one else would have reacted. The best player Chung Yao knocked down was in the room, and his CD couldn't be repaired. In fact, this shot was completely unnecessary. Not only was it unable to repair the opponent, but it also exposed his position. If it was normal, Mao Xiaomo would definitely have to talk about it for 2 rounds. But this time they came to the church with such swagger that it was difficult for others to know that they had gone to the church. CD knocked down best. And this information was immediately picked up by the surrounding teams. The 98K gunshot just fired in the church immediately made the surrounding teams realize that the team in the church was the strong CD team that emerged this year. Although they didn't know where best was, it was definitely nearby. 2 strong teams were outside P-City, which made many teams retreat.
Stop fighting!
Mao Xiaomo stopped him when he saw that Chung Yao was still gunning with Best in the fake garage. This kind of behavior has no meaning at all except that it consumes Best's supplies. Instead, it will make people around them pay attention to them, which will make it difficult for them to leave in the next circle.
Get in the car! Get ready to go!
Before the second poisonous circle was reached, Mao Xiaomo directed everyone in CD to get in the car and start the engine. In this way, they could transfer as soon as the second poisonous circle was reached. In order to practice this transfer, they also asked Nanjay for advice. For several days, the third circle is brushed in the south. Mao Xiaomo's church is still within the safe zone, but it is also on the edge of the safe zone. This circle includes P-City, the school, and the wild area of Longmen Inn. Even the ruins are less than half. But this circle, there are not many places to hide people. In such a large area, there are many places where people cannot hide, such as the wheat fields in P-City and the large plains outside our city. It can be said that there is very little space for each team, and this spot is likely to be a school, a church, or the wild area outside the school. There are teams stationed in several places at Longmen Inn. If the team that has no position in the backward circle wants to enter the circle safely, it seems that the only option is to go to P-City. But P-City is like a dragon's den and a tiger's den. It's very likely that you'll never get out once you get in. Fortunately, CD doesn't have to make this choice.
Stay still. There's nowhere to go.
Chapter 76 Circle. Mao Xiaomo thought that if they farmed the north side, they would go to our city. And if they farmed the east side, they would go to the wild area. Although it is not the most perfect destiny circle for CD, it is a good circle without moving.
Chung Yao Huang Mao. Stay in this pit.
The location of the pit where they hid the car is also very good. And with the 22nd team, not only can they observe more things, but they can also provide support at any time.
If we brush the P-City circle, our position will be absolutely invincible.
Mao Xiaomo looked at the map and analyzed. It's still unclear about this circle now. But if they brush into P-City, their position will not only be easy to enter the circle, and can also block the team behind. The circle of the fake garage where Best was located was right on the edge of the circle, and was being watched by CD all the time. So Best didn't dare to move. CD only left Muyun alone to look at P-City. In this circle, no team with a sound mind would come from P-City to attack their church. Their main focus was on the small circle. That is, the south.
Take the car away when it comes. If we don't have many bullets, don't shoot them randomly. Blue dot, a Benny, and a Jeep. I'm targeting a group of people. There are people here too.
In a short period of time, the edge of this circle was filled with people, especially down the slope in their 300 direction. And the gunfire never stopped. Boom.
One shot. Direction 300. Running up.
Chung Yao's shot at 98K accurately hit an enemy who was about to come up at the foot of the 300 slope. The quadruple SKS in Good's hand also spit out tongues of fire, easily killing the enemy he wanted. Defeat and destroy the opponent who moved on foot. CD_Godric used SKS to kill SD_Yao with a headshot. They directly beat the team named SD back. There were dangers down the slope, and with such eyes staring at them on the slope, the SD team had no choice but to shrink to the edge of the circle.
I took off their tires.
Good's SKS made a thumping sound and took off the tires on the SD team's only bouncing bike.
Don't stand still.
Mao Xiaomo was just about to say,
don't stand still and fight,
when he heard the domineering sound of the M24, which directly knocked Good's level 2 head away. Best_ZJ used M24 headshot to knock down CD_Godric.
Are you stupid? Stand still and shoot people's heads?
Mao Xiaomo was furious, but he only said one sentence during the game. Chung Yao silently rescued Good. Good also knew that he had made a mistake and silently took the medicine. Although Good has changed a lot, there are still many fighting habits that cannot be changed overnight. Even though Mao Xiaomo has reminded him many times, Good will still forget these reminders when he gets excited. Air Jing. There are 57 people left alive on the field. The coaches occupied by the CD team have yet to come to challenge. But 2 teams have entered P City from the wheat field. There are at least 3 to 4 teams in P City now. In this circle, if there is no car to move, it will only be a target for other teams. Best has been harassing CD, trying to consume as much of CD's head armor and medicine as possible. They can continue to occupy this circle, but they have to move in the next circle, and they don't have much choice. Down the slope, P City, Church. These are their 3 movement routes. However, the CD of the church and several teams down the slope are eyeing them. They have no way to attack them. In other words, the only chance for Best is to enter P City and then look for others. Route. In the 4 circle, 100% of the points they wanted to grab were occupied by the team. CD just waited quietly for the circle to be completed before planning the route.
Can!
Another central circle. This time, the church they were in has completely become the edge of the circle. In this circle, half of P City is in the safe zone. And then, there is the church and Longmen Inn. In other words, as long as they keep the people around them in check, their position will not be in danger. Behind them, there was only Best. And Best also started to move at this time, deliberately bypassing CD's church, and went directly into P City. However, the Best team was a bit unlucky. It directly hit a team in the face, and was wiped out in almost 15 seconds. There was instantly 1 less team on the field.
Hey! A car is going to pass under us!
Good called. And the team down the slope wanted to drive under the church. They wanted to beat them. But they were stopped by Mao Xiaomo again.
Let them pass. Let them pass. Let them enter P City. It doesn't matter. We can steal from people in the city.
It's not that Mao Xiaomo doesn't want to fight, but that there are too many cars in this group. So he has to force the way to intercept them. If they do, not only will they lose their original position, but they may not be able to achieve any results. There is smoke everywhere in P City, and fighting is going on in almost the entire city and in every corner. CD is condescending and can see half of P City. They steal as many heads as they can, and each head is worth 6 points. If you don't steal, it will be free. All teams that want to enter the circle from CD have bypassed CD. They are all teams that have experienced the first round of qualifiers, different from the uneven levels in the first round. Every team in the second round of qualifiers has each team has the strength. Otherwise it would be impossible to break through the first round of qualifiers. CD also felt that this round was obviously different from the last round. They and Nanjay both killed a lot of people in the last round. But in the first game, they felt that every team was capable of execution. People will not die needlessly. Nor will they put themselves in a situation where they are running away from drugs just for the sake of running away from them. Drug running and diversion. This is the difference between amateur and professional. The church on the edge of CD was guarded by a team of 4 people. All teams knew that they could not attack it, so they all chose to take a detour. They would rather go to P City for a desperate fight than give away 4 CD people in vain. Head. Messages kept popping up in the upper right corner. And based on the gunshots heard by CD, we roughly knew the locations of several strong teams. Nanjay was at the Longmen Inn. And judging from the messages, they had captured the Longmen station. And then RW was in another location in P City. One of them is still alive. As for the Supernova team Homie and Best, they had already died on the way to transfer.
Well, how can you hit me?
Good said in a loud voice. He immediately got down and sprayed medicine. Because his opponent had a silencer, he didn't hear it immediately.
Direction 60. 75.
Zheng Yao's 8x98K lens also saw the opponent. But the distance was a bit far away. He tried a shot but missed. And Zheng Yao also gave up on sniping the team.
Spare some bandages, sister.
Good looked at Zheng Yao pitifully. He had finished applying the last bandage and only had the last first aid kit. However, he was reluctant to apply it directly. So he laid down and asked Zheng Yao for 5 bandages. Chapter 77 RW's Death Charge. None of the teams behind CD chose to attack their church. They all chose to move in other directions. When the poison circle came, the CD team still had only 3 heads.
It's okay.
This circle. Let's go to the yellow point.
In the most critical circle, the white circle was painted on the upper left corner of the blue circle. and the entire P city was wiped out. However, the Longmen Inn, the housing area occupied by the Nanjing team, was still within the safe zone. Mao Xiaomao did not choose to drive. The target of driving was too big, and the terrain at Longmen Inn could be transferred through tactical cooperation. It was not a big problem not to drive. As long as they enter the white circle and get stuck on the narrow side of the circle, they will be fully qualified to enter the finals. The entire CD team touched down from the narrow side. At the same time, a new round of fighting began in P City. According to Mao Xiaomao's opinion, at most 2 teams of people staying in P City could come out. And even after P City was cleared, there is no place for them to stay. There's someone ahead. Mao Xiaomao successfully saw a team down the slope from a third-person perspective. The team's eyes were always staring at the narrow circle, as if they knew someone was definitely coming from this way.
Thunder. 1 for each person. Just throw it away. I count 3, 21. 3, 2, 1.
For thunderbolts were thrown out from CD's hand, in the direction of where the team of people were down the slope. It was a bit unrealistic to explode the thunderbolts instantly from this distance, but they are at a high point, and it is very easy to throw thunder down the slope. Even if the thunder does not explode immediately, it will still roll down, and the mountains are not like flat ground. Sometimes you don't even know where the thunder thrown by the opponent is. Boom! 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 CD_King used the frag grenade Dan to knock down JH_PG. As soon as the grenade was thrown, the CD4 people pounced. This synchronicity caught JH on the opposite side a little off guard. One of the team members was blown up by Mao Xiaomao's grenade just as he raised his gun to shoot. One person of JH was killed during the previous transfer, and now there are only 3 people left. And now another person has been killed. Facing the menacing CD, the remaining 2 team members really chose to evacuate. The remaining 2 members of JH retreated directly through a large reverse slope. When CD took over this point and went to find JH, these 2 people had already run away.
Are you so cowardly?
Good said depressly. The game was really different from the usual training games. For the sake of ranking, the entire team could not be put in danger. If Mao Xiaomao had commanded, he would have chosen to evacuate even if he was unable to defeat them. If the opponent chooses to be tough, it is not a wise choice, and it is not the result that Mao Xiaomao wants to see. If the opponent is determined to fight with him, it is likely to cause the attrition of CD, in which case the gain outweighs the loss. V_Bess used M416 to knock out CD_Kakarot. In the only house next to the P City circle, a player from Team V knocked down Mu Yun. And looking at this situation, it might not be possible to save him.
I'll suppress it. You guys save it.
Zheng Yao threw a cigarette under Mu Yun's feet, and then her 98K blocked the window of that house.
Help!
Mao Xiaomao prevented anyone from touching him on the other side, and kept looking in the north direction. Although he didn't know if any team would clear their side, it was always a good idea to take precautions before they happened. Mu Yun fell behind a very thin tree. As soon as the player from Team V tried to make amends, he was killed by Zheng Yao with a single shot. CD_King used Car 98K to knock down V_Bess with a headshot. Bess shouted in the team,
"Replenish people first. They are throwing smoke to save them."
Another teammate next to him also knew which was more important and did not choose to go to Bess, who fell to the ground at the first time. Instead, he wanted to use the window to make up for Mu Yun. But, boom! CD_King used Car 98K to knock down V_Goff with a headshot. Another shot of 98K with no difficulty. There is only a small window. As long as Zheng Yao blocks this window, the members of Team V will not be able to attack. The smoke thrown by Zheng Yao finally filled the air at this moment, and Good finally came to Mu Yun with confidence and pressed his rescue button.
The only survivor of the V team saw that both teammates fell, and he did not dare to challenge the CD team's shooting skills anymore. So he chose to help his teammates up. Originally they didn't know much about CD, a team that was touted by the outside world. This short confrontation can be said to have really made them understand the horror of this team. The outside world's evaluation of them is definitely not exaggerated. Mu Yun was successfully rescued and left that dangerous position. With the CD defense line built, the first set of the second round of qualifiers truly reached the finals. The circle is about to be drawn, and the team on the narrow side should calculate the time and reach it. Team CD, except Mao Xiaomao, was all focused on the direction they came from. Team B occupied the only house outside P City, so logically there should be another team. Mao Xiaomo's guess was indeed correct. The team that came over from their narrow side was the powerful RW. Although this team of RW was wiped out by Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao when they first met. It was indeed a sneak attack. CD also met RW many times in subsequent training matches and understood this team. Although not as outstanding as Nanjay, he is still very difficult to deal with. Maybe a breakthrough would be opened, and their CD's defense would be breached. RW chose the same offensive method as CD, throwing thunder first. But CD discovered RW's whereabouts in advance, and it was a bit unrealistic to capture them by force. Although he was worried about the other side, Mao Xiaomo immediately supported the frontal battlefield. Boom, 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 ta-ta-ta-ta, da-da-da, boom, boom, boom. CD_Godric used SKS to knock out RW_MinLK. RW_MinY used the M4A1 to knock out CD_Godric. CD_Kakarot used M4A1 to knock out RW_MinY. RW_MinHH used Car 98K to knock down CD_Kakarot with a headshot. In one encounter, 8 guns found their respective positions and fired at the same time. And 2 people on both sides fell instantly. Although CD is within the circle, the terrain is dominated by RW, with high slopes and low slopes. Condescending.
There are 2 more. Don't worry. Wait for them to escape.
Mao Xiaomo saw Good and Muyun in front of him falling to the ground, and he was not in a hurry to decide the winner with RW. After all, the poison had begun to refresh and was about to hit RW. RW has no choice. You can only choose to charge. Chapter 78, Ranking of Drug Protection. RW Captain MinGW launched a death charge with the only remaining team member. In their mode, although the time between each poison is long, it will shrink very quickly once it is refreshed. The 2 people threw the thunder on their bodies towards the CD. And the sound of booming was endless. And these mines also played a vital role. Boom! Although Mao Xiaomo was not killed by the explosion, he was blown to pieces by the aftermath of the explosion. RW also took advantage of this opportunity to pounce down. RW had no choice. If they were rushing into the formation at other times, they would choose to have a team member set up a gun behind them. But with this poison, if you stay in it for a few seconds, you will die. So you can only rush down. Although their health was low, the firepower of Mao Xiaomo and Cheng Yao was completely enough to deal with the 2 players who were running away from poison. Mao Xiaomo relied on his own body skills to constantly dodge and shoot, never being greedy. One shot. There is no mistake in CD. But the RW team is still destroyed here.
Save people.
Mao Xiaomo continued to look behind him, while Cheng Yao went to save Good. Muyun fell to the ground for the second time and lost blood very quickly. He bled to death as early as the last wave of firefight between RW and CD. Da-da-da. Da-da-da.
A team is coming up. You save them first, and I'll see if I can scare them back.
Mao Xiaomo looked at the team that wanted to sneak up to clear the border, and kept firing with the M16 in his hand. Unless they were fighting at this position, it would be easy to deal with the enemies down the slope. The team that wanted to touch the CDs saw that they had finished playing the CDs and found them. So they simply retreated. It was not a life and death battle now, so they could avoid it if they could. Besides, the team above them still had strong CDs.
There's thunder!
A thunderbolt thrown from nowhere struck at the feet of Cheng Yao and Good, killing Good and knocking Cheng Yao down.
Voldemort! That bush 50 meters in front of me.
Cheng Yao saw the enemy's location the moment she was knocked down. He was hiding in a bush as a phantom tank. He looked like a lone wolf who sneaked out from Peace City. Mao Xiaomo cursed secretly, and the M16 in his hand fired continuously to kill the opponent. But Good was also successfully taken away by the lone wolf. Mao Xiaomo threw 2 cigarettes directly at Cheng Yao's feet, in order to prevent other teams from touching them and firing directly at them. Mao Xiaomo had no choice but to seal the cigarettes. Rescue in progress. The CD team has been praying that the people on the bottom team are timid and don't touch it. But that's the way it is. The more you don't want it to happen, the more it will happen. The team down the slope are not stupid. The fight is crackling above. They have been paying attention to the news of CD below. 2 dead and 1 down. In this situation, even a better commander would choose to pounce. As soon as Mao Xiaomo rescued Cheng Yao, he saw the team of people coming up through the smoke. Cheng Yao's medicine was too late. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Da-da-da. The M16 equipped with a flash suppressor suppressed a wave of enemies in the smoke. Mao Xiaomo didn't know whether it hit anyone, but Chung Yao successfully retreated to the tree.
Spray medicine.
Mao Xiaomo relied on the smoke to constantly suppress the enemies that came up to him. But it was difficult for two fists to defeat four hands. The team that could reach the second round was definitely not mediocre. The firepower of the four-man formation directly knocked Mao Xiaomo down. 123_Haikwai used M16A4 to knock down CD_King. Chung Yao is the only one left in the entire CD team. Although Chung Yao's health has successfully recovered, she has to face the entire team of Team 123.
It's okay. It's not that we don't have to fight.
Mao Xiaomo took a look at the current terrain. There was no way to open the gun line on the opposite side. This wave of their CDs may not fall here. Mao Xiaomo was taken out without any suspense. But Chung Yao took advantage of Team 123's time to take care of Mao Xiaomo and directly leaned forward with a 4x98K shot to snipe. He directly knocked down an opponent who was standing and wanted to use a gun. CD_King used Kar 98K to knock down 123_PP Live. It only hit the neck of the player Peeplive. But the player who had already been shot twice by Mao Xiaomo was still knocked down. Team 123 knows that CD's personal strength is extremely strong. And in this terrain where gun lines cannot be drawn, even 1v4 is not impossible. Not daring to be careless, the 123 team members began to throw thunder behind Chung Yao's tree. One person attacked and two people threw thunder. But Chung Yao exposed half of her body to the left, took a few shots, held down the E button, turned her head sideways, and fired another instant sniper shot. Boom! Boom! CD_King used Kar 98K to knock down 123_Haikwai with a headshot. 123_Haikwai used Frag Grenade Dan to knock down 123_MLA. 123_Haikwai used the Frag Grenade Dan to knock down 123_Haikwai. Before the thunderbolt pulled by the 123 player was thrown out, it was killed by Chung Yao with a precise shot. The thunder in his hand exploded under his feet, not only taking him away, but also blowing up his teammates. Boom! 123_MLA used the Frag Grenade Dan to knock down 123_MLA. What's going on? The remaining 123 player looked confused. Why was he the only player left on the field in an instant? Why was it the CD player if it wasn't 4-on-1? Two unbolted mines exploded under the feet of the two players, leaving them no way to survive.
Withdraw! Withdraw!
123, the last member of the team, knew that nothing could be done and immediately ran away to the safe area. However, within a few steps, he was killed by Nanjay, who was doing target practice on the other side. Team 123 was destroyed.
Worry! We are filming a TV series,
Good said incredulously. He couldn't believe his eyes at the dramatic scene. How could he survive like this? The delay between CD and 123 was too long. The circle was refreshed with 10 seconds left. There was only one CD left. How big of a wave could it cause? The safe zone has 10 seconds left to refresh.
If you can't get in, pick up all the drugs and use them to protect your ranking,
Mao Xiaomo said to Chung Yao. The current situation on the field does not allow them to enter the circle. If Chung Yao escapes from the poison, he will definitely be targeted and die. No life. Instead of doing this, it is better to add medicine to the poison, and the ranking can be improved one by one.
Good.
Chung Yao threw away all the bullets in her body, rushed to the corpses of the three members of 123, and started picking up medicine. All the first aid kits of the CD team were also picked up on the way. The only thing that can resist this poison now is to keep taking first aid kits. Apart from first aid kits, other medicines are of no use at all. Chung Yao's hands were very fast. The moment she finished picking them up, the poison began to refresh. Looking at the 16 first aid kits on her body, she knew that Team CD could last as long as they wanted. 15. 14. Chung Yao kept inserting needles into herself, and the number of survivors on the field became less and less. Team CD watched helplessly as Nanjay kept killing people. But at this time, they wanted Nanjay to kill quickly and kill everyone in the circle. This way they can at least get second place. 3, 2, 1. In order to hold on for the last 0.1 seconds, Chung Yao even tied a bandage on her body. CD_King died outside the safe zone. 7 survived. For 20th. I will definitely eat chicken next time. Chapter 79, second game. The final ranking of the CD team was fixed at 4th place. And the main interface they never left also showed that the final battle for the finals was over. And the Nanjay team was the first to successfully win the chicken.
There is nothing we can do. There's nothing I can do about it. It's already very strong. Hey, it's okay. This is already a lot of points. The last few 123 players were really stupid. They insisted on messing with us even though they couldn't beat us.
At the end of the first set, the fans and students of Chengda were very sorry, but they were still amazed by the wonderful performance of the CD team. And this one also killed a lot of people. Maybe third or second. Zheng Yao had 5 kills. Mao Xiaomo had 3 kills. Good had 2 kills. And Mu Yun had 2 kills. The team had a total of 12 kills, each with 6 kill points. The 72 kill points plus their ranking points of 150 points gave a total score of 222 points. With this score, there is a possibility of ranking second. 2 minutes after the end of the first set, the points of the first set were displayed on the big screen. 1. Nanjay, first game, 352 total score, 352. 2. MNM, first game, 224 total score, 224. 3. CD, first game, 222 total score, 222. 4. ASD, first game, 198 total score, 198. Relying on the advantage of head points, CD still ranked third, and was only 2 points away from the second place MMM team. But Nanjay killed 17 people in this round, and with the chicken points, he was already far ahead. Seeing that Nanjay, who was also their enemy and friend, was far ahead of them, Good cursed secretly. If they lost to Nanjay in total points, they might still be laughed at by them after they went back.
It's okay. Play a good game.
Mao Xiaomo encouraged morale. In 4 games, the most important thing is stability. As long as you get the same score as the first in 4 games, you will definitely advance steadily. Being able to achieve such a score in the first game is completely acceptable for CD, who aims to qualify. The Nanjay team did not expect that the chicken on the first plate would be eaten so easily. But even so, they did not dare to take it lightly. There are only 4 sets in the game, so every team cannot afford to lose. Except for CD and Nanjay. The results of strong teams such as RW, Best, and Homie are not very good, and can even be described as very poor, just like CD in the first round of qualifiers. But no one can tell what will happen in the next 3 games. Each team had something in mind, and the battle in the second set quietly started. The CD still landed at the airport, and the circle of the second set was painted on the right half, with the cave and prison as the center.
There's no one at the bridge. Let's get going.
Mu Yun said that there was no one on the entire airport island, and CD also made some adjustments, throwing Mu Yun out to fight in the jungle, and finally met at the bridge. To be on the safe side, CD still didn't choose to go to the bridge on the right, although the right was close. If he wanted to enter the circle, he had to pass through a big city like my city, not to mention whether there were teams blocking the bridge on the right. Even if there wasn't, there must be someone in the city who will sweep them away, even if it causes damage to the vehicle. It is not worth it. CD went around in circles, and did not choose to enter the circle at the first time. Instead, he gathered 4 cars so that if he entered the circle, he could minimize the losses no matter how dangerous it was. Buzz, CD's team just crossed the bridge when they met a team from the western part of the deserted island. If nothing else, it should be a team from Port P. For them, they had no choice but to enter the circle late. Unexpectedly, they had no choice but to compete with CD's team. Met on the road.
Don't play with him.
Mao Xiaomo directed the team to retreat directly. There were only 2 vehicles on the opposite side, and there were 2 people in each vehicle. This meant that among the 4 people on the opposite side, 2 of them could shoot them in the vehicle. Although it is very difficult, Mao Xiaomo is still unwilling to gamble. After all, everyone in CD4 has his own car.
Enter the circle from above.
CD chose to enter the circle from below P City. Firstly because they had many cars, and secondly because the terrain was complicated. If they entered the circle from the farm to the left and right, they would definitely be blocked by countless teams. I took a look at the second circle. The center was the large warehouse outside the air raid shelter. This circle had more places for the team to hide. Above the air raid shelter, there was the Horseshoe Mountain prison, many wild areas, and a shooting room. A small resource point can hold a group of people.
It's a bit difficult to get in. How can we attack from the left?
Mu Yun frowned. Although the location in the center of the circle is good, they can't get a good spot at this time, and can only choose to camp on the edge of the circle. However, because this circle is relatively large, there is basically no danger around the circle.
Should we wait for the next lap or go directly?
Because the time between laps is faster. Good asked. Mao Xiaomo thought for a while, thinking that he would have to move sooner or later anyway. And the danger of moving early would definitely be higher than that of moving late. He could only choose to walk as far as possible into the circle, and then see where the next circle brush would be. From Mao Xiaomo's perspective, the road they took was very dangerous. Just above the farm, however, they didn't meet the team along the way. Instead, CD occupied the restroom street. This so-called toilet street is located on a hillside outside the farm. There are several toilets on this road, and they can support each other. In addition, it is on a high slope, which is a good location. The only drawback is that the field of view is not good enough. If the enemy team chooses to sneak up, the probability of not being detected is very high. Directly opposite them are the air raid shelters and large warehouses. If the third circle is on the right, then CD's situation will be a bit bad.
There seems to be no one at the three-way intersection. There's someone in that pit with the yellow dot. Someone is in that pit.
There is a big pit at the three-way intersection outside the big warehouse. It can hide both cars and people. It cannot be attacked by force and cannot be harassed.
Let's move on to Blue Point Mountain. Good.
CD moved again. This time to the mountain to the northwest of them. The famous professional team KZ often stayed in this location. CD observed for a long time before confirming that no one was stationed. But even if there are people, they can park at the foot of this hill and drive up. Mu Yun's motorcycle whizzed by on the road. But when it was about to pass by a small toilet that seemed to be deserted, a small friction occurred. I don't know how many people were squatting in this seemingly empty toilet, but 2 people came out and swept Mu Yun. Fortunately, the motorcycle was traveling very fast and was not swept down.
There is someone in the toilet. Please go around.
This wave of Mu Yun's exploration points played a great role. But there are also problems with this team's fighting. If it was commanded by Mao Xiaomo, he would definitely put Mu Yun's car over and hit the car behind it, and gain a harvest. It could be bigger. Chapter 80 Yang. After successfully moving to the West Mountain, CD finally completed the entire process of entering the circle from the airport. Many professional coaches have said that the meaning of tactics is to send the team to the 4 circle, and the rest depends on the cooperation of the team. Encircle the position.
I feel like this game is already in the top 5 if it's not too tricky.
Mao Xiaomo smiled and said that although they were on the west side of the circle, they were only 500,600 meters away from the large warehouse at the center. Due to the route, the number of people was reduced very quickly, which also led to the fact that almost no one was harassed along the CD. Big reason. In a game with 80 people, there should normally be about 65 people left in the third circle. This time, there are only 50 people, making the entire map very quiet. The team has a relatively large space, and there is little friction with other teams. Smaller.
We can retreat and advance in this position. The only problem that is difficult to solve is that the circle is brushed to the right. We are okay with up, down, and left, so it shouldn't be so difficult.
Mao Xiaomo stared at the safe zone he was about to reach and prayed silently. Their CD luck has always been bad. But this is the qualifiers. Don't be ridiculous. Seeing that the blue circle is getting closer and closer, the moment it touches the white circle, the new safe zone is refreshed. South. Although the large warehouse originally located in the center of the safety zone has not been directly refreshed, it is already on the edge of this white circle. This circle, ranging from the shooting room of the large warehouse to the farm, is also a big problem for the transfer of other teams. But CD is different. As long as they don't brush the east circle, they can evacuate safely. Although they are still in the circle, their position is on the edge of the circle, and they are bound to be impacted by many teams. For CD, who does not want to fight in the early and midterm, decisively choosing to retreat is their best choice. Mao Xiaomo did not hesitate, because a very important reason was that they could go back the same way.
Go back.
The few people in the toilet don't have cars, and will definitely not move. They just need to bypass the toilet and return to their previous location, and everything will be fine.
Holy shit! There's someone on my side!
RW_MingGW detonated the vehicle and killed CD_Godric. Good was driving his car to move when he was suddenly directly blasted by the RW hiding down the slope. The firepower of the 4 people did not give him any chance.
Don't go from there,
Mao Xiaomo said quietly. Mu Yun clearly opened a way for them, but Good went off track.
We can stay in this air raid shelter,
Mu Yun said. One of his major tasks as a free agent is to find a suitable location for the team to station. Due to the existence of RW, he no longer dares to go to the original toilet street, so he can only choose another location.
Right here. There are people in the other 2 holes.
Mao Xiaomao stopped the car and observed that their location was the only air raid shelter with a toilet. It was a good location, but there were too many people around.
Are you going to fight?
Cheng Yao asked. The distance is only about 200 meters, and people are constantly popping up. Although they can be defeated, they certainly cannot be repaired.
Just fight. It doesn't matter.
Their trip to the airport was quite enjoyable this time. At least everyone had enough bullets, and didn't have to worry about bullets like the previous one. Duh. Boom. Duh. 3 guns from the CD team fired at the same time. Although they knocked down 2 people, there was no way to make up for it. Mao Xiaomao kept reminding the team members not to be greedy with guns to prevent their helmets from being damaged. Although all 3 of them were level 3 heads, it is basically impossible to be killed instantly. Boom. But after a muffled sound, Mu Yun's level 3 head flew out.
Holy crap. Whatever you want. You'll get it.
Mao Xiaomao cursed secretly, and then saw the message that the team members had fallen to the ground. Nanjay_Yang used AWM headshot to knock down CD_Kakarot. Yang's AWM. Mao Xiaomao knew how terrifying this S-level professional player's sniper skills were, and he also experienced it deeply. Although their CD beat Nanjay every day in normal competitions, part of the reason was that resources restricted Yang's performance. Why do you say this? Just imagine. How much can an excellent sniper perform in the P-City competition? Not to mention the percentage. Even the sniper rifle is difficult to pick up. This is why CD has always regarded Nanjay as its biggest opponent. The strongest sniper got the strongest sniper rifle. It's a massacre.
No. It doesn't matter. They can't fix it.
Mao Xiaomao knew Nanjay's location and told Mu Yun and Cheng Yao. Although Cheng Yao looked unwilling to admit defeat, the opponent is AWM. Even if they are level 3 bosses, they can be killed instantly, and they can be saved by knocking them down twice, which is completely meaningless. In the Nanjay competition room, the 2 brothers B1 and B2 were also laughing. They were depressed by the CD in the usual urban battles, but they really came to the mountain battles of the game. Are they afraid of CDs? Professional S-Class Sniper Yang. This is more than just a codename. In the Xia Kingdom, there are only 10 or so snipers who can reach the S-level. Yang can reach this level, and his reputation is definitely not in vain.
Ha. It's CD's grandsons. Yang won. Hack them.
Although B1 was in the middle of the competition, his mentality was still very relaxed due to his lead in the first round. Yang shot Mu Yun's level 3 head off with 1 shot, feeling secretly happy in his heart. He usually felt aggrieved by being beaten, but this time he could finally take revenge. But when he went to aim at CD again, CD3 people shrank back and never gave him a chance.
They're not showing up. Damn. These grandsons are too cowardly. Look at me mocking these grandsons.
B2 said with a sinister smile, even though he kept firing the 8x SCAR-L in his hand at the top of the hill where the CD was. Although there was no one at the shooting location, the dust was still flying. Although good fell, he also knew that it was Nanjay's grandsons who were attacking them across the way, and he immediately started to curse.
Damn! These grandsons are starting to yell now. Why don't they come out when they are usually beaten into pig heads by us?
Show off.
Mao Xiaomao was also furious. The mound where they came was constantly being attacked. He knew without even thinking that it was Nanjay's grandsons who did it. Mao Xiaomao endured the calm for a while and kept hinting to himself, suppressing the urge to rush forward and kill Nanjay. Although they couldn't do it now. 30 years in Hedong. 30 years in Heshi. Don't bully Xiaoka. Mao Xiaomao was thinking about something when he suddenly heard the sound of a motorcade. It sounds like there are at least 3 cars. This team named KM rushed directly into the center of the circle from the west, targeting the position of CD.